Tato! What's up, man?
Nice to see you.
This is beautiful, huh?
Hey, Viper. How's it going?
Oh, Viper, what's up, dude? It's good to see you here, dude. Oh.
Welcome to Red Bull Wololo El Reinado. What a pleasure it is to be welcoming you here to the main stage for the first time this week. My name's Reinado. I'll be your host throughout the entire festivities as we celebrate the game we love, Age of Empires. We've got a big crowd here who have braved the Spanish sunshine today, and a bigger crowd expected tomorrow and the day after. But I also want to thank all the people around the world who have chosen to join us today. We're very, very excited to be getting underway with the main part of the weekend's festivities up here, as I say, on the main stage. But this wouldn't be possible, my friends, without the support of our key sponsors. I want to thank the companies that have made this event possible: AOC, Backforce, AMD and World's Edge. Let's hear it for the sponsors making this terrific, spectacular event possible. We have a huge six-figure prize pool up for grabs across 4 games: Age of Empires 1, Age of Empires 2, Age of Empires 4 and Age of Mythology. Players from all around the world, of course. But our focus today is Age of Empires 2. And I thought, as a bit of a reminder as to what we're looking at here across today and indeed the next couple of days, let's have a chat about this Age of Empires 2 format. 8 of the best players qualified for Red Bull Wololo El Reinado, and we are playing Empire Wars, a slightly different take on competitive Age of Empires, one where we start in the feudal age with 27 villages rather than the usual much smaller amount. An established eco sees games get into the action much faster. Very exciting way to play the game. The tournament structure, we had day 1, double elimination yesterday. Players on the verge of elimination today to determine our top 4. One day's play already complete as a best of 3 competition. Today, best of 5 as we seek out our semi-finalists. Tomorrow, we're going to get stuck into those semi-finals. They are best of 7. And then, of course, on Sunday, the moment you've been waiting for, the grand final. Best of 9 and $45,000 going to our first place competitor, our champion here. But everyone in the field is going to take home at least $9,000 in prize money. Not a bad day at work, you would think, as we can see here on the prize pool for the Age of Empires 2 portion. As you see, the champion 45k all the way down to 9 in 8th places. Let's meet the players. ACCM out of Vietnam, back at Red Bull Wololo again. We've got Hart making his Red Bull Wololo debut, and Sebastian for the first time at a LAN. There's the Viper, a former champion, fellow countryman Norwegian MBL, Leary, a 2-time champion. But Tato, defending Red Bull Wololo champion, will have to face down the might of the undisputed world number 1 at the moment, Hera. He seems untouchable and is undoubtedly the favourite. We are well and truly underway with this tournament already. We saw day 1 separate our players into varying degrees of success. We've got Hera and Viper sitting pretty at 2-0. They've already locked up their slots in the semi-final, as you can see. Leary and Sebastian at 1-1. They split the difference, and we'll be checking in with them later on today in our lower round 2. But right now, it's all eyes on that lower round 1. ACCM, Hart, MBL and Tato, they are fighting to stay in this tournament. And that brings us to today's schedule as we check out what we're going to be seeing. First up, ACCM versus Heart. This is going to be underway before very much longer. Following that, MBL and Tato. These are elimination matches, my friends, so a lot on the line for these players. The winners of those matches will face off against, first of all, Leary. We'll have one of them up against Leary. And then secondly, Sebastian is waiting in the wings for those other rounds that we'll be seeing later on today. And of course, all the action today, best of 5. So, very much looking forward to getting underway, but before we throw things over to the casters, I want you to join me in welcoming one of the casters who'll be up in the booth a little bit later on. He's the hometown hero, the local boy from just down the road. Put your hands together, it's Mem! Mem! Mate, can I tell you, it's so good to be back at a Red Bull Wololo event like this once again with you here in your home country, here in Castillo Almodóvar del Rio.
It's good, it's good, it's good.
Mem has been all over me about this. I've been practicing, but mate, we want to hear it from the horse's mouth.
Well, it's the only time that I can be a little bit better than you with the language, you know. Castillo de Almodóvar del Río.
Del Rio. There we go. I got a bit of work to
Spain
do.
with a lot of people that is also welcoming us in Spain, so I'm going to give some words in Spanish for you guys. Well, estamos encantados de estar aquí en España, en Córdoba, well, en mi tierra. He dicho incluso porque mezclo siempre idiomas. Y espero que vayáis a disfrutar muchísimo con este evento. Mirad el castillo que tenemos delante de nosotros. El escenario es inmejorable. So this is incredible.
Sí.
Yes.
Gracias, Mem. But Mem, I want to dial in now and talk about this tournament series. You've been involved in many of these Red Bull Wololos over the years. We've had them we've had them back in Germany. Now we're here in your native Spain. What does it mean to you to be back here in a medieval castle representing this game that we all love so much?
Well, as someone that has been playing and casting this game forever, that have this opportunity, because we have been talking behind the scenes that maybe this is going to be the last time. We always have this question, and being here again, we cannot be hype, It's absolutely hype, and expecting to see an incredible show, and you guys are going to enjoy a lot, because this is the most important, that you guys are going to enjoy, well, like you can even forget ever.
We're going to make the most of this weekend for sure. But Mem, I want to ask you now, who have you got your eye on? We've got 8 of the best Age of Empires 2 players. Only one, however, will rise to the rank of champion this weekend. Who do you think it's going to be?
Well, after watching yesterday, I don't know what people think, but Hera seems to be scary right now. So I have to say that Hera is the favorite, But now it's going to be here in the stage with many people here, and then you have to control your nerve. You have to control a situation that we are not used to be in the daily, and that can get a big role here. So Hera, and I will say that the second, if you want to say a second name, I will go for the Viper.
Well, those are both pretty confident picks there, Mem. Both of these players, of course, no strangers to success on the big stage, although Hera, as dominant as he's been, I believe 7 S-tier lands on the trot this bloke has won.
If not more.
If not more. 7 million perhaps. But he has never won a Red Bull Wololo event. There is a big hole in his trophy cabinet, and he'll be hoping to win it this weekend. Who else out here thinks that Hera might be taking it out this weekend? We've got some Hera fans out there, but maybe there's going to be an upset. Who wants to see the Viper get up and about this weekend?
Right, well. I think we need to name someone else. Who is with Tatito?
Okay. You know how to please the crowd.
Ask me the question again. Who I think is the favorite? Tato is the favorite, absolutely.
There we go. Yes, all right. Bit of pandering to the Spanish crowd. You'd love to see it. Okie dokes, my friends. We're going to wrap things up here on the main stage. Our players are standing by in readiness for the draft. So, Mem, we're going to throw it over to our casters up in the casting area. We have Dave, we have T90 ready to take things away in our second day of competition here at Red Bull Wololo El Reinado. Dave, Tristan, it's all over to you, my friends.
Well, thank you, Riley, and welcome in, everyone. We've got a crowd behind us, we've got a castle around us, and we've got competition ahead of us. I'm Dave, I'm with T90 here for the first set, and we've got ACCM versus Heart in an elimination best of 5. This means everything to both of these players.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's crazy. We've been here for a couple days already, but it already feels like, you know, one of these players are going to be going home, right? And so I think, especially with best of 3s yesterday, both players are desperately going to want to play tomorrow, and then potentially on Sunday. So punishing format here, that's what makes it so exciting to win, and I'm excited. I think it's a perfect clash of players here.
Yeah, and both players felt like they made mistakes yesterday too. So maybe a little bit of redemption up on the big stage. Now, they were playing in a room yesterday. We're outside in front of a crowd. How does that change things?
Yesterday, I would have felt like was a perfect way to ease into today, but still, you got to get up here for the first time. I think it changes things. Now, it is different for different individuals. I spoke to Jordan, who's our analyst here, not playing this year, and Jordan was like, the more people in the crowd, the bigger the stage, the better it is for me, because I like to play in the big moments. But I can't help but feel like everyone's able to have that mindset, and I think when you get up there, I think it's going to be pretty stressful situation. But not only that, one more thing they're going to have to adapt into today is the drafting format, which I'm so excited to show people. It's so cool. And we're going to just go through how the draft works. So this is the general drafting most Age of Empires fans will be familiar with, but essentially to nail down the maps and the civilizations, there are first bans. And then they, after alternating bans, getting rid of maps they might not like, they move into the pick format. And this is important. You establish the maps first, and then we have a whole new Civ drafting format, which is going to come soon after this.
Yeah, and I think everyone's looking at the hosts and guests and thinking, yeah, that's a great little legend at the bottom there, but what on earth is Marble Run? Marble Run determines the first map played, so it's essentially a randomizer. We've made a contraption here at the castle, and we're going to be utilizing that.
Yeah, that's what we were doing all day yesterday, actually. We were just building the Marble Run. Yeah, and there's the Civ, same format, right? Starts off with some bans, so I do think there are some strong civilizations that will just not make it to even be played at all over the next few days. Namely, like maybe the Saracens, a lot of civilizations fearing right now, Byzantine, something along those lines. But yeah, so the players are going to enter a room, they're going to enter a chamber, they're going to have a round table of sorts, and they're going to have to select civilizations. They'll have their notepads, there's marbles, and yeah, dude, it just make me all giddy.
Yeah, exactly. And we've seen it past Red Bulls. Like when you're in that room and you're physically moving pieces around the board, it's not like looking at a screen, right? You really got to keep your eye on what's happening. Now, we saw the Saracens sneak through once yesterday, and nobody coming in here thought the Saracens would be played even once. So first day already, maybe we see them again today. Maybe we see some of the stronger civilizations that were used all the time in the ladder come back here in this main event. Or potentially, we see some of the outliers, maybe some Goths, maybe some mix-ups with Sicilians or something like that. It should be really exciting.
Yeah, there might be players still trying to hide strategies and whatnot, but you know, the approach today is going to be interesting. I find that Hart is maybe one of the most aggressive players in the game. He's so clean, he's so smooth, he's an amazing player. Like, he really models himself after some of the best games you'll ever see. I think the bigger issue with him may be consistency. Talk to me about ACCM and that smile he just showed us.
The difference here, Hart's like standing there like, come at me. ACCM's like, hey man, I'm here.
Dude,
I'm ready to go.
ACCM is just loving the moment here. He's always got a smile on his face, but you will see the gamer face he has as well. And I think he's the biggest fighter here at Red Bull. And I think that ACCM is going to give us a very long first series one way or another. So exciting scenes there. Love to see it. Thank you, everyone, for being here. And this is the draft we're talking about. You'll see the map screenshots up top. On the right side, you have Hart. And the middle, you're going to see
a
Krazzini
ramp behind them as well, which may or may not have something to do with the marbles, as Krazzini is now telling the players what they need to do. It's all very formalized here. We have our admin live, and they will begin shortly.
Don't you hate it when the idle villager hotkey doesn't work? Like, she's just standing there.
Yeah, well, maybe she's stuck.
Yeah, she might be stuck in a gold corner or something.
ACCM looks ready to go. Now, both of these players, we talked to both of them. I talked to ACCM, you talked to Hart, and they said they both made mistakes in their draft yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think, well, with Hart actually, it's so ACCM, he talked about draft. I'm not sure how much he said about his gameplay. Hart, when he walked over to, we had a little picnic table, right? He walks over to me after drafting versus Hare before his set. He said, "Oh, I won the draft." And guess what? 45 minutes later,
He didn't win the
he
draft.
was walking. He was walking out of the room, and that's the thing, though. You can get the draft, you can get the strategy, but can you get the execution right?
Yeah.
That's the other element. But this has got to be, even though they got to run through, this has to be something that is a little uncomfortable for them. We're not putting them under like super strict timers. You know, we're not going to be too crazy here. But that is, I believe that is Gulch.
That's Gulch for Hart, and then we had ACCM picking Dune Springs. Now, Dune Springs, I saw him play a lot on the ladder. He likes Sicilians on that map.
Interesting. Well, Sicilians is staring at us right there.
It is bigger than most.
Yes.
And now we see Depression for Hart.
Well, that was after he lost versus Hera yesterday, but he's not, hopefully he's not depressed too much today.
And Golden Stream once again for ACCM. So he identified yesterday that he probably should have played Vikings on Golden Stream instead of on Passage.
Yep.
And he was trying to copy-paste an existing strat for Passage as Krazzini now
Here's the marbles.
goes for our marble run. We're waiting for the map as the marbles come down.
So the first marble to get to the bottom here
And it's
will
red.
be game one. We do not have them memorized yet, despite hours of practice.
Oh, Red still in the lead. Okay, clear. Ball is coming in behind it. Red goes right through. It didn't stop at all.
Wait. Okay. Well, there we go.
Was
we
it
have our
orange?
winner. Red, orange, something like that. And there's our marble key, and I believe that would be Mountain Dunes. That's game number one.
Ooh, I think that benefits ACCM.
Mountain Dunes. What a fun map. Well, that is such a cool thing here. Like, there's so much that goes into this, right? The fact that they also did that is just incredible. So thank you to everyone who's been involved with the amazing production here. And just so many details yet to come
I
here.
can
So
see ACCM like off to the side trying to influence the marbles. Like,
I didn't see anything in the handbook. So this is probably going to take a bit of time here. Typically, you'll have the players pick the maps, and they'll make a tier list, normally on like Notepad or something on their computer, but here an actual Notepad, I guess, of civilizations. And then as they'll go through, some civilizations they will feel are strong, have been banned or picked, and then they have to go through their tiers. So this is probably a couple minutes here, but in general, is there a theme here with these maps? Or are we looking at very different maps, you think?
Mountain Dunes, kind of a unique unit map, right? And then Sacred Springs, you're looking at something like either Romans, Sicilians, Magyars, Koreans, something that can really take advantage of those fish in the center. Gulch is still kind of unclear, right? It's a newer map, and Depression is also a newer map coming into this tournament. So maybe ACCM, we know he's going to have some strats cooked. Maybe he's got some insight into what Hart has cooked up behind the scenes, and he can go for some unique bans.
Well, it is interesting. There's only 2 new maps from the qualifier to the main event, and Hart picked both of them. So Hart, very much comfortable with the new maps. Clearly, they suit his style, or the practice has been right.
Like, if I'm Hart here, I think Saracens is probably just an auto ban. He's banning Sicilians.
Yep.
Presumably for Dune Springs.
Yep, potentially.
And I think Vikings is also worth a thought for a ban because we've got Golden Stream.
Yeah, Vikings have been really strong there if they can get longboats, and oftentimes they do get there, right? So now with 4 bans, we're going to see a lot of civilizations that could be good on all these maps banned out. So interesting fact, Gulch, the majority of the terrain is cracked terrain.
Yep.
And buildings on cracked terrain take 25% more damage. And then Hindustani stable units do more damage versus buildings. So a very common strategy there from what I've been seeing and hearing about is full feudal.
Yep.
And that's like amazing for Hart. So I think that's why that's been banned
I noticed
out.
a trend with the bans already from ACCM. He gets rid of Hindustanis, gets rid of Huns. He doesn't want Hart running around with that cavalry being annoying. He doesn't want to play the nerd game.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, ACCM is going to want a few more walls today. I really do feel like the longer the games go, the better it gets for ACCM. That is the theme. Another thing will be, and this is more mindset and more player style, but how will Hart do today when things start to go wrong? They will go wrong, but if they snowball on you mentally as well as in the game, that can be a problem in a long best of 5.
What's she going for? We got the lazy Susan here. Not her, like the spinny thing.
How dare you call Susan lazy? And she's not so idle anymore, though. She's
Tatars,
doing it.
again, a definite theme for ACCM.
I mean, lots of good camel, cav archer civilizations he's getting rid of here.
Yep. And
That's crazy.
Saracen's still not banned. So are they playing like Russian roulette? Like who's going to leave Saracen still last
Well,
if you miss them?
I believe first pick goes to ACCM.
Yeah.
Bear with us, folks. This is new to us as well. And so that could be something you don't ban then if you get first pick.
Yeah.
So you might think if there's one civ right now that is really busted, you don't ban it if you're ACCM. You hope to take it. I think Persians is another big one, Dave. I think they're really underrated right now. The faster TC production, you benefit from that right away in feudal age.
Yep.
Their cavalry strong. There's Lithuanians, another cav civ banned out.
And it's Korean, so Saracens will be available. Now, it's worth pointing out that none of these maps are the really, really strong maps for Saracens.
Agreed.
But still, in Empire Wars, in this meta,
I think
very, very good.
Sandrift is a map where you can't farm a lot and use the market because of it to buy food. So
Khmer is also a very viable possibility, and it's insta Saracen pick for ACCM. He just can't help himself.
yeah, I think that's really good. Portuguese there for Hart. This was the first pick against Hera, so clearly he has a lot of faith in that.
Mm-hmm.
And we will see Hart pick again here. So it should go 1, 2, 2, 2, and eventually even
Romans
out.
for Dune Springs. So Koreans is banned, Sicilians is banned, and he goes Romans. What on earth is ACCM going to play on Dune Springs?
This might be a little.
So
I might have had too many
Magyars?
conversations with Doubt this week, but I really think that Bulgarians could be a nice late pick. I don't think they're
Not as
necessarily
good
your
as
early
Romans.
picks, but
Yeah.
But-
I mean, if that's your home map, he better have a pretty unique strategy thought up there to deal with the Romans, because the Romans with the boosted eco and the strong infantry are so good on that map.
yeah, it's really messy, makes it really difficult to play against. Honestly, could be a map for Saracens, but I think that's probably something he's going to save. And now ACCM looking back at his notebook, and he's going to pick Dravidian second. So a civ that there's a lot of debate around in our community. It's a civilization that does not get very good knights.
Could go for Gulch with that. He could also use it on Dune Springs potentially.
Could be Passage as well, honestly.
No, Passage is banned. So it could be Passage, but
okay,
it's
thank
banned,
you.
so.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, Golden Stream would be the most valid option there, I would say. Dune Springs could be a nice archer opening or something.
Yep.
We'll see, but he does get another pick here. And it's going to become a little bit more clear as we see his polls.
That's Golden Stream.
You think so?
It's either Golden Stream or it's the Mountain Dunes, and he's just going to try and find a way to like boom up into
just go
Knights.
Cav. Yeah, just go Cav and just make things messy there.
I think that might be Golden Stream, dude. I'm surprised Vikings haven't gone yet.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a difference of approach. Look how fast Hart was with this, by the way. We are already on his next two picks. He goes Persians and Magyars. I'm really liking the picks right now.
He's going to walk out of that room
Hart.
again like yesterday. I won the draft.
Yeah, seriously. I think he's probably shocked that Persians was available.
Yeah.
I would have put Persians in top 2 position. So, but this is the thing with ACCM. He's always cooking, and he surprises people with practice in the past anyways. And then the tricks have been known, right?
Yep.
In this tournament, he's been hiding things, and he hasn't been showing everyone ahead of time. So he might have some cool things in store for us.
Again, just like yesterday on Golden Stream.
Yeah. Well, the Poles Burgundians could play very similarly on Golden Stream and play towards heavy Cav. I think Hart may use Persians on Golden Stream for Cav, and pretty solid Navy.
Definitely
there,
a much more meta strategy draft here for Hart.
Who is enjoying this draft process more right now?
I think Krasini?
That could be. Admin could be having a great time as he tries to search for the civilizations. Honestly, very nice to not force the players to do that.
Is a great civ here.
We'd find out real quick how good players are with their alphabet as they're turning this wheel.
Also, I have to say, I think that might be My Insanity merch that ACCM's wearing, but I love that shirt.
Yeah, it's a cool shirt.
It is cool.
Well, we got Vietnamese final pick. All these civilizations very strong. There was Berbers on the board there for ACCM. And I believe there's one more pick. Hart gets Malians as his last pick. So they'll pick 6 civilizations for the potential of 5 games. So they have that one flex. Again, super flexible. Can't go wrong with the Malians. And final pick for ACCM here is going to be the Cumans, which is a scary thing to see if you're Heart. You never know what to expect. And for a civilization that can oftentimes surprise you, I have to say that the logo, like the image there, is very fitting.
This draft is not orthodox for ACCM.
Not at all. Not at all.
We're going to see something here.
Yeah, and players are going to have to make their way to the stage, which is behind us here. But, dude, I was not expecting it to be that crazy. No. I thought it was ACCM's draft was going to make a little bit more sense for me.
Yeah.
Hearts, I think he went for all the meta picks. And we got to be careful. They might be walking out here.
I mean,
they might hear us.
Yeah, okay. The casters are going to give us superior insight onto the draft. They already know, right? They're not going to pay attention to us, even if we're right.
I have bad memories. One time, we were talking about the odds of the series as the player was walking in and they could hear, and it was Doubt, and he turned around and stared at me and was very threatening. So I may keep an eye on, the players as they make their way to the stage and put their headphones on. But that's our first official, new age draft here at Red Bull, and welcome everybody to the show. So I guess it's just our jobs. We got to talk about them. Heart, ACCM, what are you thinking the differences between these two players? First thing that comes to mind.
I think the determination from ACCM and the precision from Heart. Heart is basically someone who is trying to catch up to Hera in the meta plays. He's trying to be as fast as him, right? I don't want to say he's a Hera light because he definitely has his own unique style. But he's trying to be the optimal player. ACCM realizing that he can't be that optimal player. He's not fast enough, so he needs to be smart, he needs to be creative, and he needs to be, above all else, just determined and willing to win at any cost.
All right, we're going to send it to Riley in the courtyard before this next series begins to show us more of the castle.
Yes, well, thanks very much, Tristan, and thank you, Dave, for calling the draft there. Welcome to the courtyard here, the Oasis, we're calling it, where the spectators here will have the chance to relax, chill out, and enjoy the atmosphere here at Castillo Almodóvar. And they might run into a couple of famous faces from the community if they're lucky. I'm joined here by Jordan and Nilly. Boys, it's great to be welcoming you on camera today. Jordan, for the first time this weekend. Jordan, let's start with you. Very, very excited to see you on this side of the broadcast, a former player. Of course, you played in lots of these events, but now you'll be analysing all the action. Jordan, great to have you. How's it been on the caster side of things for you?
Riley, thank you so much for the welcoming, and for me it's very special because, as you mentioned, it's the first time on the other side, and I've been playing for a long time, so I figured let's try something else just to get a little bit of a fresh wind, and so far it's been really great.
Well, I'm looking forward to working with you throughout the weekend, mate. Been a big fan of your work in the playing area, but hopefully we'll forge ahead now as co-casters. Nilly, on the other hand, an old guard here of the casting team, back once again in Red Bull Wololo. Nilly, very different atmosphere here in Spain compared to your home country of Germany, but having a great time so far in the Spanish sunshine.
Absolutely incredible. The location, I fell in love with Heidelberg and the castle, but this feels even better. We have the whole space, everyone is so happy, people are already engaging with all the fans. The games have delivered yesterday. I think it's shaping up to be an incredible weekend, maybe the best weekend ever in Red Bull history.
Well, we will find out, and we've got, again, cracking games to bring people around the world, starting, of course, with ACCM and Heart. Jordan, I'll open with you as we talk about the maps. We just watched the draft. Your thoughts on these maps, Early Band, Sanddrift and Passage. ACCM picking up Dune Springs, Golden Stream, Gulch and Depression on the other side of things. What are your impressions of what the players were going for with these map picks?
Well, it's kind of obvious that ACCM was really focusing on getting maps picked, which enforce a little bit of a strategical component to it. That's why we see the two maps he was picking. And he was trying to get rid of maps which are focusing very much on the aggression, because Heart is really excelling in terms of the aggression part. So that's what he wanted to avoid, right? And I think for Heart it was more about he wants to avoid really deep water maps, which Passages kind of is. So I think that was the thought process there.
So Heart perhaps looking to play his natural game, aggressive, Nilly, whereas ACCM taking more of a reactive position in that draft. I think that was reflected in his Civ bans, banning a lot of those very mobile, aggressive cavalry Civs.
Yeah, absolutely. And it feels like a similar draft to the approach like Sebastian against the Viper yesterday. Draft could have looked the same if it was best of 5, right? And you said Passage, water map banned, and then he took the other two maps that have a lot of water to fight for. So ACM not unhappy, and then the neutral map, Mountain Dunes. We feel like that's another strategic map
where it should be really good for ACCM. And as you said, he took down those fast and aggressive civs. Something we have to discuss though, we had 3 Meso-civilizations open. Aztecs, Mayans, Incas, not a single one picked.
Yeah, and that's something which is really surprising because, you know, I've been active for quite some months in watching, right? And like the Eagles have always been dominating with the Meso-civ. So I'm surprised that we are not seeing them now. And I'm sure that both players were thinking about something there.
Well, one final thought from you, Nelly, on the fact that Saracens made it through the bans. We talked a lot about what we expected from the picks that these players would make during the draft, and everyone was in agreement. We're not going to see Saracens. It's the second time we're going to see Saracens played in the matches. They dodged the bans. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm really surprised, especially thinking back to the qualification stage, like Saracens and Incas, the 2 most dominating, most like played civs as well, not banned by the B player. That's always the guy at the right. On the guy on the left, in this case ACCM, has the first pick. So typically we would expect a ban from the B player there against Saracen. Didn't happen, and then no one picked Incas. I'm so confused.
Well, we're going to find out, my friends. We're going to throw it back over to our main stage. The players are in readiness. It's time to get underway with our first elimination match here at Red Bull Wololo El Reinado.
Well, what a beautiful, beautiful sight we have here. Players are up on the stage getting ready. We've got ACCM on that right side getting things set up there, and we've got Hart on the left. We got hand bottom left. Shout out to person waving there, Dave. And we're finally here. It's finally kind of getting off here. I'm a little speechless right now, dude. This is just so amazing. I got chills because the realization came to me that we are in a real medieval castle with some of our greatest friends sitting there just nerding out on strategies and civilizations there.
Yeah, and it's insane. Everywhere you look around here as we see ACCM, and look at that. He's like, show me the money. Show me where is the money here. He is planning on going deep in this tournament. You can see the stats there, micro, macro, you know, all solid, but basically it's his experience and his strategy that's going to carry him through because his speed is a little bit lacking in comparison to everyone else. Matches less than 15 minutes, 90% win rate, and when you think about ACCM, you're not thinking about matches less than 15 minutes. You're thinking about matches more than 15 hours.
Yeah. There was no stat there that said fight or grit or determination.
And we do have a time limit on these games.
Yeah.
So that's important to point out. We do have a 1 hour and 15-minute time limit.
Yeah, now, listen, I mean, Hart, he had a great draft yesterday, which I believe he did here. He then had things snowball out of control early game 2, sat down, felt like he never really got to show his stuff. This is his last chance, potentially. This is ACCM's last chance to show why they made it here. And there's the info for him. Now, you'll notice the micro, the macro, the strategy maybe a little bit higher. The experience, much lower than ACCM. This will be a second LAN event, but this is also like, he'd only ever been in LAN events in 2024, where ACCM had some early experiences. So I would even rate his speed a little bit higher. I think it's underrated. The macro a little bit higher potentially. The strategy, well, we're going to find out how good that strategy is here.
Yeah, and the main question mark for Hart, as you pointed out, is just experience, right? Is he ready to be on that main stage with a crowd watching him? And the only way to answer that question is to see what happens here today. So there's the draft lined up behind you. Our crowd is getting some food and getting some Red Bulls. I want to do a Red Bull check at some point. Maybe we give them a few more games to see how hyped our crowd is. But it's going to get crazy, especially once the night rolls in here.
Yeah.
It's so beautiful at night.
It's gorgeous.
We were up here last night, and it was incredible, the view down into the courtyard with the screens on and just the desk lit up.
Way to be present in the moment, dude. Way to be present in the moment. I'm excited. There's so many people in chats around the world right now on Twitch and YouTube wishing they could be here. There'll be more people here. This place will be filled for Saturday and Sunday. And they should be into game number 1. Okay, so game 1 coming up, Mountain Dunes. This, I feel, is actually a perfect map to start a series if you're nervous. I really do. Because sometimes in those early moments in Empire Wars, you could lose a game. Here is a little bit more walling and a bit more strategic.
It's more forgiving for the early rushes, too. If you lose 3 villagers to a scout rush here, you can kind of just settle down, wall yourself off, and play towards, a lot of times, your unique units. What do you think Hart is going to pick on this map?
I think Hart is a little worried right now because the best picks for him, in my opinion, would be Magyars or Vietnamese. We've seen scouts and the Cav Archers a lot, but remember the series we did with MBL and with Viper yesterday, where Berbers was a counter pick to Vietnamese, and Berbers could be a good counter pick to Magyars. What we did see in that game was that had things gone a bit differently for the Rats and Archer play with Vietnamese, it did seem as though, with all the odds stacked against MBL, that he still held on a long time. So if I had to guess, I would say that Hart would like forego Magyars and go Vietnamese here.
Yeah, Vietnamese just seems like a solid pick, but they also seem like a solid pick for something like Gulch, right? Or something like Depression even. I mean, Vietnamese are just a very, very versatile civ, and it's funny that he actually picked them against our only Vietnamese
I was going to say, is there like some type of, took it from you right there?
ACCM was only interested in boomy civs in that draft.
Yeah.
I don't think he was interested in the Vietnamese, as he's now trying to figure something out.
I guess ACCM
going through the portal at the back.
Could have picked the Incas in theory to steal it away from Hart, but we didn't see Meza.
I am so stunned that the Incas are not. I know we don't have Cliffbound. I know we don't have a lot of those maps where Incas are going to be king, but I am stunned that we didn't see them once in this draft.
I think the reason is like really strong cavalry civilizations can get an early start with the scouts against the Eagles.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're definitely right. And here's our crowd. Hello, everybody. Thanks for being here. And thank you for being a part of our show here today.
I'm happy to see that the shade is moving.
Yeah.
When we first got here, there was a square of the shade, and everyone was following that. Hello? Come on up. You're welcome up here where we're standing above the crowd.
Yeah. Don't throw any paper airplanes at the back of our heads here, guys, please. That would not be fun. That'd be very distracting. But it's an amazing setup, and as many people have said, it's so cool because Heidelberg, fantastic experience. Don't get me wrong, but we had a section of the castle, right? Age of Empires, they don't own this castle, but we have access to this castle. We have been given the keys to the kingdom for a few days.
You can walk all along the parapet, all the way around the castle, and you can truly see why Viper puts castles on hills and only hills, because this one is on top of the hill, and you can see for 50 miles in every direction.
It's crazy.
It is insane.
It really is. I mean, Game of Thrones was recorded in this castle.
Certain sections of it.
So let's just hope that this final is better.
Than what, season 8?
But yeah, obviously. Not like, I guess I should have said then that. Yeah. Okay. Well, I could have executed better there. So ACCM steps away. He's going to be in here shortly. We got Hart here on the left. And what are you looking at?
ACCM is there. He's hiding behind the screen.
Oh, he is there. Yeah.
He just needed a break for a second. Hart
looks ready to go.
Motionless, ready to go.
Dude, I would be so nervous. All these people staring at me. No, thank you. I get to stare at the back of our heads here as we cast away.
I feel like even if you have nerves, it's that first mistake, and hopefully it's not a crucial one that you make, that settles everything down. It's kind of like, okay, I've lost that Vil, now I can breathe.
Is there something on the other side of it where if something really good happens, if you're at home, you just feel good about yourself. But when you've got a crowd cheering after a big shot or something, does that like maybe boost you up as well?
Depends who you are.
Yeah.
Might make you more nervous.
Yeah. It might, if you get in the zone and then you suddenly hear the crowd, you might just get reminded.
Be careful where you point that thing.
Yeah, seriously. Don't sit in front of her.
Oh, we can see the view coming down into the courtyard.
Beautiful. So these two players have played each other twice in their entire careers, and both them in S-tier tournaments over the last 2 years. ACCM has won the best of 5 both times, 3-1. And even going deeper than that, ACCM won the first 2 games, Hart then won the 3rd game, and then ACCM closed him out. I think that Hart needs a good start here. I think he has a tendency to fall behind and then only feel as though he played his best Age of Empires once Game 3 or Game 4 showed up.
Yep.
You can't do that here. It has to be Game 1. It has to be at least be Game 2. And there's just a quick little description of the map there. They will start up on a hill, and we'll break it down for you once we're in. But, oh, my goodness, we are getting ever so close to game number 1 between the llama and the – what is that? That's an eagle up there? Is that a – do you know your birds? You should know your birds.
I think it's an eagle.
Okay.
I think it's an eagle.
Okay.
It's a different part of the world.
Sorry, I put you in
a tropical eagle.
Yeah, I put you in a rough spot there.
Yeah.
My bad. What's on your banner? You have a banner.
It's a wolf.
It's a wolf.
Yeah,
Woo-woo.
my favorite animal. Yep.
Okay.
I couldn't really find any bald animals other than the bald eagle, which is kind of an American thing.
Yeah, true.
So that would kind of clash with the Canada flag.
Am I the only individual who received a banner that makes fun of them?
Yes.
That's nice. That's nice to know. Yeah, so my banner is a farm or a windmill.
It's a windmill, yeah.
The first one they gave me was a farm, but the villager was not standing on the farm. I don't know what that implies, but thank you, Red Bull. They seem to do their research.
Well, it's not hard to find references for that one, to be fair.
Hart really hoping for that fast start here. ACCM ready to go. ACCM, probably the player who tends to fight the most in the late game. We've got the classic 5K rule with him, the in-game score.
Yep.
Oftentimes will not resign until there's a 5,000 difference there. Will truly go down all the list of possibilities to try and win a game.
He was 7,000 score behind yesterday, and he was still gaming.
Yep. I really like it because on the flip side, you do have players, maybe not here, you shouldn't do that here, who will feel the game is over after one small little thing, like, oh, I just got housed, GG, you know. And I think that's a mindset that's really bad for you in these moments. I think it can affect your belief in how things are going. And you got to be able to think about how you can win the game, not the reasons you should lose the game. And it seems so obvious, but really, I mean, many people might know how scary it is, how awkward it can be to play RTS games at times. And sometimes it can feel like, you know, there's just so many different factors that you can't control surrounding you and drowning you. But ACCM just always seems to have an idea of what he's going for. So, folks, we are getting close to the show. I believe I see the 8 p.m. starting to tick here, so we should be in here shortly. Thank you for your patience, and welcome to day 2 of Red Bull. Oh, my pronunciation's way worse. El Reinado.
El Reinado.
I can't roll my tongues. I
can't really
folks,
either.
so,
I tried for a month, man.
Riley did an amazing job.
He did, yeah. I think it's that you just have to fully commit.
That sounds like a clip-worthy moment that I don't want people to see. Not sure about that one, dude.
But I'm scared.
Yep.
What happens if I start?
Yeah.
And then it doesn't go well, and then I'm just a bumbling idiot at the end.
Yeah, we might have a couple people leave. We don't want that, so.
Yeah. We'll leave it to our bettors.
Yeah, just having some issues getting rolled in here, but they're in, dude. We got some time here. For a couple minutes behind hopping in, not that big a deal. And I always think it's really interesting to watch the player's eyes. There's looking at resources. Okay, resources, mini-map, looking all around as they are in this game. Oh, we got, there's the
militia.
weaponry. Oh, the militia.
A militia and a
Let's
crossbowman?
go.
I mean,
That's amazing.
I don't want to make an age joke, but like...
Oh, man.
Maybe he just hasn't been upgraded.
Meanwhile, a security guard is getting fired for letting people in with weapons.
Yeah, and it appears as if they're in the game right now, so we should be joining shortly. We're going to be going on to Mountain Dunes, and the key for Mountain Dunes is that each player starts on their own little mountainous dune, and there's not a lot of area there to boom up. Now, there are extra resources on the map, which we will see once we're in, but a lot of the times players will focus on something like Cav Archers or unique units, and here we go, ACCM versus Hart. We can hear the crowd in the background. We're a couple minutes late to get into this one, but no biggie because it is Mountain Dunes, and it is a bit of a slow burner here as ACCM has gone for the poles, Tristan, and he is going to open with the scouts.
So we just caught the tail end of 2 villagers going down, and obviously due to our slight delays here, folks, there was also a villager kill we missed. Hart got the fast start that he wanted. 3-0 eco KD for him, and we are having more kills than you would normally see. Both players have gone for the aggressive approach, and Hart continues to move forward here with these scouts and is going to find one more villager pick, and he moves along.
Yeah, and that's 4 Vill kills for Hart, so that's a fantastic start for him, especially with the healing villagers from the poles, right? A little bit easier to save them, but ACCM just trying to get his walls down. He's trying to get space for those full works so he can set up the farms around them and have that impressive food economy that the poles generally have. But Hart doing the thing that Hart does so well with the mobility, with the scouts, he's not going to let go of that position, and he's going to keep harassing ACCM. He's not going to let him wall.
Yep, and here we will see some nice defense from ACCM. Hart kind of going in for that last Vil, will not get it. That Vil will heal up over time. So nice job from ACCM to hold on here. But I think, honestly, in Hart's position, you get 4 villager kills. You just want to wall up right now. You don't want to lose any villagers yourself. Yeah,
and Hart actually snuck in wheelbarrow there, too, with the Vietnamese before he clicks up to Castle Age. So he's got a decent, efficient eco at home. He's hasn't lost any villagers, and he's killed 4 villagers from ACCM, and ACCM still kind of waiting to click up to Castle Age. He should be up in a few seconds here, but Hart definitely has an advantage.
I would say that the Poles are more of a conditional civilization in that you need certain things, certain situations to happen. You need certain things to go right for them to feel very strong. And right, one of those keys is getting the walls down and farming. The walls didn't get down in time, and the farms are just now coming up. So while the Poles have a fantastic ability to recover here and resources collected is still pretty close, Hart's going to be happy with how Feudal Age went there.
Yeah, a lot of those scouts from ACCM weak, so he didn't want to engage against the Spearmen and the scouts there from Hart, but he's kind of keeping Hart at home for the time being. Also important to point out on this map is Hart adds 3 ranges, which generally implies Cav Archers instead of Rattan Archers. One thing on this map that's quite unique is that the stone starts right next to the TC.
Yep.
So for Vietnamese, if you want to go for that castle, it's available. For Poles, if you want to mine stone and gold at the same time, it's available.
Yeah, and that tells me with 8 villagers on stone, ACCM will probably want the unique tech for the Poles. Makes the Cav much cheaper. The Poles don't have the best upgrades with their Cav, but just because their units are so cheap, they can spam. And if you're down in villagers, you could still outproduce the opponent. It's a really strong tech.
Poles doing pole things, man. He lost 4 villagers, res collected, still even.
Yeah, and that's why it was so important for Hart. This is crazy to me, though.
How is this not walled?
Still hasn't walled this up, and I guess he was going for the bigger walls because he didn't think there'd be army here, but this is going to be more value for Hart, and a disastrous start here for ACCM. He will lose 2 more Vils, and Hart can simply just run away.
Yeah, those 2 Vils were healing, but not fast enough, and the scouts aren't even fast enough to catch those, so Hart is going to continue to run, as you said, and he's going to continue to try and be annoying, trying to snipe another villager here on the farms. Might end up getting her. Maybe she can heal in time. Doesn't look like it.
No, it doesn't look like it. That is a 7-0 start. This is the dream. He's got Cav Archers coming behind this. He's in Castle Age a little bit faster, and ACCM probably feeling a little bit rattled right now, Dave.
But ACCM, I think in this position, he's going to get over the 7 villagers. He's going to think, okay, now I have my setup. Unfortunately for him, Hart has Cav Archers coming across the field, and he was only walling with palisade walls. So he's got the castle on the one side to protect, but the flanks of his base, where the bulwarks are with the farms set up, are very, very exposed once he's through that first layer.
It's a near perfect game for Hart right now. I mean, I think the timings on everything have been pretty much perfect. He got more damage in than ever expected with the scouts. His eco upgrades have flown in at the proper times. He's going 3-range Cav Archers, but guess what? He also still has the town center timing, so it's not as if he's behind economically here. And he also arrives to a position to push and see now what his opponent is doing immediately. He does need to get out of here.
Yep.
But he did get Husbandry, which again is really important. So he should be able to hit and run against these Lycav fairly comfortably. And this is the Hart that people were expecting here this tournament. This was the Hart that wasn't able to really show himself against Hera. And ACCM's got to get that tech, Dave. Still hasn't researched it yet.
His eco's not in the right spot, right? Still only 16 on food right now. He's got plenty of gold in the bank, but he struggled to get that second town center up, to get the castle up as well. And he's just trying to keep those Cav Archers as far away from his farm eco as he possibly can. The light Cav now coming in, trying to provide a little bit of a distraction for Hart so that Hart can keep some of his army at home as the light Cav actually do get in and snipe the first villager for ACCM. And there we go.
It might not seem like a lot, but that does take Hart's attention away from certain things, and certainly a sign to come for him, but he's not wavering at all. He'll continue a push, and he's like, how are you going to stop me? You don't have army here. And I mean, I don't know what ACCM is supposed to do here. He's supposed to house wall. He's supposed to try his absolute best to keep these Cav Archers out. Those Cav Archers are going to kill Vils, and they're probably going to get through soon.
Yeah, villager kill count is now at 9 in favor of Hart, and his eco is starting to scale ahead. He's got good upgrades for his economy. And we look at the Cav Archer number, 20 Cav Archers here, with more in the queue from all 3 of those ranges as ACCM finally gets a raiding army inside the base from Hart. That one guy not going to do too much, though.
Is that an army? It's a one-man army. I mean, at this point, a lot of players, if they see that monk, they back away, right? They try and take the rest of the map. But Hart is doing the simple thing of recognizing there's not enough resistance here. Okay, finally a Scorpion comes out, and maybe he'll back away. He does have TC number 3 going up in the critical stone area, and I would say that that is now Hart's focus. If you hold the map and prevent ACCM from moving out to that stone, could be really problematic for ACCM long term.
These Cav Archers are going to be really tough to take out, though. Even if you get those Knights spamming, that's just so many Cav Archers at this point, and Hart already has one of those stones locked down.
If there was a Civ that can come back from this, ACCM has picked it. If there was a position for the poles to be in where they can come back, this would be it as well, right? I have seen poles without gold units, just winged hussars with the trample damage, spamming and raiding really strong counter civilization. So it is doable. Hart is still going to try and like poke and prod to get some damage though, because he's got 30 army, and ACCM is only holding with like 2 Scorpions pretty much.
And he's got a better eco than ACCM too. He's got 66 villagers. ACCM sitting at 55 as the Cav Archers now come in. Scorpions trying to defend, but 2 monks going down with an additional villager as well falling. 3 Scorpions underneath that TC, but Hart with the additional HP of the Vietnamese, not really afraid of taking this fight at all.
I mean, it's just not a great situation here for ACCM. He has to repair the Scorpions. There is some fear here if you're Hart that you're going to take too many shots. You are firing uphill, and ACCM's doing an incredible job. Like, he needs to hold here, and he actually is going to force Hart back. That's crazy talk right there.
That was some really great repairs, but to be honest, Tristan, Hart should have disengaged from there probably 20 seconds earlier.
Maybe.
You're fighting uphill against 3 Scorpions in a town center. I mean, maybe not the best place to be, but Hart definitely playing with confidence. He's also got villagers on the stone there. I'm interested to see whether he goes for a castle on that stone area or whether he expands outwards to the north, because right now he has no vision on that. For all he knows, ACCM could be sneaking villagers to that area and adding a TC right now.
And I think I think his mind is gonna be able to free up now to be able to think about that.
There's
just
the
because he
outpost.
can't push anymore.
Yep.
And unique tech completes for ACCM, meaning we'll probably see Knights. This has actually gone okay for ACCM.
All things considered.
All things considered. Because I think if he tried to get the technology right away, he wouldn't even be at 61 vills, and he might not even have the food count to be able to match up. So he does have enough eco to start to produce some Knights. He is getting +2 armor. I'm just not certain that +2 armor is going to be enough if Hart makes it to Imp quickly, and Hart's food count is rising right now.
There's almost a consideration to just run under that castle and sit there with those Cav Archers. The main gold's right there, like you could disrupt so much, but right now Hart's just concerned about, you know, picking villagers off the woodline. The Scorpions are kind of bumbling their way through the base, trying to get here to defend, and ACCM once again just running away from the woodlines, and Hart is dictating everything this game.
This game is all about castle positions for Hart. If he can get castles in vulnerable positions, the Cav raids will not be able to undo him. But if he chooses to try and go forward castle or something and overextend with those positions, I think ACCM could find a way back into this. But it's a massive eco lead. That's a dream castle right there in case raids do come through. Hart's got vision and outposts all along the map. And we're still kind of waiting for ACCM to show us something here.
ACCM is just waiting as well. He's like a kid that doesn't want to wake up for school. 5 more minutes, Mom. Just please leave me alone for 5 more minutes so I can get my farm set up and get my Knights rolling out. He's been waiting for so long, and Hart has never given him an opportunity. He's always coming back for more.
He is trying to hide this. He's really trying to hide the fact that he's got Knights. He doesn't want Hart to know. I don't know if the element surprise is necessarily that great against Cav Archers, but there he goes. He's going to escape. Hart will see that. This is why you build outposts, man.
Yep.
Like, the outposts, such an amazing move. We have seen people neglect to do that at times. Now Hart knows to brace himself. He's clicked up to Imp, and he's going to chase those Knights down.
I mean, that's just a really impressive gameplay. From Hart, we can see the resources collected, right? He's 5,000 resources collected ahead. His economy has been significantly better. His military control has been significantly better. His unit choice so far has been dominant. And ACCM has just been reacting to everything that Hart is doing.
Yep.
The only saving grace for ACCM is that he is a Civ, where if he survives long enough, he's got potential.
He's lost 20 villagers this game. Hart, not scared of this attack, able to realize in the moment that he doesn't need to wait for Imp necessarily, and he can still take really good fights. Dave, these are Vietnamese Cav Archers. They have 80 HP right now. They'll go up to 90 HP with heavy CA, and more upgrades are going to come in. And it's about to be 20 Knights. The Knights can find a way in. And
surely there's a hole.
There is a hole here.
Surely there's a hole. And let's see if Hart has patched all of them. He almost got that one. The Knights are still coming. They can't get in. There's a hole.
Okay, well, Hart did everything he could do, and yet there was still a hole. He will kill these Knights, so those Knights will not be able to accomplish too much in the end, all things considered. And Hart has 50 Cav Archers. He's got to be careful against the Scorpions, though.
Yeah, Scorpions were a good mixture there from ACCM. He's got the Knights in front, Scorpions behind. Now he's got some room to breathe, but he won't have it for very long because Hart is almost in the Imperial Age, and Hart has stone, so maybe he could go for a forward castle. Also, 51 Cav Archers.
It's
insane. Ridiculous. As one Knight trying to rip through the Scorpions, ACCM is forced to fall back, and Hart just places a castle at the front of his base, and that's not going to be the first of many.
ACCM is in trouble. If you haven't been able to pick up on that, he's in trouble. Bad enough where maybe this is just game over right now. I mean, it's game number 1. He's not going to want to call it quits, but 0 map control. 60 Cav Archers on the other side. Hart is at 170 population against 100. He's not on his way to Imp. The Knights are, unfortunately, not going to be able to accomplish too much here because of the defensive castles. What a start for Hart.
If those Knights get into Hart's base, I mean, it could be a really good distraction as ACCM finally showing up with a raid. The villagers running back to the TCs, but it's not enough. It's really not enough. There's the 58 Cav Archers with more on the way. Poles can spam Knights for sure, but I mean, you just can't clear up this army if you're ACCM.
That raid is what he wanted before the Cav Archers became a problem, right? The opportunities were maybe there, but I think since the start of this game, it has all been Hart controlling it. And ACCM says, you're in for a long one, folks. He's going to patrol in here, ultimately lose all of these Knights, but it's ACCM and he's going to continue to fight.
Yeah, Eco KD is only 24-10. You feel like Hart would have killed more villagers this game, but ACCM, it's enough for him. He taps out here. Hart takes the first game. A superb performance with the Vietnamese Cav Archers. ACCM, we knew what the game plan was. It was sit and wait until my eco is ready, and then I'm going to spam Knights, but Hart never gave him a chance.
Dude, Hart needed that. Hart needed that. That was the perfect start. That was a lot of belief in himself rising up through that game, and a big, deep breath after that as well. I'm sure he appreciated the crowd cheering for him as well, and both players take a chug of their Red Bulls here as they prepare for game 2. So, you know, listen, there's going to be moments when you watch ACCM play where you are just blown away by the uniqueness of the pick. Poles didn't look great there, so he's going to have to fall back to some of these other picks and try and get that strategic win. As Jordan and Nilly were talking, it's all about the strategy here today for ACCM, but you can't lose 7 vills. 7 vills in Feudal not killing a single one.
I think
he
just got overwhelmed, right? He was thinking, okay, I'm going to get my walls down, and then maybe he got spawned into a map where it's just too many segments of wall, like 12 different areas he needs to wall, and he lost control of Hart's scouts, and Hart just kept killing his villagers over and over again. He was finding them in groups of 2, in groups of 3, maybe alone, and ACCM couldn't handle it. And then from that point, you're playing full damage control the entire game.
Yep, I saw Hart take a peek around at the crowd and everything, soaking this all in. I've been trying to do that a lot more as well. Like, we focus on what's happening here and trying to bring the best show, and sometimes we don't really notice or soak in the moments, I guess. So it's just crazy that we're here right now, Dave. I think that game right there was maybe even better than some of the games that Hart played in the qualifier. And he qualified against great players. That was clean. Every upgrade, every army transition, outposting around the map. Maybe the hole in the wall wasn't, you know, planned.
That was an emotional roller coaster, though. I feel like he patched 15 of those holes, and ACCM still found one. He's still snuck in somehow.
ACCM has a tendency to stick around. I don't think he's going to get too much in his head on that. As we see some photos being taken here with our crowd. Beautiful weather. The shade is settling in here at the perfect time. But man, this is something else. Look at that. We got Cision there, I believe, on the right. Decision of Forgotten Empires. So much of this has happened because of Decision's work on the game over many, many years. This is so cool, dude.
So, ACCM, what's he cooking up? That was the neutral map. That was the neutral map. We're going to go on to Dune Springs here. This was the big question mark for me when I was looking at his draft, because he had Sicilians banned by Heart, and then he let Romans go to Heart, and Koreans are banned. And those are 3 of the most popular civs here. So what is ACCM going to go for here? Is he going to go for like some sort of like human fast pressure play here and then add that second TC later? I mean, it is a possibility.
I mean, you can't ever count out Saracens.
True,
but I think Saracens is probably saved for the map
Like
where you
Gulch or
can't
Depression.
farm that much. Yeah, it could be on any of them. Like Saracens is his #1 pick.
Yeah.
It is going to be Romans
no
as we see the
surprise.
Centurion there.
Ooh.
Beautiful stuff, dude. I saw, and hopefully we'll see. Honestly, we may not. I saw what a Woad Raider looks like with these graphics. Terrifying.
Dravidians.
That's what I'm dressing up as for Halloween.
It's kind of terrifying too, I'm not gonna lie. Holy.
Well, Dravidian's probably a very fast archer start. This is Empire Wars, so expect instant archer ranges. Could be double because Dravidians start with 200 extra wood, so it is achievable immediately. And the Romans have that threat of man-at-arms. I wouldn't expect Hart to do it, though. Hart is not a player to go infantry that frequently. We are in the game number 2. And expecting some pressure from the archers, we have Hart on the front with a tower on the shorefish. Now, folks, villagers on shorefish, don't ask me how, but they collect food significantly faster than even like fishing ships or villagers on farms. So that is a big focus. If you get pushed off of that early, you're probably out of this game.
Yeah, and that's the reason people take Romans, because they get a 5% boost, which really stacks well with how fast the fish come in here. They can also go into scouts. They can also go into infantry with the double infantry armor upgrades. So Romans are very versatile early. We've got Dravidians for ACCM, which are also good on this map. Dravidian villagers do carry more of the shorefish, and they do get the additional wood, plus cheaper infantry upgrades. So we might see, you know, something along the lines of spearman and archer combination or skirmisher combination for ACCM with the towers. Scouts are probably the unit that Hart wants to go for initially, just because you can convert the shorefish directly into the scouts. Just bring in that food so quick.
So there's a lot to look for here, right? Tower is going to push away any pressure initially on the shorefish, but now that Hart sees the spearmen and the archers, he's prepping skirms behind this already. Now, if you know there's a tower on the shorefish, you might want to move to the wood. You might want to move to the gold. We'll see what ACCM does. I think he's going to see the tower here and see the skirms, but he knows his opponent is docked, which is one thing, because he has, and a nice little engagement there for Hart as he snipes the first archer.
Yeah, I noticed ACCM hasn't queued up anything from his dock yet. So he knows the dock is denied temporarily from Hart as ACCM takes a fight here. He's got spearmen involved, but Hart just had superior numbers and clears up both of those spears, and the units head back across the map. ACCM is going to lose this archer, but not really in threat from this army from Hart just yet.
Yeah, not yet, but it does make you think always when you're playing Dravidians, well, if archers and infantry isn't it, what is it for my civ? The stable does not have many options to work with, and that was some nice patience from Hart. I don't think ACCM was expecting these skirmishers this early, and he paid the price.
Yeah, ACCM kind of stuck at his own base, but one thing he was doing behind the scenes is walling this off, which is great, and that's probably why he had less, you know, military forward at the time. He was spending the time walling his base, so an attack like this, a counterattack like this from Hart, isn't going to pose as much of a threat. He's relatively safe at home.
So ACCM is making skirmishers, which he may pull behind his walls. Okay, there's the counterattack. Hart sensing that something is up here because he hasn't seen any army in a while. And that'll be our first villager pick of the game. It looks like Hart probably won't be able to save that one. Nice move there from ACCM, but he still does have to deal with this army. It's not going to kill villagers quickly, but it could be a problem.
Yeah, I mean, Hart's not letting go on that position on the palisade, so ACCM isn't going to get away with just repairing with one villager. He's forced to send some skirms back. He's forced to make some houses, and Hart just moves on along to the back of ACCM's base. He wants to push the battles away from that middle area. He doesn't want to just have battles in the middle surrounding his shorefish. He wants his shorefish to be safe.
A little bit of a difference in damage control here. Both players having to do it. And things got a little risky there for Hart. This is right next to his gold. ACCM also having to defend on his side, also next to his gold. Castle Age could be coming in for either player. I really like how both of them have been able to hold and yet attack at the same time. It doesn't look like either player is going to be broken here.
Market comes up here for ACCM, and ACCM has already clicked up to the Castle Age already as the scouts from Heart continue to just do a circle all the way around ACCM's base, and you can see how important these walls were that he got down early. So important.
Okay, Dave, so let's say we're playing this game, right? Obviously much worse.
Yeah.
I'm making a ton of skirmishers against you. What is your thinking as you're on the way to Castle Age?
How can I lure you into a demo?
Okay. Assuming there's no water on the map, I guess. What would you be thinking as I'm on the way to Castle Age?
Yeah, I'd be thinking I want to get some knights on the field, or maybe some siege on the field.
Yeah, and that's why I bring it up. The Dravidians cannot make knights here. So I think that's why Hart has been so comfortable making skirms. He's going to have skirms out there to deal with archers. He's going to have skirms out there to deal with spears. And this is before we even talk about the potential for Roman Scorpions. So this gets awkward for ACCM to play from here on. I think the Romans just feel very smooth from this position.
Well, they should. I mean, you get that impressive eco of theirs, and you get the shorefish, all that free food, and the tech tree versatility in the feudal age. I mean, Romans should have the advantage here over the Dravidians, and it's interesting that ACCM has this as a home map, and he has theoretically the worst civ.
Yeah, I think where we can see the Dravidians shine is if they have a lot of their own spears and skirms. They have the cheap infantry upgrades. They have the faster firing skirms, but there, the damage wasn't enough from the spears, and Hart continues in around the skirmishers and around ACCM's base. ACCM hits Castle Age, but Hart's going to see this, and Hart's going to know that none of this is really going to threaten him over the next 30 seconds.
I think ACCM's got a different priority than Hart, though. You can see he's getting the upgrades for his ships, so maybe he wants to get out on the water, get some fishing ships out there, get control, and then try to take the shorefish there from Hart and deny via the water rather than just having a land army.
Hart's insane. Hart's insane. His pressure has been really strong all game. Remember, he thwarted the initial attack ever since Hart has had the control, but you're right. Water becomes a focus now. And with so many villagers on the shorefish, you will have to transition your economy and maybe even your military away from the water soon if you're Hart. So kind of awkward moments, only like 4 or 5 farms there. He won't want to give up water control that easily.
And look at Hart, he's adding that second town center on the shorefish again. Just down the road, if ACCM takes control of water, he's going to be able to snipe all of those villagers taking the shorefish there. So Hart has to be pretty confident that he can keep ACCM off the water with the war galleys long term.
I really like Pikeman Siege here for Dravidians. Again, cheaper infantry upgrades, that's one thing, but then also the cheaper siege that a lot of people forget about. And if the TC in the middle is there, like that is a target here. That is the dream for anyone who has cheap infantry, cheap siege, is a forward TC right next to their production. So ACCM hasn't noticed that. He's still going to have to chase down these knights, but I'm liking his position right now. If he notices that, I think that all of those villagers could become in jeopardy, and Hart could have some real problems here.
Yeah, that's the problem I have with this town center. Like, I love the fact that Hart is trying to utilize all this free food. I love the fact that he's basically been winning the fights on land, but if you don't take control of the water, if you ignore water, suddenly you're not going to have any of that free food at all.
Yeah,
you're going to have to start farming, and then ACCM can take all of that.
And honestly, like the Navy as well can range the TC. Hart will lose water, and all of a sudden, look at the military count. ACCM has produced the Navy, he's produced the infantry, and it does come back to that town center right now. Like, that is a glaring issue for Hart's current position. It is a huge target.
Siege push from ACCM to complement this as well. So we've got the siege workshop coming up from Hart as the Knights try and get in here to ACCM's base. Does he notice it in time? The house comes down. The Knights weren't paying attention, and neither was Hart, but ACCM was on time.
It's kind of fun at a land, though, right? If the crowd cheers, and Hart's going to be like, what happened?
And ACCM's like, oh, no.
Oh, wait. Here we go again. ACCM house walls it, and the Knights are going to run away. Oh, man, I mean, there's so much to look at right now, but how has ACCM turned this one around, Dave? The TC is a problem for Hart. He's got 4 on food. He hasn't been able to transition off the shorefish.
Yeah.
And now it's about siege defense.
Yeah, and there's a little bit of an army coming in here. It's not the most threatening army in the world, but it's extremely annoying if you're Hart. Last thing you want is ACCM raiding that area too. What a recovery here from ACCM.
Really
he lost
good job.
the first few fights. Hart was really pressuring him at the back of his base, but priority on the water with the Dravidians. You can really see a portion of why he picked that Civ here against the Romans, and Hart just didn't identify that early enough, went for the town center that's such a target, and he's being punished for it.
I guess it took a little bit of time for the infantry and the Navy to really click.
House
but
ball again.
It is now.
Do they get in? Doesn't notice. One more time.
He's busy, guys.
Oh! Oh!
But there's a monk in there. There's pikemen in there. Do you really want to go in here, knights? Conversion happens, and then the pikemen are there. I mean, Hart's also looking at this. ACCM's gotten through. Hart's pulling the Scorpions back. They also have the TC to pay attention to. So none of this is easy. Hart's actually using Scorpions and monks and kind of holding that position, though. That's crazy.
Well, a war galley is basically like a floating scorpion.
A floating scorpion? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I like that description. Skirmishers and pikemen weaving their way through here. Villagers are blocking, but just think of the idle time for Hart.
Yep.
So many villagers in his economy have been pulled because of this, and still there's consistent control for ACCM through the middle. I think he needs Bodcanero right now. I think if you're going to go War Galley, Bodcanero is hugely important.
Oh yeah, that's really rough. That would have helped a lot against those Scorpions and now the Mangonels and the TC.
Yeah.
However, ACCM still in a good position, 61 villagers. Hart still with 69 villagers, although he's not taking as much of the shorefish as ACCM is. So ACCM should be able to catch up on the resources collected fairly soon.
This feels like a game that's going to end with a castle right by that TC, right?
Yeah,
like
potentially.
That's a TC on stone.
Yep.
So those villagers will probably mine stone heavily.
Look at that. Oof.
I don't know
I feel
how
like they would get their nets tangled up.
That's what I was gonna say. Thank
Yeah.
you. Yeah, I mean, they're experienced. We're not. I think the Scorpion count for Hart is going to make it difficult for any advancement for ACCM. ACCM never really pushed with Mangonels, which we expected him to do. May need something there.
What are you thinking late game? Because we're at the point where it's 66 vills against 74. Like we've already gone past where most games end on this map, right?
I think Dravidians are actually superior because of bombard cannons.
Yeah.
Right? Like
Romans really struggle.
Bombard cannons can take out those Scorpions, and of course any Trebs. This may be an imp timing type of game as well, but it's been a banger. And listen, ACCM needs this one. Game number one, he got stomped off the field. Here, he ties it up. It's forgotten, but to win 3 straight against Hart with how close this looks right now is going to be really tough.
I love that we're on the percentages screen as well. So you can see ACCM idle economy time about half of what Hart, less than half of what Hart has had. So that gives you a good perspective on what's gone wrong with Hart's economy and how good ACCM has been at hitting him.
Telling you, like, I assume he believes he has Bodcanero right now, but at the moment the Mangonels are actually outranging those ships. That shouldn't be a possibility.
Yep.
It is quite expensive, and it is an upgrade that ACCM probably clicked at one point. It just didn't have the resources.
Ooh, round 5 of Knights trying to get into the eco, and he barely misses the woodline, but he's going after the Mangonel. ACCM unable to get the Mangonel there from Hart, and Hart is going for a tower, and suddenly Hart has 3 Mangonels of his own, and he's going to have a tower to support there, and he's trying to take out the Navy from ACCM, but
this
ACCM
is
sails
crazy.
in.
What is Hart do? This is crazy from Hart. I mean, he just had a big attack round. He's using siege against ships, which normally you'd prefer the ships. And the water is not going to be a factor at all here for ACCM.
Bro, if he had
Bodcanero,
none of this would be happening right now.
Yeah, I agree. And unfortunately, now that you get it, you've lost a bit of a position. Things get awkward.
Yep.
And we are still nearing the point where ACCM wants to drop a castle, folks. So do not look away from your screen.
Can you drop it on the other side, or are you forced to drop it on this side?
You can if the siege goes down. If the siege is down, you drop it. Oh, you mean like on the
other
north
side? You got a bunch of villagers fishing there. Like there's no contest over there whatsoever. It's just whether you can hold on this right side. And I think with the Navy and with that siege workshop, he might be able to hold here.
Yeah, it might be a defensive castle if he's worried, but I wouldn't mind a YOLO castle in the north. Feels like he doesn't know
there it is.
where to place it. Now that will be spotted by the Scorpion, the Pikeman, and 2 Monks. Sounds like the start of a really bad joke. And ACCM knows he's been spotted and decides to cancel that. And meanwhile, the siege from Heart. Those Mangonels have 11 kills. They continue this push.
How much damage? Almost 5,000 damage on those Mangonels. So they've been doing really well. Castle has to go super defensively now as ACCM even pulls more villagers to try and get it done. Heart taking out the Siege Workshop forward from ACCM. ACCM still taking advantage of all the free food that's available, but Heart has cleared this space so he can go back onto the shore fish.
And Heart had that weird period where he had to transition away from the fish. Yep. Those farmers are set now. ACCM doesn't have that. Yep. And that defensive castle is so important for Heart. That was going to be the worry for him, is a forward castle on the TC. The TC's not been as big of an issue as we expected. ACCM is reeling all of a sudden. Yep. And Heart with control. We saw it in game number 1. He can fly from here.
I did notice ACCM did get Bod Canero as soon as he got the engagements against the Mangonels. The War Galleys were way better, and Heart did pull them away.
Yeah, and
so
Heart,
that could have made a huge difference.
Heart also did a really good job before and after that, just repairing the siege this game. An underrated move. We don't really have a stat for it, but if you're watching, he was pulling villagers consistently to repair the siege. Very difficult to do. Now
this
maybe
is a great
Heart,
game on Dune Springs, man. This is a really, really long one on Dune Springs, and we're setting up for the late game here.
I wonder if Heart can just win the Trebor now. Like, the lack of Bombard Cannon may not be an issue for him, and we might see a castle right next to the siege. I don't see a big reason why not to try that.
Keep in mind that ACCM still kind of has water control, right? And he can go for cannon galleons in the Imperial Age, so he can control that water if he keeps some ships on it and prevents Heart from redocking. As Heart finds the fish and there's nothing up here.
There's nothing up here. ACCM is going to have to send pikes. It looks like he's busy right now. He's reacting somewhere else, which is understandable for most people. But at this level, you've got to notice that. Maybe it's the Knights back here. Maybe it's the siege push on the front. But ACCM does not see villagers are dying here. And he's going to lose like 10, 12 villagers to these Knights.
Yeah, and he just pulls them away. ACCM was just catching up in eco, but now Heart springs himself ahead, and he's going to continue to kill these villagers. That's why I was saying the castle on the other side might not be the best or the worst idea to provide a little bit of pressure and secure the fish, as ACCM now taking care of those Mangonels and taking care of the Knights, but he's in full recovery mode after that raid.
Heart will never do it. But I would love like double Siege Workshop Ballistic Scorpions right now, because with Romans, the Scorpions are cheap and Ballistics affects the Scorpions. But I think more than anything, he's just going to rely on the economy of the Romans with the Trebuchets. But Heart has turned this one around big time. And you know, what a great job from him. ACCM kind of let this one slip a little bit, and he'll know that too. It's tough when you know so much about the game. You're going to think, man, I should never have lost from this position, or I should never have even let him survive, and that can eat away at you in the game.
I mean, he's only a minute behind the Imp. So ACCM still with a very valid Imp timing. He's gone for that additional town center we just saw in the north, and well, he's trying to pressure a little bit on the left side, as Heart can't really pressure him until he gets to Imperial Age himself.
I don't love Skirmisher as a choice here for Heart. I think if he was another Civ, I'd like it. But first off, he doesn't have a lead skirm right now. So Palm Sweaty Mom Spaghetti here as he loses lots of units. They don't get Bracer, the Romans, and then usually
you're up against Dravidian.
You're up against Dravidians, which have faster firing skirms and better upgrades anyways. Now, this is a Roman problem, but I do think there are better choices to think about. I think you could think about maybe just going for Scorpions with Rams. You could think about maybe just using Cav still to raid on the sides, but Skirmisher, it's not going to be the unit that wins in the game.
Yeah, and it's interesting to watch this left side because their focus has only been here as soon as there's a raid, and then they take their focus away. Yeah. It's like everything is on the right, and at some point it's going to shift back over to that left side because there's still so many fish available there.
He's still going to produce some Cav here. I think the skirms are just going to be out there to help against any pikes, which in all honesty ACCM doesn't have much of. Will the water, could you dock right now with the Romans and make Drawmans?
I mean, you could think about it, but ACCM still has that War Galley advantage over you. So he's got the fire ships available, whereas Heart hasn't gotten War Galley, and he doesn't want to make Dromans just to lose all of the resources he's invested right away.
I love how ever since Heart locked down in position 1 with the castle, he has now tried to pressure this other area here. And he's got his first Treb out on the way. ACCM is going to need a counter to that. I'm sure there will be more. And the raids are going to start to come in, and it's just so much more army here for Hart. And there's a lot of open space in the north where he doesn't see a TC from ACCM, but still, you got to kill this army if you're ACCM. You got to take care of it. For now, he's actually tech switching into infantry, Dave. Cheap upgrades with the Dravidians. Could have him on champion before you know it.
Romans have a good champion option of their own.
Yeah.
So he's got to be careful about that. And he's found one of the golds. Still bypassed that whole economy to the left side completely. And I don't want to see ACCM run there. Do not run there. Run somewhere else. We need to go around the mountain in the other direction, not towards this TC. Now Hart knows this is here, and ACCM is going to lose a whole lot more villagers.
Yeah, and it's a natural feeling to just try and save your villagers. You're looking in so many different spots, but Hart is just everywhere there. He's going to notice the villagers there. He's denied a tower there. He has his Trebs taking out the castle here. And how has Hart brought this back? Hart's going to be a 200 population. He's got a ridiculous economy, and he is going to come back on water.
Oh, God.
ACCM falling apart everywhere you look right now.
2 villagers? He had 25 over in that area, and Hart gets all of them. Man, you talked about Hart's eco behind this. Even without the shorefish, 51 on food.
Crazy.
He's got his eco upgrades in. He's feeling super confident, and he's hitting ACCM at about 4 angles right now, and ACCM is just struggling to respond. However, ACCM, you mentioned it before, he's got the gunpowder, and chemistry is in. So cannon galleons on the way out. Maybe bombard cannons to help against some of the Trebs, but Hart has redocked, and Hart is going to try and take those cannon galleons out in the middle.
Yeah, Hart's going to win water. Hart's taking the north, Hart's taking the south, Hart's taking the some of the east, I suppose, and he's going to take the middle here. Fire ships will probably do it. It's amazing from Hart. I love the recovery. It looked so difficult to ever push the middle. The TC we talked about looked like such a risk.
Yep.
But he's gotten the job done, and ACCM's probably sitting here like, how has this happened? How are we so, like, what, an hour into this series, and I'm 1 game away from elimination?
Yeah, as the villagers come back, and ACCM, he still has 100 of them, but he's lost a lot. The eco KD is 62-7, and Hart takes game 2. An impressive, somewhat comeback with the Romans there, and just really great micro, really great macro, and above all else, decision making on where to push and when. ACCM just couldn't handle it. He's down 2-0.
You cannot give the best players in this game moments to stabilize. And Hart took that moment he had when his opponent didn't have Bodkin Arrow, right? And he used it perfectly. He had to be pulled off of Shorefish with a significant amount of villagers. Never really was raided back at home. Used that time perfectly. And let's just compare how Hart played game number 1 with where ACCM was in that game, for example. Hart made every single decision correct in game number 1. The techs, there was never any question, right? Right now, I'm questioning 1 tech for ACCM. 1 tech was the difference. I think Bodkin Arrow on those war galleys.
And you hold.
And you hold
push.
the middle. Yep.
Yeah, you can push the TC. The Mangonels are not really a threat because you're not, just 1 range over them. You're 2 range advantage over those Mangonels. And I think you get additional damage against those Scorpions too. So Hart identifying that or not, or maybe just feeling it, goes for the siege, goes for the tower, and manages to push that back, and ACCM has to respect it more than maybe he should have in that situation.
Yeah. Now, you got to win 3 in a row. Not a great position if you're ACCM. If he loses again, he is going home. Not immediately. We're going to let him hang out. We're
For a
gonna
bit.
Kick him out. There's a dungeon here. Maybe we'll go down to the dungeon for a bit. But you got to take it 1 game at a time. Positive, you still have Saracens, which I think is just an amazing civ.
Yep.
I know exactly where Saracens can destroy as well. Well, maybe any map, but Sandrift. Another positive, I really like the Burgundians and the Berbers. Cuman's a bit of a wild card, but if you plays them similar to how Viper played them yesterday, I really like that civ as well. So there's no question that the civilizations can get the victories here. It's just going to be, can he ruin Hart's confidence right now? Because Hart is probably feeling like finally he's able to show on a land stage what he's capable of.
I think if you're ACCM, you don't pick your own home map here. I think you save that for the end.
Yeah.
Honestly, you go and you try and beat Hart on his terms, twice.
Yep.
And then you come back to your home map with confidence. If you're going to do it, you're going to have to win 3 games anyway.
I like it. And maybe save Saracens, right?
Yeah.
People could question afterwards,
Yeah.
you know, why not use your best civ? But it might make sense to save your best civilization for game number 5. We're going to send it over to Riley. He is actually down in the dungeons.
Yes, indeed, down in the dungeons, certainly one way to put it. This is where we keep the players. The dungeon's also known as the talent area. Here we are, my friends. Welcome down to the play area. I'm joined by former Red Bull champion Leary. Leary, you've been watching these matches, and with ACCM down 2-0, Hearts looking to be in a very, very good position. Talk to us about your thoughts of the games we've seen so far. Game number 1, Mountain Dunes, ACCM sort of falling victim to Hearts' characteristic early aggression.
Yeah, Hard had a way better opening than ACCM. I think they both went scouts and spears, and Hard was just up 4 or 5 villagers after feudal age, and then CA to finish off the job, and ACCM was always forced in a defensive position, and not the way he would like to open his first game.
No, certainly not. And game number 2 not going too well for the Vietnamese player either. Tristan mentioned on the broadcast that lack of bodkin arrow in trying to contest the water. Do you agree? That seemed like a pretty critical way that ACCM perhaps missed an opportunity.
He had a very interesting strat going for water, and then like win water in feudal age with the fire galleys, faster castle age, and then just control the whole fish side. But he was missing bulking arrows, so those ships only dealt 1 damage to a scorpion instead of 2, which makes a huge difference. And obviously, if you only have 4 or 5 ships, it's way harder to kill those scorpions. When you need when only 1 arrow deals 1 damage or 2 damage.
So based on your pretty vast tournament experience, particularly in big events like these, what does ACCM have to do, not from a gameplay perspective, but almost like from a psychological standpoint, to get he's 0-2 down? What does he do to get back into this?
It's a rough position. You know, he hasn't won a game yet this tournament. I think if he wins the next game, he's in a good position or decent position. All he needs is 1 win, you know, get the flow going, get some confidence going, and then Hard will feel the pressure. You know, both of these guys, it's their first huge LAN event. On stage at least, in front of 400 viewers and more. And if you get 1 win, you will feel the pressure on the opponent's side.
It can start to maybe snowball a bit.
You can get a snowball going very easily.
Sure. All right, well, let's move on. I want to talk to you about one other thing, and that is how you're going here at this tournament. This is, you know, you're someone who a lot of eyes are on. You're often favoured in the Empire Wars format. Were you feeling the pressure heading to Castillo Almodóvar? What was your preparation or your lead up to this event like?
For sure, there's always pressure, you know, especially when you are one of the favorites. And yeah, I mean, every tournament, every LAN event just gives new things to focus on, and there's like 100 factors you have to think about, not only drafting, not only playing, stage, people watching, you know. You have people cheering you up, people watching you, and there's like, one thing goes wrong, you're just out, you know. Like, you have a second chance, now the second chance is over. Do or die, so yeah. All eyes on everyone here. Well,
that's it, Leary, and it'll be all eyes on you later on, mate, as we get underway with your match. But that's coming up a little bit later. Right now, we're going to head back to Tristan and Dave in the cast area. It's time for game number 3 of our opening matches here at Red Bull Wololo El Reinado.
Game number 3 in a position the ACCM did not want to find himself in. He's already gone through one of his home maps. Maybe that first game was a little frustrating, right? He could never really find the time to breathe, find the time to get the strategy going, and now it's do or die for him. Hart, is he nervous in this position being up 2-0, or is he confident?
I do think, you know, when things have gone according to plan and one thing happens that doesn't, you might think, oh no, am I going to get reverse swept? Like, I do think that could creep in. I don't think that creeps in until you lose 1 game though, right? Yeah. So there will be pressure on Hart's side if things start to go wrong. I think for ACCM, it's kind of been a build-up. Game number 1 just didn't go according to plan at all. I think that he would scrap that after he lost the villagers in feudal. Game number 2, he had a winning position and was close and lost it. So it's been a build-up. And so game number 3 could just be that little next step, getting the bodkin arrow or just getting a slight lead and keeping it. And then maybe he's warmed up. We'll have to see exactly how they play it. But I saw enough from ACCM to win the previous game, and we could easily win the next one.
I think what we've seen so far in these 2 games, ACCM going for the slower build-ups, in both of them, right? He's not going aggressive right away. He can do that, and we saw it in his stats. Like games under 15 minutes for ACCM, 90% win rate for him. Like really, really good, and he really thrives on being unorthodox with those early pushes. Maybe he needs to mix it up and try and take the battle to hard space right away rather than just sitting back and trying to play into the late game.
Yeah, and I think you can play aggressive with Army while also being more strategic. It's not one or the other. I think what a lot of players will try and do, let's say with walling, is they'll go low Army, heavy wall. Well, if you go low Army, heavy wall, you eventually need to recover with the Army numbers heavily anyways, which means you're not as focused on the economy. So I think you can go, you can, if you're a walling player, more defensive player, you can still go for lots of scouts, to your point, and then just make sure after you've got a bit more military control, hello Fly, you could continue to move forward here. But yeah, we'll see. I think Saracens is a weird one though. Saracens is a civ that has the potential to be aggressive and the potential to be more defensive. I still think, like, let's look at it from Hart's perspective. If he loses Game 3 to the #1 civ pick in the whole draft, or that his opponent picked, he's going to feel less pressure.
That big of a deal,
He's going to feel less pressure.
I guess for ACCM, though, if you're going to use Saracens, what's the best map to use them on? Is it going to be Gulch, or is it going to be Depression? I don't think it's Golden Stream.
Sandrift, I believe.
Oh, Sandrift.
I believe that, the one you can't farm around the TC, mine lots of gold.
Sandrift was banned. Are we going to go through this again?
Well, there's a fly.
There is a fly. Anyway, we're going to deal with the flies, and you can deal with Riley and Jordan down there in the analyst desk.
Well, thank you very much, Tristan and Dave, and welcome to our analysts' chamber here. Riley and I joined by Jordan, and Jordan, it's the first time that we've explored this part of the castle. We're at the top of a very tall tower here. I don't know if you've got a head for heights, but it was quite spectacular walking over the bridge to this part of the castle.
Yeah. Absolutely. It's just a beautiful place here, and I feel very comfortable, I have to say.
Oh, that's very good. Yes, it's actually a little bit cooler in this part of the castle as well.
Which is good.
The heat outside is certainly something. Anyway, it's been quite a challenge mounting an entire broadcast inside an old castle like this. Obviously, we had some issues yesterday, and we do apologise for that. But today, all systems go, except when it comes to poor old ACCM, who has had a rough go of things, Jordan, in games #1 and 2. We saw him lose on Mountain Spring with the Poles, and then again on Dune Springs with the Dravidians just now. I want to get your overall thoughts, I guess, on the way that both of these players are playing before we dive into the games individually. Hart looks to be very comfortable being aggressive and getting some wins on the board.
Yeah, I think in those kind of situations, the first game is so crucial, right? And for Hart, I mean, he's excelling a lot if it's about pure execution. And game 1, because of the civilizations, right? With Poles, you're kind of playing very defensive. You want to really excel or capitalize on the food with the folwarks. And that's why you play defensive. You want to get the balls up, right? And you're just hoping for the best, trying to survive, not taking too much damage early on, which was not the case for ACCM. Hart was able to kill a lot of villagers early on, I think 7 in total. And that's just something you cannot really recover so quickly. So yeah, Hart was playing absolutely perfect. I don't think you can play better there. And yeah, for ACCM it was just hard. He was not able to get the balls up.
Well, this is what I want to ask you about, because if you are going to take a defensive late game civ like the Poles and you're going to try to go up against Hart, you have to know that the aggression is coming. So was ACCM, was he not quick enough? Was he not focused enough on defense? What went wrong for him in the early stages, those 7 villages lost early on? How perhaps should he have adapted to what was going on?
I think it's also a little bit risky. It's something you can debate about, because he had scouts himself as well, and some players would prefer to have those scouts defensive, right, to ensure that he is getting the balls up, but he chose to be aggressive with them, and Hart had a perfect timing. He was able to hit ACCM in a sweet or in a problematic position, and was able to kill a lot of villagers, and from there was just going downside for ACCM.
Well, we've got some vision we can show you here on the screen to talk through here, Jordan, from the games that we've just seen here. Perhaps you can offer some perspective. Here we are in game #1 on Mountain Dunes. Those early raids were critical in the way that the game developed, but then that massive ball of CA just sort of snowballing into a huge advantage for Hart.
Exactly. That's something I was thinking about for ACCM because it was kind of obvious that Hard would go for the CA. It's just the best way to do it, and it was hard for ACCM to find a counter there.
Game number 2 we saw on Dune Springs, and characterized by Tristan, and we were talking about this up here as well while watching it, that lack of Bodkin arrow, the upgrade there for ACCM proving pretty decisive. Talk to us again about what went wrong for ACCM, what went right for Hart.
I think a big issue for ACCM was that he had resources for going to Castle Age, but he didn't have the second building, so he was delayed a lot. And also, when he was getting control of the middle, he didn't add the Siege Workshop early enough. And that's something which is so crucial with Dravidians, because Dravidians, you don't have the mobility.
Well, let's welcome you back to the analyst chamber here with me, once again, Riley Knight, and we've got Jordan here as well. Here in the highest room of the tallest tower at Castillo Almodóvar, and you can see the influence of the Al-Andalus, the Andalusian period of Iberian history here, when this whole area was ruled by Arabic Muslims, obviously taken back in later years by the Christians as part of the Reconquista. But look, once again, I want to point out, this broadcast in a massive castle has proven some issues. The reason we're sitting chatting about this, the reason there's a delay in the broadcast right now, is sun was starting to come into the eyes of Hart, because we are outdoors. We are in the courtyard of this castle, Jordan. So not the sort of challenges that you face, when you're playing at home in your undies at 10 o'clock at night.
Exactly, yeah. But everyone is doing such a phenomenal job and very good at adapting, and pretty sure we are going to fix that problem very soon. But I mean, the weather here is a little bit different compared to other regions. So yeah. Sun is here all the time.
Yes, indeed. And that's something that I'm certainly very much enjoying.
Yeah,
can be
absolutely.
a little bit touch and go over in Europe sometimes for an Australian, but no, certainly it's been beautiful to explore this part of the world and explore the game that we all love, Age of Empires 2. We're heading to our third map here, Jordan, which I'm told, I think, is Golden Stream.
Golden Stream, okay, so that's ACCM's home map,
Okay.
and he feels very comfortable in these kind of hybrid situations, so he's going to be very confident going in that one. But Hart, obviously, all of these players have practiced a lot to be here, and also, Hart is not going to have any mistakes or weaknesses there. So I'm curious what the civilizations are going to be. So yeah, let's see.
Well, Hart had something to say here, which we can throw up on the screen for people to enjoy, get a little bit of perspective about what's going on with Hart, in Hart's mindset at the moment. We picked up a quote from him earlier on, so we can chuck that up for people to read here. Golden Stream has different aspects to it, multiple win conditions, making it the most challenging map. Is that a statement you agree with, Jordan?
Definitely. That one is very, very tough, and I also talked to a lot of players, and they were also saying there is not a clear meta because it is so dependent on the civilization and also on the players. So it's very tricky, and I'm curious what we are going to see from both of them. So let's see. But I'm not surprised that ACCM has chosen that one, because ACCM also likes to be more strategic, while Hart seems to be a little more about focused performing, execution-wise.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's going to be a good one.
Well, let's talk about some of the potential Civ picks available for these players. I'll just reach into my historically accurate pouch and pull out my historically accurate 0.4 fine liner here. We had Dravidians already, and we've had Poles for ACCM.
Yep.
On the other side of things, Hart has taken Romans already, and he played with Vietnamese in game number 1. That leaves ACCM with his first pick, Saracens,
Yep.
Burgundians, Berbers, or Cumans.
Yep.
On the other side of things, Hart, Portuguese, Persians, Magyars, and Malian.
Yeah.
So let's talk through ACCM first. Saracens, really, really strong at the moment. Everyone knows that. Burgundians, Berbers, Cumans, what do you like on Golden Stream?
So I think on that map we will see Burgundians for ACCM, because that map is also very boomy, and Burgundians excel in that one as well. And it's easy to get map control also with the light cav.
Mm-hmm.
Burgundians have the discount on that one, so I think that's a very good civilization for that map. And if we think about hard civilizations, Persians was in there, so that's also a civ we have seen a couple of times already, and I understand why, right? Persians is one of the best civilizations if it's about hybrid maps, which is the case here. And faster producing TCs really help in the booming, and also faster producing docks and more HP. You get map control in the center, so yeah, I'm pretty confident that that's the civs we will see.
All right, so we've got Burgundians to pick for ACCM, and you're also tipping Persians here for Hart. All right, well, we'll see how Jordan goes with those picks, and there's not too much more for us to do up here, Jordan, other than set things up for game number 3. I want to remind people, of course, that this is a do-or-die moment for ACCM. He is 0-2 down. Leary pointed out he hasn't won a game yet, so he'll be really, really hoping to get on the board here, come back, build up a bit of momentum. But Jordan, as someone who's had his fair share of wins and losses at the highest level, the pressure is something that these players really have to contend with. I know that you deal very well with pressure, so what's the secret?
It's just, I mean, I do well with it, but it gets into me, right? Like, it has its effects, and it's very stressful as players. I think in ACCM's position, he has to think that, you know, there's a reason why he's here. He's one of the best players in the world, and even if he's 0-4 down, I really hope for him he's not thinking about that. That would not really be too helpful for him. The best thing is just go game by game. It sounds easy, but it's hard, but that's the way to do it.
Yeah, it's one of those pieces of advice that people sort of trot out, but there is a reason, right? It's an evergreen piece of advice. One day at a time, one step at a time, just focus on the thing in front of you. And that's the task that ACCM has right here and right now. We're going to head into game number 3 before very much longer, my friends. Once again, just getting some technical or logistical issues out of the way, making sure that Hart's play isn't disrupted by the sunlight that is streaming across Castillo Almodóvar on this beautiful Spanish evening. We appreciate your patience and understanding. This castle was built for many things. Hosting a LAN for a video game built 1,200 years after the first castle was constructed was not something that I think was high on the list. The architects
I'm not sure.
put it together. I don't think they were thinking, oh yeah, what's the Wi-Fi going to be like? We're doing our best, and we know that people around the world are wanting the best show possible, and that's what we're hoping to bring them as well. Anyway, it's my understanding now that Dave and Tristan are standing by in our casting area. You can see them there ready to go. So we're going to throw it back over to them, and we will be underway with game number 3 between ACCM and Hart before very much longer. Thank you very much, boys. Take it away.
Welcome back, everyone. Just to elaborate on that, there is a very specific ray of sunshine from an extremely specific angle
Through
that is
the
making its way towards Hart's face. And I've been watching with fascination as they tied the equivalent of a sail to a pole and are cranking it up to try and block this very specific ray of sunshine on Hart's face. So it's an angle clearly that was not expected, but we will get through it, and Hart is certainly in a good position regardless of the sun. And here we are.
That's insane.
They have attached the sail.
That's insane.
And it is going up. We are raising the flag of darkness here.
The sun cannot stop us, people.
No.
What in the world? I mean, this is insane. Did they have this prepared?
I feel like we need a trumpet or something.
Is this made for this?
No.
It's
no,
probably made for something else,
I saw them
right?
crafting it over there.
I mean, listen, people. I mean, the amount of money that's gone into this, the amount of prize pool, right?
Yeah.
The guy's up 2-0. He's got a hat. Production could have easily been like, actually, you just pull the little hat down there. Sorry, we can't do anything about it.
But they fashioned
That's
a
amazing.
sail.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Perfect.
That's great. And so now the sun is going down, thankfully, because it would be kind of interesting if there's someone there slowly cranking that to keep up with the sun. I don't think that should be the case.
Hart's face is also only so big.
You guys will get to see how amazing this place looks at night with all the lights and whatnot. Again, this whole castle is dedicated to this event, which is just a treat. So Hart's going to get started here, game number 3. I'd love to think that everyone out there is enjoying this event so far, Dave.
Yep.
And it's been fun. I feel like to bring us back to the situation at hand, ACCM's probably like, man, I haven't been able to show what I can do yet, you know. And so we're all kind of getting warmed up. But for ACCM, he has to win. I don't think you think about 3. He's just got to win this next game.
I mean, they raised a good point. I thought maybe don't go for Golden Stream and save it because you're going to have to win 3 anyway. But they raised a good point in that ACCM hasn't won a game yet here. So maybe he just wants to get one.
I love how fast Leary was that. He's like, not only is he down 0-2, he's down 0-4.
Yeah.
I mean, but also I think you have to play towards your comfort. I understand that maybe Hart has been a bad matchup for him so far, but you can't just, be a different player.
Mm-hmm.
He played Burgundians before. It's a Civ I'm sure he's practiced dozens of times, so that is probably going to be the game we have next. I am curious Persians are good in the hybrid approach. We saw Hera do it against Hart yesterday. He built the dock with the Persians and added fires. But as the Hart's quote suggested, I'm not necessarily certain that that's how you have to play this map every time. I think ACCM won't dock. And then suddenly the hybrid aspect of Persians, like, do you benefit from docking and fishing? Like, I just don't know.
I mean, you can, right? Hart also, I believe he also has Portuguese.
Okay.
He could go for Portuguese in that situation, right? And you just kind of boom up, you stay alive, and then once you get to the late game, if you have water control on that map, you cut off the entire middle of the map, and you have one of the best water civs in the game.
Yeah, it will be fun. Like, I hope we see that matchup because Burgundians are one of the best land civs in the game. And you can actually, on this map, use Hussars to kill ships, right? If you get enough of them. And your farms can generate gold. There's so many different things that you can do.
Yeah.
And there's so many different places in this castle, so we're going to take you to another area of our wonderful castle here. Back to Riley.
Yes, indeed, right up here on the parapets, up on the castle's battlements, and I've found patrolling the castle's outer wall to make sure that we're safe from attack. It's Nilly up here. Nilly, thanks for joining us once again. An incredible atmosphere here today, a beautiful castle, a beautiful surroundings. Do you think this was on the minds of the developers 25 years ago when they were putting this this game together? Like, one day we're going to have a huge tournament on the top of the castle.
It's so crazy, right? How far this game came. Like, when the game came out, like '99, we didn't even think of esports. We didn't think of like those crazy locations. We saw some of the developers earlier as well in the studio, like how much it grew. Absolutely incredible the way that we came. One bad news though, now the game turned 25. Leonardo DiCaprio is not interested in anymore.
Okay, well, maybe he's got a couple of other things that he can focus on. We'll see. Anyway, we're going to jump back into our coverage of the matches here. I believe the players are in readiness. We're going to head down to our main stage once again and get underway with game number 3 here at Red Bull El Reinado.
You guys are going to have to give us a moment. Please give us a moment. Oh, please just, okay, we're here, game number 3.
It's the only Nilly joke that lands immediately.
It's Golden Stream, and we have Hart in the blue playing as the Persians. We have ACCM playing as the Burgundians, all expected. And early scout there for Hart goes down, and same for ACCM. But Dave, we have a dock opening. No, sorry. I can't see if there's a dock. I believe there is a dock up for Hart. Curious to see how this plays out. If both players go for civilizations that can compete for water, then the Persians become very strong here. But the Burgundians are just going to ignore that aspect throughout this game.
Yeah, and the Persians now going for an additional archery range there from Hart. So Hart is going to really prioritize getting that early land advantage and just hanging out outside of the walls from ACCM. I would expect ACCM to go up to Castle Age a little bit sooner, but the dock is nice with Persians. You start with the extra resources, get the villagers gathering that fish, and maybe even add a few fishing boats somewhere along the way. Even though it is only shore fish, it's nice. It helps.
Persian TCs work a bit faster here, so that explains the worker difference already. The dock has more HP, is always going to live in your mind. I know if you were playing, you'd already have that demo in queue just to potentially kill an army later on. Persians can compete. The Burgundians need their time to cook, though. ACCM already working with Bosal, which is cheaper and an age earlier than what others can do.
Like, ACCM is delaying. Okay, now he's buying the food, and he should be able to go up. But look at this from Hart. Even with the dock, even with the army investment, he's going to go up, I think at the same time, if not faster than ACCM, and his TC works faster both with villagers and advancing to the next stage. So he's going to be in Castle Age first. Great job from Hart there with a better economy than ACCM. I know ACCM has that second wood upgrade already, but I would favor Hart in this position.
So every time I've seen ACCM play this, he opens with a stable now, and he wants to go light cap. There's the stable. He might be a little worried this gets denied. I really don't think Hart is actually, well, he is getting fletching. I was going to say I'm not
I shouldn't be able to deny that.
Hart to do too
you just pull
much.
2 more villagers and you're fine.
But again, it's all about the discounts. Cheaper stable upgrade, cheap units out of the stable, and very strong units as well with Cavalier and Castle Age. So it is another game where ACCM is under pressure. He is walled, though, and he hasn't taken losses. And this, in my opinion, is calculated by ACCM. It's not like a worrisome situation like it was in like the first game of the series.
Heart's still getting that fish from the middle, though. I mean, Heart theoretically should still have a better economy than ACCM, even with the upgrades coming in. ACCM does have 100 more resources collected. Well, it's kind of balancing out now. I guess the second wood upgrade and the farm upgrade are making an impact, but Heart will be in the Castle Age first, and he's still applying pressure to the walls, and right now, he's got all the map control to speak of.
Those archers have fletching, so you can only pull the villagers to repair behind so many times before you could lose a villager here. So it is a little risky. Heart's going to send the third archer forward, but with the second range at home, I believe his plan is cav archers. They're on the way, and ACCM wants to drop TCs. So ACCM will not really be defending with a lot here. So it's a boomy style, but if an army gets in or if he can't protect his wood lines here, Dave, it could be a real risky decision here.
I do like this TC position from ACCM. I mean, I know it's a little bit risky. I know he's going to have villagers harassed, but if this TC goes up, then Heart's really going to struggle to push from this side, and he's going to have to go all the way around to the other side where the other TC is. And in the meantime, ACCM is now stretching out with those light cap to either cut off the reinforcements or maybe even find some villager kills.
This would be really good because Hart is just thinking this.
Yep.
He's only thinking about pressuring a player who is not being offensive. But then all of a sudden, there's going to be light cap here, and let's see how Hart reacts. He seems to notice it, and he does pull the villagers away. So nice job there from Hart as he's still sitting behind wood lines, trying to get some kills. But ACCM 3 TCs. I mean, if that northern TC is villagers there are mining stone, he gets to the unique unit here. This could be really dangerous for the Persians.
So if you're fighting up against Burgundians, if you're in Heart's position, are you prioritizing relics early, or are you just letting ACCM grab them as he can?
I think priority right now is you don't want to fall behind in the boom.
Okay.
So you're probably going to see the TCs dropped. It is kind of tricky with the Cav Archers, though. I feel like Cav Archers is a unit that becomes valuable once you get to about 15. But when you're not killing anything right now, with, you know, against unprotected villagers for the most part, sometimes you'll feel like more Cav Archers isn't actually the play. So he's doing what he can with the CAs he has right now. It does finally find another villager kill, but there's going to be Scorpions there for the Woodlines. I think ACCM is fine. I think the one thing that would be good for Hart to consider, if he deals with a couple of those Knights maybe, is maybe a siege push. Maybe even a TC in the middle right now. Like, the middle's wide open if you want to take that gold.
Especially with Persians, right? If you put a TC down there, it's not dying for a very long time, even if ACCM pushes forward with the castle.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I remember you can be comfortably on 2 town centers for a bit longer with the Persians because of the faster production speed. I love how ACCM's starting to come alive here, Dave. He got to the town centers. It was passive for a moment, but unlike previous games, he's fighting back here. He's going for raids. He's in different areas, and he will kill that army off. Still having Scorpions around to defend, and it's become difficult for Hart to find the damage. This should remind you, Persians do not get bracers, so they're Cav Archers, while they can be strong in Castle Age.
Not a long-term option.
Not the long-term option.
No. He's going to make his way into cavalry at some point. Also, ACCM, I believe Burgundians with a better naval tech tree, if we're looking at the late game.
Well, Bracer makes a difference. Yeah, Bracer makes a difference.
And
honestly,
the cannon galleons with more attack as well.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Very specific bit of data there. But I just think just TCs and Cav, it's just like the easy way to play. Listen, like, Hart plays with a lot of details. He plays with a lot of timings, and he has that skill set in him. For ACCM, he's got the extremes. He's got the extreme fight. He's got the early walls, the 4 or 5 TC booms, and the early upgrades. Like, he's flying in with upgrades now. So I like it. And I think this might even be a game where we eventually see, like, a 6 TC. Just not right now, though. He needs to continually produce some army.
4th TC going up for ACCM. Hart did sneak in that 3rd town center, and of course the Persian production Tristan mentioned earlier is coming into play here. Hart still has a slightly better eco in terms of resources collected so far this game, as that Scorpion still trying to hold the line against the Cav Archers. ACCM repairing it, and he keeps it alive here. ACCM also with a few monks, so he's thinking about grabbing those relics. Double resource generation for Burgundians. That's a unique factor of their civilization, so it will bring in gold and food at the same time.
I think a siege workshop would be amazing here. If you have a mangonel behind the wood line, obviously you kill villagers, but you can take out the scorpions. You can hold this position. It makes ACCM really worry.
I think it's a little late, though. I think it's a little late for that. You're already up against 4 TCs. You're already up against 2 Scorpions there. There's Monks. There's Light Cav on the field. It feels like it's just too late for a siege push here for Heart, unless you're just trying to secure that middle area.
Yeah, I mean, middle's important. I think, like, having the presence there could make ACCM struggle a little bit. He's going to try it. Now, to your point of this possibly being a bit late, if units come out of that castle, the siege might do nothing at all in the future. As Hart kills the mangonel.
Is that a hole? No. Okay.
I think there's no overchop there, but it's been all Hart with the military. He has maintained the eco count. He has collected more resources. He has been the better player in this series. He's been more of himself in this series than we have seen him all event. But ACCM, he's got his town centers up. He's got that unit available out of the castle. The Coustillier, that thing is insane if you get a group of them.
Yeah, and he's already starting to mass them. And we look at the farming eco from ACCM. It's looking pretty good. The gold count looking pretty good. The food count looking pretty good. If he stops the techs coming in, he could think about Imperial Age, but I think he wants to stay a little bit longer in Castle Age, maybe 100 villagers before he goes up.
If you watch game 1, this is essentially the same game plan with Poles.
Yeah,
it fell super far behind.
Yeah, he got the walls up in time.
Yeah, exactly. So game 1, it didn't work out. This game plan is good because Heart's Cav Archers are trying to pick spots on the sides. They haven't had distractions in the middle. Let's see how this works. Hart gonna kill another mangonel.
Number 2.
Oh man, ACCM's gonna be upset with that one. But like, while I love the TC from Hart in the middle, there's gonna be a lot of villagers on that gold. And if he doesn't maintain army control, he could lose all those villagers to raids.
Where is the other gold supply from ACCM? There's very limited gold. Is it there? Is there anything else on the edges for ACCM? He's trying to make a TC over there. That's something we didn't even think about, as Hart has been controlling those golds, and he has nominal control over the middle area. So ACCM is on stone right now to maybe try and get a castle to try and secure that middle gold area.
Hart's he's been snagging the relics as well, Dave. This really has been perfect. He does get a conversion there, but the charge attack on the Coustillier was used on the unit that was converted, actually, so as well as the monk. So Hart might be able to find some fights. Now the siege is in the workshop. We'll see if that could actually be used. I think ACCM wants
He's coming forward with the castle.
Middle here. Can he fit a castle in the right position, and can Hart get a crazy attack route? This would be sick.
This is so nervy for ACCM. He sees the flag. He doesn't know what could be in there.
And the Cav Archers in the north are finding kills. Man, this has happened so many times to ACCM today. It's a different environment. There's higher levels of stress, and he's just missing some areas of the map at times. I feel like his position's actually pretty good. If he garrisons there, but he can ACCC them.
Oh my goodness, those villagers just dying in droves at the north, and finally Hart notices that, and he's just going to go on the hill, and he's going to kill even more. ACCM, he would have been significantly ahead on villagers versus Hart if he had noticed that raid, but obviously his attention was in this middle area. He's still 2 minutes away from the Imperial Age as he tries to make a switch into potentially Halberdier and still runs around with the Castilier, but the Trebs are coming out from Hart. Big
that
raid.
Could be a lot of dead vills.
Big raid.
That could be a lot of dead vills. Let's see the reactions. No reaction from Hart. He'll hear the attack signal. Hasn't seen it yet. He's going to be looking in the middle.
Not an easy quick wall
right
either.
Now. Yeah, now we got a raid from Hart on this side, so maybe ACCM won't notice this, as they're both so focused, feeling they're doing so well. The Trebs as well in the middle will be our big focus. We got Trebs there from Hart. ACCM's not able to do that yet because he's not in Imp. And man, what a good job from Hart to hold control of the middle here. To get that castle up. He had very little army when he placed that castle. What a difference maker.
I think honestly, based on what you see here, if you're Hart, you might even think about going into like hand cannon help yourself.
Yeah, I think the killer blow to the Burgundians would be if they're predicted here, if that switch is predicted. There was a game between Doubt and ACCM in the qualifier for this tournament, which Doubt had a massive lead with Persians. He didn't click chemistry, and then he didn't have the option for hand cannons against the opponent's halbs. There's going to be a lot of halbs out there. ACCM still has access to lots of gold, even if he doesn't have the middle. Hart needs to predict that and click chemistry right now.
ACCM finally clearing up that raid on the right side, but the Cav Archers are still here. They are lingerers. They just never go away, and they're constantly on that gold. You can see 15 villagers killed here, but here come the Castilier attacking the Trebs. ACCM trying to clear those up. He's trying to hold that castle, but there's camels here from Hart, and ACCM will be unable to hold that castle position as Hart continues his attack.
And can he win without the gold then, Dave? Can ACCM manage to fight this back? It's looking rough right now. I think the key for Hart is he gets more raids in, and ACCM finally reacts here. I think Hart has a lot of time to realize what's coming now.
Yep.
He sees the pikes.
Yep.
It's not like he's going to be surprised
and ACCM
by 40
is housed
of them.
now that castle's gone down, so it's killing
exactly.
all of his momentum. He's dealing with raids in the back. He's dealing with his castle going down. He's dealing with limited gold. Now he's dealing with housing crisis in his economy. This is a difficult situation for ACCM. He's looking for that first win, but look at the queue from Hart. I mean, he's got units of all different types. He's very, very comfortable in this situation.
He's got the hand cannons. Like that was the thing we needed to see. He must have clicked it immediately in the Imperial Age, and ACCM is falling apart right now. He can't afford the Halb upgrade just yet. He's going to try for his own hand cannons, but 15, 20 hand cannons make this almost impossible for ACCM to engage against. Hart can always make more of them too. Yep. Hart could make cannon galleons in the middle. He's even upgrading his ship stave to get stronger demos here. Like, there's not a single thing that Hart's not thinking of right now.
I do like this castle forward from ACCM. It's not too far forward where the Trebs will be safe when they're attacking it. He's also adding in some docks of his own, so it's not over yet for ACCM. Still 146 pop as he tries to save that Treb, and he's unable to. He's got 42 on food, and he's got 1,000 food in the bank. So ACCM has to make a comeback here. He's not out of it yet.
I think you need to just somehow get some raids in. You need to switch to Lycav and raid Hart. Hart is going to push you in the middle. Hart's actually prepping defense on the sides because he knows he's vulnerable. Yeah. That's really the only play. Because if you just continue to smash your head into a wall in the middle, you're going to lose your army, and you're not going to be able to conserve numbers. You got to somehow be okay with giving up some control of the middle and sending population to the sides. But he might be a little far removed from that.
Man, these raids in the back, I mean, maybe it's just ACCM being out of his comfort zone, being up on the main stage, right? He's not noticing those raids that are happening, that are consistently killing his economy every single game.
Yeah, and that castle's going to go down.
Oh, it goes up and it goes down right away. Can he hold it?
His Treb will be exposed. He doesn't have the army, Dave. He's trying to switch into Navy here to like hoping that could be the difference maker. Hart already has Navy. Hart has simply been one step ahead of ACCM seemingly this entire series, and it's going to be an absolute slaughter there for the villagers.
Look at the military from Hart. Look at it. 51 military right now. We look at the value in gold. It's almost 7,000. Demos in on the villagers.
Hart, just do it, bro. Do it for the fans.
Stop teasing us.
Stop getting value.
What was that?
Well, I mean, that was actually the best thing he could have done because he killed the villagers anyways. And then he used the demo on the fire. But Hart is at 200 pop, and he's about to sweep ACCM, a player who's so experienced, has so much fight. ACCM, 16 hand cannons in queue out of a couple ranges. Very little gold available. No relics.
Oh no, another castle going down. Another castle going down. He just can't stop the trebuchet in the middle. Hart's got the hand cannons on time. He still saved his Cav Archers, camels to deal with the occasional Castilier, and demos to clear up everything else as long as he's got the fires in front. I mean, this is a phenomenal play from Hart. All the technologies are coming in, and as I was saying before, the value in gold, 6,500 in the army from Hart, 740 in the army from ACC.
Yeah, and now Hart can pick him apart on the sides, which he was doing before, but now that he's got the middle locked down, able to switch over there, and I think this is ACCM right now, just not wanting to accept the situation. This is going to be hard to stomach. This will be 0-5 in this castle, and this will be his last game. So he's going to fight it out, well within his right to. An incredible player, obviously top 8 in the world in these settings here. But Hart showing the talent that all the Hart fans have known that he's had for so long, and showing why he's perfect for the settings, Dave. Every game has been so good. What I've loved is the small things from Hart, right? He's done the basic things right. That's hard enough. But all the tiny little things, the transitions, the additions on water, the ratios of Army, it's just been perfect.
Yeah, we often think of ACCM as a warrior, right? He doesn't go down easy, and he's not going down easy here. He's got the heart to play on, but I don't think he's got the play to beat the heart.
Oh, man. He will defend from the raids on the sides, but it's just kind of, I think, sinking in for him here. Yeah, Hart,
Those Cav Archers are still here. That's ridiculous.
Those?
Oh, no, not the same ones.
Well,
sorry, imposters.
Well, they must have read the manual that the other ones wrote.
There it
They
is,
read the instructions. And
GG!
Hearts, 3-0s, ACCM on the big stage, and will stay alive. We will see him again later today. Will he advance to the semifinals? That was a big one for him. You could see what it means to him. And congratulations to Hart. That was a series, Dave, where he just brought everything.
I am feeling bad for ACCM, but at the same time, I mean, Hart, there was a lot of questions around his game, and he proved himself capable here. A 3-0 against ACCM, incredibly impressive, and the way he did it every single game, he was dominant. He was controlling those games.
Yep.
ACCM going to go home disappointed, but we know he's going to be a good sport about it. Little hug there, smile, as Hart makes his way to his next set today.
Yeah, absolutely. Hart's going to have a bit of time to rest. We've got a series coming up here shortly, which will be just a whole nother banger. But I'm really happy with the performance we saw from Hart today. Answered all questions, and with that play can beat whoever he's up against next. I don't think we have that established quite yet. And I mean that. I know that's like a caster thing to say, but that level could beat anyone here and is dangerous. I think for people who've practiced with Hart, for people who have known Hart, they've seen that prior to the big stage, but it really is just missing on the stage, and it happened today. So maybe that's a breakthrough moment for him, and maybe it just becomes, maybe since he's gotten past that hurdle, that's what we see every time.
Let's hear it for Hart, everybody. There you go. There you have it. A lot of new Hart fans here, maybe some old ones as well here in Cordoba. As we pass you on to Riley, who is going to talk to Hart about that impressive 3-0 victory.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Dave, and thank you, Tristan, for an excellent call. And well done, Hart. A 3-0 clean sweep. Are you feeling a little bit better now that things are... You're up on the scoreboard after yesterday?
Yeah, feeling a lot better today. Yesterday we had a rough one against Hera, and I had to redeem myself today. And I managed to do so. I think everything went my way. I felt in control of every game almost. So yeah, very happy about it. Yeah.
Let's go all the way back to the draft here. I don't want to talk about your draft. I want to talk about ACCM's draft, and particularly his bans. We made the point that he was banning mobile, aggressive cavalry civs. So when you saw things like the Huns get banned out, what were you thinking that you wanted to do in response to make sure that you could play the way you wanted to?
Yeah. So on Empire Wars, mobility is key, and even though I like to abuse mobility myself, I also hate to play against it, so I wasn't too sad to see some cavalry civs getting banned. I still managed to get a few in my draft anyway, so even though some got banned out, I feel like my mistake in the draft was mainly letting Saracens get through, because that's a very scary pick. But yeah, I had to prioritize bans on civs that I know he likes, Koreans. Actually, there is something to hit on this map, on the Golden Stream. So even I know he's getting eco upgrades, he's gonna pull ahead a bit in economy, but that was fine, because I'm still Persians, I also pull ahead in economy, in vil numbers at least. So I knew that as long as I actually get some value out of my CA, vil kill here or there, maybe some idle time, then I will be able to not fall behind in uptimes. So, and that's what happened.
Well, look, you played really, really well, and I want to point out to everyone watching at home that, you know, that you're not just playing in front of thousands of people sitting around the world, you're playing in front of hundreds of people here at the castle itself. Did that impact or change the way that you felt heading onto the stage to play these matches?
I felt very calm today. I don't know, I felt so comfortable, even with a crowd first time. All the people, it's crazy, but I don't know, I felt at home.
That's really, really good to hear, mate. Look, you put on a show for us all. It was fantastic to see you get up. Obviously, ACCM, a very worthy challenge here. Let's hear it once more for ACCM. He did an incredible job here. But at the end of the day, the 3-0 clean sweep on the board. My friends, congratulations to our winner, Hart. Right now, We're going to chuck it over to a video piece that we prepared for your viewing pleasure, my friends. We got the chance to chat with some of the players as they arrived at the castle at the opening of this event, get their thoughts on what it was like to turn up and to play in a venue like this. So let's hear from the players as they arrived at Castillo Almodóvar.
Just an amazing experience, also seeing how they're preparing all the construction for the tournament itself, being able to see the stage being built up in the middle of the courtyard as well. To be able to play a tournament in such a location is just, it's incredible. Yeah, these are the type of memories you take with you for life.
Over here at Castillo Almodóvar for coverage of Red Bull Wololo El Reinado. I'm joined by Jordan. My name's Riley, and Jordan, I want to get stuck into a little bit of a post-game, post-match debrief after what we saw there. Sadly, ACCM will be heading off. Well, not literally. We don't just boot him out of the castle straight away. That would be quite a punishment. But no, his tournament is over, which is obviously a rough bounce for him. But really, really good stuff from Hart there. He looked to be playing his natural game, very aggressive, staking his control of the maps early and then defending it or maintaining it very well. In general, what are your thoughts on what we just saw?
I think Hart with the first game has put himself in a position which he really loves to be. Right, he was able to control everything without him being pressured, and that's always good as a player, right? Yeah. Most people struggle with the pressure, especially if they're playing in tournaments and on the stage like this. So that was definitely in his comfortable zone in that regard. And you know, the first game is such a big thing, and it just boosts your confidence. He was able to carry it through game 2 as well, up to 2-0, and then from there it was just in his comfort zone, playing game 3 perfectly, also no mistakes there. So yeah, it was all going well for him.
I was interested to hear that he said he felt very comfortable,
yeah.
Right? Because, you know, we had this discussion last night. You were talking about how you enjoy the pressure. Sometimes it brings out the best in you, but I would hazard a guess that you're in the minority there, right? Most players, most people don't like being in public in front of hundreds or thousands of people, being asked to do something very complex and in-depth, but it seems like there are certain players like you, like Hart, that really thrive on that pressure. So Hart playing his natural game at the best of his abilities, really a good augury for his later matchup against either Leary or Sebastian he'll be playing with.
Yeah, it's also, I think, dependent on what the next matchup is going to be, like how it's going to result, right? But, you know, if I was the opponent of Hart, I would be a little bit worried after that performance.
After that performance, yeah.
But I'm also very happy for Hart because I feel like he has been such a phenomenal player throughout the last years, and it felt like he's playing like a top 5 player, right? But he has never been able to break through from top 10 to top 5, and now he's on a good path to show what he's really capable of, and maybe today is just the beginning.
Yes, and I wouldn't be surprised based on what we saw down on the main stage just earlier. But of course, 8 of the world's best players, Hart certainly one of them, but it's going to be, no matter his road onwards, it's going to be a very difficult one indeed. Yeah. Speaking of the quality of players, we turn our attention now to our next match, Jordan, where we've got 2 fan favourites, MBL from Norway and the defending champion, Tato. Now, both of these players are, again, facing elimination. This is an elimination match. Both of them went down yesterday. So the stakes are very, very high for these two. I would say particularly for Tato, who doesn't want to bow out straight away when coming to Castillo Almodóvar to defend his title on home turf.
Exactly. These are two big factors for him, right? And it could, in theory, get into your head as well, right, as a player. So I'm really curious how Tato is going to deal with it, but I'm confident he's going to be fine with it. I mean, winning a Red Bull event takes a lot of mental strength, and he showed that last time. So I would be surprised if he is not going to show a perfect performance today as well. And you know, MBL, he's kind of known to be a little bit more chill if it's about the practice, but it's also something which helps him in terms of his mindset.
Yes.
And we have two players which are very different in terms of the preparation.
Well, look, Jordan, right now I actually want to zoom out, way, way out, right?
Okay.
And let's not just talk about all the things that we all know as invested Age of Empires fans. There are doubtless fans watching around the world who have flicked over to this stream and just been like, oh, Age of Empires, I played that when I was a kid. I got the disc out of the cereal box or whatever. Let's talk about these players and characterize their approach to Age of Empires for new viewers out there who may not know what these two players are about. So how would you describe the way that Tato plays?
Okay, I'll be very honest in that one. So Tato is somebody who is really trying to perfection at everything. So every calculation, he's always thinking about, okay, how much time do I need to do that, to do that, and how can I optimize that? So very strategically driven, I would say. And MBL seems to be the person who he is excelling in chaos.
The opposite, in fact.
The complete opposite, right? And we have seen both of them matching up quite often already, and it is always wild, especially with MBL. So, yeah, it's going to be
a very fun match. We've got the very mechanically minded Tato versus the chaotic MBL. We're going to head down to our casting area. I believe that we have Tristan and Nilly standing by. Boys, take it away. We're getting very, very excited for our next matches here at Red Bull Wololo El Reinado.
Yeah, I mean, I think Jordan said it perfectly. We've got chaos versus strategy. We've got game plan versus, I don't know, throw your game plan out the window at times. Maybe a little harsh to MBL there, but because he has really tightened up his game to get here, as there was maybe some doubt when the qualification started. But it makes for an excellent series and an excellent matchup.
Yeah, if we think about the MBL set against the Viper yesterday, right? The best 15 minutes that we saw of MBL were those messy ones, like sneaky mangonels behind the base of the Viper, where he really crumbled and like the pressure was really on him.
Yeah.
He somehow weathered the storm, but this is where we saw the potential of MBL.
And I really think for MBL today, I think if he can get through the early moments of games where those strict build orders and the fast aggressions coming in, he can beat anybody. And I mean that. I mean, Viper, of all people, Viper looked sharp. There was no questions over his position. He had an amazing start to that game. And then MBL really made him work. I'd say that for MBL, it's always a struggle of when to play defensive, right? Because the army will come out, and at least in Empire Wars, the theme I've noticed is not able to think about killing enemy villagers early feudal. It's thinking, how can I keep my own villagers alive? I'd love to see him draft some aggressive civilizations here. I think he can have a strong opening into defense, not defense first. I think defense first could be a big problem as we see Tato, our reigning champion, on the left side. And we have MBL over on our right side, and we got our second draft on this new drafting setup, Nilly.
But yeah, we've seen a lot of defense by him for sure. We have seen a lot of like spearman, skirm approaches by him. Not really the guy that works too much with mobile armies. He loves those small engagements, right? Mangonels, summons, and micros them just beautifully.
Yeah, so the players will tell the admin, who's the man there with the headset, which civilizations, which maps they're going to go for. And at the bottom of your screens, you can see the maps banned out. So MBL banned the Passage. And then we have Isthmus, the ban for Tato. Picks Golden Stream first. A very strategic map, lots of different options. That is a fun one to see. Excited to see it again. I'm expecting something like Gulch or Cliffbound or something open and aggressive here for MBL. And Gulch is new, but I think just a very comfortable map for someone like MBL.
Yeah, probably MBL the one that's trained the least, like no real boot camp, like a lot of other people, right? Actually drove here 3 days from north of Norway here down to Spain. and therefore others were practicing day in, day out. And I'm actually pleasantly surprised that he goes for a new.
Well, another thing to think about though, Tato didn't need to play through the qualifying at all. He was invited, so Tato didn't play 101 games on River Divide. River Divide was a ladder map, right? And MBL qualified through the ladder. So I like both those picks for MBL. And now, folks, to determine game number 1, we have of the remaining maps a marble race. I don't have the marbles memorized yet, but here we go.
I'm cheering for yellow.
And
yellow. Give me yellow.
I'm going blue. Is there a blue one?
Blue second.
Oh,
blue second.
Blue is second.
Yellow overtakes.
Let's go blue.
Oh, head bumping.
Oh.
Deep red.
Oh. What happened there? Map number 1
that was
is
reddish.
I believe that was the map number 1 for the first game. I think that it.
Okay,
it is Shrubland.
Okay, that's actually a beautiful map for those two people. Remember, MBL, his crazy set, I think, against Hera in Red Bull 5. He actually had a crazy game on Enclosed.
Yep.
Which is pretty similar to Shrubland, so I love to see that one. The image, a bit misleading. It's actually lots of like unwalkable terrain in the middle, and we are fighting for all the berries on the outside, so very defensive map, probably the one with the longest rushing distance.
Yeah, now there's a civilization that Tato loves to play, and as we approach the civilizations at the moment, these players right now are going to be planning which civs are used for certain maps. I think MBL's got a plan on banning out humans here. I could be wrong, but when you have 4 bans, I don't think you want the crazy 2TC option to be there. Would you agree?
Agreed. Especially he's the guy that doesn't really like to play those kind of chaotic games, right? He wants to control them himself and do some minimal damage and then decide, do I want to go 4 TCs behind this? But if you play against humans, your aggression has to make them has to do damage.
Okay, so maybe civilizations for the picks or bans. Booming cavalry-oriented civilizations potentially for Shrubland. That may dominate a lot of the bans. Now, let's talk about Golden Stream. There's a lot of people who think that there's a few civilizations on that map that just can't be stopped if they take control of water, let's say. Yeah. So you think we maybe see bans surrounding that as well, since water's a little bit more niche with this draft?
There are some really, really good civilizations that own 40 other civilizations, but as long as you get one of those top 3, top 5 civs, you are fine.
Okay.
We're talking Armenians, Vikings, we're talking Koreans, so I think that is still okay. I don't think we will have a high draft priority there.
Do you think that possibly, as I believe that is our first ban right there, and
humans?
It is humans, yeah.
Interesting.
Do you think that it might benefit MBL to but what if you leave some of the good civs available? Like anyone here this week, what if you just you ban out whatever civs you think are weaker, and then you just have more strong civs to choose from? It could be an option.
Yeah, especially for MBL, that could be a real option because he didn't play with the 40th strongest civilization, right? He mainly focused on those top 10 civilizations.
Yeah.
So I think banning something that we never want to play makes a lot of sense here, but he still goes and bans the civs that you don't like. I'm a bit surprised. Byzantines could have been a good civ for MBL.
I agree, but also likewise, I think Tato would have loved Saracens. So, and Tatars actually, he played that in his first round. So the bans are going to come through. These are all really solid civs, but we have 45 of them. So there's going to be many remaining. And just briefly, I think we could talk about how cool this is. We were on the bus coming up here, and we were trying to guess which civilizations won't be played this tournament. It was kind of hard for us to make a list, wasn't it?
Yeah. And that really shows us how good the balance of this game is. Right? And now looking through all of them, there's so many good civs. We came up with ideas like Celts. Feels a bit unlikely.
Yeah, we did talk about Chinese, right? Chinese is interesting. They're so good in standard starts, but here not starting with any food really hurts you because you can't get eco upgrades or blacksmith upgrades. I remember that was the case last Red Bull, and then MBL had an amazing game with Chinese against Kapoch on an Arabia-style map. I wonder if maybe near the end of the draft, MBL will lean towards Chinese. Atypical for the settings at hand, but still 3 more villagers, cheaper techs, and a civ that he's maybe comfortable with.
Wow, Georgians weren't banned.
Oh, that's crazy.
Wow, considered to be one of the top 3 civs right now. Such crazy units there. Regenerating cavalry just makes them one of the best civs that we have right now.
Look at MBL going for a Huns there. So we should see Huns up here in a second, as well as Georgians on the other side. They're going to have that graphic come up. Now, I think Huns is the perfect civ for MBL. Do I know, like, I'm not sure if drafting it right away was necessarily the best. Like, maybe you could have saved it for the second wave. As we have, we're just sorting that out. I believe it will be Huns on the right-hand side in a second. But, like, one of the things that MBL struggles with is he gets population capped a lot. Huns the only civ in the game that doesn't need to build houses. And it's funny, but it's a big deal. If you get population capped in this, you could just die instantly because you don't have army on the field. So I like the pick.
Oh god, that was probably the funniest moment yesterday when MBL described how he plays Empire Wars when he's nervous, right?
Yeah, true.
35 pop. 40 pop. Imitating the being house sound.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Yeah, well, production will sort out. We got Byzantines on the ban and the pick there. That will be Huns and then Vikings, I believe, for MBL here shortly. And then for Tato, he goes Georgians
and Franks.
Now, lots of cavalry, Nilly. So let's talk about that for a second.
And
is it just going to be
camel civs already gone, right?
Yeah.
The good ones. Byzantines, Berbers gone. Cumans have faster camels, obviously not great transition. Byzantines gone.
Would
well.
Hindustanis be a nice pick for MBL then?
I wouldn't mind that.
Yeah.
I would not mind that.
Yeah, it could be really strong. And we'll see if anyone considers that. Now, that's where it gets tough, right? Because what they have done is they have made a list, and there goes Tato with the Hindustani.
On fire today.
No, that's all you, dude. You brought up the camels. But, like, that's very interesting to me because Tato might not have picked Hindustanis high up for a map, let's say. He thought, ooh, it's solid enough if this is going to be a cavalry matchup, and then we got Gujaras for MBL. So clearly thinking camels, I think, both these two.
Yeah. Are there any maps where we have extra sheep? Something to put in our mills because obviously Gojara generate.
Depression has extra sheep.
Depression has some at
but
the
I
side,
don't know if that's really worth it.
Yeah, and we don't have it as one of our maps here.
Yeah.
I'm a bit surprised by Gojaras.
Another thing about Hindustanis, I think they are very strong on Gulch. The cracked terrain on Gulch, combined with the Hindustani stable bonus against buildings, is devastating. So that's going to be a crazy game. I already know. I think it's going to be like Huns versus the Hindustanis there. And another camel civilization, but a civ that can play outside of camels as well. The Persians for Tato, and then the Khmer. I mean, this draft for Tato is looking really strong. All these civs have done some crazy things in tournaments. Holy.
Khmer, where are we playing those? Mountain Dunes, obviously. You could farm a bit better. Golden Stream. Tato's still missing a Golden Stream Shift on left. Nah, he plays just Persians there, right? Persians against Vikings. That's going to be an interesting match.
Yep. And MBL. So he goes Lithuanians. Now he goes Turks, which is a civ that maybe we would have thought wouldn't be drafted. This is a civ where I think you typically see on a closed map with maybe some stone walls, like arena style. They do have great cavalry. They do have good cav archers. They cannot play well into spears and skirms, which
is so weird.
Is kind of what MBL likes to do. But this is what you get with MBL, right? He goes with his gut. You don't know what you're going to get. He brought one of the greatest memories for me casting in an event when he had some atypical picks. And he was able to have a reverse sweep at one point.
Yeah.
And then he goes for Incas, Nilly. You brought up before the other series that you were surprised by the lack of Meso civilizations.
I love the shift diversity that we are seeing. Oh boys, they're beautiful. Thinking about Shrubland as the opener, it feels like Franks are such a naturally good pick there.
Okay.
Are we picking Gojaras against it? Crazy Camel Civ? I think they should be performing really well.
Yeah, I mean, their units will economically may be different. Tato and MBL fist bumping, and they are going to take some time to get ready here and walk up to our stage. Now, moments ago, I think Tato was bringing his keyboard up to the stage, and the crowd erupted. It was insane. So clearly, I think crowd's going to be a little bit favored towards the Spaniard here.
I think so as well, and that's only like half of the crowd, right? The next days will be fully packed, and then that's another advantage for Tato, right?
Yeah.
Every single move that he makes, like, crowd went wild last time we played in front of a crowd at Red Bull Wololo 6.
Do you think that, like, where do you think MBL's mind is at right now? Because I think, like, okay, you got almost one too many things stacked against you. Tato won the previous Red Bull. Crowd here, you know, big Tato fans. It is in Spain, right? Tato didn't have to travel as far. He didn't have to drive 3 days. Tato's probably had the better year or two. Is there a point where that stacks against you and then
I could expand on that list, right? Because yesterday's performances as well. Tato against Sebastian, like, Game 3 could have gone in the other direction as well. So, like, Tato could have been already thinking about advancing, while MBL against Viper, it wasn't the set of his dreams there. It feels like a lot of cards stacked against.
And then maybe you look at the results, which we've had up on screen over here. It's just been Tato with, you know, maybe 60-40 victories, if you look at it that way, over their, like, 10 years of playing against each other. But I have seen this before with MBL. I have seen greater odds stacked against him at a Red Bull LAN.
True.
And even being down 2-0, he won 3-2. One of the greatest sets of all time. I believe it was the quarterfinals in Red Bull 5, where he was down 2-0 against Terra, came back. What I want for MBL is I want a little bit of a chip on his shoulder, maybe a little bit of recognition of, like, all right, you guys aren't cheering for me? I'm not seeing too many Norwegians that made the trip. You know, like, just maybe that energy. I don't know if that works for him or what exactly he's going for. But what I don't want to see is look at those things and just sulk, you know, or have a loss and you know, not be able to shake it off. I think he has the ability, if he is in the mid game and he hasn't fallen behind early, to beat anyone. That's why I'm happy with his draft. He went for Huns, which is going to be lots of army. Not a defensive choice. He didn't opt for, like, many defensive civilizations at all, really. So, yeah, we'll see. I think, like, for MBL, he has the potential. And I think Tato is going to find out real quick what MBL he's up against today by how good the defense is from MBL. But the players are going to be loading in here. I don't know if they can hear the crowd or not.
The crowd is starting, and it will be Riley and Mem analyzing the set a bit further. How can MBL weather the storm of this crowd?
Crowd effect. Well, welcome back up to the parapets here. Riley Knight joined by Mem, the hometown hero, and another hometown hero we just saw draft. A big round of cheers for him as well, Tato. Let's talk about the maps that were picked. Early ban of Isthmus and then the passage from MBL. Golden Stream, Mountain Dunes, Gulch and River Divide. Mem, you characterized these just earlier as we were talking as slower maps.
I think they are slower actually, and I think probably I was talking with Daut about it. Like, Daut might be surprised to have Georgians to pick first, so maybe he's gonna change his own plans, because you're gonna imagine that when you have that map, that is going to be banned, and then he got available, so might be very, very happy about that.
So maybe a sort of a quick revision of the early plans he was looking at based on the maps. When we saw those bans, we talked about Saracens, we talked about Georgians being very strong. We've seen these civs make it all the way through so far. I haven't seen the Byzantines make it through today so far yet, but overall, do you think the civs that these players have picked, how do they stack up? Tato's looking pretty good with the Persians, potentially on Golden Stream.
Yeah, well, I think Persians for Golden Stream list is the way to go, but I really think Tato here is going to feel comfortable, because as you say, the slower map, if you are not going to push him, I think he's going to feel really good in the late game. It's not that MBL cannot play good in a late game, but I think he's going to be in his comfort zone for sure.
Well, there's the other element to think about that you can shed some light on as a Spaniard yourself. He's on home soil, right? He's the defending champion. He's playing here.
But I don't hear the crowd.
You don't hear the crowd?
No, I don't hear the crowd.
Well, we're a long way away from the crowd. They could be hooting and hollering and we can't hear them.
I still don't hear the crowd.
Still don't hear the crowd.
Cheering for Tato. Are the crowd cheering for Tato?
Cannot pick up a hint that
they don't say it. That's it. These are Spanish people, man.
But Tato has a lot to play for here.
Yes.
Defending champion, playing in Spain. Something that I know that he'll be digging deep to make sure that he gets on the board.
Yeah, I don't know if this is going to affect positively or negatively, you know, because he's the defending champion, he's playing in Spain, and you have seen the reaction from the crowd before when he went into the scene, so, but I think he's very experienced, and with the maps he picked, I think he's going to feel fine, and I think he's really the favorite here in the series.
Yeah, okay, well what does MBL then have to do? We know we've sort of characterized him as a player who is unpredictable, a little bit chaotic. someone who takes, say, a bit of a slapdash approach when it comes to, the technicalities of the game. So what do you want to see from MBL when he goes up against Tato?
Exactly what you said. Like, he has to make the games wild, chaotic, that Tato doesn't know what to do, like what to expect, He has picked some civilizations there. Well, Turks can be fine, but I don't know, he's going to pick Turks to go Kavarches, a castle on the map that we were talking, in Mountain Dunes. Incas, I'm not sure about that. I think the new map is the one that is the only one that is, let's say, aggressive, but I'm not sure what civilization you could pick there.
Well,
like
with
Lithuanians, maybe.
Yeah, Huns, Viking, Gujaras, Lithuanians, Turks, and Incas. It's the first time we've seen a Mesociv today. The first time that Incas have made it through.
Well,
so far.
Incas is always dangerous, because if you get the lead and you go with the full eagles, it can make a nice thing. In the new map is the one that they should use it, honestly. Because I don't see in the other maps. Like River Divide is a map that they are quite far. You have to expand all over, and if you wall, you're not going to surprise with the Incas, and you want to put more pressure with that civilization.
Yeah, and there are some maps in the pool. I don't know if we're going to see them in this matchup here, but there are some maps that have players very close together, which can reward early aggression, can pressure people if they've not got their walls up and that sort of thing. But you're saying again, these maps are a little bit slower. They're further away from one another.
Don't see it coming. Don't see it coming. I guess that Tato is favorite here, but with the maps they pick, I will go for a 3-1-3-2 long series for this one.
So, well, and that's what we're all hoping for, of course.
Yeah.
We want to see a lot of that.
Yeah, we want close series. 3-0s are always a little bit underwhelming,
Yeah.
You don't want that. We don't want that.
We want some back and forth.
Yeah,
we want the players to get
2-0, 2-2, and decider.
Okay, 2-0.
That's what I want.
That's what
I want.
Right, well,
I'm not going to say for who the first 2-0. Too much, it's too much.
All right, well, we'll see. We're waiting to get things ready down in our main stage area. The players, of course, will be heading over to the play area, just waiting for confirmation as to when everything's going to be ready over there. But Mem, I guess we could talk more personally about what this tournament has meant to you, coming to Spain, driving, what was it, a couple of hours up the road to be here?
3 hours, yes.
Has it been a particularly special experience? Obviously, a very special experience for everyone here, but for you, I imagine it's probably hitting closer to home, both literally and figuratively.
Honestly, I have someone that is passionate about the game and the game in itself, and having Red Bull for the 7th time already with this franchise, with Age of Empires, with us, and knowing that they do it because they love it as well. I mean, I only can feel, privileged to be here, and it's so happy for me.
Yeah.
And hopefully that for people that is part for this community, for the players, for all the casters, for you, because I meet you thanks to this event, and that's absolutely amazing.
Well, it's fantastic to be here. I've got a little bit of a background in history, and I never thought that there would be a crossover between my interest in history as an academic discipline and the video games I used to play when I was a kid. But here we are, Mem, and we're very, very happy to be here, of course. I guess the other thing we could talk about here is the players that are waiting in the wings. Now, we've got Leary, we've got Sebastian. These are the players that went 1-1 overnight. They'll be playing a little bit later on. Leary first up. You can expect that game to start at around 8:30, but we're not 100% sure. It depends, obviously, how the series goes here. And then Sebastian later on this evening around 10:30. Again, local time. Sorry, Spanish time. Leary, a former champion, someone who really can't be underestimated when it comes to this format of Empire Wars. He seemed confident. I chatted to him before, but he'll be hoping to put up a big performance. Given that he does have a history of success at these events.
It was kind of a coincidence because I was watching the previous series and I have on my right Sebastian, on my left Leary.
Right.
So, and I was talking with them, and as you mentioned, they seem to be, not too nervous for being in the scene. Sebastian, I was talking a little bit more because we speak both Spanish, but with Leary, since he has been always in the super late stage, except one event, if Tato winning, he's going to face the former champion. He's a decider for the champion from the previous event. So it can be huge, the series later today. And if you ask me for a favorite there, I don't have a name.
All right.
No, I don't have a name. About Sebastian versus Hart. Well, I will say that Sebastian is the favorite, but I think it's good that Hart has played today already. He has tested already the stage.
Yeah.
He's warmed up with the crowd. He's warmed up. He's not the first one. And if Sebastian was with mate, was drinking his mate, he was so chill.
Yeah.
But I think this is gonna be a lot closer season than probably people think.
Yeah, I want to talk about Sebastian and the way that he's impacted the the scene, which we'll get a chance to do at a later time because this bloke is a real dark horse. But right now, we're going to head back over to the cards as we've got Tristan and we've got Nilly standing by as we get into our next matchup. Of course, as I say, Tato versus MBL coming your way very soon.
All right, good to be back. And Nilly, I got some chills. It's going to be a good series. I just have a feeling we were looking at the maps, talking things over. I really think this is going to be a special memory. Again, not the first time that maybe we've seen MBL in the position where the crowd isn't necessarily going his way, but I'm telling you, man, I have high hopes. I think that he's going to start off with a bang here. I think the map is perfect for him. I am a little bit concerned about, like, maybe if this goes to 5 games Civ-wise, though, just because the last 2 picks, Incas and Turks, just haven't seen those civilizations played much. I wasn't expecting them to be drafted. Do you see a world where maybe there's like a prep strategy or something coming from MBL we haven't seen yet?
Is it? I think it's his 5th and 6th pick together there, right?
Yeah.
So the order doesn't really matter.
Sure.
Maybe it was more like, okay, I'm going to play Incas anyways. What civilization can I throw in there that could confuse you?
Curveball.
Yeah, he just wants to play the other 5 anyways. And like, work with this. Turks.
Yeah, okay, cool. Well, there's Tato. We just had a glimpse of MBL as they are seated on our stage here. And the crowd is purely in Tato's favor. Again, reigning champion, amazing member of our community, but also here in Spain. And there is MBL. MBL is so good. And there are some of the stats for MBL just to give you a peek into his abilities. Strategy, maybe the weakest point of his gameplay, at least based on the stats here. Micro, macro, fantastic. Experience and speed, also fantastic. I'll say this about MBL. He can get to a point where he can out-micro anybody. But particularly with different army comps than most people. It's like the monks and the mangonels. He can neutralize you with very few clicks at times.
Yeah. Mangonel Micro would be 10 out of 10, quite easily. He is the best Mangonel player in the world. Crazy good in his defense, really nice. If we had a category like map design, he would be 10 out of 10, right? The small walls, kind of what he invented. And it just feels he's so good at protecting his villagers as well there.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the critique I could have given him after his games against Viper was a slow start. Now, a lot of players had that issue. I think Hart, he experienced that, for example. He got 2-0'd by Hera, and then he was out, and then he had to play earlier today, which he did and did well. So I think a bit of redemption time for MBL. I think he's a big confidence player. I think he could potentially doubt himself if the first 2 games don't go well. But if he snags a victory, especially a victory at the hands of defeat, like a little bit of a comeback situation, and he's going to start to believe in himself. But look at the differences here. You got Tato's strategy and experience just a couple ticks higher here. I would say Tato is probably maybe the best strategic mind in the game. Would you agree? Is that too crazy?
It feels like it, yeah. Maybe in the top 10, so many strategies developed. Sometimes we see like them coming out of the GL bootcamp at the last 2 Red Bull Vololos, where we saw crazy approaches, new ideas. Not all of them are being transitioned into wins in the end, but certainly extremely creative, and it makes it so much tougher to prepare against the GL players as well.
I'm going to say one thing about the macro side of Tato, which is very unique. He does seem to delay wheelbarrow and handcart a lot, which are 2 critical upgrades. I have some stats that I have in my back pocket somewhere, and like he is later than others. I noticed against Sebastian, for example, no wheelbarrow when his opponent was already on handcart. That is a weakness to his game if the game goes on. And again, I'd say MBL, someone who tends to get those upgrades a little bit earlier. So the theme right now, just to like back up a little bit, the theme for me really is, will Tato get a fast start in these games? And if he does not, will he be able to keep up with MBL? Because he is notoriously hard to kill off.
Yeah, absolutely. MBL taking another look at the strategy book here, thinking this one through.
That's always interesting, right? Because I think at this point, Tato knows every civ he's playing for almost every map, potentially.
Yep.
And MBL's still looking back through it, so maybe second-guessing himself. And I'm going to tell you why.
Turks.
I'm going to tell you, I think he is scared of Hindustanis and Persians possibly with the Huns. I think like maybe He's trying to figure out where he could play the Huns. I think he would have wanted Huns on Gulch, but then Hindustanis on Gulch is something I saw him practicing, maybe not enjoying much, maybe feels like the cracked terrain could be an issue. So you might need to rotate some things around. Hello to our lovely crowd. What's up, guys? Welcome, welcome yet again. And
oh, look at those.
We've got a very large man who people may recognize in the back of the crowd there. That is the Lord Doubt, winner of Red Bull 3. And we are just moments away here, nearly. So, expectations? You think Tato just got to be the favorite, right?
He has to be the favorite for sure, but expectation is to be an incredible set.
Yeah.
That is, yeah, a kind of a guarantee with those two. They might be the most entertaining players that we have in our pro scene.
Yeah, I agree. And it's just the perfect clash. Strategy meets chaos. What will we see here? Remember, game number 1, a pretty good map to ease into a series if you're a player who needs a bit of a warm-up. And we will be in a moment, folks. I can tell you it will be on Shrubland, and it will be the Incas versus the Franks. So questions answered right away that MBL is going to play Incas to start off the series.
Oh man, the very late pick there with the Incas for MBL. Maybe anticipating, okay, you will play Franks. And what would be really good against that? Maybe Kamayuks.
All right, I mean, I would love to see some Kamayuks. Here we are. It is win or go home, folks. Win or go home. Tato's not going to have to travel near as far, but he's not going to want to go home just yet. They're on the far side of the map, and the way this map breaks down is you've got most of the wood through the middle. You have unpassable cliffs through those trees, so you can never really make your way through there. It's always around the sides, and then on the very outside would be the bushes for food, or in this case, the shrubs, I suppose. And that means you don't need to farm as much, and that is also something that's great for the Franks, even though they're good at farming, because the Franks have the forage bonus on top of that.
So theoretically, Incas not super great on this map. Yeah, you have the Eagles, but I think this is mainly a counter pick to the Franks, thinking, okay, Franks, you have more HP on your cavalry as well. Let's try to go for counter units. And look at that, 7 spearmen out on the map and gets the first armor upgrade.
Yeah, MBL loves his spears. He loves his little, what we sometimes like to call AI armies, right? He just gets this weird mix, and you're just thinking, how do I counter all of that at the same time? Now, what I like about the Incas is, remember, the spears and skirms are cheaper now. So that's really nice. It's almost like playing Byzantines at times with the trash units, and you can't fully wall this map. Look at this, though. But Tato's going to try wall everything he can. That one little line he can't actually wall. Is MBL going to run through?
Yeah, he should. Well, what's the difference between this walling and not walling? Town Center gets at least a good volley off.
Yeah, I mean, the Town Center did hit the archers, but MBL gets through. And it must be just so annoying for Tato, because he was trying to be greedy. He can't take his berries now, and a dream start for MBL.
Absolutely, and that's Tato. I'm a bit surprised how he reacted to this. His ideal spot is he has 2 farms and all the other villagers have berries, and now he needs to invest into so many farms.
Yeah, I think the key for MBL, I mean, you're seeing more walls. Just stay right there. I think if you force the Franks into farms, that's something they're going to get anyways. But what you don't want is for them to be able to take those berries. Now, Tato's got a big counterattack coming, but I believe MBL should sense this is coming. He hasn't seen these scouts in a while. And maybe Tato feeling a little bit of nerves here, or maybe just playing a little too greedy for a map that you can't realistically full wall on.
Well, he tried to wall everything, right? He tried to go with the market, and that delayed his archer range. Now he has to go for fletching, tries to go for the clear up. But MBL, he's so good at spreading his spearmen here as well. Oh, yeah, look at that. Perfect positioning.
It's textbook. It feels like someone built this base, you know, while not having to worry about the fighting or anything on the other side. Now, against 6 scouts, you could have problems, especially against the Franks. And there's still this little micro engagement going on. I do think eventually Tato clears that army up. Yeah. So this is good for him as he forces MBL off the berries as well.
He would clear it up, but with the investment that he didn't want to go for, right? Archer range, skirmishes, fletching.
Yeah.
Things that Franks don't really thrive at. And MBL, therefore, will have the castle age timing advantage.
Look at the difference. Like, MBL, he says, screw your extra shrubs. I'm just going to farm. He didn't even try to run out. And in all fairness, the map generation isn't great for that. He seems to be a little bit further away, but he hasn't really taken the risk.
Oh, yeah, true.
And he's on the way to castle age. Tato is as well. Tato did use the market a little bit. And I guess the positive here for Tato 10-1 KD. That's not bad. That's not bad at all.
Question. Do you stay on all your farms now if you're Tato? Or do you think, okay, now my berries are safe and I pull like 10 villagers on berries?
I think farming is simplifying the game. So I think you keep them there. I think you do.
Okay.
I think what you can do is you can place the second TC on the berries.
Okay.
And then all your new villagers go to the berries. Having said that, though, I do think while Tato is closer to the berries, it's kind of hilly there, and it's kind of awkward for him. So we'll see. Another AI army headed over for MBL to the other side. He is to defend from the army coming in from Tato. But decision time for Tato. He's got 4 skirms. I was curious if he was going to commit to skirms long term or what. And I think he realizes he might need a few more at home right now.
KD looks really good for Tato, but that was mainly because MBL's army was trapped. It wasn't really there to kill. It was mainly there to delay and do a lot of indirect damage with all the farms.
You think about MBL, you think about not taking early damage, right? It's what happened against Viper. You think about easing into a series, having a little bit more time to adapt. Tato, though, sees the farmer, goes for the kill, won't get it. Nice save there from MBL. And that other army is actually patrolling back home right now, and yep, he's fixed it. This could be crazy. Tato might run out to the left for a TC. There's a chance that he thinks there's not an army because it's taken so long.
But Tato is going for skirmishes as well. Oh!
Here he goes.
Now, Castle Age timing. Those eagles have more HP now, more damage now.
MBL, does he see this? Does MBL see it? Does MBL see it? He sees it. Oh. He sees it. This is so good for MBL. And Tato also notices this and actually makes the perfect play. Let's see if he can execute
blocking each other. Can't really wall behind this. MBL gets in.
MBL is in, and Tato, he doesn't get the walls. And there's another fight happening as well at the same time, but this is amazing for MBL. I think this is also great. There's only 1 skirm remaining. He can deal with that. And MBL has again delayed Tato, only killed 2 vills.
Yeah.
But it was because he's microing the other side.
Yeah, but he didn't lose anything of his army, right? And he can still get out. This is perfect for him again. TC delayed, villagers killed, forced the Frank player into more skirmishes, which are horrible in the late game.
That's so funny, right? Like, Tato just didn't expect that army because it had been such a long journey, right? You'd expect to get hit a little bit faster. But I do like Tato's current army comp. I think that Knights, especially against the low numbers of Eagles that are out there, could be strong. I think Elite Skirm, again, low numbers of Eagles out there, could be really strong. And the Franks are simply, I think, easier to play. The free farm upgrades, the forge bonus still going to play its role, and this game will go on for a while here, Nilly.
Yeah, some skirmishers might lose their lives against the Eagles here. And Tato, look at his gold count. Due to being harassed so much there on the berries. Only the gold villagers were really working at all times.
Okay, so you maybe jokingly said Kameyuk at the start of this game.
I never joke.
I think Kameyuk would actually be insane here.
It's the go-to thingy.
Yeah.
Tato just bought 200 stone. This will be 40C play pretty soon.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if MBL buys the stone soon as well. I think with this type of game, you know that it's probably going to go late. I don't think Imperial Age timings play a big role. I don't know what that Ostrich ever did to Tato. But Tato defending both sides, opts for that TC. MBL, I guess the main difference for him is he's actually added a monastery somewhere. He's going to try and snag a couple of those relics.
That's nice. If it goes to late game, relics will really help out.
Yep.
Tries to go, and Siege Workshop.
Interesting.
Said it earlier, MBL so incredibly good. And a Monk Mangonel push. Skirms and Knights, not great to defend.
Well, I don't love the positioning of that Siege Workshop. I think he is placing it there because he can't advance forward. But if you're going to consistently reinforce the Siege Workshop, could be an issue. Now, as I say that, MBL did make 2 Siege Workshops to push in Castle Age against Viper yesterday. So it's not out of the question if he gains a position that we'll just see another one.
Right now, in the queue, just a Spearman. Mainly goes for monks and villagers. MBL, he's not thinking, okay, I'm really in need to push this. Just to get a bit of foothold of this area.
Yeah, MBL garrisons there. Nice job from Tato to keep MBL guessing. And Rez collected close here. You do not want to lose monks to skirmishers, but you also don't want to have those knights kill vills. There's a lot to look at. Tata will kill the spears there, but the more important thing on the front is how are the monks doing right now? The monks are needed. One of the monks went down, but I think MBL's still okay. You could still easily convert a knight, and now the siege is here. Tato's gone for ballistics. This was meant to deal with the crossbowmen, but now that the siege is out, that's not so easy.
And he goes for all the upgrades for the skirms, but the knights, with only one single upgrade on them, feels a bit underwhelming. And Mangonels, they are really scary against what Tato has to offer.
This is where MBL will predict your micro, and he will get attack rounds if you're not careful. Now, hold on. There's a lot to look at. There's a nice shot from MBL. The Eagle also contributing. And Tato's bringing in knights from the other side. Now, there's still a monk there, too. There's the skirms with great upgrades. Tato splitting against 2 mangonels. He comes to the top of the hill. He'll take it all. And a beautiful play from Tato.
Only one single conversion there really hurt MBL. Could have been 2, it could have been 3 maybe even. And that's why he is not really controlling this area. Tato has to be happy how this engagement went.
Yeah, and now at the same time, MBL's crossbows are still alive. He's 1 conversion removed from clearing up the rest of this. So he's going to lose the monk. It's 80 vills versus 80 vills. It is still super close. But with Tato on 4 TCs, I think you prefer his position ever so slightly.
This is shaping up to be a brilliant game. 6 on stone now for Tato. So realizes, damn, distance is close. Mangonel shot, misses.
Oh man, Tato's skirm micro has been great. I mean, Siege is supposed to be the counter here. Maybe I spoke a little bit too soon as he tries to use the skirms against the monk. MBL hops into the TC, hops out of the TC, and great defense here from MBL. He's going to hold this position just fine.
We are both surprised that MBL is still not on stone, right?
Yeah.
It just feels like such a natural spot. While we see, oh, Tato, that will be mass knights into forward castle, right? That's the shape up for this.
I think if Tato, like long term, if you're thinking about this northern area, that stone and gold is what both players want, right there by that siege workshop.
Yeah.
MBL may be expecting the knights. He's going to drop barracks for pikes. So time is of the essence here for MBL. He doesn't have pikemen yet. It feels like the next 2 minutes, the key minutes here for Tato if he wants his hill.
Okay, it has to be full pikemen, right?
Pike, crossbow. I mean, the longer the game goes, the worse skirmishers get for Franks too. So I'm not... I think the comp's great.
MBL has no vision, right? He only sees some of the knights. Tato should not show more than 5 knights and should probably delay the attack upgrades a bit longer as well to keep Tato MBL a bit more in the dark, but now he's showing off his army.
Well, there are monks there, right? You've just upgraded an army and you want to dive with it. That's fair. But if MBL's got 4 monks and he converts half that army, then your skirms could be problematic as well. I mean, we're a very different class of player, MBL and I, or Tato and I, but I'm never advancing up that hill against what MBL has right now. I'm not even sure about this castle. Tato backs away, and Tato will not be able to build this castle yet, and he tries to flank maneuver from the other side. MBL, he's going to get 2 conversions. He doesn't have the pikemen here. He will lose his monks, he will lose his siege, but the fight... not looking too bad for MBL. Oh, this is close, Nilly.
Not a single mangonel shot connected with the skirmishers. Pretty good there for Tato. Doesn't really want to build more skirms. Look at that. 12 skirms. That will be good. Now can pull the villagers. This castle should go up.
I mean, the knights will kill the skirms, though. And there's more pikes on the way. I guess MBL does need to back up. MBL's got 10 pikes in the queue. But Tato, what a like really casual way to deal with that situation if you're Tato. You just backed away. And when he won the fight, goes back, not even rushing that castle.
Yeah, okay. Knew that his knights were coming from the top there, got the beautiful flank in, not the craziest conversion count. And now we see Tato, 46 on food, but only 1 on gold.
1 on gold, yeah, and he wants to click imp right now. He won't be able to do so until he gets that castle up. Oh! And beautiful split micro there from Tato. And he is going to sell some resources to click up here, but I wouldn't be surprised if MBL clicks up to imp at the exact same time here, Nilly. He's going to click. He's rushing university.
But he has a siege workshop and a monastery.
Yeah,
he won't have the buildings.
He does. And he clicks.
Oh, he clicks.
He clicks. Okay. So
just wants to get ballistic.
So now this gets crazy. Okay. Something we didn't touch on. Both these civs have cheap castles. And this is probably going to be a Trebor. The Incas can't make bombard cannons, but the Incas have... Redemption. And is it fair to say the better army right now? Like, are Frank skirmishers that good?
Yeah, I think it should be better for Incas here. Well, because Axemen, you think, okay, that would be good against the pikemen, would be good against potential skirmishers of Incas as well, but slingers are actually really solid against Axemen.
Now, what I guess what MBL doesn't have is mobility right now. And you're starting to see Tato think about the other areas of the map. It may be more useful for Tato to just use Knights in the south, raid those areas to distract MBL from what's going to happen in the north.
Beautiful stuff from both players right now. Game is slowing down. What are you doing? You're checking for idols. You're checking for key upgrades. We just saw both players getting crucial eco upgrades that they were missing. You're setting yourself up. Enough military buildings. One of the first clicks for Tato should be chemistry, should be cavalier, picking up the relics. And now this is the moment where it's a bit the calm before the storm.
Yeah, it is. Now, I think bombard cannons strong, but hand cannons as well is where I start to like the Franks a little bit more. You don't see it all the time. I bet there's a lot of people who play with the Franks who've never made a single hand cannon in their whole careers, right? But like, it's really good against the threat of pikes, and it's just a high damage unit. Even if you're not against an infantry unit, it's still doing a lot of damage output. But it is expensive, and their MBL's villagers are going to spot that Tato castle. So 2 castles for MBL here. Whoa.
Makes lots of sense. Where's Tato placing a second castle? If it was here, he would have already built it, I assume. So he wants to have the second one down here. Now the third one is kind of the question.
Wow.
Tato instantly chemistry, instantly conscription, now the 6 workshops. This will be hand cannoneer, bombard cannon.
That's an interesting decision right there, right? We're thinking Trebor. MBL's thinking Trebor. He goes 2 castles. He's getting siege engineers even. But conscription from the northern castle from Tato means he can't make Trebs. Now, it feels like it's intentional, and there might be a good game plan behind it just to get military out faster. But he could also have gone conscription from the south and made a Treb in the north, so it might be questionable there for Tato.
Yeah, maybe just click the select all castles hotkey and didn't really care about it too much. Now the first Treb on the way.
Yep, from the north, so it did delay that a little.
2 Trebs, yeah, then it was not intentional.
Yep, and then we have Siege Engineer Trebuchets for MBL. MBL at 140 villagers. He's got 55 army. His villagers are armored as well due to the infantry upgrades. Another benefit of playing the Incas. But this isn't a big army that's harassing MBL right now. I think that's positive signs for Tato that he could continue to stream some army in there.
Love that MBL instantly got masonry, instantly got siege engineers, now is going for redemption. MBL is setting himself up perfectly. Not really the units being upgraded that he already has, but already thinking the next step ahead.
And listen, he doesn't really need Halb yet, or Arbalest, or Bracer, or anything in a Treb war.
Yeah.
I do feel, as well, if you win the Treb war in the north, you can then justify making Kameyuks, which is the unit that we thought we might see from MBL this game.
Yeah, Kameyuk's only bad if we have a lot of hand cannoneers, but if MBL is controlling this area and kills all the archer rangers, then no chance for hand cannoneers.
Now, the skirms are actually an issue right now because MBL just has Castle Age units. He hasn't upgraded these yet, but he wins the Treb war. And now is where things get interesting when the bombard cannons come out. In theory, the monks can convert the bombard cannons, but in an instant, the monks can die to the skirmishers as well. The 2 cavalier get raids, but the big engagement happens, and there go the monks for MBL, but he's going to lose a lot of his monks.
4 down, gets 1 conversion. Oh, and loses all of his 7 monks for 1 conversion.
But the Trebs for Tato are still exposed. He pretty much just has skirmishers. MBL's Trebs are still up. And the bombard cannon that MBL converted is a bit of a threat here, Nilly, so it's really close.
1 trap alone. This comes down a bit to RNG now as well. How well the traps are hitting the other traps and the bombard cannon. Tato needs to be so aware, but he's so good at controlling his bombard cannon. Oh god, that's good.
Tato's ability to raid while doing all of this may be the difference. It's a great raid from Tato, and the skirms are actually looking good. MBL has Castle Age crossbows. His castle, it doesn't have like Bracer or anything, and the Cavalier have been able to take out many of the Trebs. MBL down to 150 pop. Tato advancing in the north.
Oh boy, those Cavaliers still going ham and killing so many villagers. That group alone killed 13 villagers already, and they're not done yet.
Yeah, and more monks are going to be needed.
Bombard cannon!
Bombard Cannon going to go down to the Mangonel, and MBL says, I'm not dead yet. And MBL still got all the stone and gold in the south. He's going to castle here. And listen, folks, if you thought MBL had a rough enough moment there to soon tap out of this one, you are sorely mistaken. The upgrades are just flying in. He's missing so many, but he's catching up now.
Oh, misses one shot there to kill the trap. Trap apparently on the hill. Goes for another Monk. Monk tries to out-micro this skirmisher shot and survives.
Yeah, nice job there from Tato. Good micro. There's still Bombard Cannons out there. I think MBL thought he had Bracer this whole time.
Yeah.
So he just realized he didn't. So a bit of an upgrade check for him. That castle will probably go up. Tato will probably treb that position. But MBL may expect that. 800 gold in the bank for MBL, 600 food. Army counts similar, very different army counts, but similar.
Paladin on the way, Tristan. Oh boy. And 47 on gold? He can spam Paladins for days.
Honestly, he just needs to go for the kill before the Hald number gets out of control then. If Tato can use those somewhere, looks like we missed a Bombard Cannon converted. Use that somewhere before MBL can catch up on some of these upgrades. That would be huge.
Goes for the trap snipe, gets it again. 3 Bombard Cannon shots would be enough. Mangonel still survives. Ooh, and will get repaired.
This is such an MBL. This is such an MBL game. He's just like, he's getting all the siege techs. He's using all the monks. He's just holding his position. I love the Paladin choice here from Tato, but it could be kind of dangerous in the north still, because I still don't consider the skirms that good long term. He doesn't have many hand cannons. He loses a Bombard Cannon there. And like, MBL can convert those Paladins too. Could be risky.
Do you want to show the Paladin tech here? It's only 18. I think you kind of want to trade off some army. This is the spot where killing 15 villagers just to have 50 more Paladins is actually a viable strategy.
Yep, there we go. We got MBL getting those techs at the top right, but Paladin is in. MBL's going to find out in the worst way. He's going to find out getting raided in the south. Big raids, but then we have the monks, and we have the Bombard Cannons, and we have the Onager advancing forward. Look at the micro from MBL. He saves the Onager. He's going to kill the skirms. He pushes the Bombard Cannons back. There's Arbalest here. Tato could be in trouble here, Nilly. Tato could be in trouble in the north right now.
Oh, population should plummet for both players here. But actually, MBL is clearing this one up. Now takes the hill. Arbalest around as well. And that's what we said. Skirm's not a great late-game unit for the Franks. Missing the last attack and the last defense up.
Now, it's tough because you're getting calls right now to send Halps to the north and Halps to the main eco. So it's really tough for MBL to get that right. But if he can get that right, if he can get that castle up, that is more of the map that MBL has gained and more awkward situations for Tato in terms of his army composition.
Second pick against the 6th pick. Did MBL already envision very early on in the draft how this set would go? What Tato would prioritize here on Shrubland, and came up with the perfect counter. Right now, it feels like he has all the answers.
The positive for Tato is this castle for MBL doesn't secure him a lot of gold. Eventually, we may need to toggle on how much gold is remaining there. You can see there's only 7,000 gold remaining, 3,000 stone. That's going to disappear quickly, especially for Tato, because he's making so many gold units. But the Incas do have the cheap Halbs, they have the cheap skirms, and they have some good techs. And MBL still finding some good fights. Again, expensive units. He killed another Bombard Cannon. And now Tato is going to try and get to the trebuchets, and MBL's out of the castle. And he's trying to hop to the north here to hit those Paladins. He switched to the other side. Not too bad for MBL. Could have been worse here, Nilly. Yeah, he's going to save those trebs.
He might save 2. That's really, really good. Maybe repair even coming in, but those Halberdiers cleared them up. And what was that? Like 18, 20 Paladins straight off against one single trap?
And look at the army comp. MBL, 65 army. He's got some momentum, and he knows now that there was a push prep from Tato. See, I think what Tato wanted was he wanted to stop MBL's ability to push in the north and then immediately push him in the south. Now he's got to deal with this, and I don't know if he's prepared.
Those skirmishes just feel so underwhelming. Should easily die against all those onagers. 3 traps still raining down here. Tato goes for the big repair, still has a lot of stone, but golden come. Really limited now.
Oh, the trebs aren't being protected. Now, MBL will lose vills in the south most likely. I'm seeing a whole lot of yellow down there and no shrubs for those villagers. But the trebs are still kind of exposed. It's a lot of Paladins for Tato, but he needs to defend the north too. The north is a big issue. That's the heart of his farming eco. And MBL, Onager, Treb, Monks as well. He's got to pay such close attention to convert the cannons.
This is getting so intense. That's a nice move in. Tough to clear this army up with all the paladins really strong in small numbers as well. Now the big engagement here at the top.
Yep, paladins will be converted. And the paladins will really help against the skirms. Tato's diving to take the traps. He's not. He's only going to get one. And in the south, MBL's castle needs to stay up. He doesn't have repair vills. He will kill those traps most likely, but I think Tato will take the castle down.
Yeah, that's a nice small step here. Wants to free up more raid potential, but you can only raid if you stabilize at the top end, but that's not what it looks like.
Also still very curious on Tato's gold situation. He's got 6 on gold. He's got 2 relics. That is not enough to make more paladins. That is not enough to replenish the trebuchets and bombard cannons. He's got soon 2 bombard cannons and some excellent micro from MBL against them. But he also has 5 trebuchets. If he loses those, Nilly, sorry, I think Tato's in big trouble.
Uh-oh, castle down, out of stone pretty soon as well. Onager tried to get the shot in. I think we're only one Onager shot away from cutting into the economy as well.
Oh, and the trebuchets took out the bombard cannon, and this is still a really cost-effective engagement for MBL. There's still so many paladins on the front. And what a game. It's 180 pop. Tato says, give me those trebs. He says, give me those trebuchets, but will he get them, Nilly? It honestly feels like he doesn't have the firepower to take the trebuchets.
Ah, but it's just so good, them being cheaper. And now MBL is ready for the tech switch. He's going for Elite Eagle soon and is getting the armor upgrade for them.
And he's pushing the trebs back. That crucial stone and gold that Tato was on will not be accessible anymore. And MBL is holding. MBL is pushing. Tato is holding. Tato is pushing. And Tato will at least back Tato away, MBL away rather, for the time being.
Food. 1,000 food sold for only 140 gold. The prices in the market at the absolute bottom.
It's not good.
Tato somehow tries to get to better paladin numbers. At the moment he sits only at 6.
I think, just like you said before with the paladins, you got to hide eagle here. Like, wait till you get like 25 of them. And honestly, what I'd love to see is the eagles in the south, right past that castle. You get into the back corner of Tato's eco, he's going to have no clue where to go.
Yeah.
Because he's so focused in the north and the south. Back of his economy, he hasn't had to protect at all. But, you know, 1 castle for Tato versus 3 from MBL. That's a big difference in the story as well.
I'm a bit disappointed looking at the minimap. Look at how many berries there are still left. Why don't we have 60 villagers on berries? Why do we have so many villagers on wood to replace all those farms or build the farms initially?
Yeah, maybe.
I think Tato didn't fully play the map.
I mean, in all fairness, does have a lot of food, though. Food has not been the issue. I think right now maybe gold's the issue.
Yeah.
And those expensive gold units are on the front lines just as they always have been. Now, Tato's going to look at that engagement and say, okay, we killed the house, but still paladins are weakened and still paladins went down. And that would be the concern for him as MBL's found himself back on some crucial gold in the south. He's got those eagles out though, but he only went in with 1 or 2. Kind of trickled them in. MBL's struggling to get the full army together right now.
Okay, but Eagle Halberdier will be really solid against what Tato has to offer now.
I agree. Is this patience from MBL, or is he just waiting for a bit more units right now? What's going on? He's got the trebs.
It's a queue. Lots of Halberdiers, lots of Eagles, just regrouping and then attack with 60 units. Just combine the army first.
Yep. Combine the army first. It really is 50 skirmishers from the Franks holding the line. I love the hand cannons behind the skirms. I think that's going to be key, but still there's not a lot of gunpowder in there. And MBL's trebuchets, they're going after Tato's TCs. The Paladins are going down to the halves. MBL, he doesn't have as much army, but the composition seems to be a little bit stronger if he can continue to produce the Eagles. Tato helped. Tato's killing Vills? This game's crazy.
Absolute madness. And those skirmishers, they're trying to hold their ground. But now we're out of paladins, only 3 paladins on the field. The Eagles are coming in against the skirmishers. The trap is dead, and the skirmishers might die with it.
This is what we've been waiting for. We've been waiting for MBL to send it like 10 Eagles against skirms and just simply kill everything, and it's finally going to happen. Game 1 here. The whole crowd, the whole country's been rooting for Tato, and MBL is going to storm the hill. He rolls into the Trebs, and I don't know what Tato can do in this situation. question, Nilly.
How can you do anything, right? He simply doesn't have the gold. Look at that. He sells the barn. 5,100 resources to get a trickle of gold to somehow get to Henkenier's. Henkenier's numbers at 18, but everything Henkenir is just so crucial to his defense right now.
Now I'd say for MBL, the next switch needs to come, and there it is. He's got archer ranges. He's got elite skirm. And if he can mix in his own elite skirms, that might actually be the final ingredient to finish off Tato here.
Great against the Henkenier's, great against the weaker skirms of the Franks. He can actually just play skirms and do so much damage. Crazy to say that.
Yeah. I love the Arbalest. They are picking off those hand cannons in there. That's some good micro from MBL. The Eagles are going to take care of the rest. We know that. Tato does have 8 on gold somewhere, but it's still not great. And that is the 8 on gold. There is a lot of gold there.
Okay.
But it's still...
Could afford the Paladins.
Difficult.
But this defense cost all his resources he had in the bank. Look at that. 2 food for Tato.
Crazy. Yeah, and Tato's lost TCs to the Trebs that are just off screen. He's falling back, and Tato's probably like, I had the perfect draft. Everything that I practiced was looking so good before this series. But I never faced Incas. I never faced MBL. Oh, man.
That's such a crazy, crazy play here by MBL. He's replacing barracks, he's adding more archer ranges, and just spams in. And it just feels like he's continuing to do some damage. A single skirmisher rate won't do too much there. And look at that. Now he's just cost efficient. Some Eagles will easily clear that small army.
Now, there was just a moment of hesitation there for MBL, where I think he was maybe building some buildings or you know, adjusting some things. He didn't have any military in queue, and so we saw Tato's military count spike up. MBL since fixed that, so he's going to have skirms in the mix. That's honestly the unit that I think he wins the game with at this point, because Tato won't be able to make paladins for too much longer.
He's tower rushing. MBL is the 50-minute tower rush here. Watchtower. Next upgrade in the queue will be guard tower.
Yeah. This is exactly what I think you want to do with this position. Add some extra levels of resistance, make it more difficult for Tato to push this back, especially when Tato can't really make too much siege. Tato's actually the player who's kind of known as the tower rusher in the community, if there was one these days. Tato's the one who used to do this all the time, getting a taste of his own medicine, and he will know not a good sign that MBL's advancing forward with these towers.
Did MBL do a mistake and actually wanted to build outpost there?
No, I don't think so. I think that these things are going to fire some arrows. And that's what he wants. I mean, I'm trying to think, like, there still isn't a castle for MBL in the south. So in theory, I think Tato could still try and raid there. But I think every time he's done that, MBL is just held from it, right?
I'm surprised that Tato didn't tech into Lightcav yet, because raiding-wise, 10 Lightcav are actually pretty solid compared to like investing 10 Paladins and so much gold into the raid.
I wonder if maybe he feels like he has to fight with his gold.
Is Tato down to one? I think Tato is down to one single town center. Look at that. He's producing out of one single town center, so keeping up the production now. Look at how long the queue is.
Yeah.
He doesn't know.
So if he loses another 10, 15 bills, it's going to take a long time to recover. Tato's population has recovered. He has Trebs on the tower. He somehow got to 20 paladins. MBL maybe worry he's going to lose his towers. It's going to drop more.
Oh, but the Halberdiers are dead for MBL?
Yeah, the Halbs are out of the picture.
Tato's pushing this back.
What is happening? I think MBL has struggled to keep the unit queue of skirms and Halbs. It's been one after the other. And honestly, the Frank skirms, I mean, I'm going skirms next time I'm playing Franks. They're actually doing a pretty good job.
Well, the 8 Henkeners behind got 37 kills for themselves as well.
Yeah, I think that's also been the key. MBL realizing Tato is not going to quit soon. That'll be a Treb snipe. Tato gets out of there, but again, Nilly, it's like, how do you break the guy? How do you actually push the north? There's a castle up there too. Soon the gold is out. Tato's the one mining it. And the crowd is singing Tato's name behind us.
Oh, they're cheering for him. They're knowing that he needs a bit more energy. And he's suddenly pushing. Traps being repaired as well. Can they be saved? At least one dies, but the rest of the army goes down. 15 paladins still on the field. But now Tato is starting to struggle for wood.
Yeah, 600 gold remaining. So that's like 10, 12 paladins maybe. And then Tato's going to have to rely on only 2 relics. MBL only has 1. MBL does not have gold income. But he can afford like pure halberdier and pure skirmisher here. But you also can't end the game right away with pure Halp, pure Skirm. So it's a situation for both where Siege is difficult to get, and it's kind of hard to break the other, at least right away.
Something we didn't discuss yet. Obviously gold running out pretty soon, so relics most of the time are really good. We only picked up 3 relics. There should be 5 on this map.
I'm gonna assume that MBL can't see one in the far side because he never really went over there with his eco. Yeah, so he may assume at this point that Tato has 3.
Or might assume he has 4, right?
Yeah,
MBL only has 1? Yeah.
I actually have no clue where the other one is. It's possible maybe there's a monk sitting right next to a monastery in MBL's base or in Tato's base. We don't really need to look for it, but it's got to be in a monk's hands, surely. Or maybe it didn't generate. Either way, MBL's still pushing with the trash. And, you know, I'm still just feeling right now.
Tato's back to pop limit.
That Tato has actually stayed alive. What is this?
Okay, we have to talk about something else, though. We obviously have to run a show here and can't delay too much. So we, in our rule set, end the game at the 75-minute mark. Whoever has the highest score, 1 hour 15 minutes in, is winning the game, no matter the state of the game.
No matter the state of the game. That means this could go to score, people, and a fight like that for Tato could certainly help. MBL is losing ground. MBL is losing momentum, and it's full panic for him as Tato has stayed alive. His inferior skirmishers with the combination of Cav have done such a number on MBL. But MBL's maintaining a much healthier villager count and should be able to produce for days.
But you know, healthier villager count means less population spot for army. It's 75 military units against only 50. Tato is pushing this, and this is a lot of villagers here as well. It's looking good for Tato all of a sudden.
Look at the unit queue for MBL. He queues up 6 eagles. That's panic. That is panic. He's going to spend whatever gold he can on what he has remaining. Now, I'm still not seeing the skirms in queue that I'd love to see from MBL. He's got 80 Halbs. Halbs should still be a great unit here. I've said it like 16 times. I'm waiting for 50 Halbs to be enough. It just hasn't happened yet.
Oh, but Skirm versus Skirm fights now. Tato actually attacking the barracks, misclick there a bit. Now goes for those villagers. And MBL,
MBL's back. MBL's back in it. MBL's got a bigger army now. Tato maybe shouldn't have killed a couple of those villagers. Ooh! But we got a raid in the north from Tato.
Tato gives it up. Why didn't he kill like 10 villagers there?
I'm going to assume because he's got 16 other things to look at right now.
Okay, fair enough.
But I don't think he can advance past the castle line there, Nilly, without losing all of his paladins. And his last trebuchet, that's right, his last trebuchet goes down.
After losing a bombard cannon there as well, those were some really costly losses, only relying on relics now. As you can see, gold trickling in very slowly for those 2 players. And now Lightcav Skirm, a horrible army for the 1 hour mark.
Horrible. Yeah, it's just not good. And this is why MBL should win this game from here. I think the 3 castles in the north, considering that's where Tato's pushing him, huge for MBL. And still no raids from Tato in the south, as his cap will die to the castles, most likely. I think this goes time limit. It has to at this point, right? With less than 15 minutes to go?
Maybe. Tato's trying to defend. How much control does he still have? 66 on food, 40 on wood still. Still crazy queue for MBL. More than 100 Harmoniers in the queue.
Yeah, okay, so if you're going to fight the time limit to try, right? You can do some nifty little tricks to boost your score.
Yeah.
Apparently, I've learned this the other day, monasteries they're better space-wise because they're 3x3, and apparently building monasteries adds more score than building a barracks, for example.
Oh, really?
Slightly more. I don't have the math on it. I also heard this from Margugu, so maybe he wasn't staying humble. But just saying, you know, maybe if you want to boost your score, you might want to get some techs that you haven't researched.
Yeah.
And you want to, you know, drop down some monasteries.
Are there that many techs that don't cost gold at this moment? Because if you have gold, you kind of want to put it into army.
And they also have all the trash techs their civs have at this point. They really have kind of exhausted all the options here. I think Tato is just going to hope that this comes in naturally, but he is 3k score behind, and his army is worse, Nilly.
Yeah, all of a sudden MBL is the one sitting at 80 military against only 50 of Tato, and, well, Paladins now slowly being added again. Surprising, 400 gold in the bank for Tato.
I mean, the moment we've been waiting for, the moment that the greater tech pays off is here, right now. Tato's army composition is horrible. A lot of his farming eco has been lost. He can't accomplish much with raids. Like, Lightcav don't kill Incan villagers that quickly, right? There's going to be a couple Halbs around, and MBL has stormed through Tato's base, has stormed into his freaking castle today, Nilly. He's going to take this first game as Tato calls the GG. What a game.
Crazy, crazy game. And we said we don't really know how it ends. We favor Tato, but we knew this set would deliver. And oh boy, what a beautiful game one.
That man right there on screen is such a big confidence player, and he's so good. That was perfect game plan. It's a late Civilization pick against a comfort pick of Tato's, I think top pick from Tato as well.
Yep.
That was an amazing game. And honestly, the other thing you always got to bring up is you say, okay, did the players play at their best in that game? Maybe Tato's got to warm up. That was a warmed up Tato. That was a great game from Tato, and MBL simply just broke him.
Look at this beautiful venue.
This is sick.
It looks like just too perfect, right? With the flag there. Now at the sunset, but the crowd, they're going for the support. Something I still have to mention though, Tato was lacking the last attack upgrade all game long.
Ooh.
Those Paladins and Nightcav could have had a bit more of the punch.
Yeah.
Look at this beauty.
Yeah, can I just go look at that view instead of it?
Instead of MBL? Okay.
I did, all fairness, I didn't see it switch scenes. But hey, that was sick, and that's a start to an excellent series. So,
true.
Perfect start for MBL.
Yeah.
And now I think I want to take it back to what MBL has maybe struggled with and what Tato might want to try to get to here. You see, that map, that wasn't an early feudal map. And that was a map that usually goes Castle Age. I think Tato's got to ramp it up and go for, what's he got? Actually has 2 maps that are relatively relaxed. You could opt to go for a home map, like maybe Gulch right now. Go Hindustanis, bust down those buildings, and you know, clap back in at 1-1 here.
Well, that obviously would be the dream, right? Picking the home map of your opponent and then
winning.
Still winning it.
Yeah.
The question is, what's the opening of MBL going to be? Likely Lithuanians and then Skirm Spear?
Yeah.
It's not like a guarantee that Hindustani scouts are just roaming around and killing everything.
Do you think MBL plays Huns on River Divide and tries to play Cav Archers there? Is that where Huns go?
I think that feels like a natural thing that we've seen before. Golden Stream then should be Vikings, and Mountain Dunes.
Turks? Is he going to go Turks?
Gujaras?
Oh, Gujaras could be really good there, actually.
It's not gold. River Divide. But also we could see Huns on Mountain Dunes and just play Mass CA.
True. I actually don't mind Huns on Gulch. I think the only thing discouraging Huns on Gulch is the presence of Hindustanis and Persians.
Okay, let's roll back. We're expecting Georgians for Mountain Dunes, right?
Yep.
You have the stone next to the town center, so it's easy to get to Monaspa, probably the strongest unit in the game right now. And therefore MBL goes Gujaras to have camels to counter that.
Okay. Do you think that it makes sense to play Mountain Dunes now because you don't want MBL to use process of elimination to know where a Civ goes? Like, for example, if you go for a map
really good,
where it's very clear, you know, what's happening, then it makes it easier for him to guess what you'll play, right?
Love that thought process. Could make a lot of sense. Spanish, also an option for Mountain Dunes, right?
Yeah, true.
Spanish then against Gujaras?
I think Spanish are insane there, unless Ravamshas are good, but...
They dodge a bit, but they don't kill.
Yeah.
Like, then you have to have the camels, but the camels are just getting focused down.
Yeah.
I think Spanish could be really good, and then you still free Georgians for all the other maps.
I actually think every single Civ Tato has is insane on Mountain Dunes. There isn't a single weak Civ there.
Yeah.
I mean, similar to MBO, but listen, Tato's going to need to bounce back. And we have Vikings? Is this for the map that we were expecting here? We got Vikings?
Golden Stream, most likely, right?
Golden Stream. Okay, I guess we didn't hear. I guess we were, sorry, we were talking about a map.
Yeah. And
okay.
So Vikings and Persian. So Golden Stream makes a lot of sense. That's the chunky.
That elephant scared me, dude.
But in comparison, that's a massive berserk as well, right? He was as tall as the elephant.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
Now it's gone?
I think I would go.
Wasn't it just on the stage?
It must have walked off the stage.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, there's the Teutonic Knight.
Hello.
So no Teutons picked in this draft, but he says hello and.
Well, he was there. He couldn't play, right? Because he was in the crowd.
Oh, that makes sense. I mean, he couldn't be drafted. Some weird rules we have at this tournament. Here we are, game number 2. Let's see if it's as good as the first. We have MBL going for perhaps the expected Vikings, a Civ that tends to dominate in Castle Age on water here. And then we have the Persian choice for Tato. Tato already front docking, and Tato opening demo? That's the first thing he makes out of the dock, according to the queue. That is not something I was expecting to see him open with.
I think it's meant to protect those villagers, right? But then you could pull a bit more of them into it. And that's quite interesting. Obviously, Tato loves his demos, so makes a lot of sense in that regard. But one scout alone, you don't really want to trade off your demo against that. You kind of want to get a hit against, ideally, 3 scouts plus.
2 of the best economic civs in the game. Vikings, the free wheelbarrow, is great, but I think Empire Wars is better for them, in theory, with their economy, because you take advantage of that right away, and then it's much easier to get to Castle Age without things going wrong. So we'll see, but it's going to be MBL just scooting into Tato's base.
That's great scouting.
And he sees the stable now. So I don't think he saw the dock, but I think you could assume, based on the stable timing, that the dock was the opening, which means he might go there, which means he might run into the demo.
Yeah, otherwise the opening would have been archer range opening for Tato into stable.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't see too often for Persians, so yeah, he knows exactly what he's playing against.
Yeah, and Tato does as well. Tato knows it's scouts, hoping to get those walls down. And the 2 scouts just going to loop around. Honestly, he'd have to work really hard to kill a villager with 2 scouts with Tato playing on point. You see the quick wall there from Tato. We see the gate there from Tato, and MBL actually not going to mind that, because that's a lot of work for Tato, even though he makes it look easy.
Tato works really hard for this, and now Jade slows down. So that's the end for the map control. That's 1 HP. That's only 1 HP?
Yeah, well, MBL maybe wants to stick around a little bit longer. I think he's got other things to look at, but I think the big talking point now, and it's maybe a little early, is how do you get on water if you're MBL? You got to get longboats on the field for this civilization to be the civilization you go with.
Right now it's really easy, right? Just send a villager to the front and wall him in. There's not a single ranged unit on the field for Tato. Demo won't really kill the dock easily, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's just fast castle and the dock.
Interesting. That's very interesting. See, I was thinking you sneak a vill, like send it off to the side to build the docks, but that could maybe be wasted time. Now, the demo is waiting to do something, and the demo could slide in here and kill the villager. And Tato actually gets it. That is unbelievable. That's so difficult. He just got as close as possible. Now, MBL saw that, and he's just going to walk out here with another vill. But that that was one of many reasons why people love to watch Tato play.
Yeah, manually deleted the demo there, but MBL, that's only 1 villager down.
Yeah, and honestly, like, I think it's kind of good for MBL that he's kept all these scouts in Tato's base. Tato had 4 scouts chasing 2 scouts, one that already got a hit from a spearman. You could argue that maybe Tato could have had 2 of those scouts patrolling the shoreline to try and deny those docks.
True. But then again, MBL can just build 1 or 2 spearmen and we'll be fine with that as well. But Tato will have a lot of map control, and I think relic advantage should be in his favor.
So MBL says, okay, you demo my vills. I have no intel on what you're doing next to your dock, but I am going to send a demo. He's got 2 more demos in queue. And
goes for fire.
And now he's
the sneaky dog.
Whoa, that's crazy, because you show 1 dock. Tato's going to think if you're going to build 1 dock in the middle, you're going to build them all.
Yeah.
So, wow, that's like next level stuff right there. What in the world? And then there's no vills. But the demo could maybe kill some scouts.
Okay, so Tato, he naturally would scout the front and see.
Ooh, I like this, because the longboats will become an issue.
Yeah.
And this is how you bypass that. Try and get a siege push onto the Vikings. Oh, MBL is so not expecting the siege push. And Tato, I don't even think has been mind gamed, right? Like, well, maybe.
He only sees 1 of the...
1 dock.
Okay, and those scouts at the top, maybe they should spread out a bit more. Yeah, and Tato sees, okay, only 1 dock. You won't contest water a lot.
Yeah, I mean, that could be, in Tato's mind, the perfect sign, because you think MBL's going to go 3 TCs and no ships.
And the TC in the direction of Tato. Oh, those scouts could have... Oh, this could be so big!
This could be huge. This could be huge. It's a dream for Tato. Can he run through? Will he keep moving? He sees it. He sees it. MBL
it's open. It's still open.
Places 1 palisade, but is busy, and the scouts come in, and they will deny the TC. Disaster for MBL.
And he pulls the villagers away. He doesn't even try to go into the TC. sees the forward at least some intel out of this.
He did re-wall, though. Like, the reason he's sending those vills is so those scouts don't come in. So, as bad as this is for MBL, the fact that he's been able to quickly buy the stone and drop another TC, he now knows it's coming, and he could go longboats, I think it's better than it could have been for him.
That was rough.
Yeah, that was
really rough. And now all of a sudden, 5 villager lead here for the Persian player, but handcard against only wheelbarrow.
And now MBL knows the siege push is coming, and he's still on 3 TCs, and he still has water. I think this is not positive, you know, but it could get there.
And Tato is 1 TC.
Yeah.
He's now adding the second one, so I think in 3-4 minutes, MBL won't be behind the villagers anymore.
Also, very, like, uncommon thing here as MBL walls behind, knowing these light cap could become an issue. MBL's actually making knights, and I guess he's going to try and use them either to counterattack or pick off the siege. We'll see how that goes, though. I think Tato's going to have monks in a moment with that siege push.
This will be a tight area for MBL with the siege workshop there. Now the first monk can easily get the relic and then consider converting something. MBL, that's the 3rd town center for him in the center.
This is chaotic. This is messy, right? Things have gone wrong. I actually think that this actually maybe takes MBL's mind off the moment, and he can kind of sort the situation out. For Tato, I love how calculated this game has been. It's really going to come down to how good this push goes. Without this push, he is behind. He does not have the gold in the middle. He does not have the TC count. He doesn't have the naval civilization that MBL does.
MBL, he loves chaotic games, but ideally, mangonels in the base of the opponent, not in your own base.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And also, that, like, the position that Tato's pushing from has extra gold and stone there.
Oh, yeah.
So that's really awkward for MBL if he doesn't take that area. Villager survives for now. MBL.
Lightcap will be back. Lightcap will be back, trust him.
No way. He's going to sit it next to the relic. He doesn't have the guts. There's a 3rd TC. I like Tato's game plan. I really like it. I mean, it puts MBL under so much pressure. Dives for the mangonel here. MBL's repairing it, but does lose it. And now, hold on, where are the monks? The monks are there to protect the mangonels. Perfect defense from Tato. Man, if I'm Persians and I have awful monks, I might not even make the monks there. You're not expecting knights from Vikings at all.
Yeah, true.
The fact that he had those monks was just sick.
Yeah, that's really, really crazy. And now a second siege workshop? What?
Maybe he forgot he had the first one.
He's queuing up a mangonel. It's so weird that he goes for a second one there.
All hands on deck for MBL, right? All balance out the window.
Market will be lost maybe as well.
And you really need the market when games get messy. Let's see if Tato can notice.
Lightcap goes in. Oh, Spearman was ready.
And mangonel defense from MBL works out. Tato having to maybe focus on his economy a little bit more as well in these moments. Let's not forget. And a lot of those Lightcap are a bit weak from before. He will dive. He runs into Knights. Oh, they got healed up, didn't they? And he gets the snipe.
Nice move there for sure. Trades up 1-1. In the end, market goes down. Lots of gold floating there for MBL. Can't really balance his economy. 20 on gold for him right now.
So what's your play? Let's say this push kind of stalls here if you're Tato. It doesn't progress past this, but you stay here for another 5 minutes. What's your play here the longer the game goes on when the Vill count rises to 100, 125 Vills?
Fast fires.
Okay.
Try to really get the control and push the opponent away from gold, because right now, where's MBL putting his army, right? He needs to have it at home to defend.
Yep.
But in the long run, Tato could just switch to the center as well.
Well, that's a really nice play there from MBL. Now, he might lose another mangonel, though. Tato will probably take that trade, but MBL...
Hits his own units there.
Yeah. MBL hopped in and out of the TC. Man, MBL could have really used the pikeman upgrade, but he could have really used a lot of things in this game, and he hasn't been able to get a flow going because Tato is always right on top of him.
Crazy. And after all this aggression, both players at 80 villagers.
Yeah, and that's what makes this crazy game. MBL is going to choose to drop a castle there. Doesn't really have an army to protect it, but the Navy does protect it. And Tato's still diving underneath the TC, and yet again, Tato will fight the Spearmen, knowing they're not pikemen, and continues the snowball time after time again. MBL, he needs something more, Nilly.
Yeah, it feels like it, right? Monks himself would be a typical answer. Pikeman upgrade is something you ask for as well. Just so much gold at all times. And, well, the castle in the center? Is that the right answer? It's not really helping him here.
Well, I think the game plan maybe is still to hold this position, like don't lose any more ground, and then still have water control in the middle. I mean, you could actually raid with a Berserker too. It'd actually be kind of annoying. I think it'd be hard to control. There's a raid with some Knights. But what a game. I mean, this series has started off perfectly. It's 110 pop for both players. We've seen the best of both players, and we've seen completely different strategies and openings in every single game.
Yeah, crazy. And now dives in again, and only 7 villagers in the town center. The damage output isn't that high. 1-1 attack here, and MBL, he doesn't have the numbers. Now finally the pike upgrade, but we only have 3 spearmen on the map.
Yeah, and Tato's going to be so happy with these fights. As long as he's not seeing pikemen, the forward stables from Tato has helped him out so much. And the pikeman numbers are just still so low. MBL's eco is so inefficient right now. He's catching up on upgrades. It's just so messy, and this is looking better and better for Tato. Still a healthy villager count behind this, and his eco has not been raided. So over 2,000 more resources collected for the Spaniard.
Yeah, just a really nice play. Like constantly having those villagers repairing or in the town center means they couldn't really work, and that's why Tato is so ahead there. What a nice aggression, but still, if we think about the long game, like whoever controls the middle typically wins the game.
Yeah, and like if MBL properly patrols those 4 longboats, he will deny any docks. The docks wouldn't go up without any, you know, extra distractions. I think if MBL gets to 20 pikes, he clears up the push, potentially. He's soon going to have enough stone for a castle. Here's the fight. So he's fighting against the Knights with the pikes. Tato's going to try and save the weak ones. Really sick job, actually. But
stays a bit for too long. Well,
is this what you want? Do you want to trade? Do you want to take fights against pikes right now if you're Tato? I could see a world where MBL holds on here.
Viking pikes with more HP as well. And there Tato maybe sees, okay, now we have the pike upgrade, you have the double barracks. I will back off. Maybe I will play the long game. Look at the resources. He's flirting with them.
Wow. Okay, so does Tato
Those are low HP Knights.
Ooh. I wonder if Tato knows about that castle right now. We haven't really been able to figure that out. Okay, so he doesn't. You could justify a castle towards the middle right now if you think MBL doesn't have much.
Yeah.
I love that TC from Tato. He's going to try and take that gold.
Just try to build a light cav though and try to see what's going on in the center would be the natural step for Tato. I think he will click in, and then the step after that is like 15 villagers on stone.
Okay.
Right now we're looking at 2, but I think a castle is desperately needed for Tato.
Yeah, it is. And hold on. Docks are needed. He felt this would be okay. They probably can still get enough docks down to make some fires, though. I think you could sacrifice like 5 or 6 vills if need be just to get fire ships out. I think MBL spotted it, though. MBL knows, which is key, and so he will mass more longboats. What an interesting game.
Yeah, he needs to patrol all the areas. The river is long, though, and that's why I said Tato going for a castle could have made a lot of sense. Plus, we already have 2 traps out, right? So if we go into a trap war in the center, it feels like MBL should be prepared.
I don't know if MBL is expecting Tato to continue to go with Knights. Like, I wasn't expecting him to continue to produce. I do think, though, that this push is critical to his eventual success on water because he needs a distraction, right? So it's just, like, not necessarily great against this many pikemen.
Well, it's just a full Savar oil all-in against a civilization that doesn't have halberdiers.
Yeah, maybe. That's actually, that could be a pretty crazy play.
Tries to clear up the water first.
Ooh.
Oh, clever. And now he can build the docks. Look at all the wood that Tato has. He clearly wants to contest water.
Yeah, we'll probably see a bunch of vills come over here now. And actually, we didn't think about this. Just use the Knights against the ships, right? A lot of this terrain is passable by the Knights. Tato now knows about 2 castles, though, from MBL. And they're all stacked in the middle on that middle gold. It's going to be a risky game going forward for Tato if he doesn't get back on water. And even still, he can't pass the middle. He can't go next to the castles with fire ships.
Yeah, then you need to add like cannon galleons, which isn't pretty. That's why I thought traps would be an option. Now he has the 15 on stone, but he reached in without the chance to go for any traps.
So MBL sees more knights than he probably was expecting. He will go for the upgrades on pikemen, add in more pikemen. He also is going to have more longboats added to water as Tato is docking in the north. So this is a nice window for Tato. Fast fire and Cavalier, and he can actually win this game before MBL can get any imp upgrades.
Is Tato maybe thinking this could be the MTC? It could have been, it is not. Now takes the big engagement before the pikemen are really upgraded.
Yeah, I mean, these are still Castle Age Knights, right? This is still 15 seconds before the Cavalier upgrade comes in, so I don't love it. But the upgrades are just seconds away, and I do like how he's going to try and switch sides, make MBL work for it, and now the upgrades hit. And to your point, Nilly, the Vikings might have more HP on their pikemen, but they don't get Halp, and Halp is the difference maker there, right, because of the extra bonus damage.
Yeah, we can get some upgrades there in the castle, but that obviously won't be that efficient. And now we are even getting it. Look at that. More attack against cavalry for infantry.
Pretty expensive upgrade. I feel like it is really expensive. For whatever reason, just more awkward than maybe snagging Halp, but he knows he needs it. It's also not easy to know your opponent has it. So Tato can't look at the pikemen and know that extra bonus damage is coming through.
True. Also, we generate gold if we kill villagers, monks, or trade cards, which is quite nice, but obviously not the main effect here. But actually, Berserks killing those villagers could be nice. Now, some longboats helping out as well, and Tato, I think he wanted to sneak more villagers to the top. I think he's switching into hand cannoneers now.
I wonder if that was Tato selecting idols.
Oh, Commanderon!
Okay, so with Commanderon, he's able to produce crossbows that only cost wood, right? I will say that. It's still just crossbows without good upgrades then, right? So Army Cop could be an issue here. MBL is held on. Big eco for Tato. He still hasn't fought back on water. He still hasn't broken MBL with this northern push.
And Tato, he soon will run out of gold, right? At home, there shouldn't be that much more. Yeah, we still have a bit taken from MBL space.
I'm beginning to believe in MBL more and more. If you don't finish him off, he does some crazy things. And Tato will mass those crossbows now. But MBL still has that middle gold control. And Tato only on 2 fire ships. So the fire ships could come out, but another thing he has to spend gold on. I'm seeing 8 Cavalier for Tato, 5 crossbows for Tato, 1 bomber cannon for Tato. Where's his army right now?
He goes for a bit of everything, right? The hand can, the water play there as well, gets the castle up. He desperately needs that gold, and then maybe play with his traps there.
Yep. We'll see. I think like how you balance your population right now is a difficult task if you're MBL, because you constantly need defense for this, but you also need defense for the water, right? And maybe that's been the big issue for MBL, is it has just been defense. How does MBL find a way to actually like threaten Tato right now?
Does he need to though? Isn't it perfectly fine for him to hold the river, get the gold, and win the game this way?
Yeah, maybe, yeah. That might be the game plan. I mean, I certainly don't see it being easy to find a foothold somewhere. I think Navy in the middle is your eventual path to success to win with cannon galleons and such. So we'll see. And those fire ships are not really doing too much for MBL, but I'm just still wondering, can Tato get a big push here in the north? The crossbows are going to pay off big time because it's primarily pikeman defense, or has been primarily pikeman defense. It's going to be Arbalest for MBL. He has the gold for it.
Tato is missing ballistics. Those crossbows aren't actually that crazy, and those fights won't really kill the pikemen in the speed that they should. Savar 50 seconds away. Ballistics now coming in. Tato setting himself up for the perfect land army.
He's got to have 15 Savar.
Okay,
They would like to see the number higher. He's working on that. I'm still wondering where Tato's going to get gold. I think he's got enough to work with. Another unique tech that MBL could get would benefit his Arbalest and his longboats right now.
True.
The
Plus
bug,
1 range.
I think that's bugs
Plus
for
1 attack.
Or is that
something like that? Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
plus 1 attack, but it is expensive. MBL holding the line, 190 pop. Savar's about to hit. Tato was gonna have 10 Savar on the front. Is it backed up by a strong enough unit though? Are the crossbowmen good enough to compete. The pikeman, MBL's taking this fight completely wrong.
Oh no.
MBL doesn't have his pikeman in front of his arbalest.
What is happening here? MBL, where is he watching? Is he trying to fight on water? Maybe quick vault here, but you needed the defense at home. That's brutal for him. Minus 50 population.
Oh, that could have been the fight for MBL, but Tato takes it perfectly. And Tato is still at 200 pop. He's now has all the momentum, and MBL is falling apart. Still on the water. The longboat should be strong, but it becomes so much more difficult to continue that, like, any water pushback if you're getting raided like this.
Oh boy, what a crazy good engagement here for Tato. Savar perfect there against the Arbalest, and now they're completely getting slaughtered. We had only 12 Arbalests on the field. Tato's pushing in further and further. Maybe even the spot for Rams, and he takes it exactly at that moment.
That's sick. Seadram would be sick.
Yeah.
Seadram would be sick, and oh my, have these crossbows got value. It's been cheap when he's needed a cheap unit. It has been great against the unit he's been up against, which has been primarily pikemen. And I also have to commend Tato for the excellent unit control.
Yeah,
he found that engagement.
Look at the KD, Tristan!
And he's been dominating the whole game. 250 kills and only 10 units lost for Tato.
And now he dives. Oh, Savar getting pushed back quite a bit, but pikeman numbers are lower and lower. The army value just crazy in favor for Tato, and he pushed in only one attack upgrade for him, missing for all the upgrades.
Now he still needs gold soon. I don't know where those 19 villagers are, but I think they're down there.
Okay, that's
and there's
solid.
only 1,300.
1,300, and we have 1,900 in
okay,
total.
That's not bad. That's not
but
bad.
There might be another gold spot on the mini-map.
Yeah, that's
left
true.
of MBL.
In the north at MBL's base is
and
gold. He's got
one,
builds there too.
That's big.
Enough.
3K.
That's enough.
That's massive.
That's more than enough. And I like what I'm seeing from Tato. He's grinding down those TCs. He's always camping the bombard cannons, and he's starting to get a raid in the back of MBL's base. It feels like MBL's been trying to stabilize this whole game, and Tato is not allowing him to. Yeah, the Savar in the back, that's distracting MBL so much. So much of his army that should be elsewhere is clearing it up. And then pretty soon, MBL, all he's going to have is the gold in the middle at this rate.
What becomes a problem maybe as well? You saw how poor the town center looked there, and now the siege rams arrive, and they will just deal with all those buildings so quickly. And that's why we have a crazy score lead for Tato now.
Yeah, and I think Tato might be moments away from tying up this series, which has been maybe the best series of the tournament so far in terms of the consistency and the quality of the games, the strategy in the games. I think MBL is trying. But, you know, the counter raids, I can't get too excited about that. If anything, Tato needs to lose Vild, and the Hussars in the back are going to devastate MBL. He's only at 100 right now.
Nice defense there with the Arbalest, still on the hill, right? But he might lose the castle to the left-hand side. He can't just defend at all sides. Water fight continues as well. MBL actually tries to intercept villagers coming over to the other side, but Tato, he is taking more and more area of that gold, pushes through the center. This looks really good for Spain.
And I think what would make sense soon is the water play from Tato, right?
Yeah.
Comes in at the perfect moment because MBL is finally at a point where 100% of his time and focus is on keeping himself alive at the main base. The final blow would be Tato having water control. It will happen. We will see a 1-1. MBL, he's got like nothing left right now.
Yeah, just a bit of hope here. It feels like, okay, the center control will be really nice for him. And the Arbalest, they're doing proper damage, right? The crossbows won't really do too much, but he doesn't really have an answer to siege rams right now.
Yeah, siege ram was a great play here, Nilly. I mean, the tech is only food, and if the tech is only food, and you've got the gold and you've got the wood, it makes a lot of sense to do this. Unfortunately here for MBL, I think that Tato can only spend gold, like, if Tato could only spend gold on siege rams and make the rest else in trash, Tato would still win this game. Like, the gold income is not really the difference here. I think it's just the total control.
And more Savas in the queue, right? He's fine with the gold right now, and MBL is losing more and more ground. I think the next step might even be Tato pushing from the bottom towards the new base of MBL.
Yeah, the Savars can do it, right? You get those Savars in there, and MBL is going to have to make a run for it. And where's he running? Where can he go? I don't know where he can go anymore. And it's the 1-1. Tato ties it up. What a series. Remember, folks, this is win or go home Age of Empires.
Oh, man. Both players with the back against the wall. Best of 5, though. Now we're down to best of 3. MBL still with 2 home maps. He shouldn't be too concerned.
I agree. And I think that both games have been really close.
Yep.
My worry here coming into this series was that the first 2 games wouldn't be close, and that at that point one player would be broken. I would say in some ways we might have seen that the first series today, right? Just one player exuding confidence, feeling their game, and the other player trying to find it. We have seen the best versions of both of these two. We have seen diversity in strategies and civs. Nili, I'm glad I was correct when I was like, holy crap, we might have a series on our hands. I don't know. There was just something in the air here in Spain.
Yeah, well, both players came here to perform for sure. Pretty happy with those 2 games. Thinking back, like, what are the options there for MBL? We felt like earlier Monastery a bit, maybe earlier Pikemen, something like that. The second Siege Workshop, like, we didn't really see the necessity there as well.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh, but actually, like, obviously it was like losing 5 villagers at the start of Castle.
Well, of course, yes, but like... I think it's just a difference of approach, right? Because that surprise doesn't happen if you don't give up full map control to Boom. I think, yes, Persians could try and contest on water there, but why do that? Why do that and give Vikings the chance? I think it was smart from Tato. Maybe the longbow play is too obvious because the Vikings don't have a lot else to work with. And he just abused it perfectly with the forward. I think you have to credit Tato. I think if, on the flip side, if MBL makes a ton of Feudal Age army and doesn't get to Castle Age, I'm going to be saying, you're Vikings, bro. Why not boom and make ships? Yeah. So I mean, like, I think MBL held well considering the circumstances, but I think Tato got a position that is eventually won him the game. But like, can we talk about how long it takes to kill either player here?
Yes.
Like, Tato was what with Frank Skirms, game 1. Like, how was he holding there?
That was sick. And MBL now, obviously, the Mangonel micro helped quite a bit, but he invested so much into it, right? We would think Vikings should be better there, like having the stronger economy and then maybe struggling a bit in the later game. It was one of the earlier picks compared to the Persians, so this should have been better for Vikings. MBL tried to hold as long as he could, but just losing those early villagers just hurt so much.
Yeah, I mean, I see it as some type of positive if I lose 7 villagers and the game still goes on that long, honestly, especially against Tato at his peak. So I think that actually helps you as a player when you lose. You just look at one moment and say, well, okay, I should have died because of that. So for the first time today, we are going to go to a home map for MBL, if I'm not mistaken. I believe so. And that is because MBL's choice after losing game number 2. The map will be one of 2 new maps added, and that is Gulch. And we will be in a moment. This is a map where I expect a lot of army here. And this is a map where I would expect MBL's #1 civilization, the Huns. And we are going to see, there's the Tarkin. Is he carrying a stick?
That should be the torch. maybe the wind blew off the torch?
He's carrying a stick he found on the ground. And now this guy's I know which one I'm picking. Which one to win? The guy holding the stick or the ballista elephant? But here we are. Now we're a little bit in. We didn't miss anything here. It is Huns for MBL. It is Khmer for Tato. Both civs, fantastic with scouts. We're going to see scout opening for both. But already at this point, MBL adding the archery range.
He is adding a lot of walls here. This is a tough map to fully wall. You can overchop quite easily. There can be so many holes. MBL really good at creating those small bases, as we earlier said. He just wants to take as little damage as possible and then probably triple archery range CA.
If you've never seen the map before, honestly, I don't think we're going to see some of the really unique elements to it, which would be the water on the outside. A lot of players are just opting to avoid that because if you're sending vills there or even adding fishing ships, it's just a lot of risk in this game mode. So the middle could, become important with relics. And also I think the gold too, which we can touch on later on. But this is what you're talking about. This is what you're talking about. But hold on. I think MBL noticed this, and he's now going to use a hole to block off his vills, and he is now here with a little bit of army. Now,
that was a good reaction.
That was a really good reaction. I would have lost all the vills. Still could lose villagers though. And MBL here on a big stage, surrounded by what seems to be a crowd that is cheering Tato's name every other second. Love you guys. Is going to defend this slightly. He's going to defend this nearly. How?
Well, nice villager movement there. Had the 3 scouts at home. He just wanted to defend, right? Now has the spearman as well. This is still okay-ish damage for Tato. Can he get out there at the left-hand side?
One gate. Needs another gate. And maybe another Norwegian would have been able to get that gate down. I mean, positives for Tato, I guess, Nili, even though he didn't kill any villagers here.
He's actually investing into more scouts. This is not that pretty for Teto, I believe. Now the spearmen are there, the walls will be up. I'm surprised that Teto invests into more units.
I will say, like, there's a gate from MBL he placed, I think, to trap scouts. He placed another gate, had to delete it. Villagers moving all around. There's some things to look at here that aren't necessarily ideal for MBL. I don't think he knows where his opponent is right now either. Oh, he does. Okay.
Scouting there, yeah.
And he's going to have archers show up behind the wood line, but...
Teto's not on gold. He goes full scouts here.
Huh.
We've said you can't really expand to the outside simply because we expect those villagers not to be safe. If you play heavy feudal age, you can go to the outside and get your piece of all those shorefish. Right now, it still feels too risky.
I think Tato knows, though, that archers are coming. He's moving his army like he's expecting a sneak of some kind. He definitely seems to have the vision on this. He's going to see those two archers. I wonder if MBL has... Like, he hasn't been in here in a while. So I don't think he has any tells that Tato is going to have this many scouts.
But okay. Game is over. At least it's paused. Okay, and we are back. A small power outage in the caster area. And that's why we asked them to pause for a small moment. And we will make our way down there and cast short distance. Tristan is trying to get a microphone himself. Yeah, this is unique to all of us. It feels like we are still going heavy army here. Teto is trying to defend with the skirmishers. Archers are trying to come around. And this feels like a solid clear up right now. Reaches Castle Age in time. Okay, we will leave you 30 more seconds without us and just the game, and then we will take over again. See you soon.
All right, folks. Well, here we are. Apologies for the power issues, but castles can be a problem from time to time. And Nili and I are back. So we've got Khmer for Tato again. And he's going to play into elite skirm here, Nili. And we didn't miss too many villager kills. Tato's been dominating the fights.
Oh, KD looks really good for Tato here. Plenty of army around as well. Will be skirm, knight, the approach. And the scout being a bit annoying.
I think the notable thing here is that Tato's dropped his TCs. So he's invested into the eco nice and early here. And MBL has not done so. So it's going to need to be a pushback from MBL in terms of army. Mangonel will be the biggest key.
Yeah,
Siege Workshop is really vulnerable, though.
Siege Workshop, full CA, Knights, no extra town centers. This will be MBL playing kind of all in Castle Age, while Tato tries to get a nice villager lead with 3 TCs.
So Tato recognizing this is huge. And he's going to need to find an answer there. Would you go, like, own Siege Workshop if you're Tato? Can you justify just making more cav here against Siege?
It will be a bit tricky, right? We need more answers against the CA as well. If we only go Mangonels, it won't be that pretty. It might just be Tato realizing that the all-in is coming and going like triple stable Knights himself.
Yeah. I mean, Khmer with these eco upgrades, flying in with food at this point. If there's any civ to be able to mass that much army, this would be it. And, you know, MBL's just going to need the Mangonels to make a difference here. He's not able to take an engagement against that force.
Every single
Ballistics on the way.
that the Mangonels aren't pushing, Tato is increasing his villager count. And, yeah, that's just better and better for him.
I think this is kind of similar to the situation MBL was in against Viper in their first game yesterday, where MBL falls behind economically, and then he needs to rely on the siege to make a difference. So that's the positive for MBL. You find a good siege engagement, it starts to snowball, and things get crazy. And that's where Huns specialize as well. TC there for MBL, kind of protected. MBL's going to wonder where Tato's army is right now.
Yeah. Neither player really having a lot of vision, right? Both players try to fight through the middle at all times, now knocking at the front door here. Ballistics is in. That should be some dead villagers. Impossible to re-wall behind this. Uh-oh, this is getting messy.
And Tato's town centers are all in the back, so his eco can't be raided right now, and so he's forced to dive in. I love this move. He has to, because he's losing so much.
But there's nothing to protect the skirmishers. But the TCs, MBL, I think this was a spot to maybe push. He goes back. Oh, this is good for Tato.
He's distracted. He will drop a TC on the golds, pulls the Vills into the TC.
Gold is open. Right hand side. Mangonel. Oh! Tato, big pickoff.
20 villager lead for Tato, and the distractions at MBL's base pay off. Honestly, now you might just be able to pull away and breathe a little bit. I mean, still 3 TCs. You're still Khmer.
Yeah.
And you're just hoping at this point that the res collected is going to pay off with big army.
20 villager lead here for our Spaniard, but that's a lot of exposed villager skirmishes here for the defense. The Knight, not really too scary right now. Big Mangonel shot!
Big shot, but oh, the final shot finishes them off, and now Tato's distracted because MBL's in his base, and MBL, honestly, right now, could use the mobility on both sides and just circle, just hover around Tato. Tato doesn't have a great ball of skirms right now.
But the TC here is nice. Receives it in time.
Man, what a crazy moment in my life right now. This is incredible. Tato's going to run into the pikes. Pathing didn't really help MBL there. But listen, if it's the Huns surrounding the opponent, they always have a chance. But Tatos is not today.
Sniping
beautiful micro.
Yeah, really well done. And now the Knights against the Knights fighting off their pikeman aggression now, especially tricky the moment Tato is actually going full cavalry.
I think that stone position on the front and he just passing by the other one is a notable point we didn't think of yet. This is the time of the game where stone becomes a focus. Cav Archer Knight, MBL will have 20 CA, enough Knights to push back low numbers of skirms. This is winnable.
2 Mangonels now. They just need to be at the front, and then it will be really tricky. Tato, 1-2 upgrades on his Knights. Let's take a look at the Mangonel shot.
Tato might just need to dive here, take out the Mangonel, but he isn't engaging against the Cav Archers. He'll take one of them. The Knights are still there. They have huge army. There's huge numbers. And Tato's upgrades seem to be doing it.
Knights.
crazy.
Engagement here for Tato.
And as the crowd is screaming around us in the courtyard right now, Tato continues to hold. He's been able to free up the stone. He's not necessarily on it. Hello, Auto Scout. And the CA back away. That was a big moment for Tato. I still think it's a low enough number of skirms, and Cav Archers can become a big enough issue for Knights that this could swing.
Yeah, but look at that. The pressure is so on. MBL even accidentally queues in an archer will be really tricky for him. And Tato feels like he has enough breathing room to go around and raid. And that goal is kind of exposed.
Yeah, it is. Man, MBL needs to kill off those skirms. Like, mass Cav Archers against Knights is great for the Cav Archer player. You gotta get on the skirms here, folks. He needs to pull away in fear of the Knights. But MBL's maintained this army position. His CA mass up to 25. Now, Tato just, I think, what about Scorpions here? Could you add a couple Scorpions as a comer, or is that just too hard to control?
Well, if you're already fully tagged into Elite Skirmishers with +2/+2, the Scorpions aren't really adding too much more. Knights, a good counter against it, but typically, Khmer don't mind going Scorpions.
Yeah. I think it's honestly just too hard to control any type of siege with these armies. I think this is the way. Hello again, Auto Scout.
10 on stone, now 11 on stone for Tato. I'm really surprised by this move. Khmer, typically not really the civilization where we think the unique unit is incredibly good, wants to go and expand his economy a bit more.
What is that, 45 on food with Khmer for Tato? That's crazy. I don't know if you need skirms at some point here, if with that many Knights in queue. MBL can't break him. He cannot break the line. Tato will be on 4 TCs and stone. Thank you, Mapu. You don't have to keep showing this, but thank you. And is Tato, he just going to counterattack right now?
No, that's too risky. There's so much army in front, but there's no more siege.
Yeah, true. I mean, MBL's going to be very confused. Tato, it is risky, isn't it? I don't know if this is a good fight for him. He needs his Knights with his Skirmishers.
Yeah, Skirms now a bit exposed. I wouldn't be surprised if Tato soon thinks about adding 1-2 Monks himself. Just continues to do the damage with the Skirmishers here. Ooh, this would be good for Tato.
I think MBL needs a mango shot soon, and I think we're about to see Castle v Castle. 400 stone for MBL. He'll want one. Tato 400 stone as well. The army counts are 50-50. The eco counts close. The upgrades for Tato on the Knights are superior, but there are Cav Archers behind for MBL here.
Magnol a bit late to the party. Skirmishers now trying to micro around. Monks not really getting the conversions in. Skirms doing the damage.
I think the Cav Archers are also doing the damage against the Knights, though. Tato doesn't have many Knights, and MBL's Knights are going to push back those Skirms. This would be the time, if you think you won the fight, to drop that castle.
But counter castle could be the answer. Skirmisher numbers still really solid. Tato maybe not having enough stables to get to the proper numbers?
I think it's also just the CA, once they get to this mass nearly, are so dangerous, which is why it's been important that he's been picking them off. He's done a great job of that here. He's recouped the losses on the Knights, and Tato's back. But now we got a Mangonel here, and he has the micro again.
Oh, that's risky, diving in so deep. Can't really kill the Mangonels right now, and the Mangonels get big hits.
This is insane. Tato's going to drop a castle. That's a sign that he's worried. That will secure 2 golds, but what about MBL? He's so close.
Oh, Mangonel now really gets scary. Doesn't know about the castle, probably wants to just attack the left-hand side.
I mean, there goes MBL. That looks like, oh, it's a TC.
Just a TC.
But castle could still be possible. I think it is going to be tough for MBL to know where to attack right now. Tato, after building the castle, is going to be free to move forward, maybe. MBL might need to jump on this army.
We haven't seen this map a lot. There's one major gold spot at your starting base, and all the other gold spots are in the center area, and that's why we see so much focus over there now.
Tato is up to Imp? What in the world? Oh, and okay, people. Okay, it's about to happen. Everybody quiet.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no.
No spoilers.
That shouldn't be a thing.
Well,
no way. He has no army anywhere close. Massive fight in the center.
There's a raid from Tato. There's an attack from MBL. MBL needs to replace the castle. What is happening? What is happening? This is crazy. This is crazy. And there's the castle.
Building it.
There's the castle.
Without any protection, who is this madman? Now villagers are fighting off, but can they deny this?
It's got to go up for MBL. This has to go up. Tato's bringing the Knights! No! But MBL was winning the fight in the middle here. But I don't think it's enough, Nilly. The castle has to be denied here, and MBL abandons it. What a play. MBL just lacks the army. He needed that because he lost the army control. Tato's 40 seconds from Imp, 180 pop. And with Imperial Age and those upgrades, Nilly, it might be the end for MBL.
Oh god, look at the resources. We had 40 food as well. Skirmishers doing so much damage there. The raid is still there.
Oh,
Villagers trying to sneak in, but not allowed.
Nope, not allowed. We're going to see another castle now for Tato. And honestly, with everything that's happened to MBL, to now see Imperial Age might make him tap out here. And he does do that. We have the GG, and the score's 2-1.
What a crazy, crazy game here.
Well, what a moment. We were in mid-cast there, folks, and our power just went out. And thank you for dealing with us on the stream. And first time we've done a cast in the middle of a crowd, Nilly. So we're going to get nice and comfortable here.
And maybe the crowd could remind us again who just won the last game.
Wow. Well, as everyone gathers around me so they can say hi to their moms, MBL has shown some crazy fight this series, more than I expected, in all honesty. I think we've got a 5-game series on our hands, honestly. I think he's going to be able to bring it right back.
Feels like it, right? The Mangonel push was there again. The CA, it just felt like 1 or 2 more Knights connecting with the skirmish is a bit easier. Then the CA ball runs out of control. And Tato, he wasn't far away from being broken there.
How did Tato micro skirmishers that good that game? Like when CA are running away, he's always getting additional volleys in to get kills, which is one thing. But then multiple splits against the best Mangonel player in the world.
Yeah.
This, like, he just broke the rules of Age of Empires. You shouldn't be able to fight with that comp and be okay there.
And it's like crazy how he was under so much pressure from MBL and still decided, I will take the stone at the front, I will build a town center there, while seeing all the aggression. Maybe in a wild world, there might have been a side attack from MBL as well. He had the mobility, right? 3-4 CA raiding, and then it's way tougher to chase this down with skirms.
Well, you have to have some crazy guts to do that, right? And I think Tato actually showed that earlier in the game. He counterattacked when MBL was right outside of his walls. And I mean, he did a fantastic job. I mean, this series has been perfect. We'll have a draft to talk about potentially, and apparently we've been told to make our way back to our desk here. So,
okay. Then thank you, Spain.
Thank you, everybody. All right, well, here we are. It's like we never left.
That was unique.
That was fun, yeah. Thank you, everyone, for being respectful in that moment. Hope we didn't, distract anybody from the games, but it was a crazy game. Honestly, and we got the best part. I think Feudal Age, it led to Castle Age eventually, but ultimately, those fights in Castle Age were something special, man.
So sick. Like the massive CA ball. Typically, we say, like, if someone gets to 40, 50 CA, the game is over, right?
Yeah.
Tato somehow weathered the storm there. The mass skirms himself, Khmer, obviously could go for a lot of food units, right? Skirms, knights, that's nice for the Khmer farms.
Yeah, I still don't fully understand how one can be on that level of economy management and also the micromanagement. The micro was just perfect. One of the best games I've seen in terms of just pure skill level, and MBL is going to respond by going for a pick that we thought might have been a little bit of a mind game at the tail end of the draft. A pick we may never see again this entire tournament, in all honesty, in the Turks. And he is going to try and counter the Georgians. A civ that people seem to think is so broken right now. This is a mind game, a little bit of a mind game maybe from MBL against a very expected strategy and expected civ from Tato, game 4.
Mountain dunes, and we see those two civilizations because, as you can see, 2 small stone piles next to your town center means you can build a castle very early on without really moving out, and then unique units are so dominant on this map. Janissaries versus Manaspa.
Sorry, I was too focused on my next point. My bad.
Okay.
Let's think this through. So scout opening makes the most sense. Typically, we're seeing scouts into walls. I would expect MBL to maybe try and get his walls down faster than the Georgians, because the Georgian scouts regenerate. You just do not want those units running around in your walls. Now, the mule card for the Georgians allows you to do that. Take the hunt. It drops it off at the mule card. You can then switch the villagers over to gold. So all these bonuses to get excited about with the Georgians, but if Turks can make gold units, they are, I think, the better civilization here. Camel, Cav Archer, Camel Janissary, maybe? Like just Camel Gunpowder makes it really difficult for the Georgians. So I kind of like the pick, honestly.
Maybe we're not seeing a single Janissary all game long, right? Because the distance is so long and you have to spread out so much because you can't really build town centers next to your starting base, that mobility is important. And then you want to have CA, you want to have Camel instead of the rather slow Janissary.
So typically a little tight-lipped on if players have told me they're going to do anything, right? But I think at this point, so much has gone by. MBL told me at least that one thing he would have changed went up against Viper. And he said, I think instead of going for the unique unit, it set my eco back. I should have gone just light cab play and 3 TC boom. Turks, light cab upgrade for free. It's a different situation. But if that's where his mind is right now, I think maybe there's some indecision from Tato even. He's like, is he going to go for Janissary against me? Is he going to go Cav Archer? MBL might do like none of those things. But
the big advantage for Georgians, you're going scouts anyways. Great for actually scouting. So he will find out eventually, take a good look at the market prices. And Tato, look at that, 300 food only, but already on stone?
Yeah, 7 vills on stone there. I mean, not really the time you'd want 7 on stone.
Surprising.
It is a little surprising. It's going to affect his Castle Age time, and now we have the fight. Now, anytime you fight a Georgian scout, you pretty much want to kill it.
Yeah.
Because it'll just become new over time.
Oh, that looks so unfair.
And then you look at MBL scouts, and MBL scouts are going to be the same as they are. So I think, in theory, Tato should be forcing a few more fights and then just backing away.
Yeah.
But it is slow. It is slow regeneration right now. I think it's 5 HP per minute.
Something like that in Feudal Age, and then it gets a bit higher eventually.
So we'll see. Guessing game for MBL too. Like, I would be thinking that Georgians could go Cav Archers. Their Cav Archers also regenerate. This has been a strong Cav Archer map. So as we see some nice hits there from MBL.
Cav Archer's really good against Janissaries as well.
Yep.
And maybe we just see a full CA war.
Oh, Tato stonewalling? That tells me he thinks this is Janissary. Why would you stonewall? I mean, maybe it's just a safe play. But is he concerned about an all-in from MBL? Crazy gunpowder, perhaps? Because I haven't seen stone walls on this map before.
I'm really surprised. Also, the front is not stone walled right now. Now the market.
Yeah. Well, he may castle the front. And if he castles right there, the stone gate's on the right.
But now he needs to buy 100 stone.
Yeah.
Like, he walled a lot there.
Oh, and now he's not actually mining any more stone. Much confusion.
And one of the big problems on this map, like, where are you even building your next town center?
Yeah.
You kind of need to delete a farm at the top space, or are you going down for it? Where are the archer ranges? Like, we see everything,
Yeah.
but we see nothing.
I think optimally, you place your second TC at the top of your hill because there's space for it and it's faster and the vills are safe.
Is there enough space, though? Didn't he farm all around the TC already?
He can maybe cram it between the farms and the gold. He might need to delete a farm and then he can place it. MBL maybe a similar story, but he is walking to the left-hand side right now, Nilly, and he's going directly towards that stone, and Tato is not there. Tato has no clue those vills are headed that way, and that's very important.
Has the spearmen around there, scouts through the center coming over. Tato is going for more scouts upgrade. Adds surprising amounts of spearmen here.
It almost felt like Tato was thinking about this as he was playing and changed his mind. With the 7 on stone into no stone for a castle now, it like he deviated a little bit, you know?
He saw so many scouts maybe.
Yeah.
Felt like, okay, this is just going to be a more boomy game, and maybe wants to approach it 3TC versus 3TC.
Yeah, let's see. Like have upgrade in immediately, but of course MBL has weak units in here. Can't get the pikeman upgrade. There's a TC if you're wondering. I think Tato didn't see the TC. There's MBL's, but he should have sensed that there's a TC there for MBL with all the army movement.
Might have spotted a villager on the way walking over there. Plus, why would there ever be the army protecting nothing? So makes a lot of sense. Now some damage here against the gates, but should just be an easy repair, and spearmen should scare those away.
Okay, so bonuses right now. Gold mining faster for the Turks. They have access to camel. Those feel relevant. Georgians, they have the regenerating cav. Not enough to compete with camels, but still it regenerates. And then I would say maybe the fortified churches. You stack them in that eco.
Yeah. 10 tile radius, faster working rate here. And some people might think like, Tato, you have so many scouts and you want to build more. Why are you upgrading to light cav? Actually, your units are slower.
Yeah,
light cav is slower than scouts, and he did task sprintry, so just to get more vision and run away quickly.
Yep, and now he's going to get light cav and make you look a little foolish, but I know what that feels like. And the camel's going to go down there.
Maybe misclicked.
This must be. Who gets that upgrade anyways? So, MBL hasn't seen any activity in the stone areas, right? Maybe he struggled a little bit.
He didn't scout him at all.
He doesn't even know where Tato is.
Stone was for nothing.
Hey, if MBL hadn't seen the army, he might be playing with the AI here.
Yeah. MBL maybe wanted to sympathize with us and just try to be in the dark for one game.
When he clicked to the darkness, I thought the power went out. I thought the power went out again for a split second. So 3 TCs from Tato on the hill is kind of my point, right? So if Tato can't get to castles, could be dangerous. I would love to see MBL mix in Janissaries now. Now that he's seeing Lightcap play, you could actually justify the gunpowder to pressure the main base from Tato. Ooh, Tato blocking.
Tries to take.
Nice job from Tato. MBL wasn't able to snipe the monk.
Really nice play there from Tato. Now tries to heal a bit more, and yeah, Tato will get at least one relic scouted, the other one a bit more vision for him there. Yeah, we'll get this, and now fight in the middle, gets 2 kills.
Listen, with Turks, you want to be on gold units. You want to be on stable units. All those things are possible for MBL. I'm not seeing a situation where he's going to need elite skirm. I'm not seeing a situation where he's going to need help. I know Turks is a unique pick, but I'm really liking it right now. And this is against Tato's #1 pick. Now, obviously, if MBL loses this game, it's over. But if he wins, eliminates the #1 pick, then momentum going to what I believe should be his home map come game 5.
Yeah, for sure. And he has the higher picks, right? And still a lot of questions there. Yeah, he only scouted the gate so far. But we also have to say Georgians going for cavalry.
Really strong, Nilly. Really strong. But that's a lot of light cap going down. So maybe some small positives for MBL.
Tato is also playing his dream, no?
Yeah, yeah.
3TC, booming, picking up some relics for the late game, setting up the churches for himself, and he would just spam those Manaspa.
Yeah, it's just like which dream comp is better. And I think for Georgians, we know Manaspa. We know that. They would need a combination there. I think from what I've seen, it would probably be like Haub Manaspa to counter camels.
Okay.
You could try your own gunpowder, or maybe Cav Archers, but that is a lot of gold if you're going double gold comp. So I do like Tato's late game setup. He can't be raided easily. He's got walls. Look at MBL. He's got to do all this, extra walling. And I like the fact that he's getting relics. I think that's huge.
Yeah, but Tato will need to expand eventually as well, right? So right now he's totally fine. In 5 minutes, in 10 minutes, he won't be.
I think MBL is going to try something funky here because he's really not respecting this army much. He's just walled behind, and he's producing Janissaries, and they're slow. So it almost makes me think he's going to move forward. Like he wants to move forward into Tato's base.
Oh, and those villagers, they're up to no good.
Yeah, now Tato's got 5 monks. 3 on screen. This could be... Oh, it's a castle on the other stone area for MBL. Oh, boy.
Macro castle.
Okay, I actually think you might as well keep walking. I don't know if you want to be right dead in the middle of the map.
It feels like this one could be trapped from the higher hill.
Yeah,
here for
exactly.
Tato. So yeah, a bit further down is something I would have preferred. And Tato, he is just using the market a lot. And MBL, smart move.
Yeah, I mean, he assessed the situation there, I think. Did Tato have any idea what was going on there? He must have saw the vills. I haven't seen this. Like someone walk from one side to the other to drop a castle. Again, what just makes it so fun to watch MBL play. But that castle will likely go up. Tato getting attack upgrades now. Tato advancing forward to find that army.
Can he really take an engagement though? 11 camels. Doesn't feel too great for me. This one is heading towards him.
Yeah, I think so. Tato will not be able to deny this castle, or will he? Or will he? Can he do it again? It should be a good fight overall for MBL, I think. He's got so many camels, but Tato does have the Georgian Cav, and it is not the best fight for Tato if he wanted to deny the castle. MBL's castle goes up, and MBL's got all the stone control.
And look at the resources of MBL. He will think about him pretty damn soon. Pretty damn soon!
Wow, so, okay, left side protected with the castle. Main eco protected with walls. Vulnerable, maybe, but he's fine. He's got camels on the field. He's got gunpowder on the field. Tato still hasn't clicked up. This is MBL's game to take us to game number 5.
Let's see how many Monaspa he's queuing up. 3 and just go to him might be an option.
It is really strong unit. If they're, like, honestly, the biggest vulnerability for MBL is his main base. If he's stonewalling now, I'm not so nervous. If Tato gets in there, could be crazy. And he has no vision. He's no town watch. So he doesn't really have, like, a fair warning at what's to come here.
Some camels. How many stables does MBL have? It feels like maybe only 1.
Yep. He might panic drop a castle at the top of this hill, honestly.
It's good against the raids later on, but we don't really have to get his space. 2 houses going up, but again, holds.
And Tato's got monks to convert any camels. Now MBL, he does have a lot of them, but he's under pressure right now.
Tato dives.
Oh, I mean, all things considered, really nice job here from MBL. He's going to drop the castle there. That's crazy. I think just stonewall behind the stable, and you're okay here if you're MBL.
Maybe that's the castle thinking about long-term as well, right? Because you want to prevent the raids. This game is going to be long, so it's another long-term thinking castle.
Speaking of long-term thinking, sitting in a brand new draft room and a brand new castle, right? With all the pressure, MBL picked Turks. He picked Turks, and this looks brilliant. This is against a civ that has been banned in so many other drafts, and MBL is going to try and trap this army. Now, this army can't leave if MBL plays this right. He should trap this army.
You have to fight through the palisade there, right? Or he converts villagers.
Here he comes! Here he comes! Tato converted the vills, and MBL's got the hill, and he says, "You are mine now!" What a fight!
Out. Even with chemistry already in, and this will be a super good fight for MBL.
Wow, and Tato just recently ran to that right side to try and get hold of stone. He got denied. He could not make it there. I think he might have backed away.
Another castle by MBL.
And MBL's
what are
just
we
going to drop
witnessing?
another castle here. It's a masterpiece. That's what we're witnessing. It's an absolute masterpiece.
Those villagers exposed though. Monaspa around. It's tough to protect those.
I think, but the camels,
Tristan.
The camels could be on the way.
But they're so far away.
Manaspa are here. MBL doesn't see it, and Tato says, "Oh, here I am." Denies the castle, and you gotta wonder if maybe that's a bit of overconfidence from MBL with that castle, because that's still at the bottom of a Georgian hill.
Yeah.
I'd prefer to see that bit further back.
Yeah, agreed. Maybe he would just want to control the gold a bit more. Maybe it's just a bit to buy himself time. And now Tato goes for the full switch. Full halberdier with will he build his approach, but
Yeah.
we already have 7 Janissaries on the map.
No stone. No stone versus all the stone, right? MBL is very stoned right now. So the castles should never really be an issue to replenish if MBL holds the position. It's more so the army, which, of course, camels versus Manaspa is great, but he can't get the camels in there. Oh, God. Oh, God, that's so annoying. That's so annoying, and it's so good for Tato.
Tristan, will we see Bombard Towers this game?
150%. We're going to see
That's a lot of
Bombard Towers.
percent.
That is indeed a lot of percent. No, I mean, it's MBL, right? He's the player that does it the most. I do think I would like to see Bombard Towers delayed until after he gets his heavy camel upgrade and blacksmith techs. I think that's priority number 1. But, I mean, no reason not to. It seems like the dream scenario, right?
Just expand a bit more. You already have ballistics. You already have chemistry. It's cheaper for you anyways. And Tato, oh, that's fortunate for him. Runs out randomly and finds the gold.
MBL needs outposts everywhere. You cannot have, like, you have this game. You cannot let Tato escape and be sneaky into all these little corners. You have cavalry. You can raid that and track whatever it may be. So Tato's comeback condition is to be sneaky, and I think his comeback condition is 1 fight. He needs like 4 or 5 traps, and he needs halbs with Manaspa. Manaspa are disappearing there, though.
And that looks like no town watch for MBL as well, right? He has castles around, but still doesn't have the greatest vision. Look at how blind he is in his own 2 corners.
Yeah, it's a very uncomfortable feeling, but that is because we are coming from full vision to this vision. So it's a bit jarring for that reason.
What is that?
That is an auto farm. Ask me how I know. Because it's all I use now. And the farms will go beyond the wall sometimes. So, well, I think MBL's castle here may be a bit regrettable. That seems like a freebie to give to Tato, but
I think it might be just to buy a lot of time, right? And
give space, maybe?
Bombard cannons, like 4 shots uphill there.
Okay.
Fine, and now that he sees all the halberdiers, 12 Janissaries already on the map, MBL is working towards his dream combo.
Yeah, but you know, Tato...
That should not be allowed. That should be... We should have a camel there.
Tato's taking gold everywhere. Now, that is a blue outpost, I believe, in the north. A foundation. It could have been a Tato foundation. It's hard to tell. Okay, sorry, Tato. But there is the Bombard Tower.
Baby.
Nearly, you called it!
Oh.
But... Could he build some outposts first?
Town watch? No, okay, Town watch finished at least.
Okay, that's big.
Okay.
I mean, I don't think MBL's expecting... He basically thinks, I hold the stone, I win the game. He's not thinking about these little gold tiles. And maybe rightly so. But, man, I mean, a banger comp for MBL incoming. He's actually got 9 monks, which I think is really helpful here. And he has heavy camel. Upgrades flying in.
Botkin. Artillery will be the next step, I believe. Now it doesn't cost stone anymore.
It costs food and gold. Yep, and there it is. So that adds extra range to the bombard cannons. That adds extra range to the bombard towers. That does not prevent MBL from losing this castle. Can Tato actually do this with no stone access for what, the last like 20 minutes, maybe like 10 minutes here?
Artillery finishes, gives us more range for the bombard cannons and the bombard towers. Really nice. Small question for MBL, maybe PTSD from losing all the castles against Viper yesterday?
Yeah.
It looked a bit the same, right? Traps killing castles of MBL.
But he built 2 castles in this game that I think were gifts, right?
Okay, yeah.
Now maybe, I don't know, do you know when Tato's birthday is? Maybe that's coming up. But for fortifications, you need the bombard towers. My concern over losing the castles is you can't make gunpowder. If you cannot make gunpowder, you cannot kill the halbs, of which Tato has 50. This is a problem. This is a big problem right now.
We could think about CA, we could think about normal hand cannons, but Janissaries obviously is the dream. MBL's army a bit out of position. Monk's obviously slow.
He's fortifying up, Nilly. He's fortifying up, dude. He says, take my castles, I don't care.
Tristan, prediction, stone collected for both players at the end of the game.
Can you tell me how much Tato started with?
700. Oh, you start with
700.
200. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, but 700. Okay, so 700 for Tato, and then MBL 6,669.
Okay, solid number.
I mean, so the difference in the comp here, Ranged melee, usually a bit better. I would say this one in the rare exceptions.
Oh, Monks, a bit too far out.
The old men back away.
Janissaries now joining the party as well. Lead upgrade is in there.
MBL's not producing a lot. He's not producing a lot. He needs a good fight. You could just toss these halbs away if you're Tato. They don't cost golds. He will kill a lot of camels. But MBL has the Bombard Towers. MBL has the hill. MBL can get more military here, but he doesn't have Janissaries on the way. He has no castles.
He has no pop space as well. 150 villagers and he was housed. That's villagers going down. That was the best fight Tato could have dreamed of.
The only positive here for MBL is those towers give him a lot of time.
Yeah.
Without those towers, he is dead.
It's 4 traps.
But he doesn't have Janissary production. It's only camels.
He had too many villagers. He didn't have enough army. Now he gets the HP upgrade for heavy CA. He doesn't have a single CA.
Okay, but can you give up the left maybe? You give up the left, you still have the right. Let's imagine a normal game.
Okay.
It's stone on both sides. You've taken a lot of the stone. Maybe MBL losing villagers is good for his pop space? I don't know. I don't think it's that good for the pop space, but he's not out yet. What a fight from Tato, though. Like, he found the perfect little ball, the perfect ratios, and those 4 trebs have been the key.
They killed so many buildings already. Now Dumbring. Does MBL even have any archer ranges?
He's adding them.
The switch was so late. Okay, now they're coming in. Heavy CA is really costly as well. We at least got Sipahi, but now the expansion here.
Yeah.
Oh, Tato has to be happy.
Tato has been on a lot of golds on those outside areas. A lot of golds that MBL didn't spot. And Tato now could maybe think about a raid to the main base. Now that's tougher to justify because it's up the hill, but there's nothing there from MBL to stop him right now.
And let's quickly remind ourselves how Monaspa are working. They get more attack, the bigger the number is. And that looks like a solid number to me.
And they regenerate.
14 plus 8.
And they regenerate, and they're cheap, and they produce really, really fast.
Oh.
So is this the unit that has made Georgians either be banned a lot or be picked first a lot in tournaments since release? MBL also Tato no ballistics, excuse me. But that's not a big deal. That tech coming in makes his cavalry also cost less population space.
Look at population at top, 200, now jumps to 194, although we didn't lose any units.
Yeah, so he gained 6 more units, as if he needs that 80 pop of military for Tato. I do still believe in the Turk comp, but being down 2-1, MBL's got to be feeling the pressure right now. I also think the additional pressure is that you feel like you had this game. And now Tato has come back. And then you see this and you're like, wait, what? There's gold on the outside? Did he even know? He's never gone for it himself.
So the exploration simply wasn't there, right? Bomber towers, so many already went down. It feels like 8 bomber towers or something. That could have been so many resources invested into something else. But we have to say, MBL worked himself towards the dream composition again. Heavy CA, elite Janissaries, heavy camels as well. This is an army not easy to kill for Tato, but looking at the resources, Tato can take some bad fights.
I love, MBL has had some rough moments this game, but I love the patience here. So many people just try and be like, no, I got to keep him off stone. And you take a bad fight. And he is popped up. He is going to lose a cannon, which is a tough loss. But I like how he showed some patience here. Now, that cannon was designed to hold this castle up, and Tato is going to use those 4 trebs again.
Really nice move, and that opens a lot of area, right, for potential raids. Villagers on the screen as well here. What's the damage output on those 4 traps?
I think it's like 30k at this point, 35,000 here. Oh man, MBL, he needs to take out those trebs. He's gonna lose one of his 2 remaining castles. Tato is all over him. The army count for MBL is looking so good. The upgrades are looking so good all of a sudden, but he just can't take the trebs. He can't access those trebs, and I don't know if he can really take out the halbs either. It's really preventing engagements.
Heavy CA finally coming in. He shouldn't retake the engagement in the next 30 seconds, but he takes it thinking that the hill is enough.
Well, he backs away. The halbs will get baited into some arrow fire here or some gunpowder. Nice little choke point as well. It's hard for the halbs to engage. It's hard for the Monaspa to get in. MBL's taking a good fight. He will lose Vills.
They're in against the ranged units.
And you gotta scoot, guys. You gotta get out of here, and you gotta reposition your units if you're MBL in such tight spaces here.
And Tato is clearing it up with all the traps. He's going for it. Tato, he's trying to stay alive here. Red Bull Wololo.
I think he wins the game, Nilly. I think he wins the game, and the Manaspa are just wrecking everything. The Trebs are taking out his base. Tato has access to stone. MBL has more army here, but it's all Tato all the time right now. He's had consistent Manaspa production. He's had consistent Hal production, and he has never wavered here ever since losing that map control.
Absolutely crazy play here. How Tato took those great engagement. It just felt like MBL, he had the resource, he had the setup, just not enough pop space here. And Tato even gets nice pickoffs at the side. 26 more Manaspa in the queue.
Yeah, and I mean, before, the issue was Tato didn't have stone. But now he has collected more gold, he has more relics, and he has access to whatever stone is what possibly remaining, assuming he pushes to the right side. So he doesn't have any right now, actually.
The church is also increasing all his farmers, all his wood shopping as well, right? So good for him. So his economy will be more efficient, can produce all those halberdiers.
MBL is stuck on what to make right now, Nilly. I mean, I think he has finally Elite Janissary in combination with Cav Archer is fine. But
are the Janissaries still adding enough? We talked about mobility problems, right? So maybe Heavy CA was the answer all along.
Well, hold on a second.
Okay.
He will get the 20 CA. Now, he didn't realize what happened there before, and that's just another magnificent thing Tato's been doing, right? Crazy. He's been taking the gold. He kept an eye on that gold. MBL didn't know, and there's another.
The church, another relic, another gold.
This is like very clear that Tato has played this map a lot, right? Because those 2 tile golds are a very specific thing that's not on other maps. And he's found so many of them.
That's why the new cards are so good as well, right? You can just move around. Don't need to build mining camps over and over again for that. Castle might just die eventually. That's an interesting army.
This, I gotta say, dude, every time you think one of these 2 is dead, the other guy holds on. MBL's Cav Archer number is still pretty high. He still has access to stone, and he's building bombard towers on the hill. This is MBL we're talking about. That's not going to be easy for Tato to break. Tato will probably lose his castle on the left, which is bad if he doesn't have stone, meaning the only 2 castles he has for Manaspa production are actually at his base. So if MBL can hold this, MBL can win this game still, despite the momentum loss.
Traps are moving forward. 3 traps now. Maybe another 4th one gets added. Q looks really solid.
Yeah,
Resources
he sees
are looking really solid. Map control now looks better for Tato as well.
MBL sees that. There should be a bombard cannon somewhere soon. Oh, we have a castle from Tato. That's crazy. He loses his castle on the left. And now the Trebs from Tato are going to come forward. There it is. MBL only has that castle remaining. This will be his last castle, and he can't save it.
MBL 26 villagers in the queue. He just sees them. Damn, I ate so many. Oh, and look at that. Treadmill crane already for Tato. He's thinking
Can we see Tato's Fog of War for just a half a second here? Just look at this mini-map, folks. Look at this.
Wow.
There is really not an area he hasn't been. Like, this is crazy. He's building churches there. He's building outposts. He has played this like crazy. And it feels like MBL finds those things when Tato's already there. Giving Tato a reason. Look at these 3 Manaspa here. He's just peeled off 3 Manaspa to go down to that gold.
Sick. The macro of this guy, the awareness of this guy, even goes for relatively useless upgrades right now. And yeah, well, like not super optimal upgrades, just to increase the score as well. Tries to do more damage against the buildings here. And how do you break this hill?
How do you break this guy? I mean, like, MBL had such a good position. A position that would have made so many players panic. And Tato has found a way back here, not really utilizing the stone, in all honesty. It has been avoiding the areas where the enemy is, getting to this crazy composition of 100 army now. For MBL, it's only Cav Archers, that's the hope, but I don't know if he can make enough with Tato all around the map right now.
MBL, he built 3 castles and like 10 bomber towers downhill against 4 traps.
Yeah. I think the bigger thing for me was the indecision, am I making Janissary, am I making CA? It felt like the move was Janissary, and then those 2 castles were a little questionable. But that's the thing, if you, on a map like this where players start on hills, any fortifications you build are in jeopardy in some way.
True.
Because it's exposed and at the bottom of the hill. So easier said than done. Again, MBL impressing me. 170 pop. How is he not dead? He's holding on, but Tato's got access to stone now. Tato's still got the relics. The only way MBL wins this game is if this composition he has is truly way better than anything Tato makes.
Oh, it's 100 HP CA on a hill. Camels are helping out as well. This should be a good fight for MBL.
I think it should be as well. Now the Halps will get some decent hits. You could tell Tato tried to circle around here to bait the Camels into the Halps, and that's exactly what he did. That's exactly what he did. The MBL thinks he's engaging against Manaspa with the Camels, but instead his Camels disappear to the Halps, and the Halp-Manaspa combination will send Tato to the semi. Well, no. Not to the semi.
Not the semi. He has another full best of 5 later today, but at least he will make it there. Tato advances to the top 6.
My apologies, folks. This is a heated moment. Tato wins a crazy series, easily the best series of this tournament so far. And Tato thanks the crowd. And I gotta say, that round of applause should extend to MBL as well. An amazing series.
Oh, wow.
I think he will want that game back. That may haunt him in his dreams the next couple nights, but an amazing performance from MBL here at Red Bull Wololo.
But look at the numbers as well. Like 204 halberdiers the game.
Yep.
Against like 60 Camels the maximum. Tato, wow, he has to rest now because he has another set tonight.
Yeah.
Where it's again do or die.
Yeah, do or die. Yes, and could be a bit tough for Tato as well, right? Opponent gets to see everything that he's done here and gets to think about, was that good? Was that expected? How does he approach certain situations? That's a lot of intel to his upcoming opponent.
Yeah, and
but what a series.
Draft can be analyzed as well, but at least he can get out of this one with a lot of confidence, right?
Yes.
He got into really tough spots, like playing against Turks, surrounded by castles.
Yep.
And the opponent can go for whatever they want, and then still being able to push the hill down.
And
masterful.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the bigger concern, now these guys aren't human, but for anyone would really be stamina, maybe? Like that was a long series.
True.
He had to work really hard, so that could be a factor. But I mean, if he can play like that, I'm sure he could pull out some more wins. And Tato, the reigning champion, showed again why he's so tough to break on any map, any setting, against wildcard play styles, wildcard civs. A beautiful performance from him, and I'm so happy we get to see him play more.
True. But also we have to say, a bit sad, MBL, such an entertaining player, just delivered a crazy set as well. Beautiful this exciting draft for us.
Yeah.
Sad to see him finish 7th, 8th.
I agree. I mean, that game felt very winnable for MBL. I thought we were going to game 5. I feel sad for him as well. But I also remember, like, last Red Bull, he came in lacking some confidence. He pretty much felt like, well, I'm going to go out in this round. It's not enjoyable to see a player so good like that. That was not the MBL we saw today. He played his game. He showed why he's here. And, I mean, there's no question over his draft. Just a true talent. But unfortunately, that's what makes these events so great, is that you do have to win, and it will be punishing if you lose. We have MBL with Riley right now. Tato, sorry. We have Riley with Tato right now.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, and welcome to the Analyst Chamber here with the victorious Tato. Tato, congratulations. A huge win for you. The crowd chanting your name in your native Spain. What was going through your mind? What was going through your heart as that game and that match finished? Was it relief? Was it triumph?
It was relief. I felt so much love during the walking to the stage, and I kind of wanted to give them back something, and this is the first step.
Well, it's a huge step as well, because obviously MBL is a real competitor. We sort of characterise this matchup talking about you're very technical and precise play. MBL can be very chaotic. What were you thinking going into MBL, knowing that he's always got something up his sleeve? Were you extra prepared for maybe some surprises?
I just say, like, MBL loves chaotic games, so when I'm playing like scene, I need to be extra cautious with the scouting. I need to pay a lot of attention to know what he's doing and what is coming. And I think he managed to surprise me more than I surprised him.
Well, we're gonna come to some of those surprises in due course, but I want to go all the way back to game number 1. This is a game that you lost, playing the Franks on Shrubland, going down to Inca. This was a very long game, sort of resulting in a bit of a trash war at the end, almost at the time limit. Was that something you were worried about? Were you thinking, I better start getting techs in case we hit the time limit?
I was away from the score. Like, even if I reset all the techs, I think I will not have catch up on his score. So No, I wasn't thinking about that. Well, every time already I was dead, but the time limit was already coming.
Yeah, okay.
And he will still have one.
So you weren't like, all right, university quit, coinage, let's go. No, all right. We can move on. Game number 2. This is on Golden Stream. You won with the Persians over the Vikings. Another long game. Does stamina come into it at this point? Does it affect your focus, or it was a pretty long set overall? Are you able to keep up the focus in long endurance-based matches?
Yeah. The first game didn't tire me at all.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's also really a player which has a lot of stamina.
Mm-hmm.
He plays non-stop, so I actually shouldn't make the games longer as the first game. I should have resigned earlier, in my opinion, because he will have better chances as the series is going. But yeah, Persian game also, like, I had a clear plan and it went quite well.
Yeah.
So as long as I don't have to think too much during the game, I'm not getting that tired.
What were you worried about in Golden Stream? Obviously losing the middle there. This was perhaps not as key up against the Vikings, obviously, because gold isn't as important for them as they head into Castle. You know, they're looking for pikes in the early Castle age. But NBL was able to seize the middle, put a castle up, and you weren't really able to contest that for a while. Was that a problem? Were you worried about that?
Not really in this case, because I managed to explore and found that they had both goals on the other side where I built a forward TC. So I kind of had his goals, and if I managed to push in the land and he's using his population on the water, I should have the advantage. That was my thinking process there.
Well, that obviously worked out in game number 2. We can move on to game number 3 here. This was, I think, a real clinic from you, Tato. We saw incredible macro, we saw incredible micro, and that key moment, as far as I'm concerned, was denying the castle after clicking up to Imp. NBL sort of looking to steal a march on you by getting a castle in a more aggressive position, and you just shut it down. That must have been a huge moment.
Yeah. I paid attention to the minimap and I saw a big red-blue dot. I was, what is that?
And this is how the pros win games. This is how they do it. Pay attention to the minimap, see a big blue dot, and off you go.
Yeah, but like his army was on the south. I was like, what he has there? And then I saw a lot of villagers. I was like, he's building a castle. And then I spent a couple of nights. I managed to stop it. Even if he was going up, I don't think it would have mattered that much because I was on the way to Imperial and I had another goals to. I will have to move a little bit my economy, but at the end I think I will have taken down.
It was an incredible game number 3, but game number 4 was the one where you brought it home. This one was quite close at some points. We had some incredible moments, MVL with his bombard towers and some really dramatic fights, a lot of back and forth. But one thing that really stood out to us watching this map was your map knowledge. Going off and finding those 2-tile golds off in the corners, it seemed to make a huge difference, and you were kind of uncontested in those resources, even though MBL had a huge amount of map control. So obviously you practice this map a lot, but do you feel like your knowledge of the map and these little secret pocket areas was decisive in that game?
It was super important for sure, because that's what kept me alive, and they gave me the resources to make more sheets and keep adding gold units, like Monaspas, that I didn't need them for the push. But at the end, I think he played that map better than me, to be honest. I think his strategy was quite well, and he loves his bombard towers. And when I saw the first one, I was, oh god, this is going to be a long game.
Well, the Turk pick certainly surprised us all, but we're so glad to see you get over the line, Tato. Congratulations here on home soil. Best of luck later on tonight. You obviously go and maybe rest up a little bit before that. But I'll get you to stick around here for just a minute while we throw to our next bit of content for you to enjoy. I'm obviously a big fan of history. Some of you may know this already, and it was a great pleasure for me to arrive here at Castillo Almodóvar, explore the castle and shoot a couple of bits of video for you to get to know this castle as we've all done being here. So here, my friends, is a little bit of information about the magnificent venue which Red Bull Wololo El Reinado is being held in. One of the most critical aspects of a castle's defensibility actually comes into play before the castle is even built. There's a reason that in Age of Empires you are handsomely rewarded for building a castle on top of a hill. It's because this is where you wanted castles to be built in real life, for many reasons. Of course, one of which is the fact that you get a commanding view of the area around. But when your castle came under attack, there was another reason you wanted to be on top of the hill, and that is, well, actually, you know what? Let me show you.
almost there. Oh man, almost there. So, the reason, right, you want to build your castle on top of a hill is because when the attacking army finally gets to the top, oh man, actually, you know what? I give up. It's too much. I give up. We're done. Cut. Just cut. Whatever. I can't do it. Oh.
He's so tired.
Out of shape nerd.
Out of shape. These old people, you know. Oh my God. Welcome. Well, welcome everyone. People here in Spain very happy because the previous series. I hear you still. The
they're
crowd.
still chanting.
Yeah.
Oh
man.
boy, yeah. They're surrounding Tato right now. They're celebrating it as if he won the tournament. He's only in the top 6 right now, right?
Yeah, and he play later again.
Yeah. He will play later against Larry, I assume. Let's see.
Versus Tato.
Oh.
I mean, we have got Tato
baby.
NBL.
Oh baby.
And then now Tato versus Leary. But now we're gonna focus on the next series. The next series, guys, is going to be Hart versus Sebastian. And I was talking before. Do you think that Hart, that has played already, is gonna benefit him to face now Sebastian? But gonna be more exhausted? Is warm up? What do you think is gonna be better now?
I think already playing on the stage will help him, right? Sebastian only played in the small chambers yesterday, so that will be an advantage. The stage might be overwhelming, like hundreds of people chanting for him. I think a lot of people will cheer for both of them, being from South America, close to the Spanish language as well. I think slightest of advantages for Hart in that regard.
Okay. And for you then, do you think that the Hart has an advantage?
I still believe Sebastian with the overall skill. Like, I think also Hart's strength are similar to Sebastian's strength, and it feels like Sebastian's a tiny bit better in that regard then.
And let's be honest, right? Yesterday he lost against the Viper for very minor details. He could have won the Viper for sure.
Yeah.
So I think that Sebastian should be the favorite, not by much, you know. But well, the pressure can be a factor. We don't know, guys. Hopefully you are enjoying the series. I think Sebastian, I've been talking with him, so mature for the age he is, because he's what, 21, 22?
Born in 2002. Yeah, I think 22. Yeah, pretty sure. Ooh, look at those two beauties. But yeah, as we said earlier, like Hart, just always so super focused, and Sebastian, honestly, for his first ever offline event, he's making good performance in front of the cam.
Yeah, but I'm checking Hart muscles. I'm getting scared, so you know, I'm gonna use me to be scared now. Oh, we are in the draft already. Nice. He was telling to me that the nerfs can happen also here.
Oh yeah.
Like we were discussing ACCM draft because he has been practicing a lot. And now we can tell because they are there and they don't listen to us. And he was surprised about that Magiars, for example, was picked in the 4th pick. And he was, you know, practicing. And do you think it's possible that maybe with all these nerfs you miss something at some point?
We've seen it in the past. We've seen it where people like both started to laugh and pick the best civilization as the 8th pick because both overlooked it, right? It's so unique to have this draft, and maybe another small advantage here for Hart in the left-hand side, banning Passage, Mountain Dunes banned for Sebastian, and Cliffbound, our kind of smallest map, very short distance, market play will be strong, Mezzo will be strong. There's just a lot of aggression and, well, Hollow Mountain. This is not going to be a long set.
I love
Both are here for blood.
I call the first map that Hart picked like the Empires of War Socotra.
Yeah.
Empire War Socotra kinda, you know, and you don't lame because it's Empire Wars. Nothing would be lame in absolutely everything there. And well, the one that Sebastian picked is the one that he was playing in the ladder all the time.
Yeah. Inca mirror, Saracen mirror there, won very convincingly against the Viper yesterday. Depression, oh god, this is going to be a short set map. Like you can't blink. Like this could be 3 maps all ending under 10 minutes.
I want to cast Depression.
Depression? Yeah.
Because I didn't cast yet.
Okay.
I didn't cast the map at all, so unique.
Golden Stream, the most strategic of all of those maps, will be a bit slower, easy to wall, strategic elements in the center. That's a bit of a surprise, and now we will find out the 5th map out of the remaining 9 maps. I'm cheering for the yellow marble. Oh no, it's already in the back. I'm starting to cheer for the blue one.
Yeah, but
yellow! I said yellow from the beginning.
It will come back from the hell. You know?
Give me yellow. Give me yellow.
Let's rig it.
Oh. Overtaken there.
But now
blocked off again. Yellow, go through! No!
Let's see what it's gonna be. Well, 3 out of 4 maps being very aggressive. I'm fine with it.
And this will be the blue.
River Divide. River Divide, I think.
Well, could be River Divide. A bit of red in there as well. And Isthmus. Okay.
And I have the glasses on, you know.
Okay.
Okay, what about this map? This is gonna be the opening.
Yeah, we obviously played a lot as well. We've seen Huns, Malians. If we didn't see Byzantines, Incas, Saracens, an option there as well. It could be that, especially with the 4 bands for each player, we could see 2 completely new civilizations that we have not seen on the ladder qualification.
Okay, now let's see, because remember that if I'm not mistaken, now we will have to go with the bands. Thinking a lot about that. Krasini this time doesn't look that, you know, that intimidating to the players, so I think they feel more comfortable this time.
Yeah. He really grew.
Yeah.
Into the role there. Yeah.
Okay.
Look at those guns.
That's why Sebastian is not looking.
Looks like Hart is playing with like low sensitivity on his mouse there.
Okay, destroy.
Okay.
Basically. Yeah, they call the nose there. You cannot imagine that they're studying now. They are back to school because there's 45 civilizations, possibly. So it's a lot of options. It's true that a lot less because the top tier civilization for this map, they probably got it very clear.
Yeah, but then again, like, do you want to ban them? Do you want to pick them? Do you hope that the opponent is banning them? We've already seen civilizations that I thought we would never see, like Incas, Saracens, Georgians. Yeah, all the top civs that we thought, okay, well, B will always ban them. Not the case.
I was surprised in the previous game. We can talk a bit, like MBL got a good position with the Turks, but even like that, how hold Tato there with Georgians, and then it also shows how powerful this civilization can be.
Yeah, Turks. Yeah, Turks was pretty. I think if he has 20 fewer villagers and has the army there, it can be MBL's game. Bombard cannons.
Yep, the thing is, well, got a lot of villages, but never got a lot of resources grabbing.
Yeah, well, he checked into so many things, right?
Yeah, tricky. I think at the same time.
First bands are flying in. Byzantines band.
Power
civilization
well.
That we've
it's a civilization that maybe you don't pick, but you don't want to play against.
Yeah. It just feels like you're always getting out-countered as well. Lithuanians, one of the aggressive civilizations taken away. Didn't we have this morning as well, where actually ACCM tried to take the fast civilizations away from Hart. Now Saracens here as well, very strategic civilizations, really strong as well. And yeah, Georgians now, after they just dominated, were really, really solid in the last game. Now taken away. Looking down the list, scratching off the civilizations that he doesn't want to see. Portuguese was, I think, an early pick by Hart earlier this morning. Now taken away there. And Hart looks like a bit of a rule question. Being confirmed by Krasini, our admin here. And now the announcement. Inca's gone. Okay. So the top 3 civilizations taken out of the possibilities to be played. I think.
But this is more normal draft. Like you see Georgians ban, Incas ban, Saracens ban, all those cities that we were talking, they're all banned already. Portuguese, Cumans.
Okay.
But it's Cumans
but
that great
where
here?
Cumans? Well, it's not for the extra TC, it's just for the double archery range opening. On Hollow Woodlands, for example, on Depression, on Cliffbound. So there could have been an aggression or like stable archery range as we've seen this weekend already as well.
Viper used it like this yesterday.
Against MBL? Yep.
Yeah.
Now Khmer gone, okay, without having Sandrift. And now the first real civilizations that are going to be played.
And what did
Hans early.
I feel good.
Okay.
I feel good. After all the school fun, you know, Hans and now Mongols. I don't know for what matter. Hans and Mongols.
Yeah.
Aztecs, Mayans, and then we go.
Mongols kind of on our list of civilizations that we're not going to see. We don't have a lot of Hunt where they really shine. Koreans?
What?
For Isthmus?
For Isthmus.
For Golden Stream? No. They're still Vikings, Armenians.
The Golden Stream.
Maggie.
With the towers as well. Can give you a lot of map control.
Yeah, but still, like, are Koreans that much better than Vikings or Armenians that you pick them first?
Well, it's not only that they pick first and the others pick first overall.
Tatars?
The first pick.
Expecting them to be played on depression quite a bit. Now that you have 2 CA civs, you kind of need to start thinking about, okay, what are other civilizations that could be good against my CA civs? Maybe something like, okay, Vietnamese already is sliding through. And we're going for Persians. Okay, extra attack against those archer units. Also working town centers. Extra resources.
Well, Persians is being picking Golden Stream a lot. Also, so always with the great economy they have. And Mesosip's not, I mean, they ban Incas, but we don't see Mayans, we don't see Aztecs as well.
I think
not even in civilization like a map like Cliffbone.
Well, it just feels like people have learned to out-micro those eagles so nicely. Aztecs could be a late pick for Cliffbound for sure. Mayans, I think, might have been included in Viper's draft, if I remember correctly, but not played. And we see Bohemians for the very first time. Hello! And Armenians also added. So he's well set up for the Golden Stream map and ethnics together.
And he picked Armenians as well. So you were talking like, okay, pick first Korea, but he has Armenians, he has Magyars, Bohemians. Bohemians for what map? I think for Clickbone could be also.
Ooh, the distance is short. Do you want to go for hand cannoneers there maybe? Not impossible.
Yeah, and I think he's underestimated the economy for Bohemia.
And there we have Aztecs for Cliffbound, ma'am. You asked for it.
That's it. Bengalis.
And Bohemians, if we get to chemistry in Castle Age, Aztecs are struggling against that.
Definitely it is, but he still pick it. So...
Yeah, but that kind of forces Bohemians on Cliffbound then, and then you kind of, with an early feudal age aggression, Bohemians struggling a bit against that. Vikings, the third kind of water civ? Okay, now we have to rethink. What? Is he just trying to take civilizations away from the opponent? Okay, Koreans are going to be played on Hollow Woodlands then. Vikings on Golden Stream. Armenians on Isthmus. Ooh, this is really interesting.
Well, if you can steal civilization for your opponent, it's not a bad thing. It's definitely not a bad thing. A lot of mind games here. Franks.
Ooh.
Vikings and Franks. So basically, we make a small recap. We have 2 cavalry civs like Magyars and Franks. Then Korea, Armenians, Vikings, we will put in those water civilization. Also with archer civs. And then Bohemians, that is kind of like, you know.
So Isthmus, most likely Bengalis. Persians for Golden Stream, Aztecs for Cliffbound. Hollow Woodlands, I see Huns and Depression Tatars. Okay, I can see how the draft is working for Hard.
I feel that we're gonna get some surprise there. So somehow we're gonna get some surprise because with those civilizations that he's picking, it's gonna make him think twice, also too hard, and maybe he's gonna try to do something different.
But
like,
is there a lot of play around because he like doesn't have another option for Golden Stream, right? It kind of has to be Persians.
Yeah, but which one then for Sebastian there?
Well, Sebastian is way more wild. How he distributes his civilizations. Yeah, like that is a heavy guessing game. It feels like Vikings has to go for Golden Stream. Then we have Magyars can still go anywhere.
But Viper yesterday in the interview was telling you, well, Hans has also Tromons. So that's why I pick Hans, you know, they have that option, you know, so maybe now he's thinking, okay, I'm gonna
if
go
he wants
Hans.
to play Hans there, then where is he playing Persians?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Unless he wants to play Bengalis on Golden Stream, but I think that's more for Isthmus. You can kind of win the water fight 1v1, Fire Galley against Fire Galley,
We're going
then
crazy
extra
here.
villages.
Imagine then, if we're going crazy here, imagine how they're going, right?
They're a bit smarter than us. That's their advantage, I think.
Well, okay, just a bit. Just a bit, but who has better draft for you, according to the maps and what they pick there?
Hard has the easier draft to play. I think it's pretty clear. Okay, I have a strong civ with this civ for this map. For Sebastian, it feels a bit like his draft is weaker if he's unprepared. If he has a plan exactly for all those civs, for all those maps, he will surprise me, and he will most likely surprise Hard as well.
Yeah, I think he knows exactly what he wants. You know,
Then I think the advantage should be for Sebastian.
I mean, I cannot cheat, but I was there like an hour today with him. He was taking notes all the time.
Nice.
All that in the Hard versus ACCM series.
Is he actually writing stuff down in his book before?
Yeah.
As a 22-year-old, they'd still do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Didn't know.
I'm surprised. I was surprised as well. But that's why the preparation is really important here, you know. And the mind games here is gonna be so important. So if we focus in the first game, what we are going to see then? Let's go for the last vote.
Well, Isthmus Isthmus should be. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's Bengalis versus X. Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe it's Koreans. And just really late dock. And just play like cheaper fire galley, spearman scum.
He's gonna try Armenians
again.
in
Hollow
Golden
Woodlands.
Strand?
Armenians, do you have any advantage if you go fire galleys? Probably not, right? On Isthmus. Am I missing something?
I don't know. We are confused. But you are the expert
Maybe
here.
it's just not playing Vikings at all. And it's just like taken away so that there's not an option. But with the early Persian pick, it just feels like Hart wanted to go Persians all along on Golden Stream.
Yeah, I'm just checking, but the players are already there. So we are going to start with the first game very, very soon. All these questions, we're going to have an answer very soon as well. But I want to talk a little bit, because I'm not going to be casting with you the next series. Sorry for spoil, you know. And also you get a break. You already second series together right away. Tatot and Leary.
Oh boy, it feels so bad. I hate that this set is happening because one of them
is out.
Will be out.
Yeah,
Ted O'Leary as the main event basically of the evening as well, right? Crowd already went wild. Him advancing to the top 6. Just imagine them if he gets a ticket for the semis. Yeah.
And who you think is the favorite there, according to what we have seen already?
I will say slight advantage Leary.
Okay. So the draft. Now we are talking a lot and many questions. I think the draft is going to be in that series probably even more important.
Yeah, really complex there as well.
Really crucial.
But I think the maps might be more diverse in the sense that we will have something like Passage versus Hollow Woodlines, right? And therefore it's clear, okay, this one civ is exactly for this map. Like here, the maps are a bit closer in the draft because their two playstyles are a bit closer.
I'm going back to our series. I'm checking now Hard, but I was taking a look at Sebastian, and he looks very worried.
Krasini giving some tips. Here, look at this map. Try to wall a bit.
He's taking notes.
Yeah. Maybe he's telling him what to draft. Here, what? Just play Armenians here.
What you did there?
And Sebastian's like, oh, good job. Okay, we'll do that.
Well, the crowd is taking a snack, probably a small break there, and that they will come back all. Don't think, guys, that they left because Tatot is over. And also Tatot is not over. They will be back later as well. So it's going to be really soon there.
Just in the courtyard.
But Sebastian is chill, man. Seriously.
Again. Maybe they're looking through some old record games. Krasini just sent him like, look at that, I beat the moderate AI. Maybe you can learn some build orders. Sebastian's like, wow.
And Hard, don't bother me. Don't come to me or I use my guns. You know? Oh my god. Well, very convincing victory before, like 3-0 against ACCM. You feel it's affected the scene to ACCM? I didn't feel that he was comfortable. He's
ACCM, you mean?
Yeah.
It's tricky. Like,
I mean, you don't know, but I was checking the camera. Maybe it's because he was losing, obviously, but I don't know. It was quite clear, I would say, because some of the games he even extended a little bit more. I mean, he was trying to come back, obviously, but was very solid. Very, very, very solid victory.
I think Hart played really well, really like clean aggression there. ACCM just couldn't really weather the storm. I didn't talk to him. I have no idea like how he felt before or afterwards. So tough for me to judge anything there. But Hart certainly looked confident. Looking through the strategies again. And yeah, you see. Okay, well then, those two brains of Age of Empires, let's get a bit more of a deep dive. Sebastian sharing some of his thoughts.
I would describe Tato as really hard opponent. He has a lot of experience. He's a previous Wololo champion. He's playing in his country, so he's the local, let's say. He has experience, he's creative. I consider him really smart. He's really good mechanically. So yeah, I will try my best to find some weaknesses and yeah, try to beat him.
Okay.
That was quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Sebastian, as you can see, he doesn't feel this. You see him, and you don't know that he's the first time in this kind of a scene, and you cannot imagine.
Okay, and that's what you see, like experience. 6 out of 10. I think I even rated him lower, honestly. Like, no S-tier tournament win, first LAN ever. It's like crazy how confident he looks there. So experience only 6 out of 10, while we have seen other players obviously taking so many big tournaments there.
Yeah, but everything else, high point.
Yeah.
He's really good.
Some consider him a good contender to be the next top 5 player in the world.
Has something really bad, you know. Dravidian's the first right to win. You know how much I love that civilization, you know. But then look at the amount of games that he has won with them as well. Well,
look at how dominant he is. Like close to 70 matches there, 84%.
Wow.
Under 15 minutes games. That's Hollywoodlands for you. That's like Viper in the statistics there as well.
Yeah, very aggressive player then, Sebastian. Okay, are we gonna jump into the game number 1 soon? I hope so, because we are definitely waiting for the first game. Excited to see those 2 players playing. Want to see this series. Also, we want to see Tanto versus Leary, and tomorrow we have already the semifinals.
I love the banners moving in the wind in the back. Look at that.
The weather now is fantastic. I mean, now it's the perfect scenario, guys, to enjoy. Well, anything in Age of Empires here, people that is going to be tomorrow here, they're going to see how lucky they're going to be. It's going to be amazing.
Kind of interesting that you're talking about best weather conditions to enjoy Age of Empires.
Well, right now, see, because we are outside, you know, and we are always used to be, well, in a box at home, you know, so it's completely different. Yeah. Well, and also telling this because 5-6 hours ago, it wasn't the same. It was very hot, you know.
So Isthmus, narrow strip of desert and land flanked by water. We have to fight water on the outside. We can get extra stones there, extra relics. The big question is, how many military buildings are we doing on land before we build the first dock? Most of the approaches are 1 archer range or 1 stable and then 1 dock. I think especially with Bengalis, you want to contest early.
You think it's going to be a long game in that one? It's going to go
Typically not.
Aggressive, right? The start.
I think because they're limited resource as well, like we never go to time limit. Early in, because they're so close, quite a dominant strategy as well. Just the traps, so good with the timings.
There was not a lot of wood in that map, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
As well, yeah. I was thinking about that because those maps are going to invite to go very aggressive, and when you don't have that much wood, well, it's impossible to go for the later game. Yeah, it seemed that he's not that confident. Well, Hart, it's not taking any notes.
Maybe he's just overthinking. Did he maybe misdraft? Is that an option?
Those 3 civilizations, we were surprised. Like, okay, Korea first, you were surprised. Then the pick Arbarians, and then you were thinking Vikings is to steal to his opponent. So those 3 sieves.
Armenians, yeah. But like, is the Viking steal really making that much sense if the opponent already has Persians and Huns? I didn't see it, but yeah, certainly a great question to raise in the after interview for either player, what they thought about the draft there. It just feels like Hart has such a straightforward draft, and he just looks so much more relaxed. Like, he knows what's coming. But Sebastian, like, maybe still some questions being raised in his own head.
Okay, and
it feels like they're getting ready now. Look at that posture.
Do we still know then who is facing the winner of the series or not tomorrow?
No. I think it's a random draw. Hera and the Viper obviously waiting in the best of 7 semifinals tomorrow.
So they're waiting for the winner of this one, the next series, and it will be random. But Hera and the Viper are not facing because they are coming from the winners.
Exactly that. And best of 7s tomorrow. That's going to be epic as well, man.
Oh man, best of 7 tomorrow with whoever it's going to be. It's gonna be epic. It's really going to be epic.
Big challenge as well.
Yeah.
Right? It feels like either of them should be the underdog against Hera or Viper. But then we have the Leary and Taro match later on.
Versus any of the others.
Yeah, that's brutal.
Oh man.
But maybe slight underdogs there as well. Just felt like Hera and Viper, they really showed up yesterday.
And we don't know who is going to be tomorrow, the first or the second series. Because we want you to join and discover yourself. Of course, guys. Well, viewers on Twitch is what it is.
Sebastian locked in here. Game about to load up, and Hart, yeah. They are in game here from what it looks like.
Oh, yes.
They are ready to roll. Memp, give me a prediction.
Ready to rumble. 3-1.
For whom?
I have to say the name.
Yeah.
For
That's how it works.
For Sebastian.
3-1 Sebastian.
3-1 Sebastian.
I will say the same. Sounds reasonable to me.
For real?
Yeah. You're so smart, Memp. Just easy to agree with you.
Well, 3-1 is our prediction. I don't know what is gonna think people in the crowd, people in the stream. But when we see those movements, it's because the game is gonna start in a moment. That beautiful camera is gonna bring us the game in just a little bit, and we're going to discover all those answers for the questions that we were having. And game number 1, we were not that wrong. We were not that wrong, or we were wrong. Koreans. I am cheating a bit. You don't see yet there, but I see already the civilizations. Korean and Vietnam. We can talk about that.
Koreans versus Vietnamese. Interesting. Where are we seeing Hans then? Okay, so yeah, the draft really interesting. And wow, I'm excited, man. Sebastian versus Hart. Loser is out. Winner. These are the semifinals.
Decider match, guys, and we have as a yellow Sebastian Koreans in the south, in the north Hart as a blue Vietnam. As you can see, guys, the shape is completely different. You know what is looking that mini map, and this pretty much a land map. The water is kind of a bonus, but you need to win on the land.
You don't want your opponent to have fish there, right? True. If they have like 5 fishing ships and you're just even on land, that would not be enough. We see the aggression here from Hart. He loves his stave opening into skirmishers. He played that so many times against MBL on the ladder, and this morning he looked really dominant against ACCM. Villager a bit in danger, but 3 spearmen around. Yeah,
he has the spears. He shouldn't have a problem. He's going around now. For now, you can see how Sebastian has lost 2 villages already. Nale, that was in the early game. Might be those scouts, exactly. He was selecting that Mapu, and we see the 2 villages. It's gonna be a 3rd villager, or maybe not. No, that village should be dead. 3 villages down already, minute 4. Hart is starting exactly the same way as you mentioned, like against ACCM. It's like
7-1 KD, man.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Is he trying to jump this? It's 2 spearmen full HP. I think that's a bit risky.
But still, well, he's gonna lose 2 scout for 1 spear, and now you have to be careful. Okay. KD get closer, but there's still 0-3 Echo KD. We have also the dog as well, but he's fishing. That's risky because both dogs are in the same side of the water.
And the fire galley opening there for Hart. Should be really good for him. Let's take a look. Sebastian, he's saving a lot of resources building this army. And those skirms, they're getting pushed back.
Yeah, I believe that he didn't find that he has a dog. If we can put Sebastian Fog of War, please, and we'll see that he didn't discover. Definitely not. He's not exploring anything yet, because he's forced to be at home with those initial scouts.
The fire galley, patrol to short.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh man, he's gonna take the fish. If he's taking the fish, he's already 3 villages down and potentially 4 fishing ships down. He's gonna find out, but now we're gonna focus on that battle on the land. We see, well, kind of Byzantine styles with a lot of schemes and spears, but the army here from Hart is just amazing right now. And he's taking the fish.
No fire galley queued up. Okay, now he's queuing one up. There's so much gold here for Sebastian. I'm really surprised that he kept 3 villages on gold while going for spearman skirm. That's all dead resources now.
Well, let's see. We're gonna find out, but he's coming now. He's sending more skirmishes. Remember that Vietnam has more HP in rage units. Korea has the armor for free, which is some small advantage here. Resources are looking a little bit better for Hart. You can see already better resources collected, more resources collected, and the game can stabilize now. So we're gonna go probably for Castle soon.
Weber, look at that. 3 eco upgrades in feudal age here for Hart. Something we don't really see too often from those super aggressive players. And now tries to continue to take the engagement. Fletching versus fletching here. And another spearman dead.
The crazy thing with Vietnam, guys, is that you are saving wood in every single economy upgrade. Also, they are research 100% faster. So doing the wheelbarrow is like doing a villager. A little bit more, so it's definitely worth it if you can afford it. And now his economy is going to be exploding.
Spearman down.
Like he's gonna take it. And now he needs to go back because all those scouts and skirmishes are going to dive in, and he's going to take probably absolutely everything. Look at those scouts. Hart is in a really excellent position. The score is not lying right now. Resources are looking very smooth for both, but he's going to be going up without any military and then map control.
Oh, that's so good for Hart. He can build forward siege workshop. He can decide what units he wants to go for. He has to be really happy with how this engagement went. Sebastian a bit out of position with the spearman there. Maybe with his slow army, a bit too ambitious.
All being said, you can see how crazy is this game sometimes. KD 22-9, population only 5-6 population behind. And Sebastian is still on the way to castle. It's 10 seconds faster.
2 fishing ships lost there. The KD absolutely mad. Now the 3rd fishing ship lost. 6-0 in Eco KD. Dominant performance by Hart so far.
Yeah, in theory that would be a huge economy advantage, and it is. As you can see, resources collected is still growing and growing. Idle TC also more for Sebastian, like a minute, 30 seconds only for Hart. So his double this was open, but Sebastian doesn't want more holes today. It was one, yeah, it was one the hole that is bring him here probably today. Otherwise, we'll be in another position, who knows, right? But let's see, what is going to be the transition here? Are we going to see maybe cab arches from Vietnam player?
Well, he can decide what he wants to go for, right? Skirmish would be good. You don't really need to go for CA if you're expecting your opponent to go for skirmishes already. So maybe just more skirms and you're super happy already.
Yeah, well, he's researching already the +1. For cavalry, so it's going to be probably knights. I don't know if he's doing more stable, but we're going to find out very soon. He's trying to get inside, but I guess with those skirms he's going to be able to hold. If he's not able, he's going to make a house. And at home I don't see any other buildings, so I guess he's going just with 1 stable and 1 archery range.
Oh, Siege Workshop could be a good spot here. Not really the hard style necessarily. 1 stable, 1 archer range. Could just be extra town centers. He has lots of resources.
Yeah, he has a great economy, a really, really good economy. Chain Bardin armor. No, he's doing. Oh my God, he did all the upgrades, but now he decided to go into elite skirmishes, Botkin arrow, Bozo, and with those scouts, he's doing also economy. Both are doing economy. They are doing the same army right now, the same approach. So
will be full map control. Full map control for Hart. And he can just decide, okay, how many knights do I want to go for? Do I want to build the forward siege workshop? Do I want to pick up relics? How much do I want to focus on water? Well, Sebastian, his main goal is somehow survive.
Okay, let's see what is going to be now, because we see this is for both players. He's going with the skin. Those skins +2/+2 is amazing. Obviously, Korea has already, and for free the second armor, as we said. But Hart is pushing since minute 0. He's not letting any initiative to El Uruguayo, like I like to call him in Ile.
Yeah, but well, how could Sebastian ever get any initiative, right? Hart's just surrounding, harassing more. KD is not getting better. 7-0 KD now when it comes to the economy, resources collected better. Hart just in full control here.
Yeah, and in this situation you expect, okay, maybe what he needs is to make a counterattack, but I don't see the how he can. Oh, he's doing a turtle. He has a turtle. He has a turtle that I don't know if it's a misclick or not, but a turtle is there for the Korea player. Yeah, very slow, and he's not going to achieve, well, 1 fishing ship. There's nothing there.
I think it's a small argument why you picked the civilization initially, so I don't really think it's a misclick at all. I think that's part of the plan.
Okay. Okay, for now he is still trying to push, and he's pushing, doing another archery range. I think he's gonna get inside with the knights. He has to be careful. Population is starting to explode. Nearly 79, population 65. Wheelbarrow now for Sebastian, while he has got wheelbarrow long time ago, and also with heavy plow he got all the upgrades. The game is incredibly smooth for Hart right now. Really, really smooth.
Sick. 6 eco upgrades here in by the 14-minute mark. Hart is playing a dream of a game, right? Never really contested at home. Lost a fishing ship now. Couldn't care less.
Yeah, 30C already. Ballistic for Sebastian here. But with 14 skirmishes, even if you get ballistic, your opponent has 20.
But he can't go outside.
Yeah, exactly.
What? Well, he will get cleared up with the knights. There are 2 knights, 2 scouts. He might lose his whole army again. Get inside, Sebastian.
Yeah, he's doing. He's deleting the house. He's going to go home. Now he needs to hold that one, and I don't know if he's going to be able, because, as you can see, Hart, we see the foundation for that house is coming forward, and he's going to make the siege workshop that you were claiming for. So, I don't know what he can do. It's true that it's only 5 less different, but, as you mentioned, with handcard already, with all the upgrades, it's very tricky position here.
3 TC for Hart, 1 TC only added for Sebastian. Now we see the 3rd town center here, but the villagers are already forward. Next step will be siege workshop, and that will be a tough hold for Sebastian.
Yeah, well, for now he will have ballistic, but you can see how Hart with his brutal APM is trying to dodge those arrows, and he's doing really, really well. Still not the biggest population difference, but when we check the villages on food, 26 farmers, 12 farmers. The economy advantage is just exploding. Look at the resources collected. 15,000 resources collected for Hart. 13k, 2k more in 16 minutes. It's a lot. It's really, really a lot. The knights are coming. Those are many knights with so many skirmishes. Ballistic already in for Hart as well. And I don't know what you think, Millie, but Hart is putting a pressure that I don't know if Sebastian is going to be able to contest anymore.
Will be really tricky. Monk behind this won't really get the conversion. Knights are pulled off, but still the conversion is locked in. Might eventually get it.
Oh, great. Great micro there, actually. He's pushing there.
Wow.
I said how he's going to contest like this. And as you can see, those skirmishes, he's going back, he's doing the knight, converting the knight. Really great. The TC is up there. So it's stabilizing Sebastian here, and the score is getting closer. Only 10 population difference. Because right now, Sebastian, with an amazing micro, is pushing back hard.
Okay, but villager advantage is massive. The converted knight might help quite a bit here, but goes down now, and Sebastian, he needs to rush out the siege workshop himself.
Yeah, he needs to kill that one, but he has no army to do that, so he's doing the siege workshop. And now let's see the micro here. Has to be careful. He avoid that one, and now it's avoiding a little. Ooh, didn't avoid anymore. No, 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 didn't avoid it. He lost like 5-6 skirmishes, and this is tricky. Really tricky position. 20 villages behind. More army for Hart. Hart is playing amazing. Really good. I don't know. I mean, this is a game for him to throw, in my opinion. For him to lose, more than for the Sebastian to win.
Yeah, it feels like it. Hart has all the winning conditions going for himself. Water is the tiniest of advantages here for Sebastian, but obviously not super efficient and really late. So, relatively speaking, it's not adding too much anymore. Mangonels, like, how can you dodge them at all times here for Sebastian?
Well, he's trying to do the job. He's trying to do the job. Remember that the monks don't have redemption for Korea, so he's not going to be able to convert. He's doing now hand card. Now he's having a good amount of farmers, 31. This is so important. If you want to do something, that Mangonel need to kick in.
Yeah, absolutely. If he loses this Mangonel for free, the defense is basically impossible.
Oh man, but well, what about the difference? What about the difference? Hart is on the way to Imperial Age. He's on the way to Imperial with 94 villages, 95. And Hart want to really be into the semi-final. That will be probably a dream come true for him. And he's definitely opening really, really well. Like really, really well. He has 20 villages more, as we say. 2 minutes away from going up to him, and Sebastian is not even close.
Yeah, he's so far away. Look at that. Like, he's so cornered as well. Villagers in the town center as well. The income won't be great. Mangonel in danger and goes down.
Well, it's 1 for 1 at least. That's something. I don't see yet the monks that he's going to be able to convert. The skirmishes are doing okay. He has the same army, but the problem is not the army anymore. Like, Hart can do whatever. He could go stables if he want. Another bada-boom. The Mangonel is gonna take it. No, no, no. He has 2 monks. Need to convert. This is a problem. This is definitely a problem. And Sebastian, it's at the limit now. 1 minute, 30 seconds. I don't know what Sebastian is going to do, but he's really far. Do you think this is a possibility that he call it? The score is close, but he's not close to go out.
He knows about the position. Bracer alone will be such a good upgrade there against the only Castle Age army. He knows how tough it will be to play. Castle of Hart will be the next step, and Sebastian, I think it's not completely unreasonable to consider this game lost once he sees that his opponent is an imp.
Well, we're gonna find out in a moment. Let's see, because the TC is not down, and well, the resources he has, Hart, he can make a castle. He has also almost 700 food. He's taking now that Mangonel. He's gonna take another. No, he didn't take it. He didn't lose his Mangonel himself either. But he's coming with more. It is another Mangonel. He's gonna take with the knight. Oh, those skirmishers going down castle. That is gonna take the middle of the map. The score is still getting closer, and Sebastian is floating resources maybe to go up. He's still going. He's gonna go up very soon. Yes. But this is so tricky. Mangonel's down. Good micro here. He's gonna be a make a bada-boom here. He's not doing it. He's pushing it back.
It's important to not lose those skirmishers, otherwise you won't really have the benefits of the advantage of being Imperial Age if you don't get the upgrades. Oh, this is dangerous.
This is very dangerous. He has to be careful. He's going to try to slow. Oh, he's trying to make a tower there. This is impossible. It's impossible. It's impossible. And it's really, really impossible because Hart is taking game number 1. I don't remember one single time that Sebastian could attack Hart base.
Did he even scout his base? Maybe the first scout and then...
Never.
Yeah, it was just like the very early game, and then it was full hard pressure. That first engagement where he lost the 4 spearmen, and it felt like hard, just in full control all game after this.
Well, our prediction was 3-1. Now Sebastian did 3 games in a row.
Mhm.
And after this first game, maybe the predictions are not as we thought. It surprised me positively hard, really. Like
It was one misstep, right? It felt like they both played on a really high level when it came to the Skirm micro. It's just like if you lose 12 units and trade them off against very, very little of the opponent, then you won't look good. No matter what you do afterwards, if the player if the opponent is playing that good. So I don't think we could really judge how good Sebastian will be today based only on this game.
Yeah, let's see what he's going to pick now. What do you think he should pick according to the map pool we have?
Who are you
after
cheering
the first
for?
game?
Who's yellow? They're cheering for the casters. 34% for the casters.
Really?
Yeah. 33% for Hard, 33 for Sebastian, 34 for us. Nice.
Makes sense, right? Are you cheering for us?
I'm cheering for us.
Me too. Okay. Why do you think these kind of things happen? Why they cheer for us? We don't know, right?
I don't know. Okay.
I think they don't know either.
Sebastian, how is his mindset now? You talked to him a bit, so maybe you can give us more intel there.
I think he's gonna keep a stick to the plan. He's gonna forget that game. Like, forget with the game and focus in the next one. And he has nothing to lose here. But I think Hearts will be in the same situation. What they do have to lose here? Like being before the tournament start. What I mean is, before the tournament start, if you tell any of them, "Hey, you're gonna be in the top 4," they will sign there, right?
Yeah.
You know, they are in that position, but they are already in the top 6.
Yeah.
So.
But still, like, it feels
They
like,
are
okay,
one
you're
step
already
away,
here.
right?
Yeah. It is an achievement for both of them, we have to say. But it just still feels like, okay, you're one...
It's my chance.
You're one map away, like one set away, yeah. You're so close.
And Hard only 2 games now. Hard only 2 games now.
The win for Vietnamese there. The last pick against the first pick. That's just crazy as well. This feels like 1.5 to 0 already.
Yeah. It's amazing. Well, but the thing is, Vietnam is a good save. Like, you pick the last, but maybe you can pick earlier, right? So it's kind of tricky. Like, the draft from Hard, according to what we see there, seems better.
That's what we feel like, right? This is tough for Sebastian. He already is down 1-0. He's picking Franks for the next map, which will be Hollow Woodland. So really short distance. Sebastian looking really strong on the map there yesterday. And we see Hans on the other side for Hard. So 2 cavalry civilizations against each other. And we are in.
We are in into game number 2. Sebastian as Franks, as you mentioned. Hard as a Hans. We see the archery range already there.
Housed. Oh, at pop 35.
Oh, housed already. Well, no idle TC, but he's slowing down his production with the military, which you don't want specifically in a map like this, Nelle.
Yeah, short distance
so
there.
Aggressive.
Yeah, archery range opening for both of them. So will be Skirm Spear to begin with. 1 villager on gold for Hard, none at all for Sebastian. So that will be Skirm Spear, and that's a nice pickup for Hard already. He's just in so much control.
Yeah. Full reaction here is taking the skirmish, and people might think, hey, it's only 1 skirmish chip. Well, it's make that you don't make the mass. And in a map like this, if you are going to be able to avoid these situations, it's huge. It's really, really, really huge. You can see how he's going away now with the army, because Hart is paying attention and he's going with the village, so he's just on point. You know, the multitasking is real for the Peruvian player.
Really, really solid play. Only 1 spearman out on the field for Hard. Maybe a bit of spearman overproduction from Sebastian here. Going to lose another one there. Obviously, Spear Skirm. The spears are not really adding too much more. More spears even joining the party here. Hard, this is another good opening for him.
Yeah, it's playing well. It's playing really well now. You can see already the KD, how it's solid, 4-2 already. It seems that Sebastian stabilized a little bit.
And stable. Hard already has a stable. He's producing.
Yeah. We can see on capture rates at the top right corner also now.
Same for
map is select. Yeah, both are doing the same. Remember that Franks get more HP with those scouts, so it's obviously a plus. But since this map is usually feudal play, the longer it goes, the better for the Hans. in Feudal. So let's see.
If we get Bloodlines, yeah.
Yeah.
Fletching now. Fletching was in for Sebastian really early on, but couldn't really capitalize on it. And Hart, what's his next step? He actually builds an archer. Ooh, Sebastian expanding to the side.
Well, all the woodlines are forward for Sebastian. Can we check a little bit hard base? And one woodline forward, the other one two. One at the back, that's a little bit better. And now he's doing the mill. Also a little bit slower than Sebastian. He's been there already and taking the deers. That gives him the advantage to take the forging first. Not really, because as you can see, Hart is doing forging as well. With 26 pellets of food. Great food income for him, and we're gonna have a very strong engagement here. Who's gonna take this one? The spear again, not sending.
It's really even. It's really close here. One scout stilling at the side. Archer can't really contribute too much. This one will be just even after the scouts are dying.
Yeah, it's quite even here. You can see how he's focused completely on the scout. Both players are focusing on the scouts, and not only Hart or Sebastian now. And taking another. You can't lose it, or the scout will take over all those games. Oh, you need to kill that one. That was a mistake.
Oh, also low.
Yeah, but now you can see he's taking that one. Well, he's sending another full HP. The scouts is the priority here, nearly clearly.
Yeah, but it's like, as you said, 54 against 45 HP. Right now, advantage for Sebastian. The moment we don't have bloodlines, it's still better for the Frank player.
Yeah, he's taking another scout. Well, 1 for 1. He needs to go back. Population almost the same. KD exactly the same. 13-13. And resources collected the same. It's like the game just started second stable. And second stable
for both
is
of them.
completely mirror.
If we have 15 scouts for both players, Hart will win those engagements. Is starting to wall now as well. Doesn't want to get surprised on his woodline here. Love those plays. Heads up play here for sure. Knows how high the stakes are.
He's doing exactly the same both players, but now this is the moment where the hands should be superior. Bloodlines is already kicking in. Only one thing that he doesn't have is the horse collar. Other than that, everything is exactly the same. We have a little bit more army now for Sebastian. Just 11 units. It's the same 3 scouts, 2 scouts, 8 skirmishes, 7 skirmishes. Micro here is crucial, nearly.
Oh, numbers are better right now. 11 against 11 military, actually. It's pretty even. Those skirmishers trying to do their job. And now more HP on those scouts, paying off.
Paying off, the bloodlines is important, so that's why he need to put on the field some spearmen. Spears will help now Sebastian to be able to hold. Otherwise, the hands will dominate here. Population 2 villages more. Why? Sebastian is having more IDLTC that he usually have. 134. Now Hart also having a little bit more. 56 population, 58 is pushing again hard. He's pushing again hard, and in this situation, Sebastian doesn't feel comfortable. He likes to have the initiative, and in this series, till now, he's not having the initiative at all.
Oh, this is a tough fight. Might have been a bit of an overstep for Hart here. Bit deep in against the 2 stable production of the Frank player here. Spearman still at home, not really joining the party, but it's still so close, man.
Very close. Still now, maybe Sebastian can do the job. Not really. He's not doing the job because there is the bloodlines kicking in, and the scouts from Hart are pushing Sebastian a little. Uruguayo. He's having problems. He might be chill, might be with the mate, but if he's not getting out of this comfort zone, it's gonna have problems. But now, he listened. 11, 8. Who's having here the advantage?
Pretty crazy. Sebastian actually continues to produce skirm and spear, while we mainly saw Hart focusing on scout production. Now he's adding some skirmishes himself. That's a nice pickoff.
Yep.
Third stable?
Yeah, third stable.
Wow.
Third stable. I mean, you can't compete with the Hans. Remember, also Hans has a stable production 20% faster from those. And
third stable for
Third stables as well. We're going to see, Feudal forever. 37 on foot. 37 on foot for Hart. Crazy. I believe he's getting also a lot of hand. He's forcing now to make a tower. Both are attacking, but the army numbers. Look at the army numbers. Sebastian 16, Hart 10. This is really important moment for the game. He's gonna be able to hold here. Hart, he need to do it and need that tower because army number. No, and he did it.
Sebastian, he lost his spearmen to the villagers. Perfect engagement there for Hart. He cleared up all the spearmen.
Yeah, we need to go forward. The forward spot is gonna take some village there, but here is the most important part now because the scouts are starting to dominate. The bloodline is definitely kicking in, Nile.
Yeah, absolutely feels like it. Faster production as well, and maybe a bit of an overstep there for Sebastian. Those are great engagements for Hart.
It's very clear that Hart is now pushing there. He needs the spears. He's 6 villages more because the idle time is still there. Also, he took the 2 villages you mentioned. No army for Sebastian. I think he doesn't have also market, and without the market, those 400 gold are kinda useless. Is this the fort stable, or is another barrack?
Maybe the barracks, right? But maybe it's a bit late. Those scouts now are at the villagers already. 65 HP, 10 military against only 3.
It's impossible for Sebastian. Hart is just doing the upset here. Well, the surprise, because right now, with 20 minutes played almost this series, is gonna be a 2-0. He forced him to make a tower, but the timing, the momentum nearly is for Hart.
Oh boy, 5 against 12 military villagers fighting here. Now the archer's good against the spearmen as well. Hart is loving his life. He's loving this game.
He's loving the game completely, and he's gonna smile. He's gonna smile very soon, because right now he has a lot of army. Really, 6 villages more. Wheelbarrow already done nearly as well, and then with more than double the army, almost triple. I don't know what can happen here now to him to come back to Sebastian. Look at the military.
Just feels like Sebastian won't be able to win this game in feudal age. Hart just should continue with his production, harass all those farmers. If we are blocking those farmers, scout production is super limited, and then Hart will overwhelm in another way.
Yeah, well, he's doing so. Maybe now what Sebastian is going to do is counter-attack and then send here the spearman. This is exactly what he's doing, but he got also archers. He's going forward now with the scout, but killing the farmers. Scout and archers, and now mining a lot of stone. He's at the very, very limit, nearly.
I think he needs to build a tower here at the left-hand side. Villagers are trying to run away.
They're taking out hard
further
base.
to the left. Oh, that's a nice counter-attack.
Ooh, this is so many scouts. 7 scouts with all the archers, so now he's gonna take how many villages? He's 5 Echo KD. It's gonna catch up. He didn't kill anything yet. 1 only?
Left side though. Can the scout see that? Villagers are running into the corner. It's so close.
Well, it's only 2. He cannot. Well, he see it, but he didn't notice there's many things happening at the same time. And now more and more scout all over the map. The game kinda. Ooh, what happened there? Millions of villages idle, nearly.
3 scouts trying to take the engagement, but uphill, not too pretty. Villagers are now joining the party. Oh god, this is a brutal game.
Brutal game already. Action all over. Using the village, 52, 56 at home, also with so many units. But population keep increasing and increasing the difference in favor to Hart. So I really don't know how you can come back here other than doing the market and use those 800 gold. That's in the bank.
Kind of the only way, right? And then still the question, like, are we going Castle Age? Are we trying to get more scouts out? Could we take a quick look at the left-hand side corner of the map?
Well, that's safe.
Okay, that's safe.
That wood is really safe, actually. Look at the scout and the archers. He needs to be careful. Here, Sebastian is not losing more, but the population difference is scary. Where's the market? I mean, he does not notice that he has 900 gold.
It's the only spot where the villagers are safe, right? That's where you built the tower as well. Villagers still running around. Work efficiency at the bottom right. You see how incredibly low it's for both players.
Yeah, well, right now Echo KD 4-5. Is still trying to kill some more units. I think he's trying to find those villages in the corner, but he's definitely not finding. And now he's gonna find so many. If he takes that scout, this can be a massacre. You need to kill the scout, though. He's not taking the scout. You focus in the scout, and you go for the village. Bring in another. Are those Inca villages? What happened, man? They don't die. They really don't die. And now the scout's going to be under the tower. You need to put some village back, but he has a lot of spears. Shouldn't kill too many. He took 1 because it was really low HP. But at home, the Hans Bloodlines is kicking, man. It's killing it. It's the Bloodlines, anyway.
Yeah, feels like it. Oh, lost some scouts there. A bit of a sloppy move. Archer count only at 3. Resources looking okay-ish for both players to go up. Both using the market. Who gets the cheaper prices? Who gets the early prices?
Well, he needs to do it, Sebastian, with an amazing macro here with 1,200 gold nearly. He's gonna buy his way to go up. He needs to do it now.
Who clicks faster?
It might take the game probably, but
Hard!
We need to be careful there. And he clicked faster after all this madness. And as you can see, Sebastian is on the way to Castle Edge. Still, the amount of army Hart has is insane. Really insane. And with those scouts converted into light caps with the Bloodlines, it's gonna be in a great, great position, Nelly. Don't know what you think. He has all the mobility.
He continues to build scouts as well. Could theoretically switch into CA. I think there's a spot where we just go full knights all game long though, because you can't really get the time to mass them up.
Okay, well, he has so many spears that I guess he's gonna make pikeman upgrade if the game keep going like this.
Makes sense.
It's so many. There's still only after all this is only 5 villages behind, but Sebastian idle TC is 3 minutes. And we get a break because it's a pause.
Oh, time for your zip off, Red Bull. Trying to reset. Game was obviously really intense at this moment. And Sebastian, ready to go at it again. Now the quick walls here. Scouts, can they get in? Nice quick walls, but low HP on those houses. I think he can break through. Oh, he's in!
Ooh, he got it. I mean, it's crazy to make those quick walls. Just with that house, that pause happened. But the spears are going to come. It's going to take how many? It's taking 2-3 villages more. Yeah, it's killing more and more. Ooh, but now it's taking so many of those scouts. Is it still fine, this trade, Nili?
Lots of scouts dying, lots of villagers dying. Typically, that means hard. If he can avoid taking damage himself, he should have a massive advantage.
Yeah, because as you can see, Ekokedi is 11-4, 10 villages more working all the time. It's gonna make a palisade gate, not needed. Still all those spears, and now Hans will go full knight, I believe. Don't think he's gonna make transition into cav archers, right?
He won't have the time, right? Cav archers, you want to get to 10 plus, but just a knight instantly does so much damage, so it feels like triple stable knight. But he invested a lot of resources, so he's reaching cast age not with the greatest amount of resources.
It's so complicated, the score is still very close. You can see the army, more numbers for Sebastian. Village numbers is crazy difference, 16 villages more, 16 more. Double the army now for Sebastian. Can it snowball in that way? Well, no, because it's tricky. 15 spears. How you raid with 15 pikes? Pikeman Rush? There you go. What is this, Nelly?
Faster working stable, really helping out for the hunt here as well. Gets the light cav upgrade faster, husbandry faster as well, and just picks up villager after villager.
Yeah, it's a stick. Look at the Ekokedi, insane, incredible play by Hart. He's playing amazing. I don't know if he's gonna win this game or not, because you check the population is 5 only difference, or 6, but 20 villages killed. The KD is very similar, but because he's losing so many spears and so on, because the villagers is crazy. But then you check that, resources collected, the same.
Pretty much the same, yeah.
The same. I guess that is because Sebastian has been gathering a lot of gold. If we check now food and wood, it might be huge difference in favor of Hart, because he's been attacking the farming all the time, and he has knight and cav archers.
Yeah, we said he won't get the time to get onto cav archers, and he's only at 4 right now, but the light cav bought him so much time to mash those up, and that's why he felt like adding those in. Great option there against the pikemen.
Yeah, we go back into those stats with the village kills, and now Knight raiding. Sebastian is ahead in the core.
What?
He's ahead in the
collected
score.
Resources.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
sick.
for a little bit. Well, he take now a monk. It's true that Hart has no army now, Nelly. I mean, in total, it's only 10 military.
But
so
15 pikemen, still, like, how do you raid there? It feels like Sebastian might stabilize. Look at the score, man. This is completely even.
Yeah, it's completely even, and now he got more knights, and with the knights you can kill many villages, but he need to use them, and he's using on the left. If we can check on the left, there is some knights that he's taking now villages from Hart. Unbelievable game. Unbelievable game. Not 20 villages different anymore, now 14. He's gonna be able, the Uruguayo, to come back from the hell, Nelly.
Well, let's see. He's setting himself up quite nicely. Population is getting really close. He's forcing a lot of idle villager time, and that's an area that's not really well protected.
Okay, still trying to find more damage. I don't know if we should go a little bit with the Fog of War to see what Sebastian can see. He see that the TC is there. He's gonna try to take some units. Okay, he's defending. He's stabilized, Nelly.
Underrated bonus, more line of sight on the knights of Franks. So raiding is more efficient. Most of the time you're really blind while trying to raid with knights only.
Yeah, look at that reaction, moving those villages because the cav archers are coming. I don't know if he's gonna go to try to make another TC. Well, he has no wood. He has 3 town centers. Nelly, if he keep going with Frank's economy and 3 TCs, he might catch up with the
He's setting up a 4th one.
Yeah.
Left-hand side corner as well.
Oh my!
Economy could be crazy.
It's recovering, Sebastian. What is going on?
But how's he clearing up those CA costs efficiently? Won't be easy. Okay.
Oh, he dropped it. He dropped it here. Now he's gonna kill with those. He's doing another. He's trapping completely. He's trapping him completely. All the cav archers are going to the damn hell. What a move by Sebastian. Taking absolutely everything, Nelly.
Incredible open field wall in there against the CA. Those pikemen, they should have never paid off like this. Incredible play by Sebastian.
He did amazing. Still the advantage is for Hart because he gathered that advantage before, but the knights are coming. The knights are coming, and I'm not sure, as you mentioned, if his opponent is gonna check in time, because the cav archers are in this area. There's no ballistic yet, and those knights are searching for the blood in the north. There's a monk, great one here. He's gonna convert, he should delete it. He deleted it, he paid attention, and now he's gonna take the monk. There you go, monk is down. how they pay attention to all this, because they are the best players in the world, Nelly.
Perfect play after perfect play. I'm so impressed by this. The pikeman raid actually happened, but it's now getting pushed away as well. And Hart, it looked like so good for him, but the CA mass simply not there. We are only at 10 CA against 11 knights on the field.
Yeah, it's not happening. It's not happening, the mass, and now it's only 9 villains different. Chambered in armor. He converted one of those knights. The pikes are going to be together with those knights, and that cavalries are now under the TC. So Sebastian still in the game.
And another raid. Such a good game by him. And we were already thinking, okay, what are the next steps? How could be the mindset here for Sebastian? But he's absolutely in this game. Hart still continuing to raid.
Yeah, he's continuing constantly. That's the great thing. At the end, with all this aggression, Sebastian only killed 8 villages to Hart. So Hart is defending not only with the multitasking, but with his army. And he's doing a great job. The monks are also having an important, very important role, but those pikes are being a lot better than I expected, Nelly.
Yeah, they're really finding the value. Typically, you lack mobility there, but well, if you close down the distance, it's really pretty for them.
Ooh, it is killing now many villages here on the farmers. He's taking more and more. Look at the villager count. He's getting closer. There is one problem now. He lost all the pikes. 6 army only, and Hart is starting to have that mass with cavalries that is absolutely scary.
But pikes got their value, right? So he has to be happy how this went. And now it's an easy play for the knight player. Right, you have 40 C, you decide where you want to raid, and it's so much tougher for CA to put out all the fires that Sebastian's trying to do.
Yeah, and the good thing is that 2 of those town centers are quite far from the main base, so it's unlikely to be raided there, or not too much. I don't know if he's gonna go for the relics. Oof, this game, I mean, usually this map it's rare to see on Imperial, and it looks like it can happen.
Let's see, I think Imperial is just so far off because he can still find so much damage in Castle Age. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see both players at 120 villagers at the 40-minute mark and still going full Castle Age aggression, 5-6 stables from Sebastian, for example.
Well, the next question for you, Neil. Well, handcard already there. It should do some Scorpions here now, or only Knights is fine here for the Sebastian?
I think only Knights. It's just too easy for Hart to go for the Knights himself, and where do you really position them? You already have so many town centers, so just spam the Knights.
Okay, and he's doing 5 knights in the queue. Maybe more stables would be great. I don't know how many stables he got, but since that is not an oath, it's really, well, 3 stables. Well, when you're playing against Hans and at this stage with 4 town centers, I think he should do more.
Well, right now it's also a lot of resources going into the villager production. He's trading those off quite a bit. Now even goes for the Steed's Workshop, so he's thinking about the Scorpion defense.
Okay, but again, Hart with only 4 town centers now, 100 villages. He's still constantly with his macro 3 minutes idle TC, while Sebastian 14 minutes. Yes, 4 town centers, but you can see that the macro is really on point for Hart. It's incredible. He's playing insane. Well, both players now.
This is really, really well played here. Hard with the CA there, doesn't really want to take the engagement, tries to get away. 2 monks, they will scare the knights away.
Yeah, he's taking some villages in the north, but now we need to focus here because it's the big battle. Also having the monks, the scorpions are there, trying to cover, and those knights in the north want to achieve a lot more. 36 farmers, well, 37 farmers with handcart, missing only Boso. It's really big here. It's really, really big. So what he should do, keep countering here or send all these mass of knights to hard economy?
I think counter-attacking is good, right? The Scorpions will do enough for the defense. Nice repair here, similar to what ACCM offered earlier today. And now 3 Scorps. I don't think you can engage against this. Town center, 3 Scorpions.
But he has also Knights in the TC. And this TC, he see a little bit later. He's not counter-attacking. Where's the Knight? He got 15 Knights and producing another 3. Where's the Knight? This is a castle forward. Hart is controlling the map. He's coming with all in now. He's going to take the goal. He's going to take that town center. And if Sebastian is not doing something, this is gonna be probably game number 2 for Hart. I don't know what you think.
Why are the Knights chilling? Okay, they're now coming in from the side, trying to squeeze through there, but this will be tight. Conversions are locked in. The Knights, they want to go for the villagers, but that means they might die. Oh, it feels like the castle should go up.
The castle is going to be up. He's taking something, but he's losing quite a lot. He's 30 villages more. Look at the army numbers, and ladies and gentlemen, Hart playing an amazing second game. It's probably going to be 2-0 lead. I don't know what he can... Oh!
Counter castle!
Counter castle? Yeah, but there's no army. The castle is great. He's taking that town center. They will go more to the center. They will take the stone and the goal. But he has no army. 2 monks, 1 knight, and that's it.
That's it. The double castle.
He's not letting him. He's building because he's staying with the outpost.
We
So
are
it's
on the
not
way.
letting him. It's not letting him to make the castle. JJ Cole hard in a total domination.
That was really, really sick, and he's such a master with the scout play, right? How he did that 65 HP against the 54 of the Franks, triple stable from both players in feudal age, and he just got the kills.
One army left.
For Sebastian
I mean,
in
for
the end.
Sebastian,
Yeah.
it was insane. Really, really good play by
Hart, and he showed up today.
He got a moment there, Sebastian, that it was looking that he could do the job, but he kept calm. You know, Hart and never was panic. You know that you can panic and then your macro fall. It never happened.
Hart, in the most important games of his life, is 5-0 today.
Sounds good.
Sounds good, sounds good, yeah. Oh yeah, that is really impressive. Hart, really, really on point. And now, one single map win away from a semi-final in Red Bull Wololo.
Oof, oof. Now he needs one more only. And this is the thing, he might be thinking, one more only. Is extra pressure or not? Well, makes it feeling, right?
Two of his home maps as well, right? Cliffbound, we feel like Ad6 are really good there. Then we have Persians or Bengalis for Golden Stream. Mountain Dunes.
It's the guns, Nili. It's the guns. He see the guns, he's showing the guns to
Oh,
his
yeah.
opponent,
Oh,
you
yeah.
know, intimidation total, you know.
It'd
They
be
feel
so
the
nice
same,
if he's
they feel the
flexing.
same, they
Yeah,
feel
yeah.
the same, you know.
Hey-oh!
Oh my.
Well, Depression, but I think Sebastian should go for Depression as the next map here.
And what to pick there?
Magyars.
What to pick there?
Magyars, I believe.
Magyars, right? Magyars.
Yeah.
And then what about his opponent? Checking.
Opponent should probably play Tatars.
Tatars, right?
Yeah. We've seen plays like double tower defense, try to skip feudal age a lot, and then go for CA. Use the holds.
I'm still impressed with the previous game, honestly.
Yeah.
It's the pressure on the next map is confirmed.
Okay, so that Sebastian wants to keep up the aggression with it. Keeps up
But
his
it's not working.
throwing his home maps in.
Yeah, but it's not working. I mean, he has controlled both games hard.
Hard, yeah.
A couple of minutes that he tried to make a counter attack, but never got like the initiative for more than a couple of minutes, and then he pushed back again. So that's the most impressive part here, you know, because the initiative was completely for Hart.
Yeah, Hart is looking really sharp. And whoever he faces, like, I think Hart against the Viper would be a crazy set. Hart against Hera could also be pretty sweet, but before that, Sebastian needs to make something happen.
Yeah, let's see.
Keep his chances alive.
Yeah, step by step.
And it will be Tatars on Depression. And yeah, it just feels Magyars here for Sebastian. Sebastian, he needs the moonwalking janitor. He needs the reverse sweep.
Yeah, let's see if he's gonna be able to do it. We are going to be in the game in a moment. Hopefully people is enjoying. I'm enjoying a lot. For some moment I thought I was in a football match because if people is still with the, you know, like it's not this Age of Empires, it is Age of Empires, guys. There's crowd with us and they are enjoying a lot. We are going to enjoy with this game number 3, Tatars as a blue heart, Sebastian as a yellow, trying to lame right now. And that's a lot. This is 300 foot because it's 50% more. Ooh!
But loses the
Lost
scout. Okay.
Is worth it that trade?
I think losing the scout is too expensive. I think you really need it, especially with Magyars there. You want to get the aggression. You don't want to go into the stable game against the Tatars. So I think keeping the scout alive would have been more valuable than those two sheep.
Okay, as you can see, both are having the stable, but Hard already with the archer range income and one scout, obviously, because he lost the first one. But one scout only is still Hard. Okay.
Gets away with the scout there.
It's still a lot of food, you know. I think he has lost 3 turkeys. That is 150 food because they get 50% more bonus. So it's quite a lot of food in the early game, you know, to keep that production.
That's why you're so hard with like 8 or 9 on berries already, right? And then needs to continue switching a bit more into farms. Oh, that's still a lot of exposed villagers here.
Yeah, he's walling them all. He's walling them all. As you can see, all the land are going to be protected for now. But let's focus on the battle, and well, in the start, Magyars with 14 for free should also have the advantage. Remember that Tatars, if you go into the hills, 25% bonus attacking, which is great, but you know, I think Magyar's here bonus is definitely much better, at least in the start. We will see later if there's some cav archers on the field. You can see how he's trying to get that. Oh my god, bloodlines already nearly.
That's really early. Okay.
3 minutes of the game.
Only 4 scouts. Then Bloodlines already has a scout in the queue behind this. Now takes the first engagement. Spearmen around here as well. We have 4 spearmen out on the map, but not really here. Aren't we just 1 palisade away from being super safe here?
Yeah, well, let's see what it's gonna be. He has to be careful. He's trying to get the hill advantage with that spear. He can't. The scout going around. He's it. Second stable? Is that the second stable?
Makes lots of sense. Makes lots of sense.
Man. Second stable in minute 4. I don't dislike that, Nele.
Well, it is Magyars, right? Cheaper scouts is on the menu here for him, so that's what he wants to go for. And you see, hard 5 scouts might stop after this. There's a hole.
I'm not sure if he overchopped there. No.
I think so.
No. He didn't. We want that there's a hole, but there's not a hole, you know? Okay, he has to be careful. Scout and Spearman need to go back. Fletching already for hard, but he has, well, 4 archers is already solid, and that Scout is in danger to be lost. But he go away just in time, and he's gonna find the wood, and those archers nearly gonna have Fletching.
Oh, that will be quite some harassment. An army that should be cleared up. Spearman production is continuing here for hard, and the armor upgrade. Love to see that. That will be some harassment here on the wood line.
That's absolutely amazing. Maybe that village is gonna be down. He's trying to protect. He's coming with more army. He has on the way +1 armor. This is so many scouts for both players, but a lot of army from hard again. So many scouts, crazy amount of spearmen with archers as well. All feudal. Where's Castle Age here, Nelly?
Well, Castle Age is so far off here for both players. We want to see the all-in here for Sebastian and Hart. He's running away with his scouts, lets his archers die. Oh, this will be a lot of aggression from our Magyar player.
It's crazy how the previous series Nelly was completely different approach, a lot more into the late game, while now we have seen the first 2 games very aggressive. The third is on the same path, and we'll see now with those 10 scouts, 3 more on the queue if he's gonna be able to clean this army.
Archers now. Spearman a bit late for this engagement, will lose all his scouts. Now the Spearman arriving, scouts have to disengage. Archers doing the job from behind. I am questioning this engagement for Sebastian.
Yeah, I think he questioned as well that why he's going away, but he's losing a lot already. And the most important is that he's losing more expensive units. Nelly, because he's going all the scouts. So if you see 11-13 negative and you have also, well, less scout is a problem. 8 scout now, 8 spears, 6 archers. What was that building he's doing? An archery range now, Sebastian?
That far in the back.
Okay.
Atypical here. Maybe wants to go for some skirms himself. First tower for Sebastian. Hart built a tower himself. Now the counter attack on the other base as well. Archers won't really find anything.
Yeah, not finding anything here, Mapu. Let's go to his base because now he's going with the scouts. There's a lot of spears and archers as well. Okay. Is this overchop? I want the hole, but not yet. Not yet. He moved all the village from the Alarmbriac. It's not overchop. Not at all. And he's not finding any damage. Like, see, he has all the scouts. Well, easy defend here for Hart. He just wall everything. And Hart, unbelievable, is about to go up to Castle Age. And this is incredible, Nelly. It's incredible. He's going to go up in 8 minutes, well, almost 9. And this advantage is beautiful. He's going to get the game.
Yeah, and only against 3 skirmishers, right? So that means it will take ages to clear up this army. So Hart won't get any pressure before he reaches Castle Age because he has enough spearmen at home to deal with those scouts.
Okay, let's see. Scouts are going around now, doing all the armor and doing skirmishes. 27 on farms. Yes, it's good, but he's going to have thumbprint in 2 minutes for his units, and this is good amount of archers. He's on the goal, he's also on the farms. Let's see those schemes with the hill is gonna be able to clean his trying population, though it's even ahead for Hard. I mean, you are up to Castle Age, you have only 2 villages less, you have more army.
Sneaky market!
You are in a great position.
Sneaky trade.
Yeah, but look at where it is. He's gonna trade with his opponent, probably, right?
Yeah.
Because oh man.
Trade card rush.
Trade card rush. 11 spears, 8 archers, bloodlines. So it seems that he's gonna go. Ooh! I was trying to find the hole, and he find the hole now. He's gonna take how many villages now? So many. But the question is, Nelly, all these villages down, that is gonna be like 5-6 villages. It is an oath. It is an oath damage because Sebastian still need to click up to Castle Age.
Yeah, but only 10 on wood now. That will be really tricky. You have no chance of ever affording ballistics here. It will be some CA, and that's kind of it.
Okay, let's see what's gonna happen. Population is almost the same. It's now going up. Sebastian, but it's still hard. Has so many spears and archers. Those are going to be.
He's checking for the sneaky market. The spider senses of heart. He knows, I didn't find your market yet. Where could it be? Where could be your next trade card?
No trade at all. It's not fun. He's going back with the scouts. You have to be careful. Those are scrims are going to hold in this situation. Well, Sebastian is fine. 9 villages more, and now that army. He found the market.
He will be so confused. Why is there a villager coming from this corner?
Crazy. Anyway, the scout will take those skirmishers. Need to go back. 7 scouts, 7 skirmishers. Where's the scout from Sebastian? In the middle of the map. There you go. So he need to go and take those. Yeah, it's the same population. It was looking that hard could be with the game, but the game just stabilized completely.
That's so good. That's so good. That have to be dead villagers. He's so far off with all his military. 2 from here, 3 from the left-hand side. You can't wall against this. House deleted. Oh, that's so rough for Sebastian.
Yeah, he's with Thumbrin, he's Botkin. Those villages are dead. Those villages has to be dead. 1, 2, 3, 4 might take it. Well, the scouts are coming. Maybe saving them.
Actually, great job by Sebastian. But now the aggression because scouts aren't here.
Still coming. He has a tower. He's going to try to defend. The cav archers are there. With the tower, he might be able to defend. He might kill the scout with that tower. You got the skirmishers. Shoot into that scout. What happened to those villages? In the hell, except 1. He lost them all except 1. He lost 3 villages there. But the game is stabilized completely. 60, 63 population. Now castle is for Sebastian, but it's still raiding more and more. Oh man, the score switch. But remember, Magyars now light cap +2 attack for free. He got 7 light caps. He's going to be able to now make damage to his opponent, maybe, but the aggression is all over the farms, Nelly. All over the farms. Sebastian is again in a really awkward position.
Oh, those spearmen are a bit out of position. They really want to be at home. Can't really go for the aggression. The CA can run home if they need to. That is a good TC for him in the long run. And those CA, they're trying to find more damage. Not a great full economy for Sebastian right now.
Yeah, that's the problem. If he was going the one who is doing Cavarsis, you will say, well, that echo is not that important, but he's coming there, he's not going, it's walling, it's walling just in time. The list gamers are going to be in time as well. But the problem is that Hart is now, again, with the timing of this game. Nelly. He has to control center. Those scouts, I'm not sure if he's gonna do the damage. Well, if he get in, he kill a lot. But he's walling and the spears are coming. He's will be fine.
Yeah, light cav upgrade there and more villagers dying. This is so much control for Hart. Up to 14 CA already.
Yeah. Okay. Hart is still growing and growing his population. As you can see, still massing cav archers, still with the 8 spears, so he's gonna be well defended. He's moving and he's just forcing his opponent to go back. But those cav archers for Hart are going down. So many skirmishes. Still, nearly, Sebastian needs more farmers. Like, with this economy, the game will snowball.
Yeah, but how do you get to those farmers, right? You're trying to send those skirms around. 16 elite skirms here on a map where you feel like mobility is key. Well, Camel tries to fight off. Really low HP on those light cav, but it just feels like Hart will have the answers. Sebastian actually with the score lead.
Yeah, well, it's crazy. He has more KD as well, so that's why I believe he did the university. But what he did, he bought it stone, he bought it wood. He's doing a Straton center. What is he doing? He did a tower, I guess. Yeah, he probably did a tower somehow. Yeah, he's doing the ballistic. Now he split those units, perfect. Doing a good micro. Those are +2/+1, and those like okay. Nah, it's fine. He's holding now. He's holding now, but the economy is still gonna be better little by little for the blue player, Hart.
Yeah, Hart lost quite some CA here. Spearman now taking the engagement finally. Trying to clear up those light cav. They have been really annoying at Sebastian. Well, he got good vision and always kept the army back. At the same time, defended well with those elite skirmishers. Really solid defense here.
Still, those cav archers are going to be almost fully upgraded. Well, he has husbandry, he has thumbrim for free. Not ballistic though. The skirmishers are there trying to defend. And, well, he has skirms and towers. I think he's well defended now at home, Nile. So he just needs to keep the army alive, right? And keep with his boom advantage.
You can see how aggressive the game is by only seeing now the second wood upgrades. In general, not a lot of eco upgrades because there was no breathing time to not go for more military units. 10 villager lead here for Hart.
He's growing it. It's definitely growing it. The resources collected is not a big difference, but that is gonna snowball fast, I guess.
CA switch.
Yeah.
We see CAs for Sebastian now as well. But it's
like it?
a tricky option, right? Because you are going for the same unit as your opponent, but later.
Yeah, he has 19 already, and then he's already with 4 or 5 in the queue.
Is that the second market? Is that university?
No, it's university.
Ah, okay.
It's university. It's university. I mean, the good thing is that he has a lot of skirmishes, you know, so you can put them together and try to catch up, and then maybe the Cavarce is just to raid, because if you don't do something else, how do you raid your opponent?
Well, the Knight plus Skirm, I thought would have been the approach.
But not farmers. He has no farm. That's the problem as well. He has no food economy.
True.
And now with those Cavarces, he's taking few villages at home, and now raiding the gold. Both are raiding each other. He needs to raid more Sebastian, or he's gonna be in problems if the game keep going. Those Cavarces are doing a massive damage. Cavarce is trying to defend. The tower is there. He has 3 towers on his base. 1 in the gold and 2 in the woodlands. But still taking more villages? No, because there's no ballistic, so the accuracy is not on point. The skirmishes are joining the party. Yes, but at home, Hart clean everything for Sebastian, so Hart is still with the advantage, nearly.
Yeah, and it's now only CA and skirmishes, so suddenly Hart, if he went for a Siege Workshop, would be really efficient there for him at the defense, or maybe even at the offense. CA are running around, and now the counterattack for Sebastian. Score lead for him. Will Hart have the answers to this? Will he even know about the crazy amount of CA that Sebastian put on the map now?
That's a good question. Well, now he knows because he see it there. All those Cavarces are missing just the +2 armor. Second TC in minute 22 on Empire Wars. It's quite late, and that's why he has 17 villages behind. Hart need to keep the numbers, Nelly. If he keep the numbers and don't do exactly what he's doing here, killing 1 by 1, Hart has still again a great position, Nelly.
Yeah, feels like it. Maybe time to add a Siege Workshop or some archery ranges in addition to this, just to make sure that your villager advantage is also being symbolized in all the military production. Those CA, can they squeeze through? Oh, there will be losses.
He's getting kind of trapped. It's gonna be a sandwich. The skirmishes are joining, yes, but it's 34 army, 27, 20 villages more, and now Hart fully abraded Cavarces. You cannot make more abrades castles than what he has. All abraded. He's doing the +2 as well, Sebastian. No Thumbering though. This is really hard game again for Sebastian. Really hard game, Nelly. I don't know how he can now counter this, having almost the same army in numbers, but not in quality, and then 20 villages behind. What you do? Look at Hart. He's pushing him again all the time.
Incredible performance here by Hart. On map 3 again, he's playing out of his mind. Look at all the CA he's swarming in. Now the question is just, what are the next steps? He has enough stone and wood for another town center. I think an easy way to stabilize the game, and yeah, he's dropping the 3rd town center. Makes lots of sense.
Yeah, well, 3 TCs now. He's taking more and more army. We need to really pay attention to Hart face as well. People that is watching right now, because if he's doing this, this is by far nearly his best achievement in Age of Empires 2 for sure. In the semifinals in Red Bull Wololo, but it will be crazy. Crazy. It's not his first time here.
It's the first Red Bull main event. Yeah.
Time in Red Bull main event, so it will be great for him for sure. But he needs to finish first. The thing is, he's now 30 villages ahead, Nelly.
How do you come back there? Typically, comeback mechanics are something like big manual shots or trapping an army or some conversions, but not really options against that amount of CA, so well microed and with so much HP.
The difference is keep increasing. I don't know what you think, but I really believe with handcard incoming, only missing the farm upgrades, but he's doing all Cavarces. He's absolutely fine, more or less fine. 3 town centers, so many Cavarces that now Sebastian needs to do a miracle. Really a miracle here to come back. And it really seems that the Peruvian player is going to be able to get into the semifinals for tomorrow, because he's keeping the hill as well, Nelly. And with Tatar, that is even more important. Doing all the upgrades. He's there, Nelly. He's touching with his fingers, Nelly.
Yeah, he's so close indeed. Idle economy there, so high as well. Actually, a really good job there by Sebastian. keeping the villagers working most of the time, but obviously he had fewer villagers to take care of, so made it a bit easier. Now it's just important that Hart never loses that CA mass. Is trying to raid. I think he's moving like 3 armies at the same time.
Yeah. If we go to his point of view, blue point of view, we're gonna see probably what he's doing right now. He's in the south, he's in the middle, he's also in the north with some units, or not, well, some units. Yeah, I was right. It was the ships. And now those cavalry is going to go around. Yeah, it's taking a look at the Echo KD again. It's the best series ever for Hart.
Yeah, the biggest achievement if he was to win this one in the end. 40 population lead for him. Maybe a step where you could also think about adding some more stables, some more knights, but no! Actually, look at the stone count. He will go for Kashyyyks.
Yeah, or just secure already the game. You make the castle, go for Imperial, because his resources are getting there, you can see. He can do whatever at this point.
Ooh, Hart goes for elite skirmishers. He's scared of the CA mass. Interesting.
Well, he probably doesn't know how much advantage he has in the economy, Nile.
Yeah.
Like, we know everything.
He sees a big amount of CA against him, and he has the score lead. So he should know, okay, my score lead has to come from somewhere.
Yeah, and he's definitely for his economy, which is 5,000 resources more. Lee Skirmish is killed in armor. He's having the castle in the north. He's gonna have cavalry. He's gonna have a skirmish. He's gonna have Kashyyyk. He's gonna have everything, Nelly. Everything with Tatars. And Sebastian is now trying to dance here with those cavalry. But that dancing is not going to be an oath. And even if they are both killing each other quite a lot, that's benefit obviously the player who is with the Echo lead, which is now 43 villages more.
Controls another wood line, controls another gold. Oh, actually that's a castle in the trade line.
Yeah. In the trade line. Such a troll, my co-caster. Anyway, look at the castle here. That is the defending that goal. Well, it's just in a great position. 1,400 goal. Doing the lumber camp. And if he uncures those villages and buys some food, he's up.
I think he wants to play CA and Kashyyyk. I think that's the less risky approach. Second armor upgrade, just continue a bit more in Castle Age, because you're guaranteed to find more damage, right? It's impossible to wall this map.
Yeah, even Chamber and armor already +2, so he's gonna have maybe 180, 200 population in Castle if he's still going like this.
Not impossible, especially Tatars love that, right? Because if they were to get Imp, all the upgrades are so expensive, so low economy Imp is not really an option for them anyways.
Oh man, look at those cavalries. People is just paying attention because they are watching a game that they know how important it is. The economy is still 2,000 gold. Remember that also now the Kashyyyk will also give you extra gold with the kills. Skirmishes, cavalries, +2. Ooh, I'm nervous for the players, but in this case for Hart because he might be feeling it. And that has to be a great sensation for him right now. He's on the way to Imperial right now, Nelly. And Hart, in this Red Bull Wololo El Reinado here in Spain, it's 3 minutes away that his opponent most likely will call the GG because the score is so big, and seriously, the advantage is starting to be huge, Nelly.
Sebastian, he's still trying to find some defense. He's trying to find options there through the middle, but a second castle, and then you're losing options. Where are you moving with your CA? This one will be tricky. He tries to loop around. We'll find a lot of villagers, okay?
Yeah.
If he repeats that 3-4 times, they're even the mills.
Yeah, well, 3-4 times, you're right. He's gonna kill many villages there, yes, but he still have a lot. More. Handcart already since long time ago, while his opponent is with wheelbarrow, so he mind the economy advantage even losing those. He's now gonna find those, maybe no, but he's being chased also by other cavalries. He's doing forging. He's raiding with Kashyyyk. He's taking everything as well. He's killing at the same time. And cavalries is being so active, Nelly. He's being so active during the whole series. And even if he's now killing some, 35-22 Echo KD. Silk armor now is gonna give the cavalries and potential hussars a +1 pierce armor. So it's gonna be great against the cavalries that Sebastian is doing. Nelly, Hart, it's closing it or not.
It looks like he's doing all the right steps here, continuing to raid, continuing to clear up the army. The quadruple gate trap is enough to win the biggest achievement in Hart's Age of Empires career.
Absolutely amazing. Let's see his reaction because he might be so happy. 3-0. He played 2 decider series today, and as you mentioned before, 3-0. Both 6-0 today. I mean, it's incredible. And then he's like, well, yeah, now he's like relief, you know? What I just did it, what I just did it. Yeah, I
That's-
think the crowd is kind of speechless.
Yeah.
They don't. What happened? Like what has happened here? And it wasn't the muscles. It was something else.
Yeah.
It was something else. Wow. How he might be feeling? It's crazy.
I think it will take some time to really
Process.
sink in there.
To process,
that was massive for him. Biggest tournament achievement ever.
You think he's gonna sleep good tonight? I think no, man.
I don't think
he's
so.
gonna be.
We'll
he's
be
gonna
so
be
nervous
checking everything.
for
Gonna be nervous.
everything
It's
tomorrow.
like I'm in the semifinals, 6-0. Yeah, it's what I wanted, but I'm there.
I think it might be easier for him to face Hera because he knows how the set is going. But if he's facing Viper, I think his mind is going wild all night long.
But I think he prefers Viper.
I also think he prefers Viper.
And maybe it's negative for him that he faced Viper. Maybe it's better to face Hera, but I think he prefers the Viper.
I think it's also a more interesting clash of styles again, right?
Yeah.
Like we saw Sebastian. Still, we have to say Sebastian sadly finishes 5th, 6th. Still, incredible achievement, right? Our rising star of the last 2 years, 2 8-tier wins now, really cementing him to be contender for the top 5 overall world spot. Great sets yesterday. Was really close to qualifying in the semifinals as well against the Viper there after beating Tado. But here, his run sadly ends.
And now we have something that is very interesting because we have 2 professional teams in the scene. Gamer Legion, Wii Sport. Now we have Hera, the Viper, Gamer Legion. Then Heart, Wii Sport in the semifinals. And we have the next series coming. But we can talk about that later. You can see, guys, the crowd, how they are, well,
happy.
This is for Sebastian. You guys, this is for Sebastian. And well, guys, we're gonna see what these crazy players Heart has to say to Riley.
Yes, well, thanks very much, man. Welcome up back to our analyst chamber here. I'm joined by Hart. Mate, congratulations. This is probably one of the biggest days of your Age of Empires career. You have had an incredible day. Both players dispatched 3-0.
Thank you. Yeah, it's I can't believe it, honestly. 3-0 in both sets. Definitely the best day of my AoE career. Doing it on stage with all the people watching, like it's crazy. Yeah, I can't believe I won 3-0 both sets. The games were close, but I managed to pull out in the end.
Yes, and look, you showed us exactly what you mean when it comes to getting work done here at this tournament. Against Sebastian, who was sort of touted as a bit of a dark horse, maybe someone who was going to come and really put some of the more established players to the test. But you've come here and upset the apple cart. You're the one putting players to the test now. I want to talk about your perspective on the semi-final in just a second, but let's focus in on these games that you played against Sebastian. Starting with game number 1, we saw Koreans versus Vietnamese on Isthmus. In the mid-feudal age, you won a key fight in the middle of the map, and you were able to convert that into pressure into the castle age. We know you like to play very aggressively, so were you really keen to gain map control very early against Sebastian, just like you did with ACCM?
Yeah, I think it's just part of my style. I like to control the game. I don't really go full aggression. I usually just put enough aggression to put the enemy on the back foot, and then I just control the game and go from there. So yeah, it was key. Usually Vietnamese are not a very common pick on that map. But I last picked it actually because I saw he had Koreans for that map, and I think Vietnamese match up well against them since you have more HP on the skirmishers, you get Imperial Age skirmishers, Imperial skirmishers in Imperial Age. So it was a good matchup. I didn't care too much about water. I was just fighting enough to make him invest into it as well. But I knew that if I was going to win that game, it had to be through land, because that's where I have better units.
And is this why the Vietnamese eco bonus perhaps is something that you were hoping to use to your advantage in this situation, knowing that once you'd gain map control, you could convert that into a material advantage through those eco bonuses?
Yeah, Vietnamese has like insane economy. The issue is if they are under pressure, usually you cannot get too many eco upgrades because of the pressure itself. But if you're the one putting pressure, then you're allowed full freedom to grid out some upgrades while fighting, right? So that's what my plan was, and it worked out quite well.
Well, let's talk about game number 2. Again, you say that you like to take control of these games. You're looking to be proactive. And again, an early advantage in the feudal age. We saw you playing Huns against Franks and Hollow Woodlands. You were raiding while also making sure you defended your goal. Talk to us about that opening period of the game, how you were trying to assert your position against Sebastian.
Yeah. So Hans are probably one of the best saves on that map. Franks are not bad, but they do fall off as Feudal Age goes on. Once Hans gets Bloodlines, then they have 11 more HP than Frank Scouts, right? So I just needed to be patient. I've died to Sebastian on that map so many times in the past. He's really good at playing that aggressive skirmisher spear opening. And so I knew I just had to survive that at whatever cost, get Bloodlines, get upgrades on the Scouts, and then somehow turn the game into a full Feudal Age, ideally.
Well, what about when Sebastian started raiding with Knights? Obviously, Frank Knights are very, very dangerous, high HP, extra sight as well. So what was your perspective when those Knight raids started coming in? How were you defending from that before the push that you made with the Hun CA?
Yeah. So it's tricky because if at one point you don't notice a raid, you can lose a lot of economy and then the game can snowball on you. But in Castle Age especially, once again, Hans just match up well against Franks. Franks don't really get a good answer to CA. So once again, after Feudal Age went well, I knew I needed to get to fully upgraded CA, and then as long as the game was even, I should be in a good position. To deal with the raids, I just made a tower here, a tower there, town centers, ballistics, all that stuff, some monks, a little bit of everything basically. And yeah, that allowed me to. I took some losses, but usually he would lose army in exchange, so it wasn't too bad. And as long as Hans get a CA mass, they should be able to beat Franks.
Let's move on finally now with game number 3, Magyars versus Tatars on Depression. This was the clean sweep for you, picking up the 3rd win in a row without dropping one here. It looked like Sebastian just wasn't able to get value from his early scout investment, but what was really interesting was to watch you take a less proactive position. It looked like you were ready to play a bit more defensively and establish yourself on your side of the map and sort of punish any mistakes he was making with the scout investment not paying off for him.
So I know Magyars is just like a full scout sieve on that map. Usually. I wanted to get traits as soon as possible. I went forward with spearmen and archers because I needed to make sure he couldn't get that mass of scouts where he just runs you over, right? So I needed to fight early with armored spearmen and then lower his numbers and then eventually go up to Castle Age. The issue with that, the issue I ran into with that map is there's not enough space to farm properly. So basically that kind of dictates when I had to go up. When I saw I was running out of space to farm, I was like, oh, screw it, I'm not farming anymore, I'm sending everybody to gold and using the market to go up. And then Magyars are just better in Feudal Age, but Tatars in Castle Age, they usually pack a punch early on with a CA.
Nice little power spike, that's true. Yeah, well look, we're all so impressed by the performance you put on, but now, and I hate to do this to you, we've got to start thinking about tomorrow, possibly the biggest day of your Age of Empires career. You're going to be put to the test. When it comes to your opponent in the semi-finals, I know you've got 2 potentially devastatingly difficult matchups, whether it is going to be Hera or the Viper. Who do you want to play against?
It's decided that it's Hera or the Viper?
In the semi-finals. We don't know who it's going to be, but if you had to pick one of them.
Okay, I probably prefer the Viper. I don't want to play Hera.
I don't think many people do.
And he's also my friend, so ideally one of us makes it true. So yeah, I think I would prefer the Viper.
Well, either way, it's going to be a very, very difficult day for you, my friend, because you're up against the world's very best, but you yourself proving yourself to be one of the world's very best today. Well done, Hart. A 6-0 clean sweep on our Friday's broadcast. So once again, you must be over the moon. Fantastic work from you today, mate.
Thank you. So much adrenaline going. I was shaking at the end. I couldn't believe it. Honestly, it's just not in the best scenario in my head. Could I have imagined that I would win 6-0 today? It's just crazy to me. But so happy.
Yeah.
It's way better than I would have expected, honestly.
Well, enjoy it tonight, my friend, and we'll see you back here tomorrow. Right now, however, we've got another video piece lined up for you here. A bit of a behind-the-scenes backstage sneak peek at some of the areas of the castle. On the other side of that, we'll be back with more Age of Empires.
I want to take you behind the scenes here at Castillo Almodóvar and show you an area I think you'll be very interested to see. It's where all the players hang out. I'm talking about, of course, the talent area. This is where the players come to relax and chill out when they're not playing on the main stage. Although, say chill, not all of these guys are taking it easy here. Some of them are sharpening their skills, honing their strategies, and as you can see, they are really locked in. And I tell you what, we've made sure the players feel right at home here in this area with the provision of their very own custom banners. Each one is unique for each player and they're all extremely cool, but some are very creative indeed. And if you enjoyed this little peek behind the curtain at Red Bull Wololo, we've got plenty of other behind the scenes places to take you. Where exactly, you may ask? You'll just have to wait and find out.
And we're back here in the Analyst Chamber. I'm joined once again by Jordan. My name's Riley Knight, and it's great to have you once again, Jordan, for us to set up and establish our next match, the final match that we'll be getting across today. And oh boy, we've got an absolute doozy here. We have Leary, a former champion of the Red Bull Wololo series, facing off against Tato, the reigning champion, the defending champion. Leary, widely considered to be one of the best players when it comes to the Empire Wars format. Tato on home turf with a title to defend. The fireworks are really going to fly in this next matchup. Jordan, talk us through what we can expect from both players.
I think Leary, due to his aggressive style, he's trying to get the initiative very early on, as we were used to from him. And Tato, I think he will try to, he will be expecting that. He will try to defend and come up with special strategies in order to gain an advantage there over Leary, because if it's about completely execution, I think Leary has a little bit of an advantage here. And Riley, it's going to be interesting because that's the final match we had in Red Bull 6, so it's going to be a rematch there.
It's a rematch, yes, a very good point, Jordan, yes indeed. So we have already characterised Tato as a very technical player, right? Someone who is very precise, loves to play an optimal game, very deliberate in the way that he plays. Would you say that is a point of contrast with Leary? Does Leary, I wouldn't say that Leary has the same element of chaos or disorder that MBL, for instance, has, but characterised for us Leary's style, you say he's an aggressive player?
Yeah, he's like, for me personally, at least that's how he used to be always in the past, that he's been the one with the best build orders and best execution, right? His micro is like stellar, just 10 out of 10. And that's where he gains his advantage as well. So super aggressive. So yeah, that's how I expect him to play as well.
All right, so given that and given what we've seen from the drafts, even if we're not going to talk specifically about civs, what sort of civs are both players going to want to pick up? Are they looking for, we saw, for instance, ACCM banned out a bunch of mobile aggressive cavalry civs early on. Is either player going to adopt a certain position in the draft to try to maybe hamstring what their opponent's doing or support their own game plan?
I am very sure that Saracens is going to be banned from Leary because that's something Tato really loves. In general, Leary likes those crossbow civilizations, right? So I think Tato is going to have a focus on that and maybe banning them or picking them himself. Yeah, and I think for Leary it's more about banning the tricky civilizations like Saracens and Cumans, for example. He hates playing against that, so I think we will see that.
We haven't seen, compared to perhaps some older Red Bull events where civilizations like the Ethiopians, the Mayans, really strong archer civs have sort of risen to the top. I know there have been balance changes since then, but if you were wanting to get real nerdy with your archer micro and that sort of stuff, as Leary, who would you be looking to pick early on in the draft?
That's a good question. So Leary most likely is going to focus on Byzantines, even though it's not like the ideal archer civilization, right? But Byzantines is just a very strong one, and yeah, it's like Leary enjoys Byzantines as well. And there are a couple other civs which he could pick, but we will see that in a moment.
Yes, we will. We'll see the draft, which I understand is going to begin very shortly. Here we've got our final match of today's broadcast here at Castillo Almodóvar at Red Bull Wololo El Reinado, and standing by to walk us through it, we have Dave and we have Mem. Boys, good to see you in the casting area. Take it away for us.
Welcome back, everyone. It's our final best of 5 of this elimination day. It's a beautiful Friday night. We've come off an incredible performance from Hart, and to top it off, we have a rematch of our previous championship. We have the hometown hero Tato, and we have the contender, probably the best Empire Wars player ever,
in Leary. I'm Dave. I'm going to be joined by Mem. We've already done the draft because, let's be honest, Mem, it's getting kind of late here, so we wanted to get there as quickly as possible.
It's even cold a bit, you know.
I'm Canadian, Mem. It's not cold.
Okay.
Trust me. This is beautiful for me. And we can see the draft represented at the bottom. What's standing out there to you, Mem?
Well, let's take a look now because oh man, we were thinking about Byzantines. Are they bees? No, they're banned. Saracens are banned. Lithuanians are banned. Magyars banned. Georgians, Incans, Korea, Persians are banned, and then we have Armenians and Huns at the first pick. But we need to check them up, right?
Yep. Shrubland is the first map.
Yeah.
So Shrubland came out randomized, and there are a couple good civs I see here for Shrubland. I see Cumans right there. That was very popular. Portuguese. A very, very good civ
Franks
for
also,
Shrubland.
because
And
this one is with the berries. It will go with the Franks here, even if he didn't win in the previous one. But now there's no Incas, no Meso. I think Franks is probably even better than Cumans.
Hindustanis is really good on this map too.
But it has to be one of those, right? Cumans or Franks. Because what about the other maps that we have here? Well, we have Holo. Well, Holo. Cumans in that one is probably strong.
Hollow Woodlands?
Yeah, because you can go double archery range with 100 wood, so you go very aggressive.
Not so much the second TC, more aggression on
more
that.
aggression in that one. Card is more like Arabia, let's say, for Empire War, so I will
But it's very easy to wall on that map too, and there's a lot of stone, there's a lot of gold on Kars.
Okay. Ooh, and that would be Passage, the one that is banned the most, if I'm not mistaken. And then we have Golden Stream. And I see there, what, Bengalis probably?
Bengalis, and Leary has Vikings as well.
Vikings, Armenians.
So now Leary has an interesting choice, right? He's got the same choice that ACCM had on the first day, where Passage and Golden Stream are available, and you have Vikings, you can only pick them on one.
Yeah. Well, let's see what
Tato's in the screen right now. Holy.
It doesn't feel a little bit, not the weird, but you know, it was the grand final, and now we have one of them is going to be out
on the second day.
Yeah, the second day.
Yep.
The deciders is not going to be in the semifinals even. You know, former champions, Leary, the best player in Empire Wars, because he has been accepted in Red Bull Wololo 1, always in the finals.
Always in the finals. Yeah, and he's won twice.
Yeah.
And he's won twice. So Leary came into this, I mean, he has a storied history at coming second at LAN events. And he came into this having come second at the previous Red Bull Championship and the one before that, both of them in Heidelberg. He has big expectations. He's been through the wars in these Red Bull events. And like you said, he's been in the finals of all but one of these tournaments.
The thing is, he always won very, very known for being super aggressive, super fast games. His games are actually too. But with these maps, except Hollow Woodlands, the others are not specifically super aggressive.
Yeah.
So, who has the advantage here? Tato is maybe a slightly favorite here.
I think unless Leary flips the script and starts going aggressive on some of these passive maps and starts breaking the meta a little bit, Tato's definitely got the advantage in this, especially with the maps we see at the bottom.
It's not Leary that kind of a player that he has also the patience for those super long games. You know, he's going all in sometimes like he needs.
And if it doesn't work,
right?
He resigns.
Doesn't work, let's go for the next.
Yeah. So we're looking at the civs here on Shrubland, and Tato has actually gone for the Franks. We got that wonderful Axeman in front of us, and then we have Leary on the other side, and he is going to go for the Cumans. So we have the two civs we pointed out there, the Franks getting the berry bonus on Shrubland, the Cumans being able to take advantage of that extra food by going for the second TC.
Ooh.
And we actually have a little bit of a wrong pick from
Yeah, for Lear, because I was thinking the Cumans was Tato's pick.
Tato's pick.
Yeah. They restart the game.
Okay.
Well, but it's
what happened there?
I don't know.
Leary got it all mixed up.
I don't know. We need to check. We need to see the draft again, because if it was big Cumans, it was some civilization that was really close, probably.
Yeah.
Okay, look at the people. People is, I think, I'm not sure, but I think they are cheering for Tato.
I would suspect, yes. I was at the other side of the castle eating, and I could still hear the Tato cheers the last time he was playing. So I would suspect that most people here are cheering for Tato.
And this is today, you know, but tomorrow that's going to be full.
Yes.
Completely full.
Yes.
Oh, man. That's why Tato want to get there, because tomorrow he's going to, if he's going there, he's going to have a huge support. We don't know if this is affect to the players positively or negative.
I think it would depend on the player, right? I think Tato, it's going to affect him positively. Tato will thrive under that situation. He's already won in front of a live audience in our previous Red Bull. And Leary, well, Leary's a question mark, right? On the outside, he looks calm, cool, and collected, even when he loses, when he comes second place over and over again. But we don't know. Maybe there's something going on there that we can't see, right?
Yeah, what we can see is the beautiful banner here, you know, and the castle, the lights. Now in the night is amazing. Might be a little bit late, but to be honest, this is how it looks the best.
Yep.
Right now, this is looking beautiful, absolutely beautiful, as you guys can see.
A wonderful castle, a cold breeze blowing through this night air in Cordoba, Spain. And we've got our audience, the ones who have stuck around here late into the night, cheering for Tato as we're about to get into this first game on Shrubland. He looks like a Leary fan. I don't know, man. Yeah, he looks like a Leary fan.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Everyone, you know, everyone. I was expecting that obviously was going to have the most support, but not that is basically the only one, in quote, you know, massively support for Tato.
Are you proud?
Absolutely.
Okay. That's all that matters, man.
Yeah?
That's all that matters. We're here in Spain. You're in your hometown. Tato's in your hometown. Big hometown.
Has to be like this. Has to be like this. You can see, guys, we have the opportunity to see how beautiful is the castle. How we have set up this. It's fantastic. It's really, really fantastic. And you have seen, well, several spots where we have been having interviews, showing everything. So,
what's your predictions here, Mem? What are we thinking?
I think it's very important, the first game.
Yeah.
Really, really important. Also, they have been waiting a lot. Leary has been waiting the whole day.
Yes.
You know?
Tato got to play a set before.
And we have seen how this affected to Hart positively. Hart dominated. It was not like he was tired or warm up and then he's ready to rumble. Obviously, Leary has been practicing, but it's not the same practice in the training room. So I think Tato should be a slightly favorite. But if Leary, for example, get in the first game a win, careful with the Austrian.
Yep.
Really, really careful.
Yep.
I feel it, you know, because this player is super dangerous. And if you get the initiative in the games, that's also crucial. I mean, if the maps are a little bit slower, if you get the initiative Leary, it's like a hammer. It's gonna keep going.
Yep.
It's not gonna stop. It's not gonna give you time.
No.
If you get the initiative, it's gonna keep going. It's gonna keep going.
If he has one archer, he's coming at you.
Yeah.
If he has two archers, he's coming at you. Three archers is even better.
Not gonna be passive.
Yeah, and he's never gonna just sit there and wait for army. He's not gonna be the guy that's walling up going fast castle.
And I disagree in the stats they put to him, because they put to him 8 points in macro. There's two kind of macro. Macro late game, maybe, you know, but the macro he's having when he's getting this kind of aggression is insane.
Yeah.
You see that he's attacking and then you see he's up to castle edge. And you're thinking, what's going on?
Well, it looks like he's focused now. It looks like Tato's focused now. And it looks like we're about to go into game number 1 here of our final best of 5 on this Friday night. We've got a rematch of our previous Red Bull Wololo Championship. Tato against Leary. Let's hear it for him as Tato is playing as the Franks. Leary playing as the Portuguese here on Shrubland. Both very good civs here, both with berry bonuses. Take us through it, man.
And exactly what we were talking, this makes a lot more sense. Both get the huge bonus with the berries. I mean, if we check this map, it's berries till the end. I mean, it will never last, you know. And the good thing here for Portuguese is that where you are getting the berries, you get wood for free.
Yep.
The whole game.
Yep.
The whole game. So it's very interesting matchup here. But the problem here is what we were talking. How you go aggressive in a map like this. They are very, very far, Dave.
I think one of the advantages of going Franks here isn't just the berries. It's also you get the farm upgrades for free. So you can get that food in fast from the berries, but the berries are exposed. They're very hard to defend, as we see the quick wall attempt coming down here from Tato. He's not quite able to trap that scout from Leary. Letting the farms go up quickly on this map is very, very important, man, because you want to get away from those berries on the outside. They're very exposed. It's dangerous to be out there. If you can set up 30 farms on the inner circle, you'll be in a beautiful position to push.
Let's see if this is going to happen. Also, in the other hand, we have that Leary Civilization Portuguese, that if you get the berries control, having all that extra wood is going to be insane. Also to add farms or any other buildings, but that will be later, because now we're focusing on this initial battle with 4 scouts against 2 scouts for Leary. He needs to go back, and the scout in the early game benefit also Frank. So everything is going to be well in the start, Dave. because those scouts got more HP.
And you were talking about it. Leary wants to have that map control. He wants to be the one pushing, but it looks like Tato, not having to spend the extra res on the farm upgrade, getting more food from the berries, is able to get the scouts out faster. And he's got spearmen coming out. So he's got 4 scouts on the field, and he's got 2 spearmen in the queue, in addition to the 2 that he had on the field already. So he should be able to stall out Leary's early pressure, and we'll see which of them switches maybe into an archer range first.
And that spear is huge. He took the scout. One out. The other scout is almost low HP completely, you know, and then he's gonna now go push and attack. But look, Leary's not chasing. He's still going, trying to attack. He's ignoring, and he knows that he's coming back home. So we're gonna have two attempts of aggression. Let's see what Leary is gonna achieve. But Tato is already there. I think we should go for Tato. He's on the berries, but he has 2 spears coming. It shouldn't take too much.
Leary has a lot more villagers on the berries than Tato does. Tato is attempting to set up his farms right now. He's just got a few villagers on the berries that he started with. He hasn't stretched out to the outside. He's setting up the consistent farming eco, and he's not adding an archer range yet, so he's just trying to get to Castle Age as fast as he can.
Yeah, let's remind the bonus, exactly the bonus for Franks, for the viewers, because there is many that might be casual here in the tournaments, and it's 50% faster gathering bonus. So with berries, probably, I don't know if Frank's bonus is better than Portuguese, because you get the wood for free. So I will prefer probably Portuguese here. For what you said, you would rather prefer to put the farms already if you got the horse collar for free.
And that's what he's doing. And farms are just super safe. They're super consistent. And on this map, the meta has developed where people aren't going out to the berries as much because they're scared.
But this is, you understand what I was telling you, that I don't agree about the 8 with the macro? Is this a bad macro? He's on the way to Castle Age in minutes.
Great timing from Leary.
It's crazy, you know. It's true that Tato is about to go there, but we were talking that maybe France get better economy, and still Leary managed to
Quick
go
wall
up
attempt?
quicker.
Trap attempt? Maybe? Trap attempt? Tato doesn't care.
Doesn't care.
Yeah,
You
he's
saw
got
the
a spearman.
architecture before. It was amazing. It was amazing. But now what is going to be the transition? It's going to be second stable, or since this is, you know, a far long map, I believe that Lee will go for extra tone centers.
Yeah, oh, he should on the berries. And then he just gets food and he gets wood at the same time. Tato did wait for Castle Age. He got wheelbarrow first. So his farming eco, as I keep saying, is going to be absolutely insane. Can't quite get that quick wall down. Misses the final one, but only 2 scouts remaining there from Leary. And more hits coming in from the Spearmen. So the Spearmen definitely paying off for Tato. And you might think, okay, they're going to Castle Age. What big deal is a scout? Holding map control in the transition period is a massive deal for players of this level.
Well, they have 7 spear for a scout, and the KD is not bad at all for Tato. 5-0.
Archery ranges?
5-0. Archery.
For the Franks?
Cav archers.
Are we seeing Frank Cav archers?
Cav archers there?
Doubt?
Okay.
Is Doubt on stage?
Okay, let's see those, and then let's move back. It's how many archery ranges is doing?
2.
3.
3.
3 archery ranges with Franks. Fletching now is gonna try to make a masterpiece here. Oh man, he's gonna take also a villager here, and Leary is 6-0, now 6-1. He taken the first villager. Tato is definitely in a beautiful position now. He's taking more.
Yeah, and Tato, because he cleared up the scouts from Leary, he waited until he cleared all those scouts, then he adds 3 archer ranges, and Leary won't know what's coming.
Yeah, and he doesn't know. He's gonna take another villager probably. Both are going to be in Castle Age. Pretty close. 1 TC already done, but this is 3 villagers down. He's gonna take another. He took it. 3 villagers down. 8-2 into the KD. Tato has a great position. Cav archers as well for Leary, but Portuguese Cav archers are better.
Yeah, Portuguese Cav archers have more upgrades, and they also cost less gold.
Yeah, and then he has the bloodlines already. Seems you don't have the bloodlines, so Franks is gonna fall behind. So this should be better in army composition.
He can also be on the berries and get resources for his Cav archers by foraging those berries. So there's just so much synergy here for the Portuguese with this amount of berries.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. And you see how great is the macro here, you know. He lost 3 villages, but 9 seconds. Idle TC 24, so you are losing 1 villager there. At the end, you check the population, and it's the same. It's true that Tato has wheelbarrow, and that's why he's not much ahead in villager count. But now, micro is what matters, and people say that Leary is good with the micro.
So when we're doing the direct comparison between the Cav archers, Bloodlines is available here for the Portuguese. The Frank Cav archers do get additional HP, but it doesn't match up quite the same. Also, Portuguese, like I mentioned before, just cheaper on gold cost. So long term, we're going to see the Portuguese have much better Cav Archer mass
You don't
than
have
the Franks.
transition. You don't have transition with Franks. I mean,
Yeah.
you have to do damage now, and if you don't, you will have to do something else, like Knights or maybe transition to Skirmish, which are not really good either. You know, so well, it's tricky. So you think that Tato was afraid that Knight is not enough against Portuguese Cav Archers, because that might be the reason.
It also might be an adaptable play. Like maybe he just wants the mobility to keep himself protected long enough to get the boom going. Maybe he saw that he cleared up the scouts from Leary and he wanted to do something that might surprise Leary, and then Leary just shows up with Cav Archers. I don't know. I don't know what the initial plan was from Tato. He's still managed to keep himself safe. He's still got 2 town centers here, so his economy is looking okay, but Leary's economy behind that is looking fantastic.
Yeah, and the Portuguese in terms of economy, specifically in this map, or what we have said, I think it's just a little bit better. And for the late game, I think I prefer Portuguese as well, because what you have with Franks, you need to go Paladins maybe, because other than that, the units are not definitely better than the Portuguese.
You're saying Paladins as if Frank Paladins aren't really good.
But we saw what happened.
Yeah, you can run out of gold. You can run out of gold for sure.
They are really strong, but you know, they are not a limited gold. We don't have markets, you know, neutral in the corners.
That is true. That is true.
You know. So anyway.
Main battles over here, but there are 3 Cav Archers from Tato up there in the north making their way into Leary's eco. And there are some exposed villagers here. Tato does not have ballistics yet, so he's going to struggle to maybe kill some of these villagers that are moving around. And that TC is actually kind of hidden. I didn't realize it was a town center at first. It's hidden in all those buildings.
This Chimera?
Yeah. It's like, where are they hiding? It all makes sense now. Okay.
Now let's see, because he's getting the hill. He's going with the Cav Archers. Those skirmishes are +2/+2. It's going to be ballistic, but Leary doesn't matter. Doesn't care, because he's going close, so he's not letting the minimum range that the skirmishes need. He's taking everything.
God.
He's taking everything. Leary's going full aggressive here with his micro, and he's trying to do the job. And on top of that, he's going to go full Knights. He's going to go all army, Dave.
Yeah, an excellent macro from both of them behind. Leary, you can see, has been on 3 TCs for a while, less than 2 minutes of idle TC time. 31 seconds of idle TC time from Tato, so incredibly impressive here. As Tato now finds an area to push in, Leary immediately abandons the goal, but he's a little bit late on the wood line. 1 villager down, 2 villagers down, there's 3, there's 4. And the gold is being harassed here. Leary running into problems. Tato, it wasn't looking so good, but he's finding some value.
He's taking a lot of damage, as you can see. Now those Cav Archers are going to pick even more villas, probably, because the Cav Archers are just out of position. You saw that Cav Archers were on Tato base, and he's basically going around.
He brought them all the way back.
All the way back, and not in time. But after all this, how is it even possible that the population, it's that close? It's really close, and he lost 11 villages, and he's only 5 villages behind. Well, he has wheelbarrow. 8 in total, let's say.
And that's the difference that the skirms made for Tato. Like, he could defend with a unit and keep Leary out of his base, but Leary didn't have anything at home to defend, so he had to pull his entire army back to deal with the army from Tato. And Tato just ran through. He just left as the Knights now from Leary push forward, trying to get the skirms, but not all the upgrades in on those, so the skirms will actually get some decent value against that first Knight until the Cav Archers arrive, and they're going to be picking them off as well.
There you go. We have to check now this area. He's going to try to fight on those one. You can see that another big difference, Dave. Not a single armor. Not a single armor for those
and
Cav
double
Archers.
armor for Tato.
Yes, and he has the heal advantage. He's going back. Micro is important here, but population is still extremely close. For me, it's crazy that this game is still that close, because in theory, it looks like Tato should be a lot more ahead. I don't know what you think.
Yeah, but Leary added that 3rd town center earlier, right? And also, when we look at the villager numbers, Tato took some time to get wheelbarrow earlier, and Leary doesn't have that yet.
Yeah. Okay, 33 farmers, 43 farmers for Leary. He's going back now with the army. Tato is trying to attack again. The 4th town center for Tato here. It's still a lot of army, but this game looks like he's going to go for the Imperial, Dave. I don't see how, at least that he's a little bit sloppy at home, Leary, that this game can go. He's going to take all the Cav Archers now, Leary.
Yeah, Tato just has to get as much value from this as possible. Leary, you know, Tato was trying to cut him off as he was coming in from that left-hand side, but Leary ends up surrounding him with the Cav Archers and taking out those numbers. And now only 11 Cav Archers on the field from Tato, and he's losing the forward heel here. So Leary is going to be pressuring from the right and pressuring from the left fairly soon. Tato is going to have to find a way way to keep his economy safe.
If we check the value for the army now, it's not only more army, it's a lot better army value. You can see at the bottom there in the value, and his army is just stronger. 10 knights, 22 cavalry. That army will destroy everything. He's trying to kill now some units. He's gonna kill the first village. He's not taking a single village.
It's about to get real messy here for Tato because those armies are coming from both sides. He's gonna have to respond to that. We can see constant reinforcements coming from Leary. This is what he does. He has 11 knights on the field, 3 in the queue. Tato is housed. He's been housed for a long time. This is getting incredibly messy for him.
Yeah, he's still behind in village, but the numbers of the military is huge now. He's getting double. He's getting double. So many knights now with the +2. If he's getting inside, he's gonna do a lot of that. 52 farmers. Well, maybe 30 are on berries, so he's getting wood out there for free. Fabric already kicking in. He's not having the armor, but the timing, the momentum is now for the Austrian. Dave, what do you think?
And Tato's just, no, I don't want to say falling apart, but he's struggling to keep up with the entire push from Leary. He's got 11 villagers in the queue with 1,000 food in the bank. There's cav archers at the back of his base. There's cav archers at the front of his base, and there's a constant stream of units just coming forward from Leary. This is the Leary that we know in Empire Wars.
Yes.
In full effect here against Tato.
It was 11-0 in the KD. It's 11-10 now. 10 villages killed, 128 population, 119 is keep raiding all the time. If you guys check the minimap, as Dave mentioned, he's raiding all over. I mean, how much idle time it has now, Tato? Not only in the TC, with the villages, they are not working at all.
Yeah, I mean,
they are not working.
Tato has done an incredible job to even stay alive here. I think a lot of people would have collapsed. A lot of people would have collapsed completely. And Tato, you can see that he's on stone. He's thinking maybe a castle will save me. But, I mean, if you look at the army he's making skirms, cav archers. Even if he gets a castle, even if he goes up to imp, he needs to transition into something else, and Leary just has the units that he already wants to have.
Yeah, but look at this. It's crazy. 102 villages all being saved for Tato with so many in the Q13. If he can queue all that, he sells the resources and he's going to Imperial with all this aggression. How is this even possible? Well, because France get an excellent economy and because Tato is an amazing player. But who's winning this, Dave? Like, it
has to be Leary. Has to be Leary. I mean, I just think about the army here from Tato, and I think best case scenario, he goes up to Imperial Age right now. He's still missing a building, by the way. He gets a castle, right? And then he has to make something other than skirm and cav archer once he gets there.
Now is useless.
Yeah, Leary can keep going cav archers. And he can keep going Cavalier. Maybe he can mix in some Arbalest or something like that, a forward castle. It's an easier transition for him.
Okay, let's see, because look at those resources. Still he's selling. He's doing now the castle. It has been a long time he could be up.
Does Leary see it? Does Leary see it?
He's gonna see it or not. We see the foundation, but we don't see yet the castle.
He's on the wrong side.
He's gonna go there. The knights are coming. The cavalry as well. He need to go around. He should deny that castle, Dave, and I think he's gonna take so many.
And now Tato's on the wrong side. And now Tato's on the wrong side. Tato can't do anything about those cav archers. They are killing the vills at will here that are trying to build that castle. That castle is not even close to going up, and the knights are running cover. Tato really struggling as he finally clicks up to Imperial Age. Leary getting the eco upgrades, still has units coming forward. The pressure is relentless here from Leary, but Tato does take out most of those cav archers and gets the quick wall down.
Whoa.
The knights can't deny the castle, and that castle's going up, baby.
Yeah, it's going up. I don't know how it's even possible that he's doing what he's doing. The KD is still in favor now for Leary. He killed 17.
Another attack on the other side.
It's coming also. Yeah, he's attacking all the time. Now with the knights, but he's it.
Quick walls?
He's doing the quick wall. He's not taking anything. He's walling all the villages. What the hell? This multitasking by Tato here. Population is still Tato ahead. Now he's missing this because there's so many. Oh, and he
walled in the knights.
Now the village on the goal. Population is still the same, but he's on the way to Imperial. Leary is about to go up with 62 farmers, Dave.
Yeah, well, farmers. You say farmers. Look at all the berries. I don't even know. I think he's got most of the villagers on the berries, right? And they've been taking in food. They've been taking in wood. It's hard to see them there. They're blending in with the fruit that they're harvesting. But Leary has taken full advantage of the Portuguese. He has plenty of units in the queue. He's on the way up to the Imperial Age. But what a defense there from Tato. It looked like he was done. It looked like Leary was moments away from getting in. And Tato once again gets the quick wall up for the 15th time, it feels like.
He could trap kick, he cannot. The problem here is, look how many villages on goal has now Tato. 1. And then he has 20 cavarches, 15 skirmishes. Those cavarches and skips only can get chemistry. Nothing else.
Yep.
They are fully upgraded right now. This is the problem here.
But this might be a problem for Leary. This might be a problem.
Ooh.
TC going up. How quickly does Tato realize this? How quickly is that TC being built? He sees something. I don't know if he's on time. 85% on that TC. Leary's dodging with the villagers, and it goes up.
It's going to be up. It's going to be up. He has the town center. Population is almost the same for both. And we were thinking that we were going to see a crazy series, and for now we have a crazy first game. As you can see, Cavalier upgrade still is great, but the problem is he has no knights. He has no knights, and Leary, Dave will have a lot of Cavaliers.
Complete surround on the skirms. Complete surround on the skirms. None of those are going home.
25 knights. He's even doing the pipeline. 25 knights going to be cheaper Cavaliers as well, and then that will be in a minute. Population. More for Leary. I think still is going to be a hard game for Tato.
Yep. He's making his switch. He has to make the full switch. He has to sacrifice all the army. Leary is just dancing in circles in front of his cav archers, and he's fine with this. He gets rid of this army. That's one headache gone. He's finally in Imperial H. He still tries to get in. Tato again with the quick walls, denying the Knights access to his economy. But still, this transition into Cavalier, into potentially Paladin, is going to be long and arduous here for Tato.
Yeah, and the problem with this is, okay, I'm not attacking the farmers, but now he can take this one. And then you check the minimap, and he seems that Leo is getting map control. The castle from Tato is at home.
Yeah.
And I don't know where now Leo is going to make his own castle. He's doing the halves already first. I'm surprised a little bit, because I will expect with 26 knights that he's going to go Cavaliers. I mean, I like the halves, but Cavaliers? It will be great now.
I think Halb is more important, because if Tato has the hidden Cavalier and Tato is somehow going to Paladin, you don't know what his state of the game is. Halberdier is going to save you, right? I don't think Cavalier is going to kill him right away. You can always do Cavalier a little bit later than Halb.
But he has actually everything. He's coming with Cavarches that are +3 chemistry as well. Still with a lot of knights, and those Cavarches are taking so many villages. Population, Dave, is almost 200.
5 Cavalier.
Tato 155 and only 5 Cavaliers. Yes, 150 villages, but no army at all. Leary is starting to get game number 1. He's controlling completely the pace right now of the game. 76 on foot, yes, but no army. The transition to potential paladins is too expensive, Dave, just too expensive.
Tato has spent the last 15 minutes of this game trying to tread water, trying to keep his head above water, and just trying to stay alive here. Leary finally making it to the Imperial Age. He's got Cavalier on the way, already has Halberdier, so the raid potential just isn't there from Tato. He also has these Cav Archers still being annoying, and he's just waiting because he knows he's in a winning position.
Yeah, well, we see now how he's doing a castle that is quite well defensive. Let's say it at home, protecting the TC. It's fine. You get all the berries protected. The goal is fine, and he knows that he keeps raiding. I mean, he knows that his army is just much better, Dave, as you can see. And then the Cavaliers are waiting there. You got the +4 already. Those Cavaliers control the left. The Cavaliers control the right. He has 60% of the map. 70?
He's had 70% of the map for most of the game, and the Cavalier coming in again. Feels like we're always watching the same spots, right? And now he's found a new one in the corner here. How many mills in the corner? Tato sent so many villagers over here. How many mills? How many vills? How many bodies soon? GG.
Oh, wow. Well, Leo with that APM as well, he has been Leary 100% in this game, Dave.
Yes.
He didn't let except the first 3-4 villages in the start in super early game, and he didn't care. I go to castle it, and he's doing Cavarches all the time, and when he started to add this table, he never stopped attacking Tato in the whole game.
And the key there for Leary wasn't one unit. Once he got into it, like the skirm saved Tato at the beginning, but once he got into it, it was double range or triple range Cav Archers, and then it was like triple stable Knights. It was insane. And the line of yellow never stopped on the way there. So Leary really showing where his skills lie there. You talked about it before the game, Mem. You talked about it in our build-up to the set. Leary will get that pressure, and he's never going to stop. He's like a dog with a bone. He's never going to stop.
Yeah, and he's not an aggressive map. That's not a really aggressive map.
No, he made it an aggressive
He made it aggressive, exactly, because they are far, you know. I mean, you can even play Kumans in that map, we have seen, and not to make
double stable, double archery range to make the double
TC. Yeah.
So it's a slow map. Anyway, what is gonna be now? Tato can pick whatever. You can notice how the crowd is now trying to cheer up Tato, but the crowd is a little bit disappointed because they expected probably Tato to win in the first game.
I mean, the crowd might be disappointed. I think the fans at home are going to be pretty thrilled with that one. That was a pretty good game and a pretty good showing from Leary. And I know there's a lot of Leary fans out there. I don't know if any of them are present in the crowd. I'm looking at you. Oh, there's one.
There's one.
Okay. Yeah. I know there's a select few, a proud few Leary fans out there in the wide world that are cheering him on and wanting him to play like that and wanting him to finally take home a Red Bull title in person.
Yeah, because it's not only also Red Bull, you know, like he has been now the Lance as well.
Seven
in total.
7 and
second position.
Second 7 times.
It's crazy.
I'm saying it quietly because I don't want to jinx it again. I want this guy to do well, you know?
Yeah.
But here we go. We've got our civs for the next game, and we've got Bengalis there. We see the Ratha for Tato. We've got Leary playing as the Vikings. So Golden Stream is also a map here, Mem. He's chosen to go for Vikings on Passage, and he's going to open with the stable. So he's going to go for some scouts first, and then he's going to go for the galleys and maybe some spearmen as well.
Yeah, and he's going to try to make aggressive this map as well.
Yeah.
We all know that Tato love to go in this kind of map, also for the water. You can see those towers protecting the docks. And, well, Vikings economy will borrow for free.
Doink.
Bengalis 2 extra villages. What civilization you prefer here in this map, you know? Like
I still think Vikings. I still think Vikings, yeah. I mean, Bengalis, you have problems with the tech tree. I know the ships can heal. I know you get extra villagers, but longboats are just so good. And wheelbarrow is still such a great eco-tech or eco-advantage to get right off the rip, especially when you're starting in Feudal Age with 30-some villagers.
Yeah, and if you go then for Castle with the handcart for free, oh man, oh man. Well, 2 scouts that is going to go away. I don't know if he's going to lose that village. It seems like he's going to lose the village. No, he saved it, okay.
Wheelbarrow.
Yeah, so fast.
Yep.
They're so fast. They're really so fast. Well, distribution similar. He's going to take it. He took the village there, Tato, okay. But now he's need to take it more. I think he's going to be fine now. Leo might say, well, I lost 4 in the previous game and it still was fine, right? So 1 is okay. And this is happening to Leo, one of the players that lose this kind of villages the most because he's barely walling, Dave. Not even the quick walls.
But that is a very sneaky archery range that Tato has not seen yet. I would have liked for it to be a little bit further away, but look what he does with the scouts. He pulls the spearman away. He's like, no, you're not going that way, brother. You are staying in your base, and I'm going to be making some archers to counter your spears. So he went for scouts to force the spears from Tato. Then he goes for the forward range. He's still got some galleys, and the galleys are probably just to snipe the fish from Tato.
And he's doing already fletching. I think he should get 2-3 archers, and then with the scouts combined, but this is really nice. He's taking the fish.
Yeah,
he's taking the fish. This is really good.
I think he's not interested in winning the water overall in Feudal. I think if he loses his fish, he wants to kill the fish from Tato, as Tato saw that house, but he didn't see the archer range.
Yeah, well, but he knows that something is coming. Maybe a tower, maybe, I don't know, right? So he needs to explore a little bit more. He's walling more. Now he sees the archer range. That village might be down. The scouts with the spear will try to deal. And now the archer is there. Is that village going down? No, he could kill it. But
Archer's there with fletching. This is going to be a hard wall to hold, honestly, for Tato.
Force the tower.
There's still a hole on the left side, too, if those scouts want to loop around. There's a tower on the gold there from Tato. If the archers go around that way, Leary doesn't know about that hole yet. Maybe he can get in.
He's trying to block. No, he couldn't. Tato is on point. 3 villages killed. Dave, doing the tower, is going to wall that area. Yeah, it's taking a while, but at the end, Tato is going to be wall.
Yeah, and now he sees the hole. Tato, though, comes over there with 3 villagers. He gets a house and a wall, and the tower goes up. So Leary's aggression needs to stop for the time being. Maybe he focuses more on water. Maybe he tries to go up to Castle Age now.
Yeah, let's see what he's going to do. The problem is, well, now he's sending back to goal. Going with the archers, a lot of scouts from
Tato are going across.
And forging bloodline. Whoa! He's going aggressive as well. Is this a hole between the stable and the palisade?
No. That's a bush.
Yeah. It's not. It's definitely not. The archers are there, but those scouts with bloodlines are coming, and I don't think that Leary is wall at home.
Oh, what a great job from Tato to just prioritize the walls. I think he had 7 villagers walling there, and he comes across with the scouts as soon as the walls are up. That's another dead villager, surely, from Leary, and the market won't go up immediately from Leary. The wood lines are still exposed. Tato striking back here after the first game loss, and Leary, you know, with the Vikings on this map, which should be so good, is really, really struggling here in the Feudal Age, man.
Yeah, because he's not walling, and then his opponent is just sending a scout. There's no defense, so he's taking the village. As you can see, 5 villages already killed. He's already 8 villages behind. He also lost some fishing ships, so the resources are okay for both, but now Tato is getting the advantage. The advantage that in the previous game was for Leary, now is for Tato, who is in a very nice position to get into the Castle Age. Scouts need to go back. Also, those scouts won't have a great transition. Yeah. Very, very weak. Also, don't have the bloodlines. The spear is already there, so he need to go back. And both are going Castle. This is the beauty of the Vikings, Dave. You might be behind a few villagers, but you got Wheelbarrow, and you have good economy, and then in Castle Age they will boost.
I think Tato has struggled to snipe Leary's fish, though. Leary still has 3 fishing ships alive. I'm wondering where they are, and they're still working. Okay, so that's not the worst thing in the world for Leary, as Tato now kills all of the scouts from Leary, and Leary's forced to bring those archers back. So those scouts from Tato shouldn't really be a threat, but that Castle Age timing is going to be very dangerous, and he's adding more scouts behind that, so potentially even light cav immediately upon reaching Castle Age. Leary finally coming out here with the galleys. He's going to look for the fish. Tato did add 2 additional fishing ships, and he's missed the navy of Leary with his fire galleys. Went right on by.
That was great. Now he's going to be wall, and if you have the Vikings and you are wall at home and you don't get raided, then you're fine, Dave.
Yeah.
Then you are fine, really. And then you have the hand card. So I mean, if you are some villages behind, I think you are okay.
You just need to be in a position where you can make longboats.
Yeah.
That's basically it with Vikings.
And now he's killing all the fish. So right now, the population is getting pretty much the same. The longboats will happen. It's only 15 seconds different. Leary's fine, Dave. Completely fine right now.
Yeah, Leary has done a really good job to lock this down. Tato has done a good job to keep Leary on his own side and away from that forward range and maybe pressuring his own walls as Tato now gets to the Castle Age. That's 2 additional villagers, and we'll see what the next step is for him. It's going to be a transport ship. Why am I whispering?
I don't know. You know that there's speakers. You know the crowd gonna listen.
I know. They both have like super noise canceling.
Yeah, that's also true. You know, that's true. I thought that you were doing for the crowd, but no, you are taking only for the players. I don't like the distribution of his village. Too many on wood. For Tato, too little on food there, and you can see he's doing now 2 extra tone centers.
He canceled the transport ship.
Yeah, but 2 extra tone centers, you know, but you don't have food really to produce. While the Vikings, we were talking about the economy.
Yep.
1 tone center, and look at the
fishing ships left alive. Yeah. Very sloppy for those fishing ships to be left alive. He had 3 fires over there, lost track of those clearly. And those fishing ships have been bringing in quite a bit of food. So very, very nice job from Leary to save those. He's going to go for the additional TCs. You've talked about handcart and wheelbarrow, of course. And that eco is going to be super efficient there for Leary. 83% efficiency in the last minute, Memp.
That's not bad.
Very impressive.
Yeah. Great. Absolutely great. Solely for is different. He's doing now Bozo as well. He's going to probably take that archery range. He will need eventually to do more tone centers than he's doing. He's doing the second tone center now. Leary, and here he's going to take some villages there. He's going to be the first village down.
Yeah. There's not one, but 2 holes in that wood line. Fantastic.
Yeah. There's a hole, and now he's getting what you said. The mass of those longbows, and if he gets that area, it's going to be difficult for Tato to go out there.
That's the whole game plan. Like, you could lose a bunch of villagers early, but as long as he's not on your island with any buildings or any villagers, and as long as you can get the docks up and get the longboats in the center, you're fine.
He's about to go up to Imperial. Check his resources. He's 700 food, 500 gold. I mean,
that's just Vikings. That's just Vikings. You know, you play them, and you feel like your economy's okay in Castle Age, and then suddenly you look up and you've got 800 food in the bank.
Yeah, it's so fast.
Wheelbarrow handcart, and that's insane. That is absolutely insane. So decisions here to be made from Leary. Do you actually spend that res and go up to the Imperial Age, or are you getting your upgrades first in the Castle Age and then slowly making your way up? Because you don't have enough stone for a castle, and I'm not sure that cannon galleons are really getting you all that much, so I don't know what you get immediately upon getting Imperial Age. if you're Vikings here.
Yeah, so then probably he's going to make the third tone center, but still his economy is just growing and growing. His opponent is doing now wheelbarrow, but he could do the extra TC he's not doing.
Yep.
He has university, so
he's going to go up.
He's gonna go
You can't have 850 food in the bank and just ignore it.
Okay, he's doing now the 30C. He's doing the 30.
Okay, maybe
but
he can.
even with the 30C, he can still go up as well. You know,
He needs the second building.
Yeah,
he needs
but
the
monastery. You do the monastery, and there you go.
And he's
he will
badly
do it.
housed.
He's housed, okay. I think he's missing. Definitely, he forgot the second building. He's gonna notice now because he has the food and he has the gold. It's crazy, this civilization. Dave. I mean, it's serious.
And well, we forgot about it for a long time, man. It was always crazy.
Yeah.
We forgot about it because they lost Thumbring.
Yeah, and then they became a little bit weaker, you know, in that transition with the Arbalists. That is not the same, and also Arbalists are more expensive now. That being said, Lear is on the way to Imperial. He's behind in the list, but he has more army. In this case, Navy, you know.
The question is, what does he do with it? I would love to see him go onto stone with like 12 villagers right now. Get a castle in that center area. Other than that, like you can go chemistry for cannon galleons, maybe you can get bracer for your longboats, but there's not a whole lot else that you can do instantly in Imperial Age with the Vikings.
But because what he's doing then, going to Imperial Age to keep booming?
Yeah, exactly.
To control the water?
Exactly.
Maybe he's gonna do that because right now he's not doing any transition. Well, but maybe he can do it because if
I think it's just for bracer chemistry.
Yeah,
honestly.
To do the upgrades.
Yeah.
Because he's still doing villages, as you can see, 7 villages in the
queue.
queue.
He needs to go to stone, though. Leary needs to go to stone. If you're going up to Imperial Age like this, you need to go to stone.
Yeah, castle is needed. We'll need to go traps. But, well, we know how this map it is. And it's a lot about the water. And he will have that. And the Vikings is so cheap, you know? So he will have the upgrades. He's doing light caps, though. Well, 20 farmers with hand card can do the light cap for sure.
Great job from Tato, by the way, to keep this light cav army on Leary's island. So Leary has to constantly worry about something other than just looking at the water, right? When you've got to deal with land army, it becomes more difficult to control your opponent's shorelines, make sure they're not docking anywhere, tracking what they're doing on their side, when you're also trying to defend against the cavalry in your own base. So great job from Tato to just get a few units over there and distract his opponent. Imperial Age on the way for Tato here. War Galley research is coming in, so I would expect Tato to be trying to sneak some docks soon, but Leary with the light cav, the Viking light cav in the eco from Tato, so now Tato is also distracted and Leary managing to repair that house, doing a good job.
Dave. This is amazing, absolutely, because right now with only 6 villages behind, he got more than double the army. He's gonna be in Imperial. He's not getting raided at home, and those light caps are killing a lot, like really a lot. 6 villages already, as you can see. 6 villages was well 5 at the end. He didn't take that one. Okay, and he's repairing here. The transition that we were talking is still no stone, so it's gonna be +3. I mean, he's in it, but not a single upgrade from Imperial. Now chemistry.
Like chemistry and then bracer, and that's basically all you can get for Vikings, unless you have a castle to make some trebs.
But the thing is, true that he has 3 TCs. Bengalis has 3 villages more. So what is going to be the transition now for Bengalis here? You don't have Khazars, those light guys.
Fast
and
fire.
he's
You go fast
finding this. He's finding the dogs as well. He's having just look at the shoreline. He controlled the water. He already controlled the water. That's why he was there with the Valir Tato. But he's going to take those dogs. Tato is in problems. In real problems. Where are you going to build the dogs now?
I think there's enough areas that Tato might be able to sneak out and build some docks here. Like, Leary's not fully controlling the shoreline yet. There are opportunities, and see, Tato snuck those out. He was building them from a sneaky dock, and he's keeping them alive until Fastfire comes in. He's waiting even for careening to come in for the extra armor against the longboats. Great play from Tato. Still distracting Leary with these light cav.
But it's a note, Dave. It's a note because he's doing the fast fires. If he has 7,
I think it's enough.
28.
Yeah, I think it's enough to distract him while he builds more docks.
Okay, that's true.
I think that's the plan. That's the game plan there. Or trying to distract him and get villagers to the other side could also be a strategy.
Okay, but for now, if we put the fog of war for Leary, Mapo, he has control, I will say, 90% of the shoreline.
Yep.
You know, 90% of the shoreline.
Fastfires are here. Let's see what he pulls away to deal with those.
Yeah, and population, 10 population more. Is still only 7 villages behind. A lot of villages in the queue. It's going to be about the water. Ballistic for both players. Let's see. Tato score is still ahead. But then you see population, and Leary has more population.
Leary finally going out to stone. Tato also going out to stone. And Leary is losing some longboats. He's struggling to really keep up with the scattered fire ships here from Tato, as now the first cannon galleon comes out from Leary. And a lot of longboats are going down. And Light Cav are still harassing there. Shipwright coming in for Tato. Let's see if he takes this moment to add a few additional docks.
He's doing right now, as you can see on that area. Mapu is on point. That's Observer, as always. As you can see, all those fire ships now going to be down. He will have to go there. But again, check out the Navy for Tato. Dave, 4 fire ships, 2 light cavs, while...
I'm not denying.
29.
Longboats are insane.
Crazy.
Like, they are insane. They are the reason that you pick Vikings here. Tato is going to struggle to take back water control, even with Bengali, such a great naval civilization with ships that heal over time, and has the full, basically, tech tree for the dock there. He's still going to struggle against the longboats. Leary has 33 of them.
Why that as well? Because we see already cannon galleons on the field, and that means that he's going to take the dock, and the next step it will be to take that castle. It can do with the traps, it can do with the cannon galleons, not traps yet because Leo doesn't have a castle, but he's going to keep trying to go full water here. So this game is going to be who's taking the game on the water, Dave.
Yep.
Like this.
Unless Tato can get a transport ship across. If he gets a transport ship, then maybe he can mix it up. But the longboats are still a danger. The cannon galleons now give him some range onto the land. I mean, Tato's definitely in trouble. He needs to find some very, very solid engagements here against Leary.
Yeah, as we can see, he has more villages, yes, but 100 villages with the Vikings is probably enough. You can still do more because he's doing definitely more, but he's not getting the Navy numbers.
He's
and
going
now
into galleon.
Switching it into galleons, okay. But still, the Vikings can do galleons and cheaper.
Yep.
If you want it as well. So he could switch too. And for now, it's going to be very difficult because Leary still keep the numbers and keep producing all the time.
I think this might just be a situation for Tato where he's waiting for Leary to make a mistake, and if Leary makes a mistake, he takes the opportunity. I don't know if you can come up with a strategy from Tato's position that's a winning one. I feel like you have to wait for your opportunities in this match.
Yeah, but what mistake can do here, Leary? I mean, knowing the multitasking, the really, really fast APM he has, he should have a, I don't know, a big misplay here, or some landing that you get distracted, because right now he's microing a lot of Navy.
Yep.
He's taking absolutely everything. Look at the KD, 14-14.
Look at the military.
KD. The military is insane. That castle is just gonna protect his base, basically, and then what he needs is to do more dogs, which I think he's doing. According to what I see, a little bit more in the south, more and more dogs for Leo.
And here comes the lead longboat. Elite longboat coming in.
All these days without the lead longboat.
Yep.
So imagine now. It's crazy.
It's going to be really good. He could also get the unique tech if he wants one additional attack. It's not the biggest deal in the world. Probably rather have Elite Cannon Galleon than that. So the Cannon Galleon's working well in that castle that Tato put up in the center there. Tato was still really struggling for Navy as Galleon finally comes in. But Galleon is no match here, at least in those numbers, for the elite longboats of Leary. Leary doing such a great job, and he's locked down that middle area, like you said, with the castle.
Okay, I'm still behind in the list. Yes, population pretty similar, but it's still more than double the Navy, as you can see, guys. 40, 16. Well, 5 fire ship, now transport ship. I wonder where he's gonna try to transport.
Has to go in the north. Has to go in the north.
Yeah, I was thinking that. There's no other
Unless
spot.
there's still a dock in the far bottom corner, and he's gonna go all the way up.
Yeah.
Okay, no, it's not that one.
It's not that one. It's not that one. It has to be in the north. Another thing is, relics might be important. If they can go for the super late game, we see how now Leo is doing the first monk. No monks yet so far for
so
Tato.
Tato's
and
thinking
sticky there.
Tato's thinking light cav raids, but he's got 25 on food right now.
Yeah, not
so it's just not enough. And he's still trying to produce the Navy, so it's going to be really hard to add farms when you're spending all your wood on making more ships.
Yeah, and if you do it, then you might get distracted. And they have a lot of multitasking.
Oh,
you know? Yes, outposts. Yes,
Archer.
The archers as well. Yeah, no, but the outpost is there. He's gonna see it right away.
But will he notice it, Mem?
Yeah.
You can technically see something, but do you notice it is the question.
Yeah, because look at that village.
Leary just pulls the bill away to make a house.
So he has to know. He really has to know. He's doing the castle in the middle. So now Tato is trying to create some chaos here with the stable as expected, but he's coming. He's gonna do what? He's gonna make a TC. He doesn't have a stone for a castle. He's gonna
sell everything to buy a castle.
He's gonna okay. It's with a quick walling with those houses. Yeah, but he knows. And the most important in this kind of landing, I don't know if you agree, is to surprise.
Yep.
Dave. And there's no surprise anymore. Anyway, he created some chaos, and now maybe
Leary not gonna micro as much? Leary's microing, Tato is microing. There's a lot of galleons, a lot of longboats. There's also
There's
cannon
way
galleon.
more longboats there, though.
Ooh.
There's way more longboats.
And
It
these
doesn't look
upgrade-
like it because they're stacked, but they are upgraded. The final one coming in. The Viking unique tech, the cannon galleon behind, and the longboats get out of there, and Tato still doesn't have enough to even break this.
Yeah, it's gonna be very difficult. The Blade Guardian armor there, so he's gonna try now. Well, there's a Berserker. He's still doing more stables, but it's complicated, really complicated. The problem here is Tato has the score lead, and we have time limit here. So maybe you gotta have more population, but who cares, you know? And this is really to take in consideration in a map like this, Dave.
Yeah, the light cap are starting to be a little bit annoying for Leary, but there's just not enough numbers there for Tato. It's really easy for us to judge because we can select both armies, but for Tato, he's looking at that longboat mass and he's thinking like, maybe he has the same number as me? You can't really count on the fly there, and Tato realizes too late that Leary always had probably 10 more ships.
But also, not thinking only on water, thinking in the long run, Leary need to put more farmers there for the late game. I don't know what you think. 21 farmers, only elite cannon galleon. Okay, the score is still for Tato with 800, sorry. And even if the population is still Leary ahead, Tato now has a good amount of galleons for the first time in the game.
Berserkers are coming over. The problem, I think, a lot of the times late game landings like this, Mem, where you're losing water, if you lose the landing, suddenly your opponent has an army that they can transport over to your island as well. So those Berserkers might be a problem if that's cleared up. As Tato tries to push in again, still outnumbered on this side, and the cannon galleon from Leary is really trying to force those fights by just picking away at that castle from Tato. Leary also has a castle in the center, maybe could make some trebs to try and go out over that, and Tato is still just trying to wall himself in and stay alive on Leary's side.
He's doing the +1, is still not enough farm probably for both players, but well, 200 population Tato, Leary 184. Well, Bengalis is missing that upgrade. No, he did it, right? That he can make more than 200 population. He has now more. No. He didn't make Mahayana. I think he's the upgrade. He didn't make
Mahayana.
Okay. And my maths, as you can see, are not the best, man. Definitely not the best. Okay, look at that castle there. He's gonna go down. There's elite cannon galleons, but he's gonna lose. Probably both players will lose the castles in the middle. Yeah, he's repairing, but 1,400 stone. That's a lot of stone. He should go maybe around and try to kill those galleons. Lear will see. The score still is stabilizing 1,000 ahead for Tato, and I still insist, this is very important, and now he did the upgrade.
Yeah, and Tato, I mean, now that you're ahead in score like this, you're right. I mean, maybe you see a win condition of some kind. It's not the most glamorous win condition. It's very far away, and it's not something that you will go into the game thinking about, but maybe the opportunity presents itself to win on the time limit. There's still a long way to go, though, and Leary's still got a lot of cannon galleons here, and he's got a lot of longboats. Tato trying to hold the line on the other side of this island. He's still raiding in Leary's economy.
Yeah, I see a lot of flashing in the minimap, a lot of flashing in the minimap. There's some Berserkers, the castle is gonna be up, but he's taking villages, he's taking more and more villages, and you need economy, a minimum economy, and the problem here, if we go for the late game, you will need more than 100 villages, because if not Tato, with Mahayana also there, it's gonna just boost his score, which is doing right now, Dave, and this is a problem now for Leary. So I see now closer and closer the 1-1.
Leary needs to be careful. Leary needs to be careful. Those cannon galleons have splash damage. It's a relatively recent change to them. It's been around for, I don't know, 6 months or something like that, maybe a year, but the longboats stack up and the cannon galleons can do a lot of damage to those as Tato keeps raiding here with the light cap. Leary down to 170 pop. Tato is at 200. Mahayana is on the way in, so he's about to have more. Wow, Tato has done an excellent job ever since he landed Leary's island.
No, he's doing amazing. He's definitely doing amazing, and he's looking really, really good. He's looking really good for the Spaniard, as you can see, with a lot more resources. No echo at all now for Leary. No relics also grabbed for any of the
players. Here he comes. Big fight.
Big fight, but this fight now is going to be better for who? Both got very similar numbers. Also with the elite cannon galleons, both the elite longbows or the galleons. We're going to find out in a moment. The problem is that Leary has a really weak economy now. 40 villages behind Dave.
Yeah, and the cannon galleons aren't fighting. The cannon galleons are not fighting. They're really important part of enable composition nowadays, as the cannon galleons from Leary are still attacking the ships from Tato, and Tato is attacking the buildings on the other side. Still lots of galleons here from Tato. 49 galleons, 34 longboats only for Leary, and Leary, after holding water for so long, needs to retreat for the very first time Tato is pushing.
Yeah, he has to go back completely. Population is dropping and dropping more. And just look at the difference in a water map like this. 77 on wood for Tato, for Tatito, while Leary 38. Bullies on wood now. It has been for 20-something for so long. GG! And Tato is getting game number 1, game number 2, and put the 1-1 in the score.
That is incredible. I think when Leary had those longboats, when he was an imp, when he was controlling the shorelines, we thought this is definitely a game that Leary has to lose, right? Like, Tato needs to wait for the opportunities. And what was the opportunity? It was Leary not controlling all the shorelines. And Tato sneaks the transport ship over there. Once Leary's distracted, he can build the navy, and Tato did just a fantastic job.
And created the chaos. Was a little bit, I mean, the problem probably was that Leary didn't have the great economy. He went to Imperial, remember, with little amount of villas, and he couldn't really defend the land.
Yep.
Was killing and killing, never put him away, never took the stables out, so he was raiding completely. And when there was no echo at the end, more navy for the Spaniard.
Yeah.
Oof, we have the 1-1 there, and that game that usually, I mean, Tato loved these kind of games. These kind of games, rarely you see to lose those kind of maps.
Yeah, I mean, Tato.
I mean, if it looks bad, it's managed to come back.
He had an idea in his head, and once he had that opening of the raids on Leary's Island, he just went with it. And the amount of technologies that came in there in rapid succession, right? He got shipwright, he got galleon, he got the massive galleons, he got his docks up, he was raiding with the light cap, keeping Leary distracted. Beautiful, beautiful job there from Tato. I think Leary's going to look back on that, and he's going to think of a few things, like, why didn't I secure my island so those light cap didn't get over there in the first place? And then why didn't I control his shorelines when I had all the navy? It's a difficult thing to do, but it's something you need to do in that situation.
Yeah, the thing is that he was expecting kind of, because he was having outposts, you know, but he couldn't do it. I mean, it's much easier for you, for me, to see everything.
Oh,
you know,
yeah,
they are multitasking. We have all the vision, and now, what is going to be the next one? Well, I believe he's going to go for the hollow woodlands there, you know, like super aggressive.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, after that water one that we know that Leary doesn't enjoy a lot, you know, those water maps, you know, he preferred to go for his aggression. He's going to try to compensate, or he will go for the, let's say, the Arabia map here, the cards. I mean, one of those has to be.
I mean, you keep saying Arabian map, but there's so much gold and stone on that map. It's ridiculous. You can see castles all over the place there, and you can see some crazy walls on cars as well. I think Hollow Woodlands probably playing Khmer, right?
Khmer versus... I go for Cumans.
Cumans?
For the double archery range.
Yeah.
Or a stable archery range right away, because they are so cheap.
Yeah.
So you could do it, right?
You could play Huns there too.
Okay. But Hans, would you play then in Golden Stream? Because Hans are not bad. Remember Viper of the day?
Yeah.
Also, you get the Dromons there? It's Golden Stream.
Golden Stream?
Map.
Okay.
So he doesn't pick the whole map from...
I think Tato had Vietnamese, Huns, Tatars, Cubes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And the Civs are going to be Huns.
It's
So you were right. Golden Stream, we have Huns from Tato, and then the civilization from Leary here is going to be Armenians.
Well, it's exactly the Viper Sebastian matchup in the same map. You know, and is this a GL thing? It seems that they have practiced this.
The problem for Armenians is that you don't want to be fighting Huns on land. You want to get the game to some stage where the water can come into play, and you can really use your navy in the center there as part of the map control. So we're going to get into this game number 3. We've got a tied-up series here, 1-1 between Tato and Leary. An impressive comeback in the previous game from Tato. Let's see if he can carry forth that momentum as Tato has the Huns here. Leary has the Armenians, and Leary is instantly forward with the scout, attempting to see whether Tato's going for a dock or not. Tato hasn't docked just yet, so no information for Leary at the start of this game.
It's going now. He's going to dock. Both are going to dock. It's stable for Leary. Is this stable as well for the Hands? There you go. So going exactly the same. But I believe that Leary is going to try to go aggressive on the land.
Oh, he should.
You don't want to fight later the Hands, but if you get the initiative, that's the point here. And we have 2 scouts, 2 spears already, so he has the army a little bit quicker, but that's going to be okay because Tato will do the scout now. And let's see how he's going to control.
Tato opening demo again. on Golden Stream.
Okay.
He's opening demo again. He knows there's going to be a mix of land and navy in the feudal age here because Leary has that dock. He's seen the dock, and he has seen the stable as well as the spearmen coming out from Leary. So demo to protect his villagers. If he can find value, that's great. But just the sight of that demo is going to keep Leary away from that dock.
Yeah, well, he went away because he's scared that this can happen, as you could say. You could see, he's gonna take it. No, he's moving around. He's paying attention, man. They are so focused because now who is winning this match is
really big deal.
It's big deal. Yeah. It's match point. It's match point, and then there's all the pressure. There's a demo he's gonna take. It's not worthy to take one spear. Maybe we take two.
Two is
that's
worth.
Okay.
Two
that's
is
okay.
worth. Yeah.
Yeah. That's okay. 2 spears, but not one. And he's gonna kill. No, he's going away. As you can see, the KD is 2-0. 3 scouts. 16 on foot, 18 on foot, so still very close here. Do you think that there's a hole? There's a hole, always a hole. There's a hole to a scout. I was about to say that if you think that Leagues will try to go as soon as possible Castle Age or feudal aggression here against the Hans is kind of tricky, right?
It's really, really tricky, especially with both players having a dock. You kind of want to protect that position, so yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit of a feudal investment from both.
Yeah, the open is not what Leary want. 3-0 already for the KD. Obviously, one was a demo with the 2 spears. Like he lost a scout with that spear as well. But you want to mass your army. You don't want to be losing little by little here and there because then you're gonna delay your transition to Castle Age as well. So 3 spears, 3 scout, 6 scouts, Dave, for Tato. If with those scouts, he's gonna be able to go to Leary's economy, and this is what he's trying right now. The scouts are there. The scouts are there. Let me just check those scouts.
Gate. Okay. Can he trap him in here? No. Tato's still wandering around, and Tato's looking for those villagers without spearmen, and he's found them at the back there. Leary moving the mule cart to maybe block, and the spearmen are following. So Tato sees those spearmen following behind. He doesn't want to engage there, and there's a third one coming in. So good defense there from Leary as Leary continues to pressure the dock from Tato. He's back here with the scouts. He thinks he's trapping him in, but there's a hole.
That was a good one, Dave. He did the job with the mule cart. No, but he's going back, and the spears are now out of position. He took away. He didn't expect to come back. He take the villager. Really a smart move. But now he can trap. And now he's trapping a little bit, but he take not so much damage. Really well played by Tato here. Really, really well played. He's doing now only 1 galley. Resources though, Tato, if he's doing the market, he's going up. And he's doing the market. He's rushing the market really quick. He's gonna go up, Dave. And hands are hands. And in Castle Age, he might spam whatever he wants, Dave.
Yeah, and he's also getting the walls up. And I love to see Hunnic players with the walls. That enables the forward pressure, right? They don't have to keep sending their army back to defend themselves. Even if it's just palisade walls, a beautiful thing from Tato there as we see him going up to the Castle Age. Leary's about to click now. Almost seconds behind Tato, so very, very even opening here. Leary has kind of cleared up the water pressure a little bit from Tato, though, with those 2 fires from before, and he's adding a 3rd one as he tries to keep these scouts out. No real damage early in this game, man.
No, but the good thing is that now you're gonna be fully wall, and then you have the hands. So what you can do here, archer range, you're gonna go with the Cav archers, and then you can raid your opponent, because your wall, you're safe. And Leary, I don't know if he's wall completely. We're gonna find out very soon. The scouts are coming. There's some spears. Position. 2 villages more for Leary. 2 villages more for Leary, but he has wheelbarrow, so it's pretty much the same. Definitely a close game here. It's all about the transition the players are going to pick now in Castle Age, Dave.
Yeah, and he keeps making navy, so Tato just doesn't want to give up on this too easily. He's still got a demolition raft inside there. He's got the scouts hovering around. Leary still has army, and Tato is waiting for that land army to approach before that demo comes out of the dock.
Yeah, well...
he wants to get maximum value for this.
Leary has a demo as well.
Demo's in the dock! Boom! That was a good one.
But now the demo is also here. He's gonna take both galleys. It's not worthy.
Yeah, it's not worth
Definitely not worthy. He's going back, and he might lose it then. Ooh. Well, but he keep them in case that the scouts are coming. He's gonna take the fires, and at the end, both are killing more or less all the water. They're gonna wall on the right. That was the only spot that he was missing. 2 spears, the demo is gonna be gone. It's gone. He lost the demo. That was
no
very,
value
very
either.
Look at Tato with the already 400 score ahead because the KD is much more solid, but the game is still really close, and 2 extra TCs already, Dave.
1 TC for Tato, husbandry, archery range, and cav archers coming out already for Tato, but it's not the same level of aggression that we've seen from the Huns sometimes. He's got the walls up, he's gone for that second town center, he's kind of contested water a little bit, and he's kind of making cav archers from 2 ranges, but there's nothing urgent about it.
Yeah, he doesn't need, but the thing is, if he's massing cav archers, what army leader is gonna have now? He's doing a charge here, fortified charge, but what army he will have? I think like this
He'll
Tato
need
is
to
gonna
wait.
control. Yeah, but
He'll need to wait. He needs the boom first, and then he goes into army. There's a couple options. Like you could go composite bowman, you could go skirmishers, you could go anything. It's basically just to buy yourself time to get into that navy. Then you can push through the middle.
What is this food he has now, Leary? I mean, 1k food right now in the bank.
Oh my god.
1k food, man. 3 TCs, 1k food, you know? He can do whatever. Now he can do heavy plow, he can do wheelbarrow, he's not doing the upgrades, he's flooding too much resources there. I don't know. We'll see what is going to happen. And his opponent has the light cap and the cav archers. Like this, Dave, is so difficult for Leary because he's Tato is getting the map control and 3 TCs as well.
Yeah, Tato, you could see adding that 3rd town center just to keep up with Leary's eco. Leary's still with 800 food in the bank for some inexplicable reason with 7 villagers in the queue. Where did he even get that food, Mem? Where did it come from?
Well, he has so much farm for so long, and he's not doing any units.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I mean, his opponent is doing scout. He has light gun upgrade, so that's it. What units is he doing, Leary? Only doing villages right now. I think he has a lot of farming. Now he has scorpions incoming. Okay. And the stable is basically there as a threat, so.
This is what I don't like about this matchup. If it transitions into a land game, if it's a naval game, fine. Armenians are great, but in this matchup on land, Armenian tech tree is just looking very, very underwhelming against the Huns.
Absolutely. I mean, absolutely. I mean, he could do schemes and knights, for example, if he wanted to do here. And look at the army, the resources he has. He could do army, but he's not doing. You know, I mean, he could have counter right now for what Tato has, but he's not investing any resources. He has a good boom coming, yes. He's 4 villages ahead, but he has wheelbarrow on the way, pikeman upgrade, okay. But how the pikes are going to work here? Well, he has monks, scorpions. He's gonna be okay with the pikes.
These are defensive units, though.
Yeah,
these are just defensive units. You can't push with those. So we keep asking ourselves, like, what is the game plan from Leary? It's obviously to get the boom rolling. It's obviously to get the villager numbers up there. But he's floating so much res, he's not doing it all that efficiently.
Yeah, maybe he should buy some wood and stone and make a 40C and then get a better boom coming, because right now he has 7 villages in the queue. So 7 villages in the queue is still floating 1,000 foot. He could go Imperial if he wanted. But I think it's better just to keep booming and go more and more army. You don't want to go without military to the next stage. You don't, because you saw what happened also in the previous game. Of course, it's different map, but the result can be the same.
Constantly 800 food. 400 to 500 gold in the bank at all times for Leary while he's producing villagers from these 3 TCs. Something just isn't working correctly here in Leary's economy. The balance between military and economy is all off here as Tato continues to pressure, and finally Leary massing up the resources he needs. He has that second building. He's going to go up to the Imperial Age, and the question is, what is the immediate transition here from him? Is he going to take water control, or is he just going to go into the archers as Leary so often does?
Yeah, I think he's going to be that one. He's doing fletching already. You can see already the archer. Obviously, he's going to be a slow transition. That's the problem. But, I mean, if he hold a little, Dave, he's going up to Imperial with the same village number. It's not the same like the previous game. He was up with 20 villages behind. Now he has the same economy. You know, even the same upgrades as well. Boso, horse collar, wheelbarrow, and the same village number, and keep producing villages as well with the town center.
We need a lot more ranges, though.
He's
got one archer right now.
No, he's doing that now.
There we are. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, if he's doing now Arbalest, I don't remember if Armenians got Thumbrin. We can check. I don't remember if we can check. Yes, we can. And they don't. They are missing Thumbrin, but still, it's Arbalest, you know, with ballistic and with Lear's micro.
Yep.
So let's see. It's still only 2 archers though, but He's massive more, and he has Scorpions. Do you think Tato is expecting that his opponent is going up to Imperial? I believe he does, because why he's behind now 500 the score?
Yeah, what else could he possibly be doing is the question Tato should be asking himself. And you can see he's roaming around, like he's hitting him from different angles. He's looking for any clue on what Leary is going for. The Scorpions are going to go down to the light cab. The Cab Archers are going to be taking care of the Spearmen, but all under the threat of that town center, so not the greatest engagement here for Tato, and he only kills 1 Scorpion. 3 Scorpions still firing away, so Tato loses some army numbers there.
Yeah.
As Leary now tries to make a second dock, Tato successfully denying that for the time being. And Tato now going for that +2 armor, even.
He's
delaying his Imperial Age quite a bit.
Yeah, it's going now. It's not going to go up to Imperial. And seriously, Dave, it's the same Phyllis number. If he's able to make the +3 for those archers, and Ballistic, Leary's gonna be really fine. He's doing the 4-tone center, he's in Imperial. This is big, this is really big. Obviously he needs the upgrade, because right now he's doing now the +3. He's still having the Scorpions. I don't dislike Leary position, but he needs to hold the next 2 minutes. Don't know what you think.
Yeah, and Tato still doing that +2 armor. I mean, he's still queuing up light cap, so Tato's in it for the Castle Age here. He's committed to the Castle Age. He's not going to go up to the Imperial Age for the next few minutes at least. And he's giving Leary some time to get all the Imperial Age techs in. But he is hoping that he can clear up that massive crossbow while it's still very, very small. And he can prevent Leary from coming across the map or maybe even getting a castle in that middle island.
People might be thinking, what is happening in this game? Why with this matchup is going that differently with Sebastian and the Viper? Well, it's a completely different approach here for both, but also look at the Echo KD, Dave. With those Cab Archers, he never really touched Leary's economy, never ever. And this is +3, he's gonna have the Arbalest, he need to kill those lifelines, he's killing. Now with the Micro, this +3 is gonna make the damage, but you need a lot more army, because Tato has 36 here now, 7 lights, got 24 Cab Archers, but like this, it will get it, because Tato, how he's going to go up to Imperial?
Well, the key here for Tato, and he's made a calculated decision, he is investing in Castle Age with the Huns. He's still expanding his economy at the same time, but he's investing in the techs, he's investing in the army, and what he's trying to do is stall out those numbers from Leary early by tossing the Castle Age units against the Imperial Age upgraded units. He's trying to reduce the number of crossbows before they become a significant threat. So he's going to come in here looking for this crossbow army once again, looking for a big engagement to make sure that his investment into Castle Age has been worth it.
Yeah. Well, but now 20 archers and 9 skirmishes. Arbalest already, Dave. Arbalest already is starting to be scary. Only missing here the stone.
Watch out for the demos, man. Watch out for the demos is my advice to Leary right now, because War Galley is coming in 24 seconds away. The demos are coming in from Tato. Leary caught sight of a few of those, and the Cab Archers are still in the middle. He could get squished in between a rock and a hard place.
Well, it shouldn't happen. It really shouldn't happen. It's true that there is some light gas being annoying here, but let's go to the middle. Those archers going to be Arbalest. Those Arbalest going to dominate those units completely. So
watch out for the demos.
Let's see the demo is coming, but he has the range. He has the range. He has the units. He's Imperial units, Dave. He's Imperial units. Look at the score. He's exploiting here. But now Tato, when he's doing the buildings, he's going to be able to go up to Imperial, and Hans in Imperial is going to be probably better. Still 3 minutes left in the buildings, so Leary need a castle. He need to push. He's not gonna.
I think Tato's done enough with this Castle Age army. I think he has.
Sure.
I think that investment was worth it. You could see Leary falling back there, lost about half of his Arbalest. He also lost an additional 8 villagers to those light cav raids in his own base. So very, very distracted back there while we were watching the fight in the middle. And you can see Tato over here with some more Cav Archers at the same time. Tato should be clicking up soon, but he doesn't have either of the buildings. Okay, he just got one. Tato really struggling with the Castle Age buildings in order to click up to Imperial Age.
Yeah, but this is really bad because it's giving time to Leary, as you can see. It's 2,000,
not good at all.
2,000 food. Tato, 2,000 food. Well, let's see what is going to happen. It's not clicking. Now he click with 150 population doing carrying. Are they gonna finish on water at the end? Because it looks like that.
I think they are. I think they are. Tato, I mean, Huns don't have the worst water tech tree in the world. They do get access to the Droman, they do get Galleon, they do get Bracer. But Tato now getting careening and making his way over to Leary's Island with the Cav Archers. Still trying to get in there, but Leary's got that lockdown with houses.
No, he's taking those. Yeah, but also Leary doing the Galleons. He's gonna have the timing advantage, Dave. He's gonna have really the timing advantage. He has already. It's just missing a castle. Imagine if he got there where the arbalets are already a castle.
Yep.
It will get all the map already. It will really get all the map. It's gonna take all the demos. Yeah, he's paying attention. You won the Balaboon, Dave. You won the Balaboon.
No. Tato will get him at some point.
At
You
some
just wait.
point, you know.
He's gonna get him.
Okay. Let's see now. He's still with a lot of units here, trying to do the job, but the TC is helping. The arbalets are coming. Population is still almost the same. I don't know really who has the advantage in this game, but if we see that Leader has a big score lead, no, but Tato now is 10 villages behind as well. Lewis in a solid position now, Dave.
Yeah, Tato, I mean, he's still killing villagers. He's coming in with the cav archers. There's not that much to deal with this from Leary. Very, very slow arbalest trying to catch up to the mobility of those cav archers, but the galleons are a problem. The galleons are a huge problem here, and Armenians have such a nice water tech tree, but Tato is snuck over here with some villagers, so maybe he's going to try and push that left side again.
He's going to try to do the same that the previous game, but that castle in the middle, Dave, that castle in the middle is taking the goal, all the goal. Now he's gonna probably make forward dogs, and then from there it's gonna be so tricky. So Tato might need to win on the land, because what is gonna do now?
Marauders.
It's so complicated, really. Well,
Marauders for Tarkans.
Ooh.
He sees the Arbalest, he sees the Galleons. Tarkans have an insane Pierce armor, and Tarkans are a very, very dangerous unit for raiding as well. Tato is getting that tech. He might be adding stables. He might be thinking about a Tarkan transition. However, you have to do this in secret, because if Leary is prepared for this, and he is doing it in secret because the stables are over on the left side, if Leary's prepared for that, then the Tarkans could be cleared up basically right away.
But he's doing the pikeman upgrade right now. He's doing the lead Tarkans, but there's one problem. 25 farmers. Is enough to spam a lot of Tarkans, Dave? With
I don't
25
think so.
farmers?
He had so much food when he clicked up. He thought he was good for a long time, and now he finds himself with just 31 farmers, like you said. Elite Tarkan is in, but he doesn't have enough resources to even get that final armor upgrade and keep producing.
Well, he's raiding here now. He's raiding on the right. He definitely needs to make some trebuchet. He's doing plate part and armor. Population is 140. Leary's gonna have almost 200 population, but he's raiding with those cav archers. Halberdiers already. That should be fine to deal with the Tarkan. He's now raiding as well. Both are raiding each other, but it seems that Leary is in a very solid position. Arbalets are there. He's defending, Dave. He's defending, and those cav archers eventually might go down. They are not gonna be there
Tato's
forever.
done a great job clearing up the Arbalists to come back and deal with these cav archers, though. He's constantly microing those down, and he's killing a lot of villages, distracting Leary. The main problem for Tato right now is that navy, that castle in the middle, and all that gold access that Leary has in the middle island. But the Tarkans, one of the coolest looking units in the game. They're being built up here. Tato knows that he needs to hide them. 7 is not enough. And 7 definitely is not enough Tarkans to change the game.
You don't like Tarkans because the upgrade is Marauders, right? You don't like them because of that, right?
I like them because of that.
I know, man.
And they have a torch.
190 population, 145 elite skirmishes now. He's still clean all those cav archers. But the problem with the Tarkans that Dave, he didn't see yet. Okay, but he has halves.
He needs more.
He has halves.
He needs more.
But having halves is just gonna be fine. It's just gonna be fine. What I don't understand is why he's not doing more traps. Now he has traps. Okay, 20 galleons. And that castle is perfect. He's reading the game, Dave. He's expecting the Tarkans coming. That's why he put the castle there.
Tarkans are on the move.
Why he should do put there?
Raiding party.
Can we check? Easy the Tarkan, but where's the halves? He has already 10 halves and more in the queue, 200 population. He see it already.
Okay.
He's to make some house probably. They need that farm.
This is severely underwhelming. Never mind, they're in. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, but still, the castle will be up. He's coming with some halberdiers, and he should be more or less okay if the castle is up. The halves are coming, okay. And
I like that Tato is splitting up the Tarkans. I like that he's splitting them up. He's going to kill all the villagers over there on that stone. Tarkans can eat through buildings. They can eat through villagers with that elite upgrade, and he already has that. Leary getting the final infantry armor upgrade, and Leary is very distracted at home. I don't think Tato can take advantage of that distraction and start taking back the water, though, because there's just so much there from Leary. Tato needed something to happen with these Tarkans. He needed something to happen with the cav archers. It simply hasn't.
But how now he has everything to counter. He has the halberdiers, the arbalest is in front, and if he loses those arbalest with the skirmishes, it's okay. Up the water, and eventually, since the game is keep going longer and longer, and have all the gold, so there will be a point that he won't have any army. He's now doing all the upgrades, heavy blow, +4, +4, conscription. all the units and population is still 200 population for Leary all the time.
Tato's got 1,400 stone, just doesn't even know what to do with it. He sells 1,000.
Yeah.
Doesn't know what to do with it. What could a castle possibly accomplish at this point? I am committed onto the Tarkans, he says, and he makes more of those. He's also making rams, and his Tarkans are seriously just finding areas to hit here, but always being chased by the Halberdier army from Leary. Great timing on that transition into Halbs by Leary. Tato unable to really do anything with the surprise attack, and now he's stuck in the same position he was, where he's just looking at that Navy thinking, okay, I can't kill this.
Yeah, let's see, because we want to win the game on the land. Leo, I don't know why he sent the house forward. It's crazy. He's not going back yet. Okay, the threats might go down. And you know what I will do if I was Leo right now, Dave? Champions.
I mean, maybe, or elite composite bowman.
Yeah, well, can do both. He's doing right now elite composite bowman, but champions, for example, as well, will be 100 HP. They will destroy the rams. Now those halberdiers will defend. I think Leary should lose this game more than Tato should win it. Don't know what you think.
Yeah, definitely. Leary is in a winning position at the moment. I mean, you look at all the gold on the map. Leary has control of most of it. It's on that island in the middle, and Tato has 4 on gold currently. He's still got a ton of stone, but the stone price is really down because he sold 1,000 of it earlier. He's not getting the value that he should from it anymore, as the Arbalists are still in his base, still in the front of his base, and even with the capped ram army with the skirmishers to back it up, the Tarkans in front, it feels like Leary's going to be able to hold this castle against Tato, and Tato is falling back from this push. He needed this push to work.
And I don't think that push is going to work. It's doing another town center. This is a real problem, because if Tato loses this game, this is his home map. And Leary pick it, you know. Obviously, it's not that he cannot win a home map from Leary, but you know, the other maps that are left, Dave, benefit in theory. Leary's
we look at something like Hollow Woodlands.
Yeah.
Like, Leary feasts on maps like that.
Exactly. So it's a problem. And now Leary's just gonna go for the light case. He's doing the +4. He's doing all the arbors now. Those arbors have been raiding a lot. Remember that there was a point that Leary didn't kill a single village, and now he's taking so many as well.
Yeah.
Tato is still with 16 villages more, but he doesn't have army. No army. 33 army, 80 military from Lear right now, and holding the push that he tried. Tato from the left, and he's not an old.
It's just skirms.
It's not an
It's just skirms now. It's just skirms. That's the gold he needed. Tato calls the GG. Leary takes game number 3. An impressive performance there. Tato, I feel like, just didn't apply enough pressure with the Huns. The Cav Archers only got, what, 2 villager kills, or maybe even 1 villager kill.
Yeah.
And Leary just sat there, he sat there, he sat there. We were talking about how much food and gold he was floating, but the Imperial Age time was there, the water was there, the castle was in the middle. Everything since that point was just comfort zone there for Leary.
And we'll always talk about Leary, if he's patient or not. In this game, was super patient.
Yep.
He went up to Imperial and he just didn't throw any units. Was gathering more army slowly, gathering more army, getting all the average, and keep booming till he got completely the game. Because at the end, it was 116 villages. Not like he was over booming or something. It was a lot of army, controlling the water, controlling the land. And now he's in a great position, because the 2 maps left, in my opinion, benefit Leary, clearly. That's why he's
Hollow Woodlands and Karst. Yeah, I think Tato can match up pretty well against him on Karst, because I think he can turn that into a slower type of map, right? With a lot of castles, a lot of strategy there. Hollow Woodlands is going to be crazy right off the rip. And we see Khmer there for Leary. We see Ethiopians for Leary. Like, there's options.
Yeah, well, Khmer is going to be maybe. And then the Kumans finally. For Tato in that one, we don't know yet the map, so we are thinking that it's going to be, and depend of the map, definitely is going to be the civilization. It's 2-1, and the current champion, it's at the limit, Dave.
He is, and he's at home too, in front of a home crowd.
Yeah.
The tension in here.
The tension, we can feel it.
We can cut it with a knife.
No, please, not with a knife. Okay, you know, we're gonna have now Tato, and this is the map.
Karst. Okay, so for anyone not familiar with this, anywhere you see one of those little gray piles on the map, it's surrounded by singular tiles of gold and stone, and players have a lot of access to that. You can also see lot of walls on this map as we see the civs coming in here. We've got Leary going for the Hindustanis, and we've got Tato going for the Vietnamese. There's a lovely Rattan Archer and, of course, the Gulam over on this side. And we're going to get you in to game number 4 here. Leary is up 2-1. Tato is on the edge, our former champion. He is going to need a win here to continue this series and continue his hopes here in Cordoba.
Let's see if it's going to happen. About the civilizations, what civilization you prefer here? I mean,
I think Hindustanis.
Hindustanis,
I think
right?
I like Hindustanis.
And to be aggressive with cheaper villages as well in the early game, it's kind of fit a lot Leary's gameplay, Dave.
Yeah, and Leary is going for that range. Tato already had the range up, as we see Leary with the stable opening. So Leary's going to have scouts on the field. Tato will likely add a stable shortly. I think this is a map where maybe the Vietnamese can think about, once they're in Castle Age, going into the Cav Archers.
Yep.
Cav Archers have been very, very popular. Hindustanis on the other side, I mean, more of a boomy civilization, maybe like Cav Camel approach, maybe some Scorpions to deal with the Cav Archers, and then eventually into the Gulams, which could be really, really good against Vietnamese.
Yeah, well, Cav Archers for Hindustanis are also very strong.
Yeah, they're okay.
Like they have all the upgrades as well. The Camels are definitely super, super nice and tanky because they attack faster. But for now, we're going to focus on the feudal. And as you can see, Tato is walling. Remember that, again, all the economy upgrades for Vietnam don't need wood. So you can get some advantage from there. And, for example, with Barrow, it will need the time of a villager to be researched. But for now, they are trying to do the army, make some walls. Not a lot of walls for Lee, while Tato, Dave, is trying to wall absolutely everything.
Yeah, but I don't know if he's going to get... Oh, he's walled himself into a square. Okay, he's not walling to the edge of the map. That's a great job there from Tato, keeping the walls close so that they can go down. Leary is just here. Tato, let's see if he notices it in time. Leary's in. Leary's in, and we know Leary, he's going to take full advantage of that pressure. However, on the other side, we see a kill coming in on a villager from Tato instead, as Leary tries to get in this wall, and he does. He does end up sniping that villager. He finds another one near the berries on the other side.
Might be able to take another. Let's see if it's gonna be. No, he's gonna wait. But at the end, is 1-1. The KD, so it's okay. Tato is already gathering a lot of resources. Well, he's not doing a scout, so it makes sense, right? While Leary seems to be full aggressive, Dave. Full aggressive. 5 scouts, 3 archers, already forging, incoming. Fletching is already there. It's going all in there, Dave.
Remember that the Hindustanis cavalry does get a bonus against buildings. So if we're thinking about scouts attacking palisade walls, they do get in a lot faster than your standard scout. And it's going to be very, very nice for Leary if he's going to pressure with the range units from behind.
Yeah, let's see. 3-3 KD. Now Wilbaro, as we mentioned, super fast. We're going to have the great economy. He's fully walled now, but as you mentioned, he's going to try to be aggressive. I think we need to focus to see if he's going to get inside. Yeah, but there's a lot of archers there to defend. I think Tato is going to hold this aggression.
Yeah, Tato's got a good base setup. He's got 2 ranges there. He's made the ranges away from the gold so the archers can't range his gold villagers, and he's got the archer mass behind with the villagers making the houses. So Tato secured his base now. A little bit of stress at the beginning there, but Leary unable to get in for the time being. However, Leary's not going to give up. He's still adding archers behind there, still keeping his TC running, and the scouts and the archers are looking for a way in to Tato's economy. Tato just playing on the defensive at the moment.
Wow, even the armor upgrade here for Lee, because he wanted really to go in, but now he's doing more damage with 1 scout and 1 archer than Lee with all his army. That's why? Because he's walled. And Lee is open. So that's the problem when you are not walled, Dave. Look at this. Yeah, he takes the scout, but now that archer is being annoying. Let's see if he's going to be able to break in, because Tato is getting closer and closer to go up to castle. It's true
Leary's
that
kind of
archers,
saving too.
Yeah.
Yeah, Leary's kind of saving food as well, and gold. And now he's chasing that archer. Tato.
Take the belly.
Oh my goodness, Tato.
I told you, but now he has a lot of archers. He has to be careful. That's why he did the armor, because he knows he's going to be there trying to deal with this one. So he's chasing that one, and he
comes back for more.
He's up to Castle Age, and now very dangerous position here, because Castle Age for a player that is fully walled and can be capable to go Cav Archers. We'll see. It's true that Lear is not too far, Dave. He's really not too far. He's going to click in the next probably 10 seconds. And it's going to be, well, 30-second difference to go up to
Mappo just really wants to check this. Thank you. I've been watching you hover this. Tato's still running around with one archer. Leary trying to escape. And here we go. The shot comes in. He needs one more. 2 villagers chasing after him. He gets the villager.
Let's go. Oh, man. I thought that he was going to save it, but no, he didn't. And he took now 3 villages, you know. Mappo was obsessed with that village for
he
a
had
good
it over.
reason, you know.
I was wondering too.
Oh man. Anyway, he's gonna break in here. No, he's doing the house. He's doing the house, and it's not a big difference in the time. And the Leary still have a lot of army. 11 archers, 5 skirmishers. Well, it's similar composition. It's just the scout would make a difference here, Dave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just the scouts, and I mean he's going to need a stable at some point for Bloodlines if he wants to go into Cav Archers. He's still got the Archers here. He can upgrade them to crossbows, obviously, but you'd love that mobility with the Vietnamese Cav Archers. They're so good.
And if he's not doing the stable, might keep into crossbows. Tato the other day with Khmer, he was doing also crossbows as well all the time. But if he's going all crossbows with the army, he has Leary. I prefer Leary position for sure.
Yeah.
It's true that no horse collar and no wheelbarrow is kinda hurting his economy, while Tato has a very smooth one for sure, with all those upgrades, at least skirmishes, crossbow upgrade, no stable, so he's gonna keep going like this. He's going for ballistic, Dave. It's going for ballistic while Leo is going for bloodline, skill bar, and armor. I don't know if he's gonna go light cast with those, or he will go camels, because right now Leo is kinda blind. He doesn't know if his opponent is just gonna go cav archers. He didn't see the stable.
Yeah, I think he's just kind of checking. He knows Tato is still inside. He's done a good job tracking those archers. A lot of the times people can sneak out with those and then show up at your base, but Leary has known that the archers were there as Tato finally leaves his base, and Leary going for the skirmishers. And there he is again at the back side of the wood line.
Still alive.
Still alive and still causing problems.
Yeah, but now he will have lead skirmishes and light caps. Those are Botkin. Lead skirmishes in 10 seconds. He has lead skirmishes as well. No ballistic though for any of the players. And Tato is now researching ballistic. Light cap. He need to come. Damn these archers. Can we check that unit, use that archer, how much he has killed? 3 villas?
3.
Not 2.
183 damage.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Not bad. Definitely worth it, that one. There you go, skirmishes with +2. He needs to have a great engagement here because those are going to be +2/+2 with ballistic. Dangerous army, and remember, more HP. He's trying to kill that archer for sure. You know, he's annoyed too. And the game's so close, Dave. The game's so close, and remember that the current champion could be out if he loses this one. So he really needs to win this to force game number 5 in this night in Spain. Well, we're already in a very late night in Spain, because it's what it is now, close to 1.
Who cares? It's Tato versus Leary. Shut up.
Okay, look at that town center. At least skirmishes, light caps, and but he's denying the goal. 0 villages on goal, Dave. 0 villages on goal. That's really important, because now what army you gonna do? And he's coming. He's gonna have the second town center. Where's the other goal by Tato? He's out of his mini base.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
that's the
Tato
problem.
didn't wall to the edge to keep himself safe early, and now it's just kind of all clustered in here, right? He's going to have to expand, but Leary has been keeping that army there. He's not letting Tato escape, and Tato now having to delete the house there just to get the villagers out, just to get his reinforcements out. He's still looking for a gold. Leary is at the back now with some units denying Tato from expanding, and Tato now forced to just come forward with that army to look for damage. I mean, Tato still 0 on gold, man. Still 0 on gold.
Yeah, not good. That's definitely not good. Obviously, he has more he has handcard though. Handcard while his opponent, look, totally. And now he's doing the horse collar. Sorry, the bozo, and missing horse collar. Oof, I don't know who has the advantage here. Obviously, it seems that 3 TCs, but it's still not well. Now he has some gold there that he can reach in those rocks areas, the gray area that you can see in the mini map. But with this army, he can kill all these crossbows, I bet. You know, the lights are already +2, and it's still very important to have the army control. Do you see a siege workshop coming forward for Leary?
It's tough, right? It's tough, and there it is.
There you
He
go.
knows where the army is. It's on the other side. He's going to be able to clear this with the skirmishers. He does not have ballistic, but he does have the +2 armor on these skirms, and Leary's just going to slowly make his way forward here and try and clear up this army from Tato, which frees up the center of the map for that siege workshop. However, Tato has 3 town centers with handcart, with the second wood upgrade. Leary only the second wood upgrade when we're talking about eco efficiency there. It's not great for Leary Leary. He needs to focus on military and military only here.
Yeah, but that is what he's doing, and he's still producing light caps. Those light caps with the mangonel as well. If he's gonna be able to break in, he's gonna make a lot of damage. Because right now, what army has Leary? Sorry, Tatot. Skirmishers. Basically skirmishes. So if you take now a good hit here with the mangonel, and I think Tatot doesn't know about the siege workshop. Can we see fog of war for Tatot? No, he has no idea, Dave. So this can be a big problem. This can really be a big problem. The army is doing even some camels. Obviously, the economy is better for Tatot, but if he engages here, he's gonna kill so many villages, and then maybe Leary will start to add tone centers. Can snowball the game here for the Spaniard? What do you think, Dave?
Ooh, I think if Leary gives him time, sure. Like, this eco is going to really scale upwards for Tato if Leary gives him the time to breathe, to think, and Leary needs to start pressuring right now. He's got the mangonel coming behind the light cap, but Tato has so many buildings on the front, and he got that town center up on the gold at the rear of his base, so he does have time. He is falling back. He is making more production buildings back here, and Leary is still at the front of Tato's base where there's no villagers whatsoever.
Yeah, but he's going around with the skirmishes. He's now going to the left, probably with the other units. It's true that he's coming now, Tato here. The Mongol is going to take the first archery range down. He's going now. He should go with the light guns and explore a little bit more. He's not doing it. And what is that building at the back for Tato? Might be the market.
Oh, market.
The market, okay. He did the stable, yes, but he's doing what? He's going to start to make knights, but he has camels, Leary, as well. Obviously, the economy is solid here. Really important.
Leary sees the third TC now. I don't think he had vision on that before, so it's going to tell him a lot about Tato's economy, and it might change how much he's going to invest here into this attack. Maybe he realizes that he needs to just go. He goes in with the light cav. They have +2, but he retreats. He's waiting for the mangonels to get there, and the skirmishers over on the side are being dealt with now by Tato as he uses the market to maybe get a little bit of extra gold.
And as you mentioned, as soon as he sees the third TC, he adds right away the second docente. He's probably starting to think, hey, this is dangerous. If I don't do more and more damage, I'm gonna fall really behind with the economy. So I need to add something. It's true that he's 17 villages behind.
Tato's gonna be really housed here soon. Leary's killing a lot of houses for it. Ooh, nice split there from Tato, trying to cut off the reinforcements, and he does. Great positioning. I mean, if you're going to use that army anyway, Leary doesn't really want to pull back his force that's pressuring Tato. Danger near that siege workshop with the flag on it, but Tato micros around it. He dodges one shot. Let's see if he can dodge another. He snipes it down. No damage done to the army from Tato. Fantastic work.
Yeah, and those Ligers are not a no. They are +2/+2. The camels need to defend that Mangola. He's going to defend it for sure. He's doing already a third town center, but he's 20 villages more already, Dave. 20 villages more already. Look at the score, and I don't know what you think, but this is looking that, as we expect with a series like this, with players that this caliber, that probably we're going to have game number 5 and decider, and that will be the most exciting that we could get from this series, for sure. And
Tato has been severely housed for a long time. He's been at 120 population for a very long time. He's finally adding more houses, but Leary is killing some houses on the front side too. So problems for Tato. Ooh. The army is in here for Leary, but there's no villagers to be found. He doesn't want to take too much damage. He is taking out that TC, but it seems just too slow at this point. Tato still has the eco lead, and he's adding in some more knights, and finally this army comes forward from Tato, looking for damage on Leary's base. Is that a hole? I believe it is, and the army can just walk right into the farming eco here from Tato. Oh man, Tato is applying pressure here on Leary's base.
Yeah, now it's a problem not only in Leary's base, he's now going to lose the forward. Let's see the forward, because he's going to lose the mangoes. If you lose the mangoes, he's going to lose all the aggression, and now I think this is the game. It's probably going to be game number 5, losing the forward, going inside with all those skirmishes and crossbows. Look at now the distribution, and you hear the crowd because they see how Tato is now taking probably this game. The advantage now, Dave, is so big.
The Mangonel needs to come back. The Mangonel needs to come back to clear that army. The light cap can't fully clear that army, and now there's knights and there's crossbows and there's everything coming forward towards Leary. He doesn't have that forward position that he had for so long. He wasn't able to do any damage because Tato just had so many buildings there, and Tato was, of course, booming behind. So well played from Tato. Leary is in trouble. He was too late to add the TCs, too late to add the eco, and he wasn't doing economy damage of his own. Leary calls the GG. We're going to a game 5, baby.
We go to game number 5, and you can see the crowd. They were silent, they were scared, but not anymore. Game number 5 will happen. And that's gonna be in one of the most aggressive maps in
Hollow
the
Woodlands.
tournament. you
Hollow
know.
Woodlands.
Played a lot for all the players during the qualifiers. It's very well known, but it doesn't matter. Game 5 here, and this is a very aggressive game. The next one, the 5.
Yes.
So, Kumans and Hans?
Huns have already been picked.
Oh yes, true.
Yeah,
I need the same player. No, Kumans. Premium
Khmer.
The Khmer, exactly.
Yeah.
Kumans
Khmer.
It was what I wanted. Yes, yes.
Game 5, man. Game 5, our former champion here at the rematch from the last Red Bull LAN event. This is insane.
It can't be other way.
No, it can't
with
be.
these two.
It can't be.
3-0, 3-1, you know, it has to be 2-3, 3-2.
Yep.
With those two. I mean, it's destiny.
So we've got 2 civs left for each. Cumans and Tatars for Tato. We have Khmer and Ethiopians. I think it's probably going to be Cumans like you suspect. There is a chance that Leary thinks about Ethiopians. I mean, he has a storied history with Ethiopians. Everyone struggled with Ethiopians on Empire Wars. No. It's not going to be Ethiopians. It's going to be Khmer instead, and we are going to make our way into Game 5 here between Leary and Tato. We're in! Leary is going to open with a stable, no surprise there from Khmer. The rematch goes to the final game, and Tato is going to open with the archery range and the stable because they're cheaper for
What we were talking, you can do it for sure with this civilization, and so important match is gonna be in the semi-final. The loser here sadly is going to be out, so we want to see what is going to happen now. Scout opening for Leary, probably he will do archer range too. He's doing the tower, Dave. He's doing already the tower because you know that the Kumans can be very aggressive. He got all the woodland in front of his base, and then with the tower he's gonna be protected if he's doing the tower in time, of course, because right now he's trying to find the damage. There's one spear.
There's a spear.
Definitely Leo is gonna be fine, and I like that tower, to be honest.
I do.
Don't want to be greedy in game number 5.
Exactly. He might even want to go onto stone relatively soon, just for more towers, right? I know you can hide in the houses, but we saw the other days, I forget who it was, but someone was in like 5 different houses with villagers consistently, and they got punished for it over and over and over again. Archer range now being added here from Leary as Tato comes in with the scouts. He's got the spearman behind, he's got the archer behind, just 2 spearmen coming from Leary, but the scouts arrive from the rear, and Leary is going to try and clear up this army from Tato, and Tato's kind of stuck here. Big engagement there from Leary. Tato only taking 1 villager. Leary safely clearing up that army, though, and now he can start producing.
Look at the problem with when you are facing the Kumans. 9 army, 3 army. I mean, for a scout, 2 archers, 2 spears, it's like you are playing against the AI. It's spamming units here.
Leary also went for the armor upgrade for his scouts when he only had 1 scout.
Yeah.
Very interesting decision there. Maybe a little bit frazzled by this as the scouts now come into the berries once again. He can hide in the houses, and he's doing so as he sends his wood villagers into that house, but they're not firing arrows or anything, so they're just stuck inside that house for the foreseeable future until army arrives from Leary.
Well, but he's saving it, he's not losing it, of course, and he took a scout. Now the army numbers getting closer and closer. He still have 2 scouts with the +1. That is going to help a lot to kill, for example, those villagers, and he's going to probably take it. Now he's going to move around here. He see the berries or not. He see the berries and those villagers.
Nice spot
with the
from Leary.
Exactly, it's really good. That village is going to be down. It's going to be 1-1 now, and with 2 little army, Dave, now he's going to achieve a lot. Probably he can take.
I don't think Tato realizes he has the +1 here.
No, he doesn't.
Tato does not realize Leary has the +1. He just. That is really, really early for that armor upgrade, and he sent villagers to fight. He lost 2 of them. However, Tato's still at the back here denying all that food from Leary as Leary now loops around to this side of Tato's base. Still has those scouts, still a decent amount of HP left on those. He's looking for more damage as Tato comes into the gold. Leary there with a few archers, a skirmisher, a couple spearmen, a scout, but Tato able to hold that position and still keep picking away at the villagers on the fish and on the gold.
That's very nice, but the problem here now is that for Tato is that Lee is starting to have quite a lot of farms, and you know what happened with Khmer when you get a lot of farms like this. This is really good.
Add more stables, add more skirmishers, add more everything.
Yep, forging here now, so he's gonna have 5 scouts with both upgrades already in minute 6. He's housed at Leary. Tato is spamming army. This is what you want, to go very aggressive. He's doing even another building. Can we check fast what building is he doing? is another what? Another stable, second stable already, Dave. That's gonna be a lot of army in feudal as we expected.
I would love to see a second stable here from Leary too. I would love to see multiple stables. Oh man, villager going down.
Okay.
They hop inside the houses again, trying to build another refuge there on the other side of the berries, and they hop inside that same house. Leary now with flags on 2 houses. He loses another villager. He's going to lose another villager on the berries, trying to pull the scouts back now. Leary trying to keep up with the production of Tato, but Tato still with 20 military against 11 from Leary.
Yeah, he's going forward now. Leary, he knows that he has to make a counterattack. He feels that he has lost already quite some, and it's true, he lost double that his opponent. But
Tato's waiting.
For Tato is waiting, and he has also bloodlines as well, both with bloodlines, but Leary has the +1/+1 with both. Ooh, another villager down. It's on point, he's really on point, and Tato is taking another. This is 65 population Tato, 52 Leary. Tato is taking a very important lead, but those scouts can.
One spearman's not enough.
Yeah,
one spearman's not enough.
Fully
Tato
upgraded.
needs to run here. Tato needs to run here.
Don't
Otherwise, he's going to take a lot of damage. More spearmen are on the way. Leary takes out another spearman. He's working on the final spearman, and there's still villagers exposed there with forging and the armor and bloodlines in. But meanwhile, Leary's gold is being harassed again. Tato will not give up that position, and he finally gets army back to clear these scouts at his mill. So Leary's still in big trouble here, man.
Yeah, in really big trouble, and now he did the tower on the wood, so he doesn't have a stone to make another tower in the gold. That's why he's producing now more scout and skirmishes. He's second stable, so he has second stable already. The problem is that his opponent has 4 villages more, and he's still producing army all the time, so he cannot catch up in military numbers. What do you do here? Try to kill the army in feudal, or try to make counterattack, Dave? It's a big
I think if you're Leary, you're just keep trying to make a counterattack happen, right? Or try and find some element of this army which is exposed. Like, he got some good damage against the scouts there, but now the spearmen are here, which is a consistent problem, and Tato is keeping those spearmen near the range units, so Leary can't easily kill them. Tato is doing such a fantastic job to keep his army together, all the elements of it, and also managing these counterattacks from Leary. You see, he comes out with the scouts again, gets some good damage, pulls them back into the spearmen and the archers. Tato is everywhere.
Yeah, it's everywhere because he has a lot of army. There's not enough army for Leary to counter. He's also housed now. He's the one who is housed now a lot. A lot. Leary 2 minutes 30 seconds at the town center. Tato only 40 seconds. 72 population, 58.
Big fight.
This fight is incredibly important. You can see with the archers. You can see with the scouts. The army numbers is
losing
going down.
the HP on the scouts though.
Ooh,
Tato.
lost a lot. Tato lost everything there. But there's another village that is going to be down. Khmer, that's the problem, Dave. It's really a snowball civilization, and if you kill now so many and take those archers, coming with those 7 scouts fully upgraded, it's so tricky. Because the same that you can be really ahead.
I think a lot of those scouts are weak though. I think a lot of those scouts there from Leary are weak,
Yes.
and 3 of them are near death's door, and Tato still has those 2 stables, and he's producing it pretty frequently from both of them, so Tato should be able to deal with that. We see the idle eco there, Leary with 46 minutes of idle economy, Tato with 14.
Oh man, how intense is this game that we have seen how Tato is getting the advantage. He's killing villages, but still the crowd is not even reacting. There's no reaction because another villager down because they know how important
They're
it is this
tense.
game. They are tense, exactly. They're afraid. They don't want to go loud because they feel like, ooh, if we go loud and what can
Big
happen.
fight.
But they still have a lot of farming. It's true that the numbers now, Dave, 16-19. It's the first time that we see how the numbers are getting closer and closer, but with 9 villages behind.
Yeah, Leary, though, with 20 Khmer farms. And he's still got the double stable, so he's still pumping out those scouts. He's got 10 scouts on the field. 10 scouts on the field now from Tato, though, and 10 archers to complement them as Tato finally gets that armor upgrade. So fully upgraded scouts for both, and the archers are a danger now. They're coming into Leary's eco. However, they're all alone. The skirmishers are there. The scouts are there. Tato might lose this army.
Ooh, it's really important. This gonna snowball so badly for him. As you can see, no army now for Tato anymore. He will have the scouts only. And Leary has the scouts as well now with the skirmishes. This is a really bad move here. And you can see how the score is getting closer. Game number 5, guys. Now Leary taking the army advantage. He's gonna take the spears. And if he takes the spears, he's gonna snowball.
Tato
I don't
was doing such a good job keeping every element of his army together, and then suddenly those archers found themselves completely surrounded. The scouts nowhere in sight. Now he's forced to take a fight here to try and clear up the skirms, but Leary has so much extra scouts over here at this side, and he's got the skirms behind too. So Leary, 12 military, now 13 versus 9 military from Tato. Tato still has the eco lead, but Leary is pressing.
It's still close because the most important army now, Dave, is the scouts. And now Tato with 9, Leary with 7. The skirmishes are kinda useless here. If it was archers, it would be another story, but it's not the case. He needs to regret and go back. He's going back, 23 farmers. You can see how the food is going crazy, but Dave, Leary has 700 gold in the bank. 700 gold in the bank.
Tato's adding the second TC now.
Yes.
Tato is adding the second TC at the back, so Tato is taking advantage of the Cuman's unique bonus. He's adding that second TC. He identifies the fact this will likely be a long feudal age. However, Leary has 750 gold in the bank.
Could go Castle Age, and I don't know if the second TC is the way. Maybe it's better to go Castle Age here. I don't know.
I don't think Tato can. I don't think Tato can go Castle Age. He's stuck in feudal age here.
Yeah, but the second TC is gonna make that he's gonna slow down his army because the TC is expensive. You are spending a lot of villages as well. So now look at Leary. He's spamming scouts. 50 villages, okay. He's spamming as well. Both are spamming everything. This is crazy.
Another big fight. Another big fight.
Who's taking the battle? Who's taking the battle? Who's taking the battle? The reinforcements are so close to that.
I think it might be a reset here.
Leary's cleaning everything, Dave. Leary's cleaning
the reinforcements, though. The reinforcements are close.
Cleaning everything, but this the scout. For scout not cleaning everything anymore because it's skirmishes. Ay, ay, ay.
The reinforcements were closer for Tato. If that happened in the middle of the map, Leary would have cleared all those. But the scouts arrived from Tato. Also, Mem, you think about that second TC at the backside. You were talking about food income. That gives him access to the berries safely. It gives him a spot for the villagers to hang out on the wood lines, be more efficient out there. And there's also hunt out there that he can take too.
Yeah. Yeah, but well, it's 1,000 food. If he's doing the market, he has to do the market.
Leary has 9,000 gold.
Yeah. Wow. It's crazy. He's doing the market now. Let's see what he's gonna do because he could do also even more stables then and spam more army. I don't know. It's crazy. Well, it's 3 stables already. You don't need more. 3 stables, so many scouts. Look at those spears. He's gonna buy the food if he's able to do the market because he's coming. The scouts are coming.
Here come the scouts. If they deny that market, that's huge. That's so annoying for Leary. He's trying to trap in the scouts, save the villagers, but the biggest deal there, I think, is that he can't get the market up in order to buy the food he needs to potentially even go to Castle Age.
Yeah, well, he's gonna make it eventually, but you can see 16 villages more, and he's not all.
Oh, this is very demoralizing for him too when he goes up the hill and sees that second TC.
Yeah, well,
that's extreme. No, he doesn't know yet.
Yeah, but with you see all these farmers, he has to know. He has to guess. He has to guess.
There it is.
Center there. But then he's gonna be thinking, I'm fine. I'm fine. Why? Because I'm gonna go up to Castle Age, and my opponent is still stuck in feudal age. Yeah, I have
stuck
a lot
in
of
feudal age, 25 villagers ahead of me.
That's true, but he doesn't know. And then when you see that your score after you click Castle Age, it's very close. What happened? He's not going Castle Age. He's still spamming a scout. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, he's gonna go
He's
soon.
saving. He's saving.
He's saving a little bit now. He's saving a little bit now. He needs the goal. And but the army numbers is very important.
Look at Tato. 3 stables, scouts.
Yeah.
And he's got the same amount as Leary. I mean, Leary could die before he gets the Castle Age.
Yeah, well, he
needs to keep producing scouts.
That's what
he needs to.
That's why he takes.
But then, how many resources is he going to have once he gets a Castle Age to make something like Knights?
Yeah,
if he keeps producing the scouts, right? That's the question here. Is the Castle Age transition going to be the game changer here for Leary, or is it going to be that second TC and the increased feudal production for Tato? I mean, it's been an absolutely insane game so far. We are 20 minutes in here, and not a single player has reached Castle Age.
No. It's going now up. They are still producing more and more. 25 army for Leary, 16 scouts, 19 scouts for Tato. Latvia's going to be very important, but he's attacking. He cannot attack Leary anymore. Look at the score. The score is still growing and growing. He's spamming everything, but he needs 1 minute. 1 minute, 20 seconds to hold. He's going to be able to hold, Dave. He's going to be able to hold or not. We are not sure if it's going to happen. He's going back with the scout in front. He's going to stop him. He cannot stop him. And look at the village killed. Ekoke did 13-5 and 81 villages, man. 81 villages in feudal. It's 110 population. How much damage do Leo need to do when he reaches Castle? If he can't do damage.
I love the fact that Tato is getting the infantry armor upgrade and he's starting to make spears here because he knows Leary's probably on the way to Castle Age, and if he can defend the initial knights with Spearman, it gives himself time to go up to Castle Age himself.
He need to defend 2-3 minutes.
And he's adding double barracks.
Well, that's triple or quadruple power, right? Because he might have another, he's going full feudal, Tato feudal boy. Now, light cav upgrade, so important how he's going to control the units here.
Here it is, light cav.
So
oh man,
Siege
3 knights.
Siege was shot for feudal from Tato. What? He's going to go Rams? He's planning to go full
He's going to
feudal?
put the Spearman in the Rams.
Yeah.
And start pushing. Okay.
Yeah, well, but those light caps need some upgrade. The light caps are not going to be a note. A lot of army is still for Leary. Leary is still very close, but the light caps are not yet there. It's still so many units. Dave, what is this? He's going to make a trap there. He's trying to do it. He can't, but now those light caps are really, really stronger, Dave. Really stronger. So is Tato going to be able to defend here? He's going to clean now Leary, because if he clean now, he's going to be able to raid, and then that village difference is going to drop it and drop it and drop it and drop it. What's happening here, Dave?
The Spearmen are coming forward. But the light cav are very strong. The knights are incredibly strong. They're stronger than any unit Tato can currently make. Tato is forced to invest in the feudal army. The Spearmen are getting hits against the light cav. How is this battle going to turn out? Right now it looks like it's in favor of Leary, but we have 2 barracks producing Spearmen. We've got 4 stables behind that were producing scouts. They're not producing scouts anymore. It's all in on the Spearmen, and Leary is snowballing his way across the map towards Tato's base.
It's gonna kill absolutely everything. He took the ram, he took everything.
GG!
Leary made it and qualified to the semi-final in a absolutely crazy game. What happened in this game, Dave? It was looking that Tato will make it. He should go castle it at the end of the day.
He had 85 villagers. 80. I haven't seen emotion from Leary like that in a very long time.
Never.
What a game there. They both deserve to move on, but Leary taking the victory. Tato holding his hand up, and Tato should be proud after a performance in a game like that and a performance in a game set like this. Leary is such a great player, and Tato took him to his very limit.
It was a crazy game, Yeah. I mean, but you can see how crazy is this game, that we have never seen Leary react like this.
No,
we have not seen
jumping
ever.
up and down.
We have not seen ever
Doesn't
any Age of
happen.
Empires player react like this at this stage, because this is not like he won the tournament.
Yeah.
He's in the semifinals qualified, And
That was
look
insane.
At it. Can we see the replay for that reaction? I would love to see that.
That
and
was
probably
insane.
Everyone would love to see that.
Game.
Yeah.
And I mean, I guess you can make the argument like maybe Tato can play on. He's got 85 villagers there, but Leary still has a decent eco. He's still got 55 vills, and he's in Castle Age. And all of that army just pushing forward.
You saw
That's
how he
crazy.
stopped it a couple of times to go Castle Age?
Yeah.
Because he saw, no, I need to produce more units.
Yeah.
I need to produce more units, because if I go Castle now, I'm gonna be naked, at home, and it's gonna get destroyed. It was crazy serious. What a day to be close with this one, huh?
I know.
What a day to be close.
What
with
a day.
this guy.
Into the next day.
Yeah.
It's the
We're
morning
still
now,
going,
man.
guys,
Yeah,
we're
it's
still
the
going.
it's the
Semifinals
morning.
right
Yeah,
away.
yeah.
It's the day.
Oh
Well,
my goodness.
hopefully you really have enjoyed. I guess we will have winner interview, and we want to see the winner interview with Leary. People here is disappointed.
Yeah.
People wanted Tato to qualify, but well, we're gonna have the Viper, Hera, Leary,
and Heart.
GL versus Wii Sport.
That is true.
2-2.
That is true. We've got Riley over there with Leary. We're going to hear his thoughts. Thank you so much, everybody, for staying tuned with us. Riley, take it away.
Thanks very much, Dave, and thanks, Nem, for the call. And I'm joined by a very tired Leary by the look of things. Leary, congratulations on the win. Heading into this match, we pointed out that this was a rematch of the last Red Bull Wololo final, where, of course, you went down to Tato. I imagine you're immensely relieved to have turned the tables this time around.
Yeah, I'm still shaking actually. Like my leg is still shaking. During the last game, I thought like 2 times I was dead already. So yeah, full relief and happy for tomorrow.
Yes, I can imagine it's going to be a tough one for you, but look, that was going to be true no matter who made it through to the semis. It's been a long day, and I know that you want to get some rest, so we're not going to talk about every single match, but I want to talk about that last game, right? Game number 5, Cumans versus Khmer. We just saw it there on Hollow Woodlands. Tato was able to idle you pretty effectively early on. How did you dig yourself out of that hole based on what Tato was trying to achieve in the early stages of the game?
I knew he was gonna go for stable and range right away, since he has the wood bonus and immense pressure. Obviously, I can't afford that. So I knew the early game would have been tough, and there's a chance I die. But you know, I somewhat fought the villagers, and with all my willingness from my villagers, and yeah, pulled it out somehow.
And the end there, those Castle Age units just sort of outclassing Tato in the end there. Do you think he perhaps stayed a little too long in feudal?
Probably he didn't have the gold I had. I think I had like 12k gold at one point, so I could afford to go up. I think if he goes up, the pressure is gone, and then it might just be a complete different game. So I'm not sure if he can do that.
Well,
a different game.
It really did look like you outclassed him there on the battlefield, at least with the power of your units in the Castle Age. But that was a very hard-fought contest between two titans of the game. Again, you must be exhausted. What is it like? I mean, you're a world-class player yourself, but going up against someone like Tato across the full 5 games, are you exhausted after this effort, or are you just ready to get up and do it all again tomorrow?
Right now, I'm full of adrenaline. I can run a marathon right now.
I can imagine, yes.
But yeah, it's always a pleasure, you know. It's always so much pressure, so much nerves. And it took me some games. It was pretty shaky to start. But I think it was the same for him, you know, playing in such a crowd in front of so many people who are, you know, cheering for their champion, understandably so. So it's just, you don't have those experiences all the time, so you just gotta appreciate it.
Well, I'm sure we all appreciate you doing so, putting on such a performance for us, and both you and Tato fought your guts out, and congratulations ultimately.
If I could say one more thing.
Of course, go ahead.
During the first game, I want to mention this, I picked the wrong civilization, and Tato had the choice to pick my civilization, civilization of my choice, which would have completely ruined my draft, but he decided to let me pick my civ anyway. So yeah, huge props to Tato out there.
Very sporting.
And it not only shows he's a class player, but also a great sportsmanship. And yeah, props to him.
Well, look, you know, there's a reason that there's people out there cheering his name, and there's reasons there are thousands of fans around the world in such strong support of Tato as well. So yes, indeed, and good on you for mentioning that as well. So hats off to Tato for that performance. But hats off to you as well for taking out this series. Leary, we'll let you get some rest. We're going to have a look at the bracket now and see what the schedule looks like for tomorrow, because we can see here the semi-finals are going to be lined up. Now, the reason that it says TBD there, even though we know who is going to be featured in the semi-finals, it's going to be Hera, it's going to be the Viper, it's going to be Hart, and it's going to be Leary. We're going to randomly determine these pairings as we head into our semi-finals. We're not going to do that right now because everyone is exhausted. It is well after 1 o'clock here in Spain, and we're all looking forward to getting some rest. But rest assured that we will be pairing that randomly. The players are in full awareness of how exactly that's going to work. And once we have an updated bracket for you, we will, of course, share that for you with you as soon as we have it, potentially at some point later on. But right now, welcoming back for one last time today, Jordan. Jordan, it's been fantastic to work with you throughout today. Obviously, we interacted with you a fair bit as a player, but as a caster, I'll tell you what, you're, well, a lot better, actually, as a caster, as a player, obviously, because here you are doing this instead. No, it's been fantastic, Geordie, but I want to get your thoughts on the day as a whole. Some of the things that we've seen, we had a couple of clean sweeps. We saw Hart going undefeated today, 6-0, and then we saw some really hard-fought contests like the 3-2 that we just seen. What are your takeaways from today's competition?
I was just amazed by Hart's performance. I've never seen him play like that. It was just incredible, and you know, beating Sebastian and ACCM 3-0 both, so yeah, it's just incredible, and not everybody is able to do so. And you know, with Tato and Leary now having such a phenomenal match and going to the last game, so you know, we have been really blessed to get such a good show by everyone here, and yeah, it's just fun.
Had a bit of everything, right? We've had the domination, we've had the hard-fought victories, and the good news is it continues tomorrow, my friends, as we have a look at our schedule. We've got some big matches coming your way, of course. It'll be Hera versus one of those other finalists, either Hart or Leary, as I said, and then it'll be the Viper a little bit later on. Both of these players, no strangers to success at the highest level, and whoever their opponents are, they'll have their opponents, their work cut out for them. And then, of course, to wrap up the action tomorrow, Age of Empires 4 comes to the screen. You can see there Marine Lord facing off against Puppy Paw. It's going to be good to see the more modern iteration of Age of Empires on the big screen, Jordan. And yeah, looking forward to getting stuck into that one as well.
Absolutely. Looking forward to that one as well, and I think we will have an amazing day tomorrow.
Yes, indeed. So I do hope you'll join us for all the action tomorrow here in Spain. It's been an immense pleasure to have your company across all of the action today. Those are our Age of Empires 4 competitors that we will be seeing tomorrow. And we do hope, as I say, to have you here with us as we do. On behalf of the entire broadcast team, both the people in front of and behind the camera, I'd like to thank you for joining us today and helping to contribute to the success of today's broadcast. We'll see you back here tomorrow. We're hoping to kick off live at 4 p.m. local time here in Spain. So mark your dance cards and we'll see you back here tomorrow for more Age of Empires. Until then, my name's Riley Knight signing off here from Castillo Almodóvar on behalf of the entire broadcast team. Take care of yourselves and good night.